Chapter 251 Durability of Various Items. It was rare to get rid of the extremely cold weather. In the temperature of more than 10 degrees. Lying on the bed covered with a quilt, Li Sijing felt so comfortable that she had not enjoyed the leisure for half a month. Taking out her exclusive handheld game console on the bed, Li Sijing started to fight with Tetris again. In more than half an hour, she finally pushed her score up by more than 1,000 points. Seeing that the time was 9:30, Li Sijing put away the handheld game console and then turned on the blue screen. Before going to bed, she planned to see if the exchange ratio between various basic materials had been exposed. The first thing Li Sijing checked was the trading area. However, after a careful look, she found that the prices in the entire trading area were completely out of control. Among them, the value of metals was surprisingly high. Even so, in the market, there was still a shortage of supply. Just like before, the most basic materials opened from the resource box were not metal materials. So, has the secret of the basic materials been completely exposed to everyone? Thinking of this, Li Sijing hurried to the regional channel. However, the atmosphere in the regional channel was very crazy, and the various messages that were refreshed quickly made her eyes almost overwhelmed. Many words were pushed to the top almost within a second of appearing. Fuck. You black-hearted people. Don't you feel guilty for doing this? What is conscience? Why does it hurt? The upstairs. I remember you. Don't let me meet you in the competition the day after tomorrow. Hee hee. Do you think I'm still afraid of you now? With the aid of you people, with my current wealth, it would be easy to exchange for some materials to improve my strength? As fellow Earthlings, how can you be so excessive? You clearly know the hidden information, but you still harm us like this. Now you know what you mean by fellow Earthlings. Who is the one who sold all kinds of scarce materials so expensively before? Yes, when you people control the best materials and exchange them for the materials we fought hard for. Why didn't you think that we are fellow Earthlings? Isn't it normal to pay a price for materials you don't have? You are right. So isn't it normal for you to pay a price for hidden information? The above person said it well. This is normal. Fuck. I was cautious and didn't change it when I thought there was something fishy. Otherwise I would be crying now. Besides, people who can have acid-proof spray layer. You all have some money. So what's wrong with helping us poor people? Ha. There is gain and loss. You enjoy the convenience of the acid-proof spray layer. Shouldn't you pay a price? In short, you people are too black-hearted. Don't let me run into you in the future. You are greedy and blame others. If you are not greedy, how can you be fooled? Hee hee. Come on. Come on. There are so many people in the whole area. You want to run into me? Are you lucky? Ha ha ha. The above person is naughty. Forget it. Every failure makes you wiser. Survival games have always been like this. I was careless. The above person's mentality is right. Don't blame others for your own carelessness. From these chat messages, it can be seen that the people in the area are divided into three types. One is the victim, who was cheated of metal materials and suffered heavy losses. And now the crowd is excited. The second is the beneficiary, who got the metal materials and looked smug. The last is the bystander, who did not participate in it for various reasons. In short, the whole area is now arguing, and both sides have their own opinions. Li Sijing is not interested in these disputes. What she wants to know is the crucial hint. But unfortunately, she didn't get it from these people's quarrels. So, Li Sijing had to turn forward. And after turning for several minutes, she finally found the source of the matter at about 9 o'clock. The cause of this incident is very dramatic. It seems that two people are doing a deal. And I don't know what happened. Anyway, they fell out. After the quarrel, the two started to curse each other in the regional channel. And many people watched and made a fuss. In short, one party fell into a disadvantage. And I don't know if it was because he couldn't stand the stimulation. And finally spoke out directly, saying this thing that many people concealed. Finally seeing this information, Li Sijing's expression became more serious. Dear player, your car's durability is 100. And one durability has been lost. When your car's durability reaches 0, the car will be completely scrapped and cannot be repaired with a car repair card. You can use basic materials to block acid rain for your car. Please note that the durability of various basic materials is different. And the blocking time will also be different. Durability. In an acid rain with an acidity of 10 points for 1 hour, 1 durability point will be lost. Note, The durability of the acid-proof spray layer is 100. The durability of the car is 100. The durability of the metal is 10. The durability of the glass is 8. The durability of the rubber is 6. The durability of the plastic is 4. The durability of the cloth is 2. And the durability of the wood is 1. After reading this information, Li Sijing's expression suddenly became very serious. Sure enough, the differences between various basic materials are quite large. The metal that was originally the most worthless has suddenly become the most practical. It is no wonder that those who know the news will desperately hide the benefits. And the gap between these basic materials did not make Li Sijing's eyes stay for too long, because she also saw other useful information from it. The durability of the car is 100, which is the same as the acid-proof spray layer. In other words, they have the acid-proof spray layer, which is equivalent to having the defense of a second car. Of course, the most important thing is the sentence at the end. After the durability of the car is exhausted and the car is scrapped, it can't be repaired with a car repair card? In the world of road survival, a car cannot be repaired, which is a matter of life and death. At this moment, Li Sijing made up her mind to protect her off-road vehicle well. The durability must not be lower than 5. No, it is better to keep 10 points, which is safer. In addition to the car, Li Sijing also found a more serious problem from these brief descriptions. This problem is very secretive, and I don't know how many people have noticed it. Chapter 252, The Pitfall of Durability. The acid rain first appeared at 10 o'clock today, when the acidity was 1 point, and then it rose by 1 point every hour. That is to say, when it gets light at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the acidity will become 22, and the acid rain with an acidity of 22 cannot sustain 2 points of durability in 1 hour. And this is only the second day. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the third day, the acidity is 46. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the fourth day, the acidity is 70. And at 7 o'clock in the morning of the fifth day, the acidity is 94. That is to say, starting from the fifth day, more than 10 points of durability will be consumed every hour. But from the message just now, we can know that the durability of the most durable metal among the basic materials is only 10 points. That is to say, if the durability of the acid-proof spray layer and the car is consumed in the early stage, in the later stage, it can only be used when the basic material blocks the acid rain. It must always keep an eye on the time. If the interval is less than an hour, it needs to be replaced. In this case, it may be okay during the day, but it is a little troublesome, and it can still be done. But what about at night? Do you keep watch all the time without sleeping? If you can keep watch for 1 night, what about 2 nights? What about 3 nights? Li Sijing is not very good at math, and she calculated these numbers bit by bit with a pen and paper. However, looking at the numbers calculated on the notebook, her face was very ugly. Perhaps she was scared of being cheated by the survival game, and Li Sijing subconsciously thought about it more after seeing the news. But she didn't expect that this subconscious behavior would help her avoid a big pit. Since she knew the problem, Li Sijing naturally didn't want to sit and wait for death. In fact, the solution to this problem is still very simple as long as she reacts early. For example, when the acidity of acid rain is low in the early stage, use basic materials to cover it, and save the durability of the acid-proof spray layer and the car for later use. However, although this method has been thought of, there is no way to operate it for the time being. After all, she did not receive the previous information, and there were no extra options when she opened the manufacturing page. How to do this? After searching around, she couldn't find any place that could be operated. In the end, Li Sijing had no choice but to give up. It seems that she has to wait until she receives that message, and it is estimated that she can operate it. Then, Li Sijing came to the trading area again and checked it. The prices of various basic materials in it are really very confusing. Metal materials are being purchased everywhere, and most of their prices are inflated, almost exceeding the value of the metal materials themselves. However, Li Sijing is interested in this situation. She has more than 6,000 units of metal materials in her hands, leaving 2,000 units for making mustard space. As for resisting acid rain this time, let's keep 1,000 units for our own use. As for the remaining 3,000 units of metal, they can all be traded out to exchange for other basic materials. As for whether to keep some metal materials, maybe they can be used in the next world? Regarding this point, Li Sijing's view is that it is not necessary. In this survival game, The scarce things in each world are obviously not repeated. This can be seen from the scarce water in the first world to the scarce wood in the second world. It is estimated that in the next world, these expensive metals will become worthless again. Right? Since these 3,000 units of metal are determined to be sold, Li Sijing certainly hopes that the price can be sold at a higher price. Now, everyone's mentality is somewhat broken, resulting in an inflated market price. Isn't it the time for her to take action? Originally, according to the durability of the basic materials, the exchange ratio between the 6 basic materials should be like this. 1 unit of metal is equal to 10 units of wood, equal to 5 units of cloth, equal to 2.5 units of plastic, equal to 1.67 units of rubber, equal to 1.25 units of glass. And now, 3 units of plastic for 1 unit of metal, 2 units of rubber for 1 unit of metal. Such a ratio. People are rushing to exchange. Of course, such an inflated exchange ratio is only for some small transactions. And Li Sijing did not hesitate. As long as it was higher than the most basic exchange ratio, she exchanged for every transaction. She was still very happy to make such a bargain. The only drawback is that most of the transactions are very small. After clicking for a long time, 3,000 units of metal were not exchanged. When the time came to 10:30, after more than an hour, everyone finally calmed down. As everyone calmed down, the entire trading market finally became normal, and the inflated prices gradually fell. Seeing that there was no bargain to be picked up, Li Sijing finally stopped with satisfaction. You know, she gained a lot in such a long time, exchanging 1,000 units of metal. And these 1,000 units of metal brought her a total of 1,043 units of wood, 511 units of cloth, 756 units of plastic, 519 units of rubber, and 508 units of glass. After this operation, the quantity of the 6 basic materials in her hand has also changed greatly. 5,074 units of metal, 1,810 units of glass, 1,741 units of rubber, 2,123 units of plastic, 1,621 units of cloth, and 2,046 units of wood. There are already 3 basic materials among the 6 basic materials. If the quantity of 2,000 is collected, there is not much difference between the remaining 3. It seems that the 3,000 units of metal that were originally prepared to be traded out can't even be used for 2,000 units, and can be exchanged for other materials she needs. Of course, after trading enough basic materials, she is still prepared to exchange the extra metal materials. After all, in this world, metal materials are of high value, and taking this opportunity to trade them out, you can get more. After the prices of various basic materials stabilized, the prices of other items in the area finally stabilized. In this way, Li Sijing can finally reprice the other trading areas in her trading area. When counting the blueprints in her hand, she suddenly found that she had accumulated nearly 20 blueprints. However, thinking about it, she has experienced 2 worlds and didn't think it was strange. After all, with Xingyao, every intermediate resource box she opened had a guaranteed blueprint. Chapter 253 received a notification. In the first 2 worlds, the items that Li Sijing posted in the trading area were all in short supply. In fact, she still had many blueprints in her hands, which were not posted in the trading area. This was also a manifestation of incomplete use of resources. And Li Sijing was going to take advantage of this time to mark all the blueprints with prices and post them in the trading area. No matter whether others need them or not, or whether there are people selling them, just mark the price and post them first. Maybe you can get some money. However, when actually operating, Li Sijing found that the survival game really had no loopholes and would not let people exploit them. Please note that each player cannot post more than 10 transactions in the trading area at the same time. So, you can only post 10 transactions at most. Speechless, Li Sijing began to sort out the numerous blueprints. First, put the metal materials up. And the price is naturally the standard exchange ratio. She can exchange any material that others are willing to use. The second one she put up was sausage casings. Of course, what she wanted to sell was not sausage casings, but OEM processing. Since she was not planning to sell sausage casings, the price was naturally arbitrary. She marked 1 unit of metal, thinking that no one would sell it. In the transaction notes, she wrote that she would process sausages on behalf of others, and she would charge 0.1 unit of metal for 1 pound of meat. It was not expensive. and she could earn hard-earned money. The third one she put up was bullets, and the price was 0.1 unit of metal for one bullet. As time went by, there were already several people in the area who had bullet blueprints, so the price naturally could not be high. The fourth one was a bamboo hat, which could keep out the rain. Although it was not as good as an umbrella or a raincoat, it was also an alternative. As for the price, although it is a substitute, it is also a material that is needed, and the price is 0.5 units of metal. The fifth is the freezer that was not hung up in the last world. For everyone who is not short of food, there should be many people who need this item. The price is 1 unit of metal. The sixth is the anti-skid chain, priced at 0.5 units of metal. Although there is no water in this world, the acidity of acid rain is getting higher and higher. It is estimated that the road conditions in the future will not be very good, and this item should be needed. The seventh is the bucket, priced at 0.1 units of metal. The eighth is underwear, priced at 0.2 units of metal. The ninth is a shelf, priced at 0.1 units of metal. These three are daily necessities, and the price should not be too high. I think there should be many people who need them. As for the last empty space, Li Sijing finally couldn't help it and hung up the rabbit meat. The price of food has not changed with the stability of prices. Ordinary food costs 0.2 units of metal. Nutritious food such as meat and eggs costs 0.5 units of metal. And cooked delicacies, fruits, sweets, etc. cost 1 unit of metal. The price of the rabbit meat she put up was naturally no exception, and it was marked at 0.5 units of metal. In this way, all 10 trading positions were occupied. As for the remaining drawings, such as electric fans, sunshades, portable ovens, waterproof and warm gloves, ordinary air conditioners, javelins, steamers, etc., Li Sijing could only put away these drawings that were not used now. After such operations, it was almost 11 o'clock. It was really late, and she should go to bed. Before closing the blue screen, Li Sijing took a last look. The temperature was 13 degrees. The acidity was 13 points. And the real-time number of people was 9891/10,000. About 100 deaths. Which seems not bad for the first day. At least much better than the previous 2 worlds. Before going to bed, Li Sijing also looked at the bucket filled with acid rain. The bottom of the plastic has already shown signs of corrosion, but it has not yet broken, and it probably won't last until dawn. After turning off the lights in the car, Li Sijing gradually fell into a dream with worry about the bucket. The next morning, Li Sijing was still woken up by the Xingyu brand alarm clock. Without the cold weather, she got up very quickly. However, before Li Sijing got dressed, she suddenly received a game prompt, which was very similar to the prompt sent in the area yesterday. Dear player, the durability of your acid-proof spray layer is 100, and 23 points of durability have been consumed. When the durability of the acid-proof spray layer is 0, it will completely lose the acid-proof effect. You can use basic materials to block acid rain for your car. Please note that the durability of various basic materials is different, and the time they can block will also be different. Durability in an acid rain with an acidity of 10 points. The durability is reduced by 1 point in 1 hour. Note, car durability is 100. Metal durability is 10. Glass durability is 8. Rubber durability is 6. Plastic durability is 4. Cloth durability is 2. And wood durability is 1. So, those who have sprayed the acid-proof spray layer will receive this prompt on the second day. It has only been less than 24 hours. And the durability has already dropped by 23 points? This is only the first day. The numbers that keep stacking up are really terrifying. Since there is a prompt, can it be operated? Thinking of this, Li Sijing didn't care about anything else and hurriedly opened the manufacturing area. Sure enough, new drawings appeared inside. Blocking acid rain. A protective cover can be made for vehicles to block acid rain. The durability varies depending on the materials used. Materials required for manufacturing. The landing area of the vehicle to be protected * any one basic material 1. The landing area of the vehicle. That is, the flat area that can be seen from the sky? In this case, wouldn't a car that has been upgraded many times need more basic materials? Li Sijing thought about it and tried to manufacture it. A basic material option popped up, and she naturally chose metal material. The off-road vehicle is 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and has a landing area of 10 square meters. After spending 10 units of metal and completing the manufacturing, Li Sijing only felt a flash in front of her eyes. A transparent plane appeared in front of her eyes, then continued to expand, fell on the top of the off-road vehicle, and finally disappeared. The current acidity is 22 points, and it consumes 2 points of durability in 1 hour. This cover can't last for 5 hours. While thinking in his mind, Li Sijing made the bed and looked at the buckets that contained acid rain yesterday. Of the 4 buckets that were put together, 2 had been corroded by acid. As for the third bucket that was now filled with acid rain, the bottom of the bucket had also been corroded by more than half, and it would definitely be unusable. The only intact bucket was the last one. Then he put on his raincoat, rain boots and hat very sensibly, and then opened the car door and got out. The rain, which was several times heavier than yesterday's drizzle, was falling non-stop. If yesterday's acid rain was drizzle, invisible to the naked eye, then the acid rain now was just like the water flow from the shower, which was very obvious. Moreover, the originally flat asphalt road was now covered with densely packed small potholes. Each pothole was as big as a soybean, which was enough to make people without intensive phobia have psychological shadows. Of course, Li Sijing just sighed for a moment, and then continued to follow the routine and complete his daily routine. Throw away the 3 broken buckets, and then take care of personal hygiene. Take out the parasol and exercise under it for half an hour. Finally, wash up, pack up, and return to the off-road vehicle. Chapter 254 Rebuilding the Mustard Seed Space. It took Li Sijing almost an hour to deal with personal hygiene outside the car. After finishing all the things and getting in the car, the time has come to 8 o'clock. Although the rain has been much heavier, the road has become no longer flat. However, such road conditions have not had much impact on Shinkong. The off-road vehicle is still moving at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour under Shinkong's driving. Li Sijing sat in the car and began to prepare for today's breakfast. Last night's barbecue was very refreshing, which also led to her wanting to eat something light this morning. Wash 100 g of rice. Put it in the rice cooker to cook porridge, and steam 5 buns. By the way, these 5 buns are her last stock. The dumplings have been eaten long ago, and there are only 3 leek boxes left, which is probably only enough for one breakfast. She had almost finished all the noodles she had made before. It seemed that she had to find time to make another batch and put it in the freezer. Eating buns and porridge naturally requires some side dishes, and Li Sijing did not prepare anything complicated. The last batch of leeks she had collected before had been kept in the mustard space, and she did not use much in the last world. Of the 5 kilograms of leeks she had collected, there were still about 4 kilograms left. If it had not been kept in the mustard space, it would have rotted long ago. Li Sijing took out 1 kilogram, cleaned it, rinsed it with clean water, and added 2 cloves of garlic to make a cold leek dish. While processing the leeks, Li Sijing said, "Xingyao, sign in." Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the RV Multifunctional Decomposition Toilet Blueprint. RV Multifunctional Decomposition Toilet. It can decompose any garbage that enters it and transform it into nutrient soil. Materials required for manufacturing: metal *100, glass *100, rubber *100, plastic *100, cloth *100, wood *100. Wow! When Li Sijing saw the 2 words in front of this drawing, her face suddenly became very surprised. Yesterday, I kept thinking that it would be nice to open a drawing related to the RV, unexpectedly. Now the wish has come true. After carefully checking the specific content of the drawing, the surprise on her face instantly expanded a lot. Wow! It turned out to be a toilet that decomposes garbage. In other words, after owning this toilet, she no longer has to empty the toilet and take out the garbage every day. Whether it is the dirt generated by going to the toilet or the garbage in daily life, there is no need to worry about it. Just put it in, and it can be easily solved. The most important thing is that not only does it save her the trouble of dealing with various garbage, but these useless garbage can also be transformed into nutrient soil. I haven't seen the nutrient soil yet, so I don't know what it is used for. But I think it's a good thing. From the name, it should be related to planting. We have to wait and see the nutrient soil to know the details. In short, Li Sijing is very satisfied with the 2 functions of one item. The only disadvantage of this toilet is that the materials needed for manufacturing are a bit expensive. You know, most of what Li Sijing got from the sign-in system were food, and there were relatively few drawings. The key is that the manufacturing materials required for these drawings are not many. Of course, except for the mustard space. And this time, it is obviously a weakened version of the mustard space. Of course, if you look at the specific functions, the required materials are worth it. After thinking about it, Li Sijing decided to make this toilet first. She might not be able to gather the materials for making the mustard space at once, but the materials for making this toilet are enough. Making it one day in advance will also make it convenient for herself one day in advance. It's just right to try how efficient this decomposition and conversion of nutrient soil is. However, after clicking to make, a game prompt popped up. The RV Multifunctional Decomposition Toilet Blueprint is an RV blueprint. The player's current car has not been upgraded to an RV and cannot be made for the time being. It seems that before the car is upgraded to an RV, even if she has the RV accessories blueprint, she can't make it. Forget it. Then she can only wait until this time tomorrow. At this time, the sound of the starry sky sounded, and Li Sijing met the first resource box of the day. After the car stopped near the resource box, Li Sijing also put on a raincoat, a hat and gloves. Acid rain can corrode the solid ground into pits one after another, but it has no effect on the resource box. The most important thing is that the resource box taken to the car is very dry and not stained with acid rain. This is relatively friendly to them. Otherwise, it would be a hassle to deal with the acid rain on the surface every time the resource box is taken to the car. After putting the resource box away, Li Sijing began to enjoy her breakfast. The leeks had been mixed long ago. The buns were steamed, and the porridge in the rice cooker was just right after half an hour. While eating breakfast, Li Sijing opened the trading area and checked the 10 items he had hung on the trading area yesterday. First of all, metal materials, which are the most popular due to world demand. 1,800 units of metal materials, although less than 10 hours after being put up, have already sold nearly 800 units. As for the remaining 1,000 units of metal, Li Sijing believes that they will all be exchanged before today is over. And these 800 units of metal have exchanged her for nearly 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of cloth, 500 units of plastic, 330 units of rubber, and 250 units of glass. Of course, this number is only an approximation, and Li Sijing is too lazy to count the specifics. Now, the only thing she needs to pay attention to is 6 basic materials, 2,000 units of each, and she seems to have gathered them all. When she clicked on the manufacturing page and saw the numbers behind each basic material, she suddenly became happy and smiled. It was enough. Li Sijing didn't care about breakfast and quickly found the silver necklace she got from the previous unboxing, ready to use it as the carrier of this mustard space. Next, there is no need to hesitate. Just click to manufacture. Ding! It is detected that the host already has a mustard seed space. Should the mustard seed space created this time be merged with it? Or should another carrier be selected? Please choose within 10 seconds. Otherwise the manufacturing will fail and all the manufacturing materials will disappear. Choose one of the two. Li Sijing hesitated for only 2 seconds before making a decision. Merge. Originally, she thought that each mustard seed space was independent, so she was ready to use the necklace as a new carrier, since she could choose to merge. Why hesitate? Naturally, she merged. A 2 cubic meter space can naturally store items better than 2 1 cubic meter spaces. Ding! The manufacturing is successful. And the fusion begins. Ding! The fusion is successful. Please check. After the 2 prompts were completed, Li Sijing immediately used her mental power to check. I saw that the mustard seed space, which was originally filled with space, was twice as large, and a large space was instantly vacated. Chapter 255 Contaminated Meat. Put the rabbit meat that had been on the freezer cover for a whole day into the mustard space. Li Sijing returned to the driver's seat, continued to eat breakfast, and then looked at the trading area. There were 10 trading items, except for metal materials. The most sold items were the bamboo hats. The 50 pieces hanging on them had all been sold, and she hurried to restock them. As for the others, there was nothing to see. The most sold more than 10 pieces, and the least sold none. However, many people left messages asking about the sausage processing. Li Sijing thought about it, and added a sentence in the remarks that the processing time starts at 8 o'clock every night. After all, at other times, even if she has time, others may not have time. The buns and porridge were all eaten, but the cold leeks were not eaten. so they were put away for lunch. At this time, Li Sijing also had things in the trading area done properly. Through the glass, I looked at the sky with continuous drizzle, and a lone giant wolf on the green grass in the distance. This 2-meter-tall giant wolf is today's large beast, and Li Sijing's target today. She plans to wait until she meets the next resource box, and then get off the car to deal with it. After all, the acidity of acid rain is increasing every hour. So of course the sooner the better. Thinking of this, Li Sijing looked at the time. There are still 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. She did not waste this time. She took out an apple from the mustard space, peeled it and ate it. By the way, opened the regional channel to check other people's chat messages. Yesterday I was still feeling that this is a vacation world. But I didn't expect to be slapped in the face today. Ah! Who would have thought that the acidity of this acid rain, after continuous accumulation, would consume such terrible durability? I have used up all the metal materials in my hand, and the time that other materials can resist is too short. So troublesome. The person above. Go and exchange with others. The current exchange rate in the area is already very fair. Ah! When the basic materials are used up, I can only rely on the durability of the car itself. Fortunately, I have a car maintenance card in my hand. I only have 2 car maintenance cards in my hand. I guess it won't last until the disaster day. What should I do? Don't be afraid. There will be resource point activities and competition activities later. And there will definitely be materials that can resist acid rain. But I don't know if I can hold on until then. Ah! I upgraded my car as soon as I came to this world yesterday. And I was still proud of it at that time. Yawn yawn. Now I realize that I am a fool. I also upgraded the car. And now I regret it so much. Alas! If I had known earlier, I would never upgrade the car. The ordinary 4-seater car is actually not bad. Knowing earlier is worth a lot of money. I regret it so much. A 4-seater car only needs 7.2 units of metal at a time, while an off-road vehicle needs 10 units of metal at a time. Off-road vehicles can be built 3 times, and 4-seaters can be built 4 times. The difference is huge. Ha! Fortunately, I didn't have enough materials at that time. Later, the materials were enough, and the game news came out. So I was smart not to upgrade. Me too. I plan to upgrade the car after the disaster day is over, and I reach the terminal store. The person above. Are you sure you still have the materials to upgrade the car by then? I'm not sure. I regret it so much. The tension in the area yesterday has disappeared without a trace. And now the screen is full of regrets and words of relief. Li Sijing is not qualified to interrupt this topic. After all, her off-road vehicle has been upgraded in the last world. So there is no question of whether she will regret it later. What she needs to think about now is whether she should upgrade the car directly after getting the car upgrade card tomorrow. Reason tells her that she should wait. After all, the RV is obviously much larger than the off-road vehicle, and the basic materials consumed will naturally be much more. But that is the RV. The RV she has been waiting for so long. It is already in front of her. But she has to suppress herself, which is too uncomfortable. While Li Sijing was struggling, the time came to 9 o'clock, and she also met the second resource box of the day, which is still low level. After getting the equipment, Li Sijing got out of the car, put the resource box back in the car, and then came to the road with an umbrella. In fact, she was wearing a hat on her head, and the umbrella was mainly to protect the pistol from rain. Otherwise, the pistol would be scrapped if it was exposed to the rain for too long. Still following the method of yesterday. First put up a barrier to lure the giant wolf to come. The acidity of the rain yesterday was not high, and Li Sijing dared to reach out. Now the acidity has reached 24 points. If it falls on the skin, it is estimated that redness and swelling are minor. Naturally, she will not take risks. She stepped out of the road with an umbrella and stood on the green grass for 3 seconds. When the giant wolf in the distance reacted, she returned to the road. This giant wolf was obviously more agile than the rabbit yesterday, but it still couldn't escape from Li Sijing, who was holding a pistol. In the end, she sped 5 bullets and finally killed the giant wolf 100 meters away from the road. After putting away the pistol and umbrella, Li Sijing walked out of the barrier and came to the grass. With her hands wearing rubber gloves, she held the 2 legs of the giant wolf, and then used her great strength again to drag it back to the road. It was still decomposed with a tang sword. The skin of this giant wolf was quite tough. Li Sijing spent some effort to gradually decompose the wolf meat. However, She just cut out a piece of wolf meat. And her face suddenly became very ugly when she looked at the prompt in front of her. As mentioned before, in this game world, as long as you stare at an object for 3 seconds, specific information will appear on it. When she killed the giant beast and grated the corpse before, the specific information she saw was 1 caddy of grass carp meat, 1 caddy of black fish meat, etc. When she decomposed the giant rabbit yesterday, she also saw 1 gene of rabbit meat. But now, the information she saw has become 1 gene of wolf meat, pollution level 14.6. Note: please note that eating contaminated meat will cause the body to mutate in a deformed direction. Body mutation will cause the player's emotions to expand infinitely. When the degree of mutation reaches 100%, they will completely lose their minds. This giant wolf meat was actually contaminated. Is it because of acid rain? Chapter 256 Inedible. In addition to acid rain, Li Sijing could not think of any other reasons that caused the giant wolf meat to mutate. The degree of mutation was 14.6. Li Sijing thought about the reason for this number seriously, and had some guesses in his mind. From early this morning to now, the durability consumed is a total of 15.6 points. In other words, the defense of large beasts is 1 point of durability. If this limit is exceeded, the meat will mutate. This is probably why the giant rabbit did not mutate yesterday. After all, the acidity of the acid rain was only 2 points at that time, and the durability consumed was not more than 1 point. Of course, these are not the key points. The most important thing is that eating mutated wolf meat can actually cause people to mutate? Mutation to deformity. From the sound of this word, it feels like a very terrible thing. Moreover, not only will the body mutate, but even the consciousness of the person will be affected. When the degree of body mutation reaches 100%, this person can no longer be called a human being. As for what degree of mutation meat will be consumed, how much mutation will occur in the body, because there is no case, there is no way to speculate now. As a relatively wealthy player, Li Sijing will naturally not take risks. After all, she is not short of food. It's a pity for these wolf meats. She hunted hard and decomposed them with great effort. But in the end, it was just useless. Looking at the huge corpse of the giant wolf in front of her, Li Sijing's eyes were full of regret. This giant wolf is much bigger than the rabbit yesterday, and it looks like it weighs 300 or 400 kilograms. Originally, she could get more than 200 kilograms of meat, and as for the remaining scraps, she could make sausage casings. But now it is impossible, since these meats have mutated and cannot be eaten. It is obviously impossible to make casings. However, the multifunctional decomposition toilet in the RV that she just got may be able to decompose normally. But it is a pity that it cannot be made now. After finally cutting through the tough wolf skin, Li Sijing was still a little unwilling to leave like this. After thinking about it, she took the tang knife and cut off a few pieces of meat that were easier to decompose under the wolf's skin. Although she would not eat these wolf meats herself, they might come in handy someday. Anyway, she created a new mustard space, and there are still many spare spaces. So she is not afraid of having no place to put them. Without wasting too much time, she put the mutated wolf meat of more than 10 pounds cut into the mustard space. Li Sijing returned to the off-road vehicle and let Xingkong continue to move forward. Fortunately, she found the mutated meat when she cut out the first piece of meat, and did not continue to decompose it. It took half an hour to kill the large beast this time. And the harvest? 10 kilograms of wolf meat with a mutation degree of 14.6. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Sijing immediately opened the blue screen and removed all the rabbit meat on the trading area. By the way, the price of sausage processing has also been changed to payment with meat. That is, if you want to process 1 kilogram of sausage, you will receive 2 kilograms of meat. Anyway, there is a price difference between fresh meat and cooked food. Since the mutation was caused by acid rain, it would not be just the giant beast she encountered that had mutated. If from today on, the meat of all large beasts cannot be eaten, then Li Sijing can already foresee that a new round of food famine is coming. Even if everyone still has some alive now, the price of meat will rise almost inevitably. She is naturally unwilling to sell the rabbit meat at a low price now. I believe that the price of meat will rise wildly in a short time. After Li Sijing dealt with these things, she also visited the trading area. As she expected, the food that was originally overflowing in it has become much less. It seems that there are still many smart people. Without paying attention to these, Li Sijing turned off the blue screen, ate a few snacks and an apple, and then continued to work. She took the sausage stuffer out from the shelf and put it on the folding table. Although her second mustard space has been created, there is no need to worry about having no place to put meat. But Li Xijing still decided to make all the rabbit meat into sausages. She obviously couldn't eat so much meat by herself. These rabbit meats were obviously to be sold when the price was high. The price of cooked meat is twice that of raw meat. If you want to sell it at a high price, it is naturally better to make it cooked. If it was before, she might not have gone through so much trouble. At most, she would earn less. It would be troublesome to make all the meat into cooked food. But now it is different. With the sausage machine, she can easily turn the meat into sausages. Why not? As for the casings, because she couldn't bear to give up the intact food, Li Xijing finally had to use plastic. Li Xijing decided to keep 7 kilograms of rabbit meat for herself and make the other 150 kilograms into sausages. 150 kilograms of meat requires 150 meters of casings. She spent 150 units of plastic to finally make it. In her hand, she originally had more than 2,000 units of plastic. She spent 2,000 to make the mustard space. And now she has used another 150, leaving only more than 400 units. By the way, each plastic has 4 points of durability. Li Xijing is really a little distressed to use so much at once. After the casing is made, the meat is prepared, and then the production can begin. Because this sausage is mainly for sale, Li Xijing is not going to eat it herself. So the production is not so fine. Li Xijing did not prepare starch in the whole sausage. And even the seasoning only put some salt and a little pepper to remove the fishy smell. Turn on the sausage stuffer. Put the casing. Put all the marinated meat into it. And start making it. This sausage stuffer can make 1 kilogram of sausage in 1 minute. And 150 kilograms of rabbit meat will take 2.5 hours. This speed is a bit slow. But seeing that the machine is so small and exquisite, Li Xijing can understand it. Fortunately, the sausage stuffer is both oil-powered and electric-powered. And it consumes 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity per hour, which she can afford. By the time Li Xijing had cut all the 150 kilograms of rabbit meat into pieces and marinated them, it was already 11 o'clock. As for the sausages that were stuffed, Li Xijing spread them out to dry, and then steamed them in the steamer after the surface moisture was blown dry. This job obviously cannot be done now, so it is better to wait until after the afternoon lunch break, when it will be dry. As for now, let the sausage stuffer work by itself. And Li Xijing is ready to open the resource box. It's not that she can't wait, but because her gas tank is almost empty. The remaining gasoline can't last until the next resource box. If she doesn't open the box to refill the gasoline, the car will not be able to drive on. Chapter 257 Humid Climate. From 8 in the morning to 11 now. Half an hour was wasted because of killing a large beast in the middle. Li Xijing now only has 5 low-level resource boxes in her hand, and she opened them one by one. 1 utility knife. 350g canned fruit. 1 Chinese-style beach skirt. 10 thickened face towels. 2 rubbers. 3 cloths. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 31g baked potato chips. 10g crab sticks. 5 metals. 2 glass. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 500g edamame. 100g small potatoes. 2 glass. 3 plastics. 550 milliliters mineral water. 5 liters of mineral water. 500 milliliters pineapple beer carbonated drink. 320 milliliters mango milkshake. 5 wood. 3 plastics. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 180g Lucian floral water. 24 color oil pastels. 3 rubbers. 2 cloths. The materials in the 5 resource boxes this time are quite standard. And there is nothing worth noting. 63 units of gasoline were added to the tank, which solved the current urgent need. The small bottles of mineral water were still stored in the mustard space, and the large barrels did not need to be moved to the back. The 5-liter barrel of mineral water she opened yesterday was now empty, and the newly opened barrel was just right for use in the front. The Chinese-style beach dress is pretty, but it's a pity that it's not suitable for wearing in a survival environment. The ankle length is too troublesome. This time, the face washcloth is larger and thicker, and each one is individually packaged. A total of 10. She had used half of the pack of face towels she had opened before, and the remaining half could only be used in this world. The face towels she opened this time were 1 for each of the 2 before, and they could be kept for the next world. A utility knife was also stored in the small storage basket she had opened before. A box of canned fruit and an iron can. It was unclear what fruit was inside, and she would only know when she opened it. 2 small bags of baked potato chips and 5 bags of crab sticks were all put into the storage compartment. A pound of edamame. But unfortunately the beans in the pods were not fully mature. Not enough for seeds. And could only be eaten. 3 small potatoes were the biggest surprise for Li Sijing. Potatoes are a good food and vegetable, and can be cooked in a variety of ways. So she likes them very much. The most important thing is that even if these 3 potatoes are not big, they can be used for planting without any problem. Unfortunately, she only has 2 planting pots, one of which is low level. She has accumulated a lot of seeds, but because there are not enough planting pots, she can only wait indefinitely. Now in these 2 planting pots, the low-level planting pot is planted with chili peppers, which will not mature until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. And the medium-level planting pot is planted with ginger, which will not mature until after 8 o'clock tonight. In addition to these, a bottle of pineapple beer carbonated drink and 2 bottles of mango milkshake were opened and placed on the shelf. As for Lucian floral water, it should be useless for Li Sijing, who has the self-healing skill, and another 24 color oil pastel, which is also useless, are put on the shelf together. After sorting out these supplies, the sausage stuffer on the table has already stuffed a lot of sausages. Li Sijing took the sausages and continued to put them on the freezer lid to dry. However, looking at the sausages placed on it before, the surface was shiny and glossy, and she couldn't help frowning. She reached out and touched it, and sure enough, the moisture on the surface not only did not dry, but it became more and more. This is... Li Sijing looked at the continuous drizzle outside, and immediately got the answer. Because there has been no interruption of rain since she came to this world. The humidity in the air is also increasing. When she was on Earth before, it rained continuously, and when the humidity was too heavy, water stains would appear on the walls of the house. And now, she doesn't even have a house. How can a mere off-road vehicle block the moisture in the air? Li Sijing touched the inner wall of the vehicle again, and sure enough, it was very moist. And obviously, there was a lot of moisture attached to it. Even on the glass, there was not very clear water mist. But because she hadn't driven the car today, she didn't notice it. Fortunately, the rain didn't last too long, and the rain wasn't too heavy, so the humidity was within acceptable range. However, in this environment, it was obviously impossible to dry the sausages. As for putting the sausages in the dryer in the closet, Li Sijing wasn't going to do that. Clothes had to be hung in the closet, and she couldn't hang sausages in it, and the smell of meat would get on the clothes. This behavior was not acceptable. Of course, Li Sijing also had other ways, such as an electric fan. Turn on the electric fan that hadn't been used for a long time. Adjust the angle, turn on the switch, and blow it towards the sausages. At 11:30, Li Sijing opened the car door and took back a low-level resource box from outside the car. Li Sijing, who closed the car door, couldn't help but cough twice with her mouth covered. It was really the smell of acid rain outside, which was a bit pungent. The acidity of 26 points smelled very much like white vinegar, but it was more pungent than white vinegar. Imagine being in the white vinegar all over the sky and the ground. The smell can be imagined. Li Sijing felt that it would be better to wear a mask when opening the car door in the future. Otherwise she would not be able to bear it. The most important thing is that she didn't know whether this pungent smell would corrode the respiratory tract. So she had better take some precautions. Take the mask that she exchanged with others in the last world and put it under the windshield, so that it would be more convenient when she wanted to use it later. The sausage enema machine kept working by itself. Near noon, Li Sijing was too lazy to continue to find things for herself. Sitting in the driver's seat, she told Shinkong to turn on the music and casually open the domineering novel to pass the time. When there is something to do, half an hour is just a blink of an eye. At 12 o'clock, she met the resource box again, which was still low level. This time, she put on a disposable mask before opening the car door. She took off the mask after getting the resource box into the car. This time, she was not in direct contact with the smell outside, which was much better. After that, Li Sijing thought about what to eat for lunch. Looking at the sausage stuffer that took up half of the folding table, it seemed that she could only eat some simple food at noon today. After all, the sausage stuffer had to work until after 12:30, and with only half of the table, she couldn't make complicated food. Unfortunately, There were not many convenience foods left from her previous preparations. So why not eat fish cake and fish ball soup today? Take out a pound of fish cake and 20 fish balls. As for the side dishes, the remaining few spinach, soaked kelp, soaked daylily, 2 eggs, and the remaining cold leeks from the morning. Then, Li Sijing took out the pineapple beer and a peach that she had just opened. In this way, this lunch was complete. Chapter 258 Ostrich Eggs. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Sijing ate lunch while opening the regional channel to check everyone's chat content. Ah, the meat of the giant beast has mutated. Is it inedible? I'm so miserable. I worked hard for more than an hour to kill the giant bison. But now I can't eat my beef. By the way, the mutation level is 20 points. So it shouldn't be a problem to eat a little? That's right. It's a pity to just throw away the beast I hunted so hard. I think it's better not to try it. After all, the game has already issued a warning. Life is more important. Don't eat mutated meat. It's easy to say. I don't have a big family like you. If I throw away the food I hunted with great difficulty, what will I eat? That's right. 4. It took me more than 2 hours to hunt this large beast. It's not just time that wasted. After being in the acid rain for more than an hour, my skin has already developed slight ulcers. It's because I paid a lot that I have to stop the loss in time. Otherwise, if I lose my life, wouldn't it be more than I gain? Forget it. Don't persuade me above. It's useless. Ha. Fortunately, most of the meat of the large beast I hunted yesterday has not been sold, which is enough for me to survive in this world. It's over. The price of food is expected to soar again. The days of eating freely are gone forever. Hey, I sold dozens of kilograms of meat at a low price yesterday. Now I think about it, I really regret it. I was planning to attack the large beast next to us after lunch. But now it seems unnecessary. It seems that I can only drive obediently in the afternoon to find resource boxes, hoping to encounter more mid-level resource boxes. But driving to find resource boxes now is not a good job. The glass is starting to fog up. Yes. I also found this problem. It really affects the vision. Hey, every hour or so, I have to wipe the windshield with a towel, which makes me want to turn on the air conditioner. Me too. But unfortunately, there is not so much gasoline for me to waste. By the way, if the rain keeps falling like this, the fog will be more serious. Right? Not only is the fog serious, but if the rain gets heavier, it will also affect the vision. Moreover, the rain, as the acidity increases, the road will be corroded more seriously, and the road conditions will probably get worse and worse. The most important thing is that the smell of acid rain is very pungent, and it feels like it will corrode the respiratory tract. I have this feeling, too. After I stayed outside for a while, I kept coughing when I got back to the car, and my throat felt a little sore. It is better to take some protective measures. Wear a mask if possible, and cover your mouth and nose with clothes or something if you don't have the conditions. Oh my God. After listening to your analysis, this is simply a death trend. Can we really survive? I thought the world was in vacation mode, but I didn't expect it to become hell mode now. Sure enough, the dog game is still the dog game. When will it be kind to us? The world will only get harder and harder. Alas, from now on, famine mode is turned on again, and we have to start saving money again. I just hope that tomorrow's resource point activity can make me earn some money. By the way, the resource point activity should be exposed to acid rain. Have you prepared all the equipment for going out? Not ready. We can only go out in the rain when the time comes. The acidity of tomorrow's acid rain is expected to rise to more than 40, which is still very corrosive to the skin. It is better not to get wet in the rain if conditions permit. But I don't have the conditions. Basic materials can only protect cars, not us. Alas, if I had known in the last world, I should have gritted my teeth and changed some acid-proof spray. At least prepare a set of clothes for myself to go out. After Li Sijing finished eating the fish cake and fish ball soup, she had read almost all the news in the area. It was 12:30, and she met the low-level resource box again. Before turning off the blue screen, she also took a look at the trading area. The price of food in it was indeed gradually rising, but probably because everyone has some inventory. The price increase is not too outrageous. After taking the resource box to the car, Li Sijing slowly ate the fruit and then washed the bowl. After sitting for a few minutes, The sausage stuffer finally stuffed all the rabbit meat. Put the last sausages under the fan to blow. And Li Sijing came to clean up the mess. After dealing with these, she also prepared for lunch break. But today's lunch break can't be spent in the driver's seat. After all, the fan is on. It's easy to catch a cold. After putting away the folding table and making the bed, Li Sijing prepared to take a lunch break after getting the next resource box. At 1 o'clock, the resource box she finally waited for arrived. But it turned out to be an intermediate resource box. This happened before her lunch break, delaying her rest. But Li Sijing was still very happy in her heart. After all, the intermediate resource box represents the blueprint. There was no trouble wearing a hat and a raincoat. Li Sijing just wore rain boots and held an umbrella and got off the car. She had already solved so many large beasts, and she was ready to make a quick decision for a small beast. Holding an umbrella in her left hand and a pistol with the safety off in her right hand, Li Sijing walked forward slowly. The small beast triggered this time was an ostrich that was 2 people tall. With such a huge body, it seemed inappropriate to call it a small beast. Fortunately, although it was large in size, it was still a small beast after all, and naturally did not have the strength of a large beast. It was just because it had wings that it was relatively agile in action. Li Sijing used 3 bullets to solve it. The huge ostrich fell to the ground with a bang, and the acid rain on the ground was splashed everywhere. Li Sijing had not expected such a situation, so she was unable to dodge, and was splashed by a few drops of acid rain. Hiss! The sudden pain on her skin made her scream. She shook her right hand and took the pistol in her hand back into the mustard space. And then she came to check the place splashed by the acid rain. 3 or 4 red and swollen spots appeared on the back of her right hand, and these red spots gradually swelled up, and even corroded the surface skin, revealing the muscle tissue underneath, which looked very scary. Not only the wound on the back of her hand, but the acid rain just now also splashed on the coat on her arm. There were several small holes the size of rice grains corroded on the coat, and the edges of these holes were charred. This was truly an unexpected disaster. The battle was over, but after it was over, she was gloriously wounded. Of course, if she wanted to treat these wounds, she had to wait until she got back to the car. Now, she had heard the game prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a small beast ostrich and obtaining a 1000G ostrich egg. Chapter 259 Change Gasoline. Listening to the system prompt, watching the huge ostrich corpse disappear in front of her. Then an ostrich egg that was countless times smaller appeared, and Li Sijing was speechless. It is understandable that you don't give her all the meat for such a big ostrich, but it is a bit unreasonable not to give her any meat, right? However, the facts are in front of her, and she could only comfort herself in the end. What she gave was an ostrich egg, not feathers or something like that. Ostrich eggs can still be eaten after all. In order to avoid touching the wound, Li Sijing carefully put the ostrich egg into the mustard space, and then took the intermediate resource box back to the car. The first thing Li Sijing did after getting in the car was to take out the ordinary wound medicine that she had exchanged with Zhou Qinghuan from the mustard space and rub it on the wound on the back of her hand. In fact, she has the self-healing skill. Even if she doesn't apply the wound medicine, these wounds will heal after 20 hours. As for why she hurriedly applied the medicine, it was not because she was being pretentious, but because the wound was really painful. This kind of pain is very similar to the pain of burns, which can torture people to death. By the way, the acidity of acid rain is 28 points now. Is the damage to the skin so serious? Li Sijing felt that this kind of acid rain could be called dilute sulfuric acid. Right? Fortunately, the code blocked a lot of acid rain for her. Otherwise, her arms would probably be covered with scars now. It's a pity that a good coat was burned with small holes by acid rain, and it is estimated that it can't be worn for a long time. Although this wound medicine is called ordinary wound medicine, it is still very effective. After applying it to the wound, the pain on the skin and flesh was slowly weakening in less than 3 seconds. It seems that I still need to protect myself in all aspects when I get off the car in the future. The acid rain now is really scary. Carefully taking off her coat, Li Sijing lay on the already made bed and prepared for a nap. As for the intermediate resource box she just got, she should wait until she gets up before opening it. She can still wait for this time. From 1:10 to 2:10, Li Sijing rested for an hour. Of course, she also took back a low-level resource box halfway. After getting up, she put away the bed and still had a piece of crushed ice to drive away the remaining sleepiness. After waking up, Li Sijing came to deal with what she had to do in the afternoon. First, the sausages were blown under the fan for an hour or two, and the surface was finally dry, so they could be steamed in the pot. Li Sijing took out the multi-function pot and put it directly on the ground, so that she could stack more steamers. Put the sausages neatly in the steamer. It is no problem to put 2 kilograms of sausages in one steamer. 7 steamers are stacked at a time, which can steam 14 kilograms of meat, and it takes half an hour to steam. Set up the steamer, turn on the fire, and let it steam. Li Sijing calculated in her mind. These 150 kilograms of sausages need to be steamed 11 times to finish them all, which means they have to be steamed until dark. It is quite troublesome in the middle. It is just more than 100 kilograms of meat, but it almost took her a whole day. Fortunately, most of the time, she only needs to watch and does not need to operate all the time. With the starry sky, this is not a difficult task for her. After the sausage business was done, Li Sijing focused her attention on the resource box next to her. In addition to the 5 low-level resource boxes opened in the morning, she now has 5 low-level resource boxes and 1 intermediate resource box. She will definitely open the intermediate resource box. As for the 5 low-level resource boxes, should she save them and accumulate 10 to synthesize the intermediate resource box? Compared with the ordinary supplies in the low-level resource box, the supplies in the intermediate resource box are obviously more to her liking. Besides, with her current quality of life, she has no shortage of food and drink. Even if there is a famine in the area, it will not have any impact on her. The only thing to pay attention to is probably the gasoline problem, because the speed has increased. The distance she travels every day is almost twice that of others. Originally, if she kept opening the ordinary resource box, the gasoline she opened could still supply her own use. But if she synthesized the intermediate resource box, then the gasoline in her hand would not be enough. This can be seen from the fact that she had to open the resource box this morning to get gasoline. After thinking for a while, Li Sijing decided to go to the trading area first to see if she could buy some gasoline from other people. In her heart, she was more inclined to combine low-level resource boxes into medium-level resource boxes. Fortunately, without the coldness of the last world, people who don't need to turn on the air conditioner don't have much demand for gasoline. Li Sijing only looked for a few minutes and found someone who was selling gasoline, and he was a big gasoline user. As for the price, it was not very expensive. 0.2 units of metal, 1 unit of gasoline. 1 unit of metal can be exchanged for 5 units of gasoline. Unfortunately, the other party required that metal materials must be exchanged, and this requirement drove away most people. For Li Sijing, 5 units of gasoline is a low-level resource box. In the hands of others, a low-level resource box is often estimated to not have too many supplies. But for Li Sijing, this exchange rate is still relatively cost-effective. As for metal materials, she originally hung up in the trading area, and the remaining 1,000 units of metal had long been sold out. Fortunately, she still left a lot of metal materials for herself, and it was no problem to take out 100 or so to trade. After thinking about it, Li Sijing directly took out 100 units of metal and traded 500 units of gasoline with the other party. For this big business, the other party was very concerned. As for Li Sijing's bad reputation, it was naturally not worth mentioning in the face of interests. With so much gasoline, Li Sijing directly filled the tank of the off-road vehicle. As for the extra 430 units of gasoline, they crashed into the mustard space. After all, gasoline is flammable and explosive. It is still dangerous to put so much gasoline in a car that is often fired. With these gasoline as a guarantee, there is no need to open these low-level resource boxes in front of you. Li Sijing focused his eyes on the intermediate resource box, blew into his palm, and then slowly opened it. Chapter 260 Low-Level Breeding Cage. A towel. Oil tank expansion blueprint. Chopstick manufacturing blueprint. Low-level breeding cage. 1 soup spoon. A 4 thickened sketchbook 16 open. Good luck. As always, did not favor Li Sijing. This intermediate resource box opened 2 blueprints. But these 2 blueprints were not amazing. A fuel tank expansion blueprint. An old friend. Put it away, and you can use it after the off-road vehicle is upgraded. By the way, she already has 6 unused fuel tank expansion blueprints in her hand. Plus this one. It will be 7. I don't know if these blueprints can be used up after the off-road vehicle is upgraded again. If the first blueprint is still quite satisfactory, then the second blueprint is really not very useful. Chopstick manufacturing. After using, you can make 10 pairs of chopsticks for eating. Materials required for manufacturing: wood *1, rubber *1. To be honest, the demand for chopsticks is not too large. At least Li Sijing doesn't lack this thing, and it has many substitutes, such as spoons, forks, spatulas, and even hands. That is to say, chopsticks can sometimes improve the living environment, and when they are gone, you can still get by. So, it is unlikely to make money from this. The key is that everyone's trading area has only 10 positions, and Li Sijing can't waste a position to place a blueprint like chopsticks. And this blueprint, in Li Sijing's opinion, can only be put away and wait for the synthesis of accessory upgrade cards in the future. In addition to these 2 blueprints, there is nothing worth noting in the other 4 things: the soup spoon and the sketchbook. As for towels, she originally had one for bathing, but this new one can be used for washing face. What surprised Li Sijing the most was probably the low-level breeding cage in her hand. When she saw the breeding cage, she suddenly felt that it didn't matter that she had opened 2 less than ideal drawings before. It was probably just to save her luck and let her open this breeding cage. Breeding cage contains 1 cubic meter of space, which can breed small animals. The breeding cage is the same size as the low-level resource box, a cube with a length, width, and height of 10 centimeters each. Li Sijing held it in both hands and observed it carefully. This cage, which is smaller than a bird cage, has a detachable chassis underneath, which should be for the convenience of handling the dirt produced by the animals. The design is quite humane, and it is small and exquisite and does not take up space. The only bad thing is that there is only a cage, but no animals. Where should she go to find animals to raise with an empty cage? Moreover, this low-level breeding cage is not large in area and can only breed small animals. The most important thing is that Li Sijing wants to raise some small animals that are more economical and practical. For example, chickens, ducks, geese, etc., which can not only be eaten as meat, but also can be harvested every day. Unfortunately, now she can't find ordinary animals, let alone these economical and practical ones. There are many trading areas in the area that sell various seeds, but she has never seen live animals. After coming to the survival world for so long, there are only 2 places where she has heard of live animals. One is the resource point activity that appeared at the beginning of the extreme hot world, and the resource monsters that appeared in the farm. Killing resource monsters, in addition to meat, also has a chance to drop animal cubs. Unfortunately, she didn't have a breeding cage at that time, so she didn't go there, and now obviously there is no chance. As for tomorrow's resource point activity, Li Sijing is somewhat looking forward to it, but she is also very clear that the probability of animal cubs appearing in it is very small. As for the second one, it is Xiong Shuangyan, from whom she has bought eggs several times. Li Sijing remembered that Xiong Shuangyan opened a breeding cage from the resource box in the first world. The most important thing is that there are 2 hens in her breeding cage. Unfortunately, the other party is not stupid. How can 2 old hens that lay eggs every day be sold to her? However, even if she knew it was impossible, Li Sijing still wanted to try. She first sent a message to Xiong Shuangyan, which detailed her intention to purchase hens and asked the other party to make an offer. Now is the time for everyone to drive, and it is estimated that the other party will not reply so quickly. Li Sijing did not wait all the time, but came to the trading area. She was ready to cast a wide net and post a purchase message in the trading area to see if she could get a reply. Posting a purchase request also requires a spot in the trading area. Fortunately, the metal materials she had posted in the trading area before were all sold out as early as noon. There was a spot left, but no items had been posted there before, so now was the perfect time. As for the items to be purchased, Li Sijing thought about it and said that metal materials and food could be used as exchanges. Now the entire trading area is full of information about purchasing metal materials. I think her price tag should be able to attract some people. As for food, although it is not as scarce as metal materials, there are still many people who need it. After dealing with this matter, Li Sijing also welcomed the resource box again. After the resource box was put away, the first pot of sausages was already steamed. The folding table was propped up in the corner, and the steamed sausages were placed on it to cool. And the second pot was also steamed. After a lot of tossing, the car was full of hot air, which made Li Sijing unable to help but take off her coat and only wear short sleeves. She didn't need to pay attention to the sausages steaming in the pot all the time, as long as she remembered to change a batch every time she took the resource box. Next, Li Sijing prepared to drive herself. But now there is a place that needs attention. Fogging. With the continuous acid rain, the humidity in the air is getting higher and higher, and the fog on the car window glass is getting more and more serious. In addition to these, the water mist she steamed sausages in the car also indirectly increased the fog on the car window glass. With a rag, she carefully wiped off all the fog under the windshield. But such a clean glass could not last long. In order to avoid the trouble of always having to wipe the glass, Li Sijing could not help but come to the shelf and start rummaging through the boxes. Found it. The defogger spray. In the last world, when she opened this thing, she was still thinking about what it could be used for. But she didn't expect it to come in handy now. Li Sijing carefully checked the instructions. A bottle of defogger spray is 300 milliliters, and each press will use 10 milliliters. The effective area is 1 square meter, and the effective time is 1 hour. In other words, this bottle of spray can be pressed 30 times, which should be enough for her to survive this world. The windshield in front of her is about 2 square meters in area, but Li Sijing was driving and sitting in the driver's seat, so she only needed to spray an area in front of the driver's seat. So she only needed to press once each time to eliminate the fog on the windshield in front of her. Aim the small press-to-dispenser nozzle at the glass in front of the driver's seat, which had just been wiped and had a thin layer of fog. Then, a pair of glass with sharp contrast on the left and right sides appeared in front of her eyes. The left half of the glass was bright and transparent, while the right half of the glass was covered by fog, and the scene could not be seen clearly. Chapter 261 RVTV. With the help of the defogger spray, Li Sijing's next driving process will be much smoother. Of course, the rain, which was much heavier than yesterday, still had a certain impact on her driving. Li Sijing, who remained cautious, finally slowed down a little bit and drove at a speed of 95 kilometers per hour. Moreover, every time she encountered a resource box on the way, she needed to put it on the steamer and change a batch of sausages, which also delayed some time. In the end, she drove from less than 3 o'clock until 5 o'clock, and then returned the steering wheel to Shinkong, and sprayed the defogger spray once on the way. In more than 2 hours, she also harvested 4 low-level resource boxes. Together with the original 6 low-level resource boxes in her hand, she finally collected 10 low-level resource boxes. Facing the game prompt that appeared again, Li Sijing, who had planned it long ago, clicked to agree without any hesitation. So the 10 low-level resource boxes, after being wrapped in white fog, became 1 blue intermediate resource box. I can open the intermediate resource box again. I hope the drawings I open this time will be more powerful. Li Sijing prayed silently in her heart for a few words, and then slowly opened the resource box. Drawings of 28-inch TV that can be raised and lowered in RV. Drawings of single-board ukulele. Resources of 100 classic movies. 1.8 meter single mosquito net. Classic music scores. The 2 drawings are still the same. After Li Sijing saw the contents clearly, she suddenly didn't know what expression she should show. 28-inch TV that can be raised and lowered in RV. It can be installed in a certain place in the RV for leisure and entertainment. Materials required for manufacturing: metal *5, quantity *4, glass *3, rubber *2. Li Sijing was quite happy to have opened a motorhome accessory. The key is the function of this accessory. TV. A tool to kill time. Its description is very well written. For leisure and entertainment. The key is that in the items that appear later. It is also equipped with 100 classic movie resources, which can be said to be very considerate. However, in this world where survival is the main thing, this kind of item that has no other function, but only enjoyment, is really not very practical. However, since it has been opened, Li Sijing can only accept this matter. After all, the night without a mobile phone is still very boring. If there is a TV to kill time, it seems not bad. If the previous drawing is acceptable, then the next drawing is very outrageous. Single-board ukulele, a 4-string plucked instrument. Simple and easy to learn. Materials required for manufacturing: wood *10, metal *2, cloth *2. Ukulele, a musical instrument, is like a smaller version of a guitar. For someone like Li Sijing who doesn't understand music theory, There is no difference between a ukulele and a guitar. The key is that the supplies provided also come with a classic sheet music, which is really a thoughtful version 2.0. So, as a person who is tone deaf, what's the point of giving her a musical instrument blueprint? It's said that this is a survival world, and this kind of musical instrument blueprint that has no use at all is really useless. It seems that she has taken another step towards synthesizing an accessory upgrade card. After putting away these things, the only item left was a pink single mosquito net. A very ordinary mosquito net with ropes at the four corners, which needed to be fixed. Although it rains every day and the climate is very humid, there are no mosquitoes or flies for the time being, so this mosquito net is not useful. Alas, today I have opened 2 intermediate resource boxes in a row, but no good drawings have been opened. Li Sijing couldn't help but sigh that her non-African attribute has really reached a new high. Of course, her mentality has been trained long ago, but it has not affected her mood. Li Sijing stood up and checked the sausages piled up on the folding table. I started steaming sausages at 2 o'clock, and now I have cooked 5 pots, and half of the 150 kilograms of sausages have been cooked. It has been blowing under the fan for a long time, and it has become cold. Now it can be stored in the mustard space. After putting away these sausages, the time came to 5:30, and Li Sijing encountered a low-level resource box again. After a busy afternoon, she didn't do anything for the next half an hour. Instead, she opened the storage compartment, ate snacks, twisted the Rubik's Cube, and relaxed herself. At 6 o'clock, Li Sijing also harvested the second low-level resource box. At this time, it is finally time to end today's trip. Li Sijing stopped the car, still opened the parasol, equipped properly, put on a mask, and started to deal with her own affairs. The toilet was not built, and she still needed to deal with all kinds of garbage in the car. After steaming sausages for an afternoon, the barrel of mineral water that was just opened today was also used up. Take out a bucket of mineral water from the car and boil it in advance to wash up later. Exercise still cannot be stopped. After all, the rain is not particularly heavy now. While you can still get off the car to move around, you still have to move around more. Otherwise, the rain will get heavier and heavier, and it will be inconvenient to go out for activities. After the activities, Li Sijing still washed and wiped her body with hot water. She also washed her underwear and clothes that she had worn for 2 days. After today, it is estimated that I can only wipe my body and wash clothes in 2 days. After all, it is inconvenient to do anything when it rains heavily. After all these things are dealt with, all the things are put away, and when I return to the car, there are only a few minutes left before dark. The sausages steamed in the pot are ready, and Li Sijing hurriedly takes them out. Then put the remaining sausages in the steamer. This is the last pot of sausages, and they will be gone after steaming. In the middle, it is estimated that it will take another half an hour. Lunch was perfunctory because of the sausages. She didn't plan to treat herself badly for dinner, so she prepared a stir-fried beef with rice. This half hour was just right for her to make preparations in advance. After the sausages were ready, she could start cooking. First, wash the rice in advance and cook it in a rice cooker. Then cut the beef and prepare various side dishes. As for the peppers needed for the stir-fried beef, Li Sijing was very stingy and only cut 3 green peppers. Chapter 262, Change the Hen. It took almost 10 hours to process 150 kilograms of sausages from stuffing to steaming. Of course, this time refers to the time that the space in the car is occupied. During this time, it is not necessary to keep watch. It is good that she does not need to keep watch. Otherwise, Li Sijing estimated that she would immediately withdraw from the trading area and the processing business. After the multifunction pot was finally empty, Li Sijing was finally able to prepare her own dinner. 1 kilogram of beef, with 3 green peppers and a few garlic cloves, in order to stir-fry the red oil. A spoonful of bean paste was added. The preliminary preparations have been done, and this plate of stir-fried beef with color, fragrance and taste was out of the pot in a few minutes, accompanied by a pot of fragrant rice and a bottle of mango milkshake. A dinner is ready. While eating happily, Li Sijing opened the blue screen and first clicked on the friend message. Just now, when she was cleaning up and cooking, she heard a message from her friend, but she was busy at the time and didn't have time to read it. I don't know if Xiong Shuangyan replied to the message. I clicked it and found that Xiong Shuangyan did reply to the message. In addition to her, Wu Igwa also sent a message. Did something happen again? Wu Igwa usually never sent her a message. If there was a message, it was probably something serious. Thinking of this, Li Sijing felt a little nervous and quickly clicked on his message. Sisterly, I want to ask you something. Do you still have dumplings in your hand? The leek dumplings that you gave me once before? I want to trade some meat with you. Li Sijing saw the message, and her expression suddenly showed a smile in surprise. She thought there was something serious going on, and even ignored the animal information she was looking forward to. But she didn't expect that the other party was actually looking for food. However, no matter how unexpected it was, the message still had to be replied. I ate all the dumplings I made before, and now there is none left. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait. I am just planning to take some free time to make some dumplings. The convenience food stored in the freezer before had been eaten up by her, and she was indeed planning to find a time to make a batch and store them. If Wu Igwa needed it, it would not be a big deal to make more and trade it to him. After all, the other party helped her a lot. It's okay to wait. No rush. I'll pre-order 100 dumplings first. Li Sijing was already very familiar with the pre-order behavior, so she naturally agreed. Okay. By the way, do you still have the fish balls and fish cakes you gave me before? I want to trade some. Wu Igwa sent several messages in succession. I'm not good at cooking, and I'm in a hurry to drive. I'm almost anorexic by eating salted meat that I made sloppily every day. Li Sijing could understand Wu Igwa's complaints, which was also the current situation of most people in the area. After all, not everyone who traveled through time was a chef who could cook good dishes. For most people, being able to cook well was already the limit. And even more people, even if they had good cooking skills, were trapped by various factors such as the environment, tools, ingredients, and time. In the end, every meal was just a hasty one. Those who didn't have the means could eat bread and biscuits to fill their stomachs, while those who had the means could boil meat in salt water, cook noodles, and occasionally stir-fry vegetables, which was already a big meal. This was also the main reason why the price of cooked food in the area was twice that of fresh meat. In response to Wu Igwa's purchase, Li Sijing checked her inventory. She had made 60 kilograms of fish balls and fish cakes before, and then Zhou Qinghuan and Lu Yizhou had traded. Now she still had more than 50 kilograms of fish balls, but less than 30 kilograms of fish cakes. So, Li Sijing replied, I can trade you 10 kilograms of fish balls. Wu Igwa's answer was to directly send over 20 kilograms of mutton, followed by a sentence. This sheep was hunted yesterday, and it has not mutated due to acid rain. The traded sheep turned out to be mutton, and Li Sijing's face immediately showed a look of surprise. One fish ball weighs 20 g, and 10 g of fish balls means 250 pieces. Li Sijing took them out of the freezer and traded them. After completing the transaction with Wu Igwa, Li Sijing continued to eat dinner and opened Xiong Shuangyan's message again. If Sister Jing wants a hen, I can trade one to you, but the price will not be low. Hey. She didn't refuse. Seeing this message, Li Sijing immediately became excited. As for the high price, as long as it's not too outrageous, she can accept it. So she immediately replied, you tell me the price. 10 gene of long storage cooked meat. If you don't have it, it will cost 25 gene to trade with fresh meat. After saying the price, Xiong Shuangyan sent another message without waiting for Li Sijing to answer. I didn't plan to sell the hens, but now there is a famine in the area. I thought it would be nice if I could exchange them for some food to store. In fact, I don't lack food. With my current food storage, I can survive this world without any problem. So this hen is exchangeable or not for me. As for the price, just follow what I say. If you are willing, we will trade. If not, there is no need to bargain. This Xiong Shuangyan is very straightforward and put everything on the table. Her words clearly stated her position, and thus confirmed one issue. That is, no bargaining. 10 kilograms of cooked meat, or 25 kilograms of fresh meat. To be honest, this price is really expensive. A hen that lays eggs is estimated to weigh only 3 or 5 kilograms, and can lay 1 egg a day, which is about 100 grams. If calculated in this way, it is estimated that it will take about 40 days to fully recover the investment. Not to mention the food that needs to be fed to the hen every day. However, thinking that she could have a fresh egg every day after the exchange, Li Sijing felt that the price seemed acceptable. After all, she could still make a profit. It was just a matter of time. Such a small amount of meat was nothing to her. After comforting herself in this way, Li Sijing made a decisive decision to take the hen. As for fresh meat, she had beef, fish, and the mutton she had just traded. But she was reluctant to trade these delicious meats. If it was before, she might have taken out the braised wild boar meat in the freezer. But now, she had a better choice, which was the freshly stuffed rabbit sausage. Chapter 263 Consumable Metal Materials. After talking with Xiong Shuangyan, Li Sijing quickly ate the last 2 slices of beef in one bite. With quick hands and feet, she packed up everything in less than a minute. Then, she gave the last pot of steamed sausages, 10 kilograms, to Xiong Shuangyan in exchange for the hen she was looking forward to. After the hen was teleported, it appeared directly in Li Sijing's hands. This hen weighed about 3 or 4 kilograms. Not very big, but very strong. If Li Sijing hadn't reacted in time and grabbed its hand with some force, it would have been broken free in an instant. If that was the case, the scene afterwards would probably be very ugly. Carefully put the hen into the new breeding cage. The normal-sized hen was directly reduced by 10 times, looking very small and cute, probably because of the new environment. The hen in the breeding cage seemed a little restless and kept calling. If Li Sijing hadn't had a soundproof car body, the noise would have been transmitted outside the car. After thinking for a while, Li Sijing stood up and began to look for something on the shelf. Ah! I found it! Not long after, Li Sijing made a pleasantly surprised sound. She found what she was looking for. Rice husks. She had originally thought of drying these rice husks to make pillows, but unfortunately, she never had the chance. Later, she ground rice several times, and the rice husks accumulated more and more. Now there are 1650 g, all on the shelf. Originally, she had never thought of what it could be used for, but now it has come in handy. But it's okay. She and Xiong Shuangyan exchanged for a hen that can lay eggs. And eating these rice husks is just right. If she gets a newly hatched chick that can't digest the rice husks, she'll have to feed it with rice, which is really heartbreaking. Thinking this way, the 10 kilograms of sausages she exchanged for aren't a loss. She grabbed a handful of rice husks and threw them into the breeding cage, watching the hen peck at the husks, and finally stop making noises. The weather isn't too cold now, and the hen has hair on her body, so she won't be frozen. But the hen can lay eggs. So Li Sijing decided to make a nest for it to lay eggs, so as not to break the eggs. This nest was made by piling the straw she had saved in a corner of the breeding cage. There was food, and a place to lay eggs and sleep was also arranged. Li Sijing carried the cage and looked around in the car, and finally decided to put the breeding cage and 2 planting pots together. After placing the breeding cage and looking at the planting pot with yellow leaves next to it, Li Sijing suddenly remembered that the ginger seemed to be ready for harvest. It was planted at 8 o'clock the night before yesterday, and it took 2 days to 8 o'clock tonight. The intermediate planting pot accelerated 100 times. That is, 200 days, and the ginger finally matured. Last time, 1/3 of the area was planted with ginger, and about 1 kilogram of ginger was harvested in the end. This time, the entire planting pot was planted with ginger, so 3 kilograms of ginger should be harvested. Right? The mustard space now has a lot of free space, and Li Sijing put all the 3 kilograms of ginger she harvested directly into it. These ginger should be enough for her for a month unless she encounters special situations like the last world. After harvesting the intermediate planting pot of ginger, what crops should be planted next? Li Sijing selected the seed she had in her hands and finally took out 3 kinds: peanuts, soybeans, and potatoes. The first 2 crops can be pressed for oil. It happened that she didn't have much vegetable oil left, and even lard was only half left, about 3 or 4 pounds. Unfortunately, she didn't have the tools to press oil at the moment, so even if she planted it, she couldn't operate it immediately. In addition to oil pressing, the added value of the 2 crops is also diverse, especially the soy products that can be made from soybeans. Unfortunately, Li Sijing, who has no tools, can't make tofu for the time being even if she knows how to make it. As for the potatoes potatoes, which can be used as staple food, are the best choice to fight famine. But now everyone actually has some surplus food in their hands, so this can be put aside for the time being. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Sijing decided to plant peanuts first. After this crop of peanuts is harvested, Potatoes or soybeans will be planted next. Anyway, it will only take 1 or 2 days. Li Sijing had already taken the time to peel the pound of peanuts that had been opened before, which was a total of 350 g of peanuts. This time, she planted half of the amount in the planting pot, and she kept the remaining half for next time. The growth cycle of peanuts is about 150 days. After being accelerated in the planting pot, it will take another day and a half. In other words, it will be time for maturity at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. After dealing with this matter, Li Sijing wanted to open the blue screen and check the situation in the trading area. And the game prompt came. Dear player, the durability of the rain cover you made of metal materials has been exhausted. Li Sijing, who received this notification, had no expression of surprise. She skillfully opened the manufacturing area and used 10 units of metal materials again to make a rain cover. Why was she so skillful? Because this notification was the 4th one she received today. In other words, with the metal materials consumed now, she consumed a total of 50 units of metal today. The most important thing is that it is still unknown how long the rain cover made this time can last. Li Sijing looked at it and saw that the acidity of the acid rain was now 35 points. And the durability consumed was 3.5 per hour. It is estimated that it will not last for 3 hours. The acidity of these acid rains is rising really fast. And the durability is also consumed so fast that people can't react. After dealing with these, Li Sijing followed her previous thoughts and opened the trading area to check. Under the message she wanted to buy, she didn't see any animal information, but all messages were asking to buy metal materials. Unfortunately, after selling 3,000 units of metal materials, Li Sijing only had about 1,000 units left. But there was no extra to trade to others. She checked the sales of other items in the trading area. As usual, a lot of hats were sold. But 2 freezers were sold. Some of the other goods were still not moving. And some were sold in small pieces. Nothing worth paying attention to. However, many people were complaining about the sausage processing, saying that the price was too high and too outrageous. Li Sijing did not respond to this situation, but directly put up the rabbit sausage that was just made today. As for the price, of course, it is twice that of fresh meat. In this way, those who think the processing is too expensive can buy the finished sausage directly. She had thought about it wrong before. Why bother so much? Just sell the finished product directly. Chapter 264 Cough. After Li Sijing replenished the materials sold in the trading area, it was already around 8:30. This time was not too late. But she had already done everything she needed to do. Just as she was about to pack up and lie on the bed to play, she suddenly saw 2 low-level resource boxes placed beside her. Yes, the 2 resource boxes she got before parking the car had not been opened yet, and she almost forgot about them. The 2 low-level resource boxes only contained some daily necessities, and there was nothing to look forward to. So Li Sijing opened them directly. 1 unit of gasoline, 20 units of gasoline, 100 g of tripe, 100 g of shrimp paste, 3 rubbers, 2 cloths, 550 milliliters of mineral water, 5 liters of mineral water, 1 frying pan, 1 car solid aromatherapy, 2 glass, 3 plastics, 21 units of gasoline, directly put away together with the gasoline she had exchanged before. As for mineral water, she had just opened a bottle before dark, but now she couldn't use it. So she moved it to the back of the car and put it away. A wok, which is a wok placed on the gas stove for cooking. But there is a wok but no gas stove, so it's useless to open this wok. A solid aromatherapy. Li Sijing put it to her nose and sniffed it. And it turned out to be the scent of gardenia, which she liked very much. She had opened a bottle of perfume before, and she always used it as an air freshener. Every morning and evening, or after dinner, she had to spray it twice to remove the odor. And there was not much left. This aromatherapy came at the right time. Li Sijing quickly opened the seal inside and found a suitable place to put it. Li Sijing was a little surprised by the 100 g processed tripe and shrimp paste, since she was lucky enough to get these things. Should she find time to have a hot pot? In fact, she had the opportunity to get these ingredients when she killed a large beast before. But things like viscera are really troublesome to handle. And the key is that it takes time, effort and water. It's really not worth it just for a little unnecessary ingredient. This time, it's rare to get such processed ingredients, although the quantity is a little small. Li Sijing quickly put them into the mustard space to keep them fresh. She decided to do it tomorrow. After the resource point activity ends tomorrow, we will have hot pot for dinner. While sorting out the material she got, Li Sijing looked at the shelves in front of her, which were almost stacked with no space. Even the place that was originally deliberately left empty for activities is now full of various materials. By the way, she had accumulated so much wealth without realizing it. Of course, she would never have too much supplies. But the key now was that there was no place to put them. The space inside the SUV was about 12 cubic meters, excluding the driver's seat, and the space left in the front. The 6 or 7 cubic meters of space in the back were already filled with various supplies, which looked a bit messy. She still had to upgrade the vehicle as soon as possible. Otherwise, she always felt like she was living in a warehouse. After everything was done, Li Sijing spread out the bed and prepared to lie on it. It was only 9 o'clock, so of course she couldn't sleep at this time. But she could lie on the bed and play something else. By the way, the car hadn't been upgraded yet, so naturally there was no way to make the TV that was driven out today. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more pleasant to lie in bed, watch movies and eat snacks? Li Sijing, lying in bed, shook her head regretfully while turning on the blue screen. She first checked the prices of various foods in the trading area. After an afternoon of fermentation, the rising prices of food finally stabilized. In general, the prices of various foods have doubled. The price of ordinary food, which originally cost 0.2 units of metal, has risen to 0.2 units. The price of fresh meat has risen from 0.5 units to 1 unit. And the price of cooked fruit has risen from 1 unit to 2 units of metal. The food prices that have changed 3 times in 3 days are really changing faster than the changeable weather. However, in Li Sijing's opinion, if there are no more tricks in the survival game, the price should not change much. After all, the changing prices are really a disaster for ordinary people who are unpredictable. The consequences of a moment of carelessness are unbearable for many people. After closing the trading area, Li Sijing came to the manufacturing area again, mainly to check the basic materials she had. 1124 units of metal, 312 units of glass, 584 units of rubber, 1228 units of plastic, 748 units of cloth, and 2,050 units of wood. These are all the basic materials she has after selling 3,000 units of metal. It's still too little. It seems that she has to work hard and continue to work hard to make money. Although the mustard space has been manufactured, she is not short of basic materials for the time being. However, she also has to prepare for the next time to build the mustard space. The first mustard seed space required 6,000 units of construction materials, while the second mustard seed space required 12,000 units. What about the third mustard seed space? Will it require 18,000 units of basic materials? Li Sijing knew the answer to this question without thinking. And it would definitely be. So in order to build the third mustard seed space before the next world is over, she had to start accumulating materials now. After closing the manufacturing area, Li Sijing came to the regional channel again. The regional channel after dark was very lively. The price of food is rising again, and I have to start tightening my belt. I've already started tightening my belt. Apart from other things, the metal materials I consumed today have almost bankrupted me. 50 units of metal materials. Half of my family's wealth. Can't even make it through today. What should I do next? Wait and see if there are any life-saving supplies in tomorrow's resource point activity. By the way, it has been raining since I came to this world. Have you noticed that the humidity in the air is so high? The person above. You just realized it. The clothes I washed since I came to this world are still dripping with water after being touched for almost 2 days. Can you believe it? Me too. After that, I dare not wash clothes anymore, for fear that they will not dry well, and I will not even have clothes to wear in the end. And the mist on the car window affects my vision too much. Does anyone have cold medicine? I have been coughing all day, and it's so uncomfortable. Me too. My throat hurts, and I can't stop coughing. I have a little cough too. Is it an infectious disease? Is the person above me a moron? We haven't finished yet. Is it an infectious disease of chicken feathers? Acid rain is so corrosive that no one would get caught in the rain. So why do so many people catch a cold? Are you sure it's a cold? I feel like it's the acid rain that's causing the problem. The corrosiveness of acid rain is increasing. After evaporation, it combines with water vapor in the air and is released in the air. When inhaled by people, It will corrode the respiratory tract. Ah, really? This is too scary. No wonder I feel itchy in my throat when I stay outside the car for a long time. Big man above me. In this case, is it useful to wear a mask? Or do I need to wear a gas mask or something? If you have the conditions, it's better to wear a gas mask. After all, the acidity of acid rain is still increasing. Chapter 265 Corroded Highway. The third day in the acid rain world. 7 o'clock in the morning. After being woken up by Xingyu's alarm clock, Li Xijing immediately opened the manufacturing page and made a protective cover using metal materials. At 8 o'clock yesterday, the durability of the protective cover made of metal materials would be exhausted by 11 o'clock in the evening. She originally wanted to wait until the durability was exhausted, make a new protective cover, and then go to bed. Who knew that lying on the bed was too comfortable? And no one was chatting with her. And she didn't know when she fell asleep. Now from 11 o'clock last night until 7 o'clock in the morning, how much durability of her acid-proof spray layer would be consumed? Li Xijing couldn't help but count it on her fingers. At 11 o'clock last night, the acidity of the acid rain was already 38 points. And at 7 o'clock this morning, the acidity was 46 points. A total of 29.4 points of durability will be consumed in the process, plus the 23.1 points consumed before. A total of 52.5 points. Hey, has it been consumed by half? It seems that the remaining durability of the acid spray layer can only last for one night. Moreover, up to now, the acidity of acid rain has almost exceeded 50 points. In other words, the durability consumed every hour will gradually exceed 5 points. And today, it is estimated that every 2 hours or so, it is necessary to rebuild the protective cover with an approximate number. Fortunately, there will be a reminder every time the durability is consumed. Otherwise, Li Xijing cannot guarantee that she can always remember it. While thinking about these in her mind, Li Xijing's hands were not idle, and she quickly folded the bed. After putting on all the rainproof equipment, Li Xijing put on a mask for herself. However, thinking of the sore throat that everyone said in the area yesterday, she was still a little worried. Finally, she took out a gas mask from the shelf and put it on, and then tried to open the car door and get out. To be honest, this gas mask looks like a pig's mouth when worn on the face. It doesn't look good at all, and it's very uncomfortable. However, in the face of life safety, you have to get used to it. As for the unsightly, no one can see it. Li Xijing opened the parasol next to the car, and then came to stand under the rain curtain and watch everything. The acid rain is heavy again. If yesterday's rain was like the splashes from the bathroom heater, then today's rain is like a half-open faucet. If you stand in the rain with an umbrella, if you don't hold the umbrella tightly, you will probably be knocked crooked by the rain. Moreover, after the acid rain fell, a lot of water mist rose up. I don't know if it's because the rain is too heavy or the acidity is too strong. The mist rising into the sky was still a little thin. If it were a little thicker, it would look like the fairyland. According to the popular science of the big guys in the area last night, these mists are not easy to deal with. Fortunately, the mist only reached the knees and did not rise too high. Through these thin mists, Li Xijing could still see that the road, which was originally full of small potholes, had changed beyond recognition. Many small potholes were corroded into large potholes. The road, which was originally flat, was completely destroyed and became bumpy. And these large and small potholes were filled with acid rain, and bubbles popped out from time to time. Don't underestimate these puddles. Li Xijing estimated that if you throw a metal material into it, it will melt without leaving any residue in less than 2 hours. In this case, there is no way to continue the daily exercise. After all, there are 2 large puddles under the large parasol she opened, which are full of acid rain. If you step on it without paying attention during exercise, and the acid rain splashes on your face, it will be more serious than yesterday. Outside the car, after quickly handling personal matters and washing up simply, Li Xijing did not stay long and packed up her things and got in the car directly. Back in the car, it was just 7:30, and Li Xijing started to get busy. There is a resource point activity today. According to the previous practice, the activity will not start until 10 o'clock. There are still 2.5 hours before the activity. Li Xijing is ready to make dumplings during this free time. She originally just wanted to make some convenient pasta, specifically dumplings, buns or chai boxes, which are all fine. But it wasn't yesterday that Wu Aigua ordered dumplings. so she could just go with the flow today. Before making dumplings, she naturally had to solve her breakfast first, and she couldn't work on an empty stomach. As for today's breakfast, since she had something to do, she naturally made it as simple as possible. Li Sijing rummaged through the freezer and finally took out a pack of sesame-filled dumplings that had been opened at some point. Add water to the multi-purpose pot and turn on the fire. Put the dumplings in and let them cook. While Li Sijing prepared the ingredients for making dumplings, Wu Egg was chive, and egg filling must be there. Li Sijing looked through the shelves and found only 7 eggs. By the way, the hens that were replaced yesterday should have laid eggs. Right? Li Sijing came to the breeding cage and saw nothing at first glance. Could it be that the change of location caused the water and soil to be incompatible? After a careful inspection, she saw the eggs that were 10 times smaller in the straw nest. So she had 8 eggs, and with 2 kilograms of leeks, she should be able to make 150 dumplings. But it was rare to make dumplings, so these few eggs naturally could not satisfy Li Sijing. And she also planned to make some meat fillings. The meat was taken out before going to bed yesterday, and 3 kilograms of beef had been thawed. As for what stuffing to go with the beef, Li Sijing has not decided yet. In her mustard space, there is still half a pound of scallions. But after using this, there will be no chopped green onions in the daily life. Li Sijing is going to wait a while and go to the trading area to see if she can find what vegetables go with beef. After finding all the necessary things, the glutinous rice balls in the pot have been cooked. Each one is white and plump and floats on the water, looking very tempting. I scooped a small spoonful of lard and put it at the bottom of the bowl. Poured some white sugar, and then put the glutinous rice balls in the bowl and stirred them slightly. Chapter 266 No Upgrade. Half a pot of glutinous rice balls, a bottle of lactic acid beverage, and a rouge peach are Li Sijing's breakfast today. While eating breakfast, Li Sijing opened the trading area to see if she could buy what she needed. In fact, there are still many vegetables that go well with beef, such as green onions, celery, etc. Of course, even if she couldn't find these vegetables in the trading area for a while, she wouldn't post a purchase information. After all, even without these vegetables, the dumplings made with beef alone should not taste bad. However, her luck today was probably good. Before she ate a few glutinous rice balls, she saw what she wanted. There was a person selling celery. Not a lot. Only half a caddy. And the price was not cheap. He wanted to exchange it for half a caddy of cooked food. For other people, exchanging vegetables for meat is not very cost-effective, even if green vegetables are rare. For Li Sijing, it's not that expensive. She just dislikes that half a caddy is a little too little. Unfortunately, after some inquiry, the other party didn't have much. Finally, I exchanged half a caddy of rabbit sausage for half a caddy of celery. Probably because there was a resource point activity today. Everyone was resting and gathering strength, so there were still many new things in the trading area. After a few minutes of browsing, Li Sijing saw another item that made her heart beat. 1 caddy of enoki mushrooms. Asking for 1 caddy of cooked food. Got it. Half a caddy of yam, because of its medicinal value, is particularly rare in this world without medical supplements. This price is more expensive. And Li Sijing also exchanged for 1 caddy of cooked food. Half a pound of dried chili peppers. This is very much to her liking, and she must get it no matter what. Although she also planted chili peppers, it still takes a few days for them to mature. She will never have too many chili peppers. These days, she has been very stingy when eating green peppers. The people selling chili peppers probably know the value of this thing to people who like spicy food, so they are not polite at all. Half a pound of dried chili peppers, priced at 2 pounds of cooked food, are actually more expensive than yam with medicinal value. However, Li Sijing thought that this chili pepper is dried after all, and half a pound should be enough for her to use for a long time. Right? In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and exchanged the chili peppers for 2 pounds of rabbit sausages. After all this operation, breakfast was finished, and Li Sijing quickly turned off the blue screen. If she continued to watch, she would probably want more things, and then she would really have to chop her hands. While cleaning up the pots and pans, Li Sijing said, "Xingyao, sign in." Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a car upgrade card. The car can be upgraded again. But Li Sijing is not happy about this, because she has made a decision long ago. not in a hurry to upgrade the car for the time being. This is also the reason why she is still not active even though she knows that she can get a car upgrade card by signing in today. After all, the durability of the acid-proof spray layer on her off-road vehicle is still half. If it is upgraded now, will the acid-proof spray layer on it still be there? Definitely not. Li Sijing can answer this question with certainty. Therefore, in order to prevent her supplies from flying away, Li Sijing can only postpone the time of upgrading the car. She was ready to upgrade when the durability of the acid spray layer was exhausted, and the durability of the off-road vehicle itself was only 10 points. Although she was looking forward to the arrival of the RV, she had to postpone it for the sake of saving. She quickly put the car upgrade card she had just received into the mustard space, so that she would not be unable to resist the temptation and click to use it. Before Li Sijing could make any other moves, the sound of the survival game echoed in the sky. On the third day of the Acid Rain world, the resource point activity was launched. Please listen carefully to the rules of the game. First, the activity is based on the area. Players in the same area will appear at the same resource point. Second, the activity adopts a voluntary mode. Players who do not want to participate can refuse and will stay on the road. Third, during the activity, the road is a rest area, and all resource boxes and large beasts will no longer refresh. Fourth, this resource point is in the vast grassland, with a total of 9 areas, countless yurts, and 9 built-in advanced resource boxes, and there is a chance of skill books. Fifth, during the event, players can attack each other. Sixth, the event time is 10 to 1800 hours. Please be prepared. Hearing this voice, Li Sijing knew that it was already 8 o'clock, and there were still 2 hours before the event started. This notification information is still similar to the previous world. The only difference is in the fourth content. This event is actually on the grassland, which is unexpected and reasonable. As for the specific situation, there is no way to guess now. Having had 2 experiences of resource point activities, Li Sijing was not so anxious. She would just deal with the situation when the time came. Given her current situation, she would not lose her life. In the end, it was just a matter of how much she could gain. This was the 3rd time she had heard the same news. After hearing it, Li Sijing did not care too much. What she was thinking about now was that if she did not speed up, she might not be able to finish wrapping dumplings in 2 hours. Before, all the necessary things had been brought over, Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat and started to act. Fry 8 eggs, chop 2 pounds of leeks, and then stir them into stuffing. Having done it before, she was naturally very skilled. Grind 3 pounds of beef with a meat grinder. Chop half a pound of celery. Add onions and ginger, and stir them into stuffing. Although the stuffing this time was divided into 2 types, the total amount was not much more than the first time. Take out the remaining flour from before. A total of 6 pounds, which should not be used up this time. Li Sijing left 1 pound. 5 caddies of flour. Add water and knead into dough. Then use a dough press to press into dough sheets. And finally cut into round dumpling skins with a knife. It took Li Sijing an hour to do these things alone. And then she could start making dumplings. While making dumplings, Li Sijing asked Shinkong to turn on the music. While listening to music and making dumplings, she looked at other people's chats in the area, and she was very leisurely. At 9:10, Li Sijing received another game prompt that her rain cover had run out of durability, so she could only consume 10 units of metal and make a new one. When there were only 10 minutes left before the resource point activity, Li Sijing finished wrapping the leek stuffing. As for the celery and beef stuffing, there was no time now, so she could only store it in the mustard space and talk about it after the activity was over. Taking advantage of the last 2 minutes of the activity, Li Sijing opened the storage compartment, ate some snacks, and replenished her energy. Chapter 267 Yurt. Dear players, the resource point activity has officially begun. The resource point has been refreshed on the grassland on the left side of the road. Players who are ready to participate in the resource point activity, drive off the road and enter the grassland on the left to enter the resource point. For other relevant information about the activity, please check the World channel. Li Sijing, sitting quietly in the driver's seat, waited for the game notification at 10 o'clock. When she knew that the resource point was on the grassland on the left, she did not drive there immediately. Instead, she opened the World channel and prepared to see the rules thoroughly before taking action. Notice, this time, the resource point is divided into areas 1 to 9 according to the distance from the road. Area 1 is closest to the road and Area 9 is farthest from the road. Among them, Area 1 has 100 yurts. Area 2 has 200 yurts. Area 3 has 400 yurts. Area 4 has 800 yurts. And so on. Each area has an advanced resource box placed in a yurt. Each yurt has a resource monster. Killing the resource monster can explode specific food. All materials in the resource point can be used by players at will. But only the resources in the resource box and resource monster can be taken out of the resource point. 10 minutes before the end of the event, the game will issue a reminder, asking players to evacuate as soon as possible. After the event ends, players who have not left the resource point will stay at the resource point forever. Is there no activity item this time? Looking outside, the acid rain is quite torrential. And Li Sijing is very surprised. The acidity of the acid rain outside is 49. And the durability is about 5 points per hour. The clothes everyone wears are made of cloth. And the durability of the cloth is only 4 points. In other words, if a person does not have rain gear, even if he wraps himself tightly with clothes, he will not be able to last for an hour. What's more, wet clothes are always attached to the body, which will cause greater damage to the skin. And the items that most people can get from participating in the event are only specific food obtained by killing resource monsters. In this way, the effort and reward are not proportional, and many people should give up. Right? Of course, these have nothing to do with Li Sijing. Anyway, she has protective props. After seeing the rules clearly, Li Sijing's brows couldn't help but frown. There are changes in the rules. She has expected it, but she didn't expect that the changes in the rules this time are so big. First of all, according to the rules, there are 100 yurts in Area 1, and then the yurts in each area are multiplied by 2. Li Sijing's math has never been very good. She took a pen and paper and finally calculated that there are 51,100 yurts in total. There are still more than 9,600 people in the entire 369th area. Excluding those who are unwilling to participate, there are still 5,000 people. On average, each person can get about 10 yurts. Of course, these are not important. The most important thing is the high-level resource box hidden in it. There are only 100 yurts in Area 1. It is naturally easy to find a high-level resource box in it. But there are 25,600 yurts in Area 9. If you want to find a high-level resource box in it, you have to rely on luck. Right? After figuring out the connection, Li Sijing made a decision instantly. Try to get the advanced resource box in Area 1 and 2. Otherwise she will definitely have no chance in the following areas. There are some other things that she doesn't understand. And Li Sijing is not going to think about it. She will act first. While instructing Shinkong to drive off the road and go to the grassland on the left, she opened the world channel and checked the real-time map. The grass was wet after raining for several days in a row, which was a big obstacle for the car to drive. Even Shinkong couldn't keep the best speed when driving the car. Fortunately, it is a resource point activity now, not a competition activity. As the off-road vehicle entered the grassland, 9 areas suddenly appeared on the real-time map, and there were many white bright spots in each area. These bright spots, like the Milky Way, formed a jade belt parallel to the road on the map. Without thinking, Li Sijing guessed that these white bright spots should be yurts one by one. This function is good, and it also saves them from looking for yurts all over the world in this huge grassland. The off-road vehicle immediately drove towards the bright spot closest to her. Li Sijing, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was not idle either, and began to equip herself. Raincoat, rain boots, bamboo hat, rubber gloves, gas mask, and sunglasses to protect her eyes. After all the equipment, looking at her image through the mirror, she felt that it was out of place. The car drove for about 5 minutes and arrived in front of the first yurt. The white yurt was still very conspicuous on the green grassland. The yurt was not big. It looked like it was about 10 square meters. And the most important thing was that there were several cars parked in front of the yurt. Li Sijing, who had not yet gotten out of the car, could even see through the window that someone had already opened the curtain of the yurt. Then dozens of tall sheep rushed out of the yurt, with sharp horns, and continued to attack. People who got off from several other cars also rushed up immediately. And several people and a group of sheep fought together. Was this someone else's first move? It seems that she took a long time to check the rules of the game. These people were holding cold weapons, and Li Sijing had a pistol in her hand. In fact, if she joined the battle now, she would definitely have the upper hand in the end. However, Li Sijing, who was about to get out of the car, saw several more cars coming from behind her car. Several cars stopped next to her, and then several people got out of them and joined the battle. There are too many monks and too little meat. Even if these sheep were dealt with, she, holding a pistol, might not be able to suppress these dozen people. Without weighing the pros and cons, Li Sijing immediately made the decision to give in and let Xingkong rush to the next yurt. However, as the car drove through the car window, Li Sijing could see that there were more and more vehicles on the road. Everyone's initial starting point was the edge of Area 1, and then went deeper into Area 9. So, the thousands of people participating in the event are now wandering in Area 1? After running for a few minutes, they encountered 2 consecutive yurts, both surrounded by a group of people. Li Sijing finally decided to give up Area 1 and head towards Area 2. When everyone gathered in Area 1, it was obviously not a wise choice to stick to Area 1. Chapter 268, Bull. At a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. It took 5 minutes to get from Area 1 to Area 2. Along the way, Li Sijing also overtook many cars that were also heading to Area 2. It seems that she is not the only one who has the idea of avoiding crowded places. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Sijing felt a little distressed. It seems that the difficulty of this activity is not only the continuous acid rain, but also the dense crowds and the yurts that are being fought over. In fact, there are ways to avoid being disturbed. For example, at the beginning of the activity, the car was driven to the innermost area, Area 3 or even Area 4 without stopping. Unfortunately, with Li Sijing's non-African attribute, if she did this, it would be equivalent to giving up the advanced resource box directly. In fact, even now, among 200 yurts, looking for the yurt with the advanced resource box, for her, it seems impossible, but she still wanted to give it a try. What if the supplies obtained by killing ordinary resource monsters are just icing on the cake? Not necessary. Li Sijing participated in this resource point activity. The main purpose is still the advanced resource box. With the speed of the car, Li Sijing surpassed most people. When she came to Area 2, there were still a few scattered vehicles on the road. Although it is not the best situation, compared with Area 1, this is already very good. She opened the real-time map and saw that in Area 1, 100 bright spots had disappeared, obviously occupied by someone. As for the number 2 area with 200 bright spots, it looked very strong and all lit up neatly. After the off-road vehicle bypassed a yurt with someone at the door, it finally encountered an empty target. The off-road vehicle stopped in front of the yurt, and Li Sijing, who had already dressed, got off the car directly. Bean-sized raindrops kept falling on the hat and raincoat. Rain boots stepped on the soaked grass. The feet were soft, and the wet grass was a bit slippery. Standing under the rain curtain, Li Sijing took out her umbrella and opened it to cover herself. Wearing a raincoat, a hat and an umbrella, she did this not for unnecessary reasons, but to protect her weapons. With the umbrella covering her, Li Sijing was relieved to take out the pistol filled with bullets from the mustard space. In fact, on rainy days, it is no problem to use a pistol for a short time as long as it is carefully maintained afterwards. But the key is that this rain is acid rain. With the acidity of the acid rain now, it will be scrapped in less than 2 hours of rain? Although she has been complaining that the pistol is not powerful enough and has a short range. But before she gets other hot weapons, this pistol cannot be scrapped. After all the preparations were completed, Li Sijing held an umbrella in her left hand and a gun in her right hand and walked towards the yurt. When Li Sijing stood in front of the yurt and could reach the door curtain with her hand, there was still no movement inside. It seems that this is triggered like the intermediate resource box. When Li Sijing touched the door curtain of the yurt, there was a movement inside. At this moment, Li Sijing's combat consciousness, which had not been triggered for a long time, suddenly awakened. She herself didn't know why, but she subconsciously turned sideways and took 2 steps back. However, it turned out that combat awareness is not wrong. When you have an inexplicable reaction in a battle, it must be dangerous. I saw that the door curtain of the yurt suddenly lifted up at the moment when Li Sijing retreated. A wild bull with 2 big curved horns rushed out from inside. The momentum of the rampage, the sharp horns, and the thick hooves. If you don't dodge in time and get hit, you will be disabled if you don't die. The next second, Li Sijing knew how thrilling that moment was. I saw that behind the wild bull, One after another wild bulls ran out. A series of dozens of wild bulls ran out with a momentum of 10,000 pounds. Probably because the momentum was too strong. These wild bulls kept running forward for dozens of meters before they stopped. Their target was naturally Li Sijing. After stopping, they immediately turned around. Seeing the herd of wild bulls rushing over again, Li Sijing naturally would not sit still and wait for death. She raised her hand to shoot while dodging the straight-line attack of the wild bulls, which seemed to be very easy. These wild bulls are 2 meters tall, and looking at the tough cowhide, they are obviously not easy to deal with. With only the bullets from the pistol, I don't know how many shots it would take to kill a wild bull. Fortunately, with perfect gun skills, every shot of Li Sijing could be shot into the eyes of the wild bull. In general, with good marksmanship, each wild bull can be killed with about 1 to 3 shots. While relying on her relatively agile body, she kept moving and shooting. As time passed, these barbaric bulls fell one by one. When only the last 2 barbaric bulls were left on the scene, the sound of the game sounded. Players, please note that the first advanced resource box has been opened for real-time positioning, and the time is 1 hour. Li Sijing was stunned when she heard the news. Has the first advanced resource box appeared? She was naturally very interested. But at this time, she had no time to check. I saw that the remaining 2 barbaric bulls on the opposite side had already rushed towards her, fighting to the death. After the last 2 barbaric bulls were dealt with, 1 or 2 minutes had passed. At this time, it was obviously too late to fight for it. Successfully killed the barbaric bull resource monster and obtained specific supplies, 250 g of beef. Li Sijing did not pay attention to the game prompts, but was a little unwilling to open the real-time map to check. On the map, the 100 white bright spots in area number 1 have disappeared, leaving only a few sporadic ones. Among them, there is an extremely eye-catching red dot that is constantly moving. And this red dot is not close to her. What a pity! Facing the high-level resource box that was obviously impossible to obtain, Li Sijing sighed and did not dwell on it too much. It took more than 20 bullets to win the battle, and it was time to collect the spoils. The dozens of wild bulls that were killed just now were still lying on the wet grass, and the blood dyed the grass red. The tallest wild bull among them had disappeared, and was replaced by a half-pound piece of beef. Fortunately, these exploded items have a certain protection time. Otherwise, even if the beef is intact, it can't be eaten if it is left in the acid rain. Right? However, it is not worthwhile to spend so much time and energy to get only half a pound of beef in the end. I don't know if there will be a high-level resource box in this yurt. Li Sijing can't help but dream, picking up the beef and putting it into the mustard space. Li Sijing ignored the other barbarian cattle corpses and went directly into the yurt. Animals that have been exposed to acid rain will mutate. If they have not been processed, they are not edible. Besides, the beef on the ground cannot be taken out of the resource point, so Li Sijing will naturally not waste time to divide it. Chapter 269 Hyena. Li Sijing thought that after dozens of wild bulls stayed in this yurt, it would be a mess. She put away her umbrella, opened the door curtain, and entered it, only to find that it was not what she imagined. The dress inside was very ordinary. An ordinary herding family. In the center of the yurt, there was a stove, next to which stood kitchen utensils with bowls and chopsticks. And the floor was covered with carpets. On both sides were hanging whips, saddles, bows and arrows, hunting rifles, and other tools commonly used by herders. So, those wild bulls were not actually staying in this yurt. Just as she thought before, this yurt is actually just like an intermediate resource box. Just a trigger point? Li Sijing found that this kind of setting related to space often appears in this survival game. For example, a resource box that can open anything, a conversion space between roads and resource points, etc. For example, they are all on the road, but so many people have never met. For example, on the race road, everyone started from their own starting point. Although she was driving the fastest, she could always meet other people on any section of the road. Of course, these were related to space. With her current knowledge, she was not prepared to think too much about things that could not be explained. Thinking too much would only make it more difficult to solve and make her look stupider. Without hesitation, Li Sijing began to rummage through the boxes in the yurt. She had no interest in the whip hunting rifles inside. After all, they could not be taken away. While searching, she also saw some special foods on the grassland. What beef jerky? smoked horse meat, huge baked naan, yogurt lumps, etc. After searching the entire yurt, she still couldn't find the advanced resource box. Li Sijing was not very disappointed with this situation. After all, she knew her luck. Without hesitation, Li Sijing turned around and prepared to go to the next target. Of course, before leaving, she didn't forget to take some beef jerky or something. Although there was no way to take these things out of the resource point, it was still okay to take some to taste. The off-road vehicle was driving towards the next yurt under the starry sky. Li Sijing, sitting in the driver's seat, was tasting the special food on the grassland. Not to mention, this beef jerky tastes really good, but it's a bit hard to chew. On the way to find the next target, Li Sijing also met 2 occupied yurts and several occupied yurts. In short, as time went by, the yurts in Area 1 had been occupied, and now it was Area 2's turn. Fortunately, when Li Sijing was hesitating whether to leave Area 2 and go to Area 3, she encountered another yurt without anyone in it. And it was almost 11 o'clock. It took almost an hour to harvest half a pound of beef. The efficiency this time was really slow. By the way, this harvest will not set a new historical low. Right? With this idea in mind, Li Sijing could not help but speed up her actions. After the off-road vehicle stopped, she couldn't wait to get off the car and came to the yurt. With a previous experience, she would naturally not make the same mistake again this time. After touching the door curtain, she retreated immediately to avoid the creature rushing out from inside. Animals half the height of a man rushed out of the yurt one after another. Before all the animals rushed out, the first one that rushed out could not wait to turn around and pounce on Li Sijing. After the encounter, Li Sijing found that this animal that looked a bit like a dog was actually a hyena. Hyenas usually appear in groups and dare to snatch food from the mouths of lions and cheetahs. Looking at the hyenas that were more than 20 in front of her, Li Sijing immediately became very alert. The movements of these hyenas were much more flexible than the previous bulls, fighting dozens of hyenas alone. Even if Li Sijing had a pistol in her hand, it was not absolutely safe. In order to avoid being injured, her reaction was also very quick. She raised her right hand to shoot, retreated her feet to avoid, and put the umbrella in her left hand directly into the mustard space, replacing it with a tang sword that had not been used for a long time. At this time, she didn't care about protecting her weapons, but protecting her life was the most important thing. He raised his gun in his right hand and kept shooting. The defense of these hyenas was not as good as that of the wild bull, so he shot them one by one. His left hand kept blocking the hyenas that rushed over to ensure his own safety. In short, at this moment, Li Sijing's perfect guns and perfect swordsmanship were fully utilized. In the end, this fierce struggle lasted for nearly 20 minutes before it finally ended. Successfully killed the hyena resource monster and obtained specific supplies, 250 g of hyena meat. More than 20 hyena corpses covered a large area of grass, which looked very scary. As for Li Sijing, who caused all this, she didn't like such a scene very much. She neatly put the tang sword and pistol back into the mustard space, and then came to the hyena resource monster. The body of the hyena monster has turned into a half-pound piece of meat. To be honest, Li Sijing is not going to eat this hyena meat. After all, hyenas eat carrion. Of course, this is the trophy she worked hard to obtain, so she will naturally not throw it away. Let's see if she can find an opportunity to trade it out. Carefully avoiding the corpse and blood, Li Sijing entered the yurt. The layout is roughly the same as the previous yurt. As for the difference in details, Li Sijing has no time to look closely. She followed the process and quickly searched inside, but still found nothing in the end. This time, she was too lazy to even take the beef jerky, so she quickly retreated and returned to the car. While eating the beef jerky she took to the car last time, Li Sijing opened the real-time map. The off-road vehicle continued to drive, and Li Sijing sighed while opening the map. On the map, Area 1 has been completely occupied, and Area 2, where she is, has also been half occupied. She is now thinking, should she continue to fight in Area 2, or go to Area 3? Go to Area 3? Among the 400 yurts, can she find the one with the advanced resource box? Fight in Area 2. But are there any yurts available in Area 2? Just when Li Sijing was extremely entangled, the sound of the survival game suddenly sounded again in the sky. Players, please note that the second advanced resource box has been enabled for real-time positioning for 1 hour. Chapter 270, the high-level resource box that hits. Did someone get the high-level resource box again? I don't know which area did they get the high-level resource box from. If it was from Area 2, then her previous struggle would be meaningless. Just as she was about to open the real-time map to check. With a hiss, the off-road vehicle suddenly turned right without any warning. Li Sijing, who was not prepared, suddenly hit her head on the car window with a bang. The bulletproof glass is harder than her head, and she was dizzy and dazed. I have been with Shinkong for half a month, so I naturally understand it. It is a very rigorous low-level artificial intelligence. There must be a reason for the mistake just now. When Li Sijing rubbed her head and sat down, she saw the shadow of an off-road vehicle, which flashed by, leaving only the exhaust gas. Running so fast, hurrying to reincarnate. Luckily Shinkong has excellent skills. If he hadn't dodged in time, it would have been a car accident scene. In this survival world, there is no fire brigade to rescue, and there would be heavy casualties. No! Li Sijing looked back. There was no car chasing behind. So why did he run so fast? Is it for the advanced resource box? The advanced resource box is nearby, and the other party is chasing? Thinking of this possibility, Li Sijing suddenly became energetic. She didn't even care about the bump on her forehead, and immediately opened the real-time map to check. When she saw that the bright red dot really appeared in Area 2, not far from her, she was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. This red dot is too close to her. It feels like the position of the car just now. So, she just collided with the car, with the advanced resource box? Li Sijing's eyes suddenly showed an excited look. Shinkong, chase. Follow the car just now. At the fastest speed. Then you can see that Shinkong's driving speed suddenly became much faster, going down to the grass. For absolute safety, Li Sijing's speed is 80 km per hour. But now, chasing the advanced resource box, naturally use the fastest speed, and it is okay to take some risks. It is also an off-road vehicle. But because Li Sijing's engine has an acceleration blueprint and Shinkong's superb driving skills, it is not easy to catch up. On the endless grassland, Li Sijing, who has perfect eagle eyes, can naturally see the off-road vehicle in front clearly. As Shinkong goes all out, the distance between the two cars is getting closer and closer. After the game prompt was issued, it took only 3 minutes for Li Sijing to catch up with the owner of the advanced resource box. Li Sijing, who caught up, did not rush to crash into the car or go around to intercept it. After all, she knew very well that a high-level resource box was important to everyone, and no one would give up easily. This was a vast grassland, not a road with a width limit. Want to use one car to intercept another car? Unless the two sides were in a crushing relationship, it would be impossible. Therefore, if you want to make the other party stop, you can only rely on guns. Let Shinkong control the car and drive side by side with the other party's vehicle. Li Sijing took out a pistol, opened the left window, aimed, and shot. Bang! Bang! One shot hit the rear wheel, and one shot hit the front wheel, and the SUV was forced to stop. Li Sijing's SUV also stopped immediately, and she put on her hat with one hand, and then got out of the car. When she came to the other party's window, she saw that the other party was annoyed, alert, and fearful, but had no intention of surrendering. Without any hesitation, Li Sijing turned the muzzle of the gun, aimed at a corner of the window glass, and fired decisively. A sound of bang was followed by a burst of crackling. The other party's family background was obviously not as rich as Fang Tianqing's. An ordinary car window glass could not stop Li Sijing's pistol. The car window glass was like the other party's last line of defense. As the glass shattered, the other party immediately raised his hands in fear. The owner of the car was a young man. His hair covered half of his face, and his half-exposed appearance vaguely showed that he was originally good-looking. Don't kill me! Hand over the advanced resource box, and I'll spare your life. The muzzle of the gun was against the other party's forehead, and Li Sijing's expression was very cold. The frightened young man was obviously very aware of the situation. After hearing this, he immediately picked up the resource box on the passenger seat and prepared to hand it out through the broken car window. But he forgot that this was an advanced resource box, a 30-centimeter cube, and it was not easy to hand it out through the car window. Li Sijing was not prepared and wasted time on this matter. She directly pushed the other party away and handed over the resource box. She reached in through the broken car window with her left hand, unlocked the car door, then opened the driver's door, and picked up the advanced resource box in the car. Li Sijing, who was willing to do it, turned around and prepared to leave. But she didn't leave in the end. Just because the young man in the car reached out and grabbed her left sleeve. You don't want to give it. Do you regret it? Li Sijing turned her head and frowned and asked coldly. No. 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 I dare not regret it. The young man looked at the pistol in Li Sijing's right hand and shook his head quickly. He said, It's just that I give you the advanced resource box. Do you think you can give me something to compensate me? After all, I've worked hard. Right? Looking at the slightly pleading eyes on the other person's face, and the skin on his hand that was corroded by acid rain because he was holding his raincoat, Li Sijing said coldly, Let go. Then he shook off the other person's hand, walked back to his car in a few steps, and closed the door. After the car started, it did not move forward, but approached the other party's off-road vehicle. In the end, the distance between the two cars was only one step away. Then, Li Sijing threw something at the other person from the car window, and the voice was still cold. Compensation. The other person's originally depressed face suddenly smiled after seeing the car repair card thrown by Li Sijing. However, he reached out and grabbed Li Sijing's car window. Thank you for the compensation. But this is not as much as the value of the advanced resource box. Give me some more. After hearing this, Li Sijing's face suddenly became a little colder. The value of the advanced resource box is indeed very high, which is also the main reason why I tolerate you and use tricks to delay time, but did not kill you. But you have to know that this advanced resource box is not given to me by you, but I took it by my strength. If the compensation of a car repair card is not enough, I will give you another bullet. Do you want it? As Li Sijing spoke, the young man's face became ugly. When she finished speaking, the other party was even more scared and took his hand back directly. Without wasting any more time, Li Sijing told Shinkong to drive as fast as possible while raising the car window. Behind her, several off-road vehicles were already on their way to catch up. Chapter 271, a not-so-nice skill book. At the moment when the advanced resource box appeared in real-time positioning, Li Sijing believed that anyone who was near the resource box would not be able to resist the temptation and chase after it. And in this resource point activity, after the second advanced resource box appeared, she should be the first person to chase after it. It took her 3 minutes to catch up with the other party, and 1 minute to knock down the other party's defense, and finally dawdled with the other party for 3 minutes. In a total of 7 minutes, Li Sijing got the advanced resource box, and those who came to chase the advanced resource box had already fallen behind the car. This is because the resource point is on the grassland, and the vast area disperses everyone's distance, so the speed is naturally slow. In fact, if Li Sijing didn't talk to the other party and directly killed and robbed the goods, she would leave a lot earlier. But she didn't make up her mind. For enemies like Fang Tiancheng who clearly showed their malice to her, she would naturally not show mercy. But for this situation, as an aggressor, she couldn't bring herself to take away the other party's supplies and even his life. In response to the other party's weak plea, she finally threw out a car repair card as compensation. Of course, she was not blindly soft-hearted. When the other party was pushing too far, she would naturally not show mercy. The off-road vehicle was driving at full speed under Shinkong's driving, and the distance between it and the vehicles behind it, which were originally approaching, was getting farther and farther. The speed of her off-road vehicle and the existence of Shinkong were also the main reasons for her willingness to talk to the other party. The direction of the car was also what Li Sijing had thought of long ago, going deep into area number 3. Although turning back would result in fewer people on the road and closer to the highway, there was no way to leave the resource point before the end of the activity. If she turned back at this time, wouldn't it be a chance for someone to catch her in a trap? As she continued to go deeper, she would encounter more vehicles along the way, but the area where she could avoid them would also be wider. It took Li Sijing 5 minutes to get from Area 1 to Area 2 before, and it took her almost 10 minutes to go from Area 2 to Area 3 at full speed this time. During this period, the vehicles following her had already been replaced by a new batch. The first batch of vehicles had already been eliminated because they could not keep up with the speed. Although her off-road vehicle was fast, other cars blocked it from all sides, and naturally there were collisions. At this time, she was glad that she had chosen to upgrade the special steel body with the previous accessory upgrade card. The importance of the hard body was fully demonstrated at this moment. All the cars that collided with her off-road vehicle suffered damage of varying sizes. but did not cause much damage to her off-road vehicle. When Li Xijing's off-road vehicle passed through Area 3 and reached Area 4, it took a total of 20 minutes because of many obstacles along the way. After that, there were fewer people who could stop her from the front. After all, the further back you go, the fewer people there are. When she spent another 20 minutes to reach Area 5 from Area 4, there were only a few cars following her. After another 5 minutes, when the time came to 12:38, the game notification finally arrived. 1 hour has passed. Players can open the advanced resource box at any time. The real-time positioning function has been cancelled. An hour has finally passed. And Li Xijing can breathe a sigh of relief. She has been chased by people behind her. Although she knows that they can't catch up, she is still worried. After running for another 2 minutes, she saw that there were 3 cars chasing her. Li Xijing was not very happy. She pursed her lips and took out the pistol, opened the car window, and then turned and leaned out. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots hit the windshields of the 3 cars, and they stopped immediately. In this way, there was no car chasing behind, and Li Xijing's heart could finally be put down. Instruction cone to find an inconspicuous place to stop the car. Now that the real-time positioning has disappeared, everyone is driving an off-road vehicle, so she is naturally not afraid that someone will recognize it. Then, Li Xijing prepared to open the box with a nervous mood. Van Cleef & Arpels Lover's Bridge Watch. Dog Nose Mastery Skill Book. Basic String Instrument Skill Book. Microwave Oven. 250G Durian. 10 Fly Traps. Well, what can I say about these 2 skill books? The Dog Nose Mastery Skill Book is actually the same as the Hawkeye Skill Book, as long as it enhances the sensitivity of a certain organ. This skill is actually not bad. But the key is its name. Hawkeye sounds good, but Dog Nose sounds like an insult. Of course, after struggling for a moment, Li Xijing didn't care. After all, it was just a name, and getting benefits was the most important thing. And the second skill made her speechless. The Basic String Instrument Skill Book allowed her to master the playing of all string instruments. But what's the use of it? On Earth, she might be ecstatic, having gained another skill to show off. But is it useful in the survival world? Putting away this useless skill book, Li Xijing prepared to save it, and see if she could save up 10 books. As for the skill book that enhances the sense of smell, she naturally learned it immediately. However, after learning the skill book, Li Xijing regretted it a little. She was sneezing non-stop. Hurriedly put the gas mask on the outside of the mask. Li Xijing felt better. I didn't feel it before, but after my nose became more sensitive, I realized that even if I was in the car and wearing a mask, the smell of acid rain was still pungent. If I had known about this skill book earlier, I would have used it in the next world. Now, it's good, but it makes me suffer. While wrinkling her nose uncomfortably, Li Xijing came to see the remaining supplies. A beautiful watch. This Lover's Bridge watch. She had heard of it, and she had also heard of its expensive price. Unfortunately, in this world, it is really unnecessary. Just put it in the storage basket. A microwave oven is very much to her liking. With this thing, it is much more convenient to cook. The most important thing is that this microwave oven can be used for both oil and electricity. 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, or 1 unit of gasoline per hour. 2 peeled durians exude an attractive smell. Li Xijing likes to eat this very much. It can be used as a fruit after lunch. Finally, there are 10 pieces of sticky paper for catching flies. It is not used now, and is put on the shelf. Chapter 272, Playing Badly. In the Resource Point activity, getting an advanced resource box is the goal that Li Xijing set for herself. Now that the materials in the advanced resource box are in hand, her goal for today can be considered completed. She can relax a little in the future. After all, there are no work targets. As for the second advanced resource box, she dare not think about it. After all, it was already a stroke of luck to get this one. And it's almost 1 o'clock now. After a morning of activities, her stomach is already hungry. She got up and took out a bucket of mineral water from the back of the car. As for the previous bucket, it was used up when making dumplings and noodles in the morning. Fill the kettle. Boil water and prepare instant noodles later. Just the pack of spicy instant noodles that she opened before. Of course, such a bowl of instant noodles can't fill her stomach. She has been exercising all morning. She took out the last 2 remaining chive boxes from the freezer and fried them in the multifunction pot. As for drinks, She was going to change the flavor this time, with a bottle of jasmine tea that she had opened before. As for fruits, she would have freshly opened durian. So a lunch like this would be complete. It was also rich. And even during a busy activity, she would not let herself down in terms of food. After everything was ready, Li Sijing, who was free, remembered the bump on her head that had hit the glass before. She tried to reach out and touch it, but it didn't hurt as much as before. One reason was that her physical fitness had improved, and her defense had also improved a lot. And another reason was that she also mastered a self-healing skill. Although she had never practiced this skill since she got it, it was still a healing skill after all. In this way, there is no need to apply medicine. Only half of the ordinary medicine she exchanged with Zhou Qinghuan before was left, and she was reluctant to use it. After a few minutes, lunch was ready. Li Sijing ate while checking the real-time map in the World Channel. I saw that all the bright spots in Area 1 disappeared, and only a few bright spots in Area 2 were left. In Area 3, a small half of the bright spots were still on, and half of the bright spots in Area 4 disappeared. As for Area 5 where she was, there were not many bright spots that were extinguished. It seems that someone has spread here. Before Li Sijing could make any move, the sound of the survival game in the sky sounded again, and the advanced resource box in Area 3 appeared. Looking at the very conspicuous red dot on the real-time map, Li Sijing was a little greedy. But unfortunately, this red dot was really far away from her. In the end, she could only helplessly say, "Starry Sky, go to Area 6. This newly appeared advanced resource box was coming from Area 3 to Area 4, and it seemed that there were many tails following behind. The area number 5 where she is now is not very safe, so she should leave quickly and stay away from the chaos that is about to come." When the off-road vehicle arrived at the number 6 area, Li Sijing had almost finished her lunch. Looking at the very empty number 6 area, Li Sijing finally gave up the idea of going to the number 7 area. After all, there are 3,200 yurts in the number 6 area, and the area is also very vast. Even if there is chaos, it will not affect players like her who want to stay away from disputes. Right? Of course. The most important point is that the further you go, the farther the distance between each area. If you go too deep, it will be difficult to run back before the resource point activity ends. She calculated that it would take an hour to get back to the road from Area 6. In Li Sijing's opinion, this should be a small trap set by the survival game. When those people were excited and kept going deeper for a little food or a high-level resource box, they had fallen into the trap. If you don't calculate the time, you may not be able to get back to the road within the specified time and end up staying in the resource point. For people like Li Sijing who want to give up after completing the set goals, this trap is not easy to use. Of course, Li Sijing didn't give up completely. Hesitantly, he finally gave up his lunch break and decided to continue working. Finally, at about 1 o'clock, he came to a yurt. This time, the animals in the yurt became sheep. Compared with the first two animals, sheep are the least aggressive animals. However, when Li Sijing was surrounded by 100 sheep, she could no longer say such words. She was not injured when she encountered the wild bull and hyena, but when she encountered the sheep, her waist was hurt by the hard short horns. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and too many ants can kill elephants. Even though these sheep have very low defense, they are basically killed by 1 shot. She needs to shoot 100 shots for 100 sheep. It took more than half an hour and more than 100 bullets to finally get 250 g of mutton and a scarred waist. The gap between effort and reward is really quite large. Just talking about the more than 100 bullets. If she hadn't opened the bullet blueprint, she really couldn't afford it. Even if she had the bullet blueprint, it would be very painful to spend this meal. In short, this battle was really a loss. The most important thing is that she should be the only one who gets this treatment. Right? She doesn't believe that other people can open a yurt and get 100 animals. So why bother working hard? It seems that her luck today was all used to get the advanced resource box, and she doesn't need to go to the yurt later. In the end, Li Sijing was completely ruined. She dug out a lot of grassland specialty food from the yurt, took it back to the car, and prepared to eat and play, waiting for the end of the event. Honestly, you can't keep doing a loss-making business. Before returning to the car, Li Sijing also took a look at her off-road vehicle, which looked a bit lame. Although the previous car chase collision did not cause substantial damage, it also left traces on the car. According to her temperament, She will use the car repair card to repair the car after the event. However, the durability of the acid-proof spray layer on the car was only half, and the durability of the car itself was not consumed. So she was reluctant to repair it directly. So when it was just past 12 o'clock, and she was still racing with the advanced resource box, the game prompted that the durability of the awning was exhausted. But she was not in a hurry to build it. She planned to take the opportunity to consume the durability of the off-road vehicle, so that she could use the car repair card and upgrade the car. Chapter 273. Those who didn't make it back in time. Li Sijing gave up fighting, and told Shinkong to drive the off-road vehicle back after getting in the car. As for herself, she ate beef jerky, played with the Rubik's Cube, and checked the regional channel. Everyone in it was sharing some of their experiences and gains in the event. Looking at the content of the information, Li Sijing was more certain that her choice to play badly was right, because she found that the animals encountered by others were as few as 1 or 2, and as many as 10 or 20. Anyway, no one saw anyone encounter more than 30 animals. And what about her? The first time she encountered more than a dozen wild bulls. The second time she encountered more than 30 hyenas. And the third time she encountered 100 sheep. The most important thing is that everyone's gains were the same. Half a pound of meat. Sure enough, this game discriminates against non-Africans. And the difference is too big. When the off-road vehicle returned to Area 1, it was almost 3 o'clock, and her teeth were a little sore from biting beef jerky. Li Sijing, who had nothing to do, of course needed to find something to do for herself. And she couldn't just sit there like this. So, she took out all the dumplings that hadn't been wrapped before the event and started again. When Li Sijing finished wrapping the dumplings and tidied up the car, it was already 5:30. During this period, the remaining 6 high-level resource boxes had already appeared one after another. To be honest, high-level resource boxes all depend on luck. The person Li Sijing admired the most was the one who got the number 9 high-level resource box. There were a total of 25,600 yurts to find a high-level resource box among them. This must be the Emperor of Europe. She was about to wonder if Zhou Qinghuan had come to participate in the event. As the time for the event was getting closer, other off-road vehicles gradually appeared in the originally empty area number 1. Li Sijing also put away her relaxed mood and took out a defensive mentality. Fortunately, there were no accidents in the following time, and she waited for the game notification calmly. Dear players, the resource point event is about to end, and the road has appeared. Please return to the road as soon as possible. After the road appeared, Li Sijing did not hesitate to start the off-road vehicle and return to the road. To be honest, she was not socially anxious on Earth, but she felt that she had some social anxiety after staying in this survival game for a long time. Specifically, she did not want to stay in crowded places, nor did she want to talk to people face to face. In short, she likes to be alone, and the road is the safest. Back on the bumpy road, Li Sijing's mentality was completely relaxed, and she couldn't help but want to see the current situation of other people in the area. The activity is over. I feel that the harvest this time is not bad. 10 pounds of meat is enough for me to eat until the end of this world. I also got a few pounds of meat and stored it. I don't have to worry if I have food in my hands. The harvest is good, but the skin on my arms is corroded and bleeding. Who has medicine for the wound? Hey, my only raincoat has been corroded. It seems that I can't get off the bus in the future. The upstairs. What do you do when you go to the toilet? There are ways, such as using wood to block the rain. But you may not be able to wipe your butt? The upstairs is too humorous. Why do you have to lift wood? Isn't metal more durable? Because metal is too heavy. You may not have the strength to lift it until you go to the toilet. Let's stop talking about this. I'm afraid I'll die of laughter in the car. Look at what you got. And then think about the high-level resource boxes that others got. And you won't be able to laugh anymore. If you want a high-level resource box, you have to be lucky or have strength. How can a commoner like me get it? Alas, since I participated in this event, I never expected anything. It's already good to get some food. Of course you are good. At least your life is saved. For example, I participated in an event and got a lot, but I didn't expect to lose my life in the end. Save me. Help. I'm still in Area 2. I can't get back to the highway before 6 o'clock. What should I do? This shitty survival game is killing me. I haven't lived enough and don't want to die. Who of you has a teleportation card? I'm willing to exchange it with all my supplies. The above person. The teleportation card is only available during competitions and cannot be used outside of activities. Everyone knows that there is no teleportation card. The above person is just venting the fear in his heart. No explanation is needed. Alas, there is nothing I can do. I am too greedy and don't pay attention to time. Don't blame others. Friends, have a good journey. Li Sijing was not surprised by the disturbances in the regional channel. She took a look at the current real-time number of people, 8869/10,000. The number of deaths in this event was less than 1,000. But when the time came to 6 o'clock and the resource point activity was completely over, the real-time number of people on it jumped again, 7671/10,000. This is the final number. Therefore, the number of deaths in the activity was less than 1,000. But in the end, more than 1,000 people disappeared completely because they did not return to the road in time. The cruelty of reality once again reminded Li Sijing that she must be careful and cautious. If she was responsible for a negligence, she would lose her life. Shaking her head to turn off the blue screen, Li Sijing continued what she was going to do. Today's rain was really heavy, and all outdoor activities were cancelled directly. Wearing a gas mask, she got off the car to dispose of the garbage in the car. After she returned to the car, she did not plan to get off. Li Sijing, who was forced to stay in the car and unable to get off the car due to the acid rain, could only stay in the car and start preparing for today's dinner. For dinner today, she was going to eat hot pot, which she had thought of before. It happened that the acid rain continued and the air was humid, so she ate some spicy hot pot to get rid of the moisture. As for the various vegetables and meats needed for hot pot, she had prepared most of them at the resource point. Now, she only needed to prepare the hot pot base. I remember that when she first came to the survival world, she opened 4 small pieces of hot pot base, but only used 1 piece. She took out the hot pot base, fried it in the multi-purpose pot, and then added mineral water. She also put a few dried chilies in it. When the pot boiled, a spicy smell immediately covered the pungent smell of acid rain. In this way, Li Sijing finally dared to take off the gas mask. Although the spicy taste also made her sneeze constantly, it was a sweet torture that she could still bear. How could you eat hot pot without a dipping sauce? Naturally, she had prepared it long ago. The bottle of sesame paste that was opened before was only a spoonful last time she had hot pot. And this time, it was another large spoonful. Add soy sauce, oyster sauce, cumin, pepper, mashed garlic, chopped green onion, coriander, and green pepper. In short, it was much richer than last time. Chapter 274 Wet Bedding. When Li Sijing finished all the preparations for the hot pot, the folding table was almost full. The meats included 100 g shrimp paste, 100 g tripe, 250 g fish cake, and 8 fish balls. And today, 250 g mutton and 250 g beef. The vegetables included 250 g leeks, 250 g lotus roots, 250 g enoki mushrooms, and 250 g yam. There were also some pre-soaked dried goods, such as daylily, kelp, bean curd, and mushrooms. Did she save so many vegetables without realizing it? After eating this hot pot, a large area was left in her Jiezi space. Since coming to the survival world, she found that she didn't crave meat, but she always felt that she couldn't eat enough vegetables and fruits. Today, she was satisfied. As for the drinks, it was the jasmine tea that she hadn't finished drinking at noon. She also took 2 bottles of lactic acid bacteria in case it wasn't enough. Finally, she prepared a fruit platter for herself, with diced pitaya, mango, apple, and peach. Such a rich hot pot. Even when she was on Earth, she had never eaten it before. While eating hot pot, Li Sijing also opened the regional channel. The main theme was a leisurely one. Everyone in the area was discussing today's encounters and gains, but many people were buying and selling various meats. After all, everyone who participated in the event today had more or less meat in their hands. Li Sijing also threw it into the trading area and looked through it to see if there were any delicious ingredients. It's a pity that the meat on the prairie, cattle, horses, sheep, dogs, wolves, eagles, most of the food was not something she liked to eat. She also had a lot of beef and mutton, which were the only 2 things she liked, so there was no need to buy them at a high price. She was originally going to sell the half-pound of hyena meat in her hand, But seeing the current situation, she decided to stay away from it for the time being. After all, who would buy hyena meat that eats rotten food when there are better options? There was nothing good to buy, and it was not the right time to sell anything. So Li Sijing could only come to check other things in her trading area. Today's business was still a long-term flow, and several daily necessities were sold. Anti-skid chains and bamboo hats sold well, probably because of the resource point activity. As for rabbit sausage, it was not as popular as she thought, but at least she sold more than 10 pounds, which was not bad. Before she could turn off the blue screen, a friend message suddenly rang. Sister Jing, did you participate in the event today? Do you have any fresh and delicious ingredients? I want to change. Seeing the content of the message, even without looking at the name, Li Sijing could guess that it was a message from Zhou Qinghuan. Unfortunately, she was going to be disappointed this time. Sorry, I didn't get much in terms of ingredients today. You can go to the trading area to have a look. Zhou Qinghuan understood this answer very well, and even comforted Li Sijing a few words. I don't know what the misunderstanding was. However, the call with Zhou Qinghuan reminded her of something. The dumpling she promised Wu Aigua had been wrapped, but not yet sent. She quickly got up and took out the dumpling she was going to trade to Wu Aigua from the freezer. There were 153 dumplings with egg and leek fillings, and 256 dumplings with celery and beef fillings today. Wu Aigua ordered 100 dumplings, with a preference for leeks and eggs as the filling. Li Sijing finally divided 80 leeks and eggs and 30 celery and beef fillings, and sent them to the other party. Wu Aigua's message came immediately after the dumplings were sent. Sisterly, you are so efficient. You have wrapped them. I was just worrying about what to eat tonight. I really don't want to eat boiled meat in salt water. Your dumplings came at the right time. I don't have anything rare in my hand. Choose one between mutton and rubber material. As for mutton, she had exchanged 20 kilograms with Wu Aigua before, which was enough for her. But in the next world, the huge amount of materials needed to create the mess in space has not been collected yet. So for this multiple choice question, Li Sijing chose rubber material without any hesitation. Send 12 units of rubber materials. About 30 dumplings weigh 1 jin. So the 110 dumplings sent here weigh 3.5 jin. The price of 1 jin of cooked food is now 2 units of metal. And 3.5 jin is 7 units of metal, which is 12 units of rubber materials. 110 dumplings, only exchanged for 12 units of rubber materials. It seems to be a loss. In fact, it is not. The main reason for this situation is that the price of basic materials is too high. If she chooses to exchange with meat, she can get 7 jin of mutton. Thinking of this, she really regretted it. Of course, the transaction has been completed, so there is no need to worry too much. Li Sijing continued to enjoy the food. From 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, a dinner took 2 hours. She simply played while eating to the extreme. As for the ingredients she took out, they were naturally eaten up. It took her a lot of time to clean up the mess. After eating, it was time to wash up. Originally, washing up should be done before going to bed, and it is best not to eat after brushing teeth. Before, I thought it would be more convenient to wash up outside the car before dark, so I didn't pay attention to these things. Today, because of the acid rain, the reverse process was corrected. After a simple wash, it was already late. She didn't have a lunch break today, so it was time to go to bed. However, when Li Sijing started to make the bed, she found something. The quilts she used to cover her were all damp, just like the quilts that were not dried. Because of the sensitivity of her nose, she could smell a musty smell even without getting close, touching the quilt that could almost squeeze out water. Li Sijing couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. She knew that it had been raining for several days, and the air was humid. She also knew that the car windows were always foggy, so she thought of having a hot pot to get rid of the moisture. But she didn't expect that even the bedding she slept on was so damp. Oh! Her clothes, food, and daily necessities. Chapter 275 RV Gas System. Thinking of the possible loss of supplies, Li Sijing suddenly lost all sleepiness and quickly looked through the car. It was 10 minutes later when she sat back in the driver's seat. She had a rough idea of the situation in the car. There was some loss, but fortunately, it was within an acceptable range. First of all, the clothes. Her thick clothes were all packed in compression bags and were not affected. As for the seasonal clothes in the closet, they were a little damp, but it didn't matter. Just turn on the dryer below and blow them. As for food, She put most of it in the freezer and the Jizzy space. And most of the food on the shelves was also sealed. Among them, 40 kilograms of rice did not sprout because it was baked relatively dry before. But it was a little damp. There were about 4 kilograms of dried mushrooms left. And they were also a little damp. She quickly put them all in the Jizzy space. As for daily necessities, they were not affected much. The only thing she was worried about was the various machines placed at the bottom of the shelves. She hoped that the parts would not rust and become unusable due to heavy moisture. The situation was already like this. And it was too late. Li Sijing was in no mood to take out all the machines for testing. The only thing she had to do now was how to prevent this situation from getting worse. The rain would definitely not stop. If she didn't take some measures, she would probably be soaked in water before the disaster day came. Luckily, when she was looking through the supplies just now, she found an item that was particularly useful for the current situation. Quicklime. This thing. She was a little confused when it came out in the last world. But now she completely understands it. What can quicklime do? Moisture-proof. In this case, it is perfect, because there are no tools. She can't operate it finely. She poured a pound of quicklime on the tissues, then wrapped them up and folded them, dividing them into 50 portions in total. Then, she put these 50 portions in every corner of the car, even on every shelf. As for why the tissues were wrapped, of course, it was for safety, and for easy cleaning later. If it was spilled on the ground like this, it would get burned if it accidentally stuck to the skin. And when these quicklimes absorb moisture, become damp and stick to the bottom of the car, it would be difficult to clean them up. She would definitely not use the 2 damp quilts today. If she slept on them for a night, she would probably get eczema. Fortunately, she had nothing else. But she still had extra quilts. Take out the dry quilt in the compression bag. Although it is a bit thick, it is enough to deal with tonight. As for the 2 damp quilts, put them in the closet and dry them with clothes. They will be useful tomorrow night. In short, when everything is done, it is already 10:30 in the evening. Originally, I thought that I would go to bed early at night without taking a lunch break today. But it is still delayed until now. The busy night is finally over. Li Sijing lies on the bed and falls asleep almost with her eyes closed. On the 4th day of the acid rain world, the sky is bright as usual at 7 o'clock. A night of sleep also makes Li Sijing full of energy and revived again. Even the scars on her body had almost healed after a night. After getting up, she was still wearing all the equipment from head to toe. Although the gas mask was ugly, she would never forget it. After staying in the car for a night, Li Sijing stretched her body even though the acid rain covered her face. At midnight yesterday, Li Sijing heard the notification that the durability of the acid-proof spray layer had been exhausted. The acidity of the acid rain is now 70 points. And the durability is consumed by 7 points per hour. The durability of the off-road vehicle should last until noon. For the first time, Li Sijing sincerely hoped that the durability of her off-road vehicle would be exhausted quickly so that she could upgrade the car. The interior of the off-road vehicle is 1.5 meters high. After upgrading to a motorhome, she could always stand up straight in the car. Right? The acid rain is so heavy that she can no longer move outside the car. After upgrading the car, she can also move around in the car. Otherwise it will really rust. The rain curtain in the sky not only increased the acidity, but also fell a lot heavier. If yesterday's acid rain was a half-open faucet, then today's acid rain was a fully open faucet. Even the bamboo hat she wore on her head was tilted, and she hurriedly tied it tighter in panic. As for the bumpy road, it became even more horrible, even worse than the dirt road in the countryside. Some potholes were even 10 centimeters deep. If you didn't pay attention, you would step on them, and even if you were wearing rain boots, you would get a shoe full of acid rain. Li Sijing carefully looked for a place to stay and cleaned the slop bucket and toilet in the car. Next, she didn't stay outside the car for long. Before 7:30, she had returned to the car. The windshield and the windows on both sides of the car were already covered with a layer of mist. After Li Sijing wiped them clean with a towel, she told Shinkong to drive. She was reluctant to use the defogger spray now. She could only spray it 30 times in total. She had used it 5 times in the past 2 days. The rest had to be saved for when she drove by herself, for the competition tomorrow, and for the last day of natural disasters. When Shinkong drove, she had plenty of time. It was just a little troublesome, but she didn't have to waste the spray. because the rain was too heavy. It still had an impact on driving safety, so Shinkong's driving speed naturally dropped. At a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, you can no longer experience the treatment of encountering 2 resource boxes in an hour. Shinkong was driving the off-road vehicle, so Li Sijing naturally came to prepare her breakfast. This morning, she was going to try the celery and beef dumplings that she had just made yesterday. 30 dumplings were put into the pot, accompanied by the last bottle of lactic acid bacteria and an apple, which was her breakfast today. While waiting for breakfast to come out of the pot, she was not idle either. Instead, she put the 2 thick quilts she had taken out yesterday back into the compression bag, compressed them, and stored them. When she was done, breakfast was ready. So she quickly tasted one, and it tasted as good as she expected. While eating breakfast, Li Sijing said, "Xingyao, sign in." Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the RV gas system. RV gas system, after being equipped, it has a complete gas pipeline. When there is no gas, it can burn gasoline and save half of the energy. When she first saw the things that came out of the sign-in, Li Sijing's first reaction was that the gas system was actually considered an auto part. Survival games are really stingy as always. But when Li Sijing saw the description of this accessory, she immediately regretted that she complained too early. The sign-in system was as considerate as ever, and actually gave her such a good car accessory. Saving half of the energy may not seem like a big deal at the moment, but the longer the time, the more energy she saves. For example, she has been using a multi-function pot to cook, consuming 1 unit of gasoline per hour. 3 meals a day will consume 1 or 2 units of gasoline. In addition, she likes to think about other kinds of food on weekdays, and she consumes a lot of gasoline on this. But with this gas system, she happened to have opened a wok before. In the future, cooking on the gas stove will only consume 0.5 units of gasoline per hour, which can save a lot over time. Chapter 276 Dehumidification Methods. Li Sijing, who was eating breakfast, opened the regional channel as usual and looked through other people's chats. The ownership of the 9 high-level resource boxes yesterday was gradually pieced together from the personal stories of some people in the region. For things like this that can be robbed, the final recipients are always powerful people, who occupy the majority. Half of the other 8 people besides her are names that are often heard in the region. Unfortunately, there are no Louis Zhou and Wu Aigua among the names this time. And Li Sijing, who has won 3 consecutive games, has also been noticed by many people. From the emergence of the survival game to the present, after 3 resource point activities, Li Sijing has obtained 3 high-level resource boxes. This situation cannot be achieved by luck or strength alone. Li Sijing's name has once again become a hot word in the regional channel, attracting everyone's discussion. And Li Sijing's incident of killing 30 people in a row in the last world has also been brought up again. But this time, although there are people who condemn her, more people admire her. After all, no matter when, there are always people who admire the strong, especially in this survival game. So, in these chat records, Li Sijing got 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that her reputation in the area has improved a lot. Of course, the nickname of the murderer is probably not going to be gotten rid of for a while. There are 2 sides to everything. The bad news is that she has become more famous, and the probability of being recognized in the future is even greater. After reading the previous messages, Li Sijing came to check the real-time information sent now. Ah, it's raining too hard. I can't drive. It's raining so hard. I don't dare get out of the car. Me too. Do I have to stay in the car for 3 days until the world ends? Stop talking. I can already foresee the unbearable smell in my car. My God. Stop talking about this. Who has a mask? It's really inconvenient to cover your mouth with clothes. Who has a car maintenance card? I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Or at least metal materials. Don't ask the 2 people above. Everyone is in short supply. Who would be stupid enough to sell it at this time? I'm asking about something that's not in short supply. Who has clothes to sell? I want to buy 2 sets. I want to buy 2. The clothes are too damp. They stick to my body. I feel itchy all over. Oh my God. I just want to complain that the current environment is too humid, which is inconvenient in various ways. Not to mention clothes. Even bedding is the same. Last night, I felt like I was sleeping in a quilt that was not wrung dry. When I got up in the morning, I had dense red spots all over my body, which felt like wet moss. On the first day I came to this world, my luck exploded. I opened a bag of 5 kilograms of flour. I ate it once, but it became damp. I cried so hard. The bacon I hung to dry turned out to be moldy. Can you believe it? Fuck. What should I do in this humid weather? Actually, you can roast it with fire. I lit the stove that I used to keep warm in the last world. The humidity in the car has improved a lot, but it's a little hot. Ah, why didn't I think of this method? It doesn't matter if it's hot, as long as it's not damp. Good idea. Thank you. I will try it now. This method is good, but it wastes some wood. The original basic materials are not enough, and I am reluctant to do so. If you are reluctant, then you can only continue to endure it. In fact, you don't have to keep it lit. You can burn it for half an hour and stop it for an hour, which is much better than it is now. Or, you can also turn on the air conditioner, which not only solves the humidity, but also can defog. Don't joke with me. He is not willing to spend 1 unit of wood per hour. How can he spend 1 unit of gasoline per hour? Speaking of defog, this water mist is really annoying. Yes, it's less than half an hour away, and I have to wipe it again. It's a waste of time. Hey, it's raining so hard now, and I can't drive fast. Today's harvest is worrying. Harvest? I'll be thankful if I can get 15 resource boxes today. The above is ambitious. My goal today is 10 resource boxes. Stop talking about harvest. No one is thinking about tomorrow's competition. No need to remind me. Thank you. I'm already worried. It will probably rain harder tomorrow. There is definitely no way to reach the finish line within the specified time. What should I do? What can I do? Of course, I will work hard to accumulate points and then exchange them for teleportation cards. It doesn't matter if there is no harvest. I can't give away supplies. Right? Hey, the competition is another big harvest for the big guys. For us, it's a blessing to be alive. It's so sad. No need to remind me. How useless am I? After finishing breakfast, Li Sijing immediately hung the portable oven in the trading area, and then turned off the blue screen. While washing the dishes, she was thinking about the dehumidification methods that everyone in the area talked about. Although she placed quicklime everywhere in the car to absorb moisture, it still couldn't keep up with the erosion of moisture. This can be seen from the water droplets flowing on the car wall. Roasting to remove moisture? This method is good, but it is a bit hot, and it is estimated that you have to keep replenishing water. Turn on the air conditioner? The consumption is a bit high, and the key is that the dehumidification effect is not very good. Just relying on these two methods, she thought of a method that is more suitable for her. Dryer. This is the best choice to deal with water vapor. Although her dryer is attached to a wardrobe, as long as the zipper of the wardrobe is opened, it should be able to take care of the entire car. And this dryer saves half the energy compared to the air conditioner. The air conditioner consumes 1 unit of gasoline for 1 hour, while this wardrobe dryer consumes 1 unit of gasoline in 2 hours. She had just exchanged a lot of gasoline with others before, so she would not feel bad even if she kept the wardrobe dryer running. If you want to do it, do it. Li Sijing immediately took action, pulled down the zipper of the wardrobe, opened it completely, and then turned on the dryer. As the dryer started working, other effects were not obvious for a while, but the temperature in the car rose slightly. Fortunately, the dryer is not a furnace, and the temperature in the car only rose by 2 or 3 degrees, which is still within the acceptable range. Chapter 277 Encountering Hyenas Again. Because she didn't waste time outside the car. It was less than 8:30 when Li Sijing finished breakfast and packed up. And she also successfully harvested the first resource box of the day, a low-level one. Of course, she had no intention of being idle while sitting in the car. She was quite busy today. First of all, the hen in the breeding cage, which had been clucking all morning, laid an egg. She was afraid of heights after working hard. After picking up the egg, she naturally had to sprinkle a handful of rice husks to reward it. It felt really good to have a harvest without getting off the car. Of course, it would be even better if she didn't need to shovel shit. Fortunately, this breeding cage can perfectly isolate the smell. Otherwise, if she stayed in the abnormal smell all the time, she couldn't guarantee that the hen would not become chicken soup. And in the intermediate planting pot next to it, the peanuts planted the night before were also mature and could be harvested. However, The harvest was naturally very fast in a small area of 1 square meter. Wearing labor protection gloves, it only took 10 minutes to pull and pick the peanuts. In the end, about 3 kilograms of shelled peanuts were harvested. Of course, these peanuts were still wet, so they had to be blown to remove moisture. It was raining all the time now, and there was no way to get sun. It happened that there was a dryer in the car, so she just lay on the ground and blew it. The peanuts that could be obtained in the end were estimated to be about 2 kilograms, but she planted half a kilogram of seeds. Compared with the rice she planted before, the difference was quite obvious. No wonder rice can become the staple food of humans. If she relied on eating peanuts, she would starve to death. Li Sijing did not waste the harvested peanut vines, and stuffed them directly into the breeding cage, which was also considered a snack for the hens. What to plant next in this intermediate planting pot has already been planned. Take out the soybeans that she had soaked in advance and have already sprouted, and plant them in the intermediate planting pot. In this way, she can harvest a batch of soybeans around 8 o'clock tomorrow night. After these trivial matters were handled properly, Li Sijing turned her attention to the large beast outside the car. Today's large beast is a sturdy wild horse. Looking at its agile posture, it must be a horse king. Right? The meat of the beast that has been soaked in acid rain cannot be eaten. But this large beast still needs to be killed. After all, there are no enemies to kill in her world, if she wants to occupy a place on the battle power list. Every beast must not be let go. At 9:10, Li Sijing encountered the second low-level resource box of the day, and she also asked Shinkong to stop the car and prepare to deal with this horse king as soon as possible. Still following the previous routine, with hot weapons in hand, these large beasts, although huge, are just a matter of a few more shots. Of course, there were some minor accidents in the process of dealing with this horse king. First of all, the heavy rain had a certain impact on her use of the pistol. Not only did it affect her vision, but the power of the bullets was also weakened a lot in the acid rain. This also led to the fact that the large beast that could have been dealt with in 2 or 3 shots was completely dealt with in 10 shots. Moreover, the speed of this horse king was unexpectedly agile, and Li Sijing was almost hit by it because she couldn't dodge it in time. Fortunately, Li Sijing finally dealt with it. After ending the battle that took less than 10 minutes, she quickly returned to the car. Shinkong continued to drive, while Li Sijing carefully took off her raincoat and other items. By the way, I don't know if these rainproof props of hers can last until the end of this world. So far, the durability of the acid-proof spray layer on the rain boots has been consumed by about 40 points. And the durability of the rubber gloves has also been consumed by more than 30 points. The durability of the hat, raincoat, and umbrella, which are mutually replaced, is less than 30 points. I don't know about other tools, but the rain boots that have been stepping on the acid rain will probably not last that long. Fortunately, she still has a little acid-proof spray layer in her hand, and there is no problem spraying the rain boots again. After solving the problem of the large beast, Li Sijing ate some snacks, replenished her physical strength, and prepared to drive herself. As for why she had to move the driving behavior that had been put in the afternoon to the morning, that's because she can witness her off-road vehicle upgraded to a motorhome in the afternoon. And then she probably won't be in the mood to think about anything else. After replenishing her energy and drinking water, Li Sijing took out the defogger spray and sprayed it on the windshield in front of her. In this way, after everything was ready, the time came to 9:30, and she also started driving. The dense rain curtain had an impact on the starry sky, and the impact on her was even greater. This time, Li Sijing could only reduce the speed to 70 kilometers per hour. She was driving seriously, still wearing a gas mask, and it was very funny to look at the scene in the car. Fortunately, on this deserted road, no one saw such a scene except herself. This time, the driving lasted until 11:30, and the effect of the second defogger spray disappeared. And then it ended. Of course, in these 2 hours, she also encountered 3 resource boxes. And this third resource box happened to be an intermediate resource box. Unexpectedly, today's intermediate resource box was encountered so early. Li Sijing untied her seatbelt, got out of the car with her gun after getting her equipment in order. The dense raindrops hit her umbrella, making her sigh that she was very happy to encounter a resource box. But it was really troublesome to get off the car to get the resource box. When can I get a tool that can take the resource box to the car without getting off the car? It's a pity that the resource boxes are all square. And even with a hook, there is no way to hook them back. After triggering the intermediate resource box, the small beast that ran out of the white fog can be regarded as an old friend. I killed a lot of hyenas yesterday. More than 30 hyenas were dealt with by her. It was naturally easy to deal with the hyena in front of her. After a few shots to deal with the hyena, the game prompt sounded. Successfully killed a small beast hyena and obtained 250g of hyena meat. Heh. I haven't sold the 250g hyena meat I got yesterday. And I got another 250g today, which makes exactly 1 pound. After putting away the hyena meat and picking up the intermediate resource box, Li Sijing quickly returned to the car. Shinkong took over the driving rights and continued driving, while Li Sijing looked at the resource box on the folding table. 1 intermediate resource box, and 4 low-level resource boxes were her harvest this morning. Li Sijing shook her head somewhat dissatisfiedly. Compared with the harvest when she first came to this world, it was too far away. It's true that it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. And now, there is a problem in front of her that needs to be decided. This intermediate resource box must be opened. So should these 4 low-level resource boxes in front of her be kept? What are they for? Of course, they are synthesized into intermediate resource boxes. Chapter 278 Electric Mosquito Swatter Blueprint. Ever since she knew that 10 low-level resource boxes could be combined into 1 intermediate resource box, Li Sijing decided to combine 1 intermediate resource box every day. Although, in this way, the materials she could get were much less, but the quality was improved. After all, the materials that could be opened in the low-level resource box could be exchanged for materials in the trading area. But the intermediate resource box was different. The blueprint was not something that could be exchanged for any material. Now there is a problem, which is the number of resource boxes that can be obtained every day. Before, the road conditions were good and the speed was fast. In a day, she could get more than 10 or 20 resource boxes. Now, her speed has slowed down, and the resource boxes she can get in a day are only 12 or 13. In other words, if she opens all the 4 low-level resource boxes in her hand now, by the evening, it is not certain that the 10 low-level resource boxes can be gathered together. Her lingering eyes stayed on the 5 resource boxes on the table for a moment. In the end, Li Sijing put away the 4 low-level resource boxes and only opened the intermediate resource box. Wang's IQQ Candy 20G. Electric Mosquito Swatter Manufacturing Drawing. Fuel Tank Expansion Drawing. Strawberry Flavor Ice Cream Cake 125G. Green Drink Green Bean Paste 300 ml. Juice Jelly 22G 15. Electric Mosquito Swatter. Handheld electric mosquito swatter can effectively and conveniently kill mosquitoes. Effective for 24 hours. Materials required for manufacturing: plastic *1, rubber *1, metal *1. Electric mosquito swatter drawing? The effective time is only 24 hours. Isn't it a disposable thing? Well, people who use it will not press the switch all the time. Even if it is turned on for 3 hours a day, it can support a world. The most important thing is that the manufacturing materials required are not much. It can barely be regarded as a good blueprint. Although it is raining continuously at present, it is probably because of acid rain that mosquitoes and flies are not bred. This electric mosquito swatter blueprint cannot be used for a while, so it can only be put away. As for the other one, the fuel tank expansion blueprint, it is naturally needless to say, put it away. In addition to the blueprint, the rest are all food, which is very much to Li Sijing's liking. A strawberry ice cream cake. A small box. Like a cupcake. It can be used as a dessert after lunch. Put it away, and put it in the mustard space. A cup of mung bean drink. This is the first time it has been opened. Now the weather is not too hot, so it does not need to be iced. 15 small boxes of jelly. The kind that can be taken one by one. All placed in the storage compartment. There is also a bag of QQ candy. Grape flavor, which is also put in as a daily supplement for physical strength. After packing up these things, Li Sijing will start to prepare today's lunch. It feels like I haven't eaten white rice for a long time. Today, I have enough time, so I can cook some vegetables. First, wash 200g of rice and cook it in an electric rice cooker. Then take out the swimming crab from the mustard space. This is the delicious ingredient she exchanged with others after the resource point activity in the last world. The others have been eaten. Now, in addition to this swimming crab, she only has an abalone in her hand. The swimming crab is only half a pound, and it is still in the shell. Even if Li Sijing eats it alone, it is definitely not enough. After thinking about it, she soaked the last half pound of jellyfish head in her hand. A dish of swimming crab with scallions and ginger, and a dish of cold jellyfish head, are not difficult dishes. When she finished everything, the rice in the rice cooker had only been off for 5 minutes. When eating lunch, Li Sijing originally planned to pair it with the mung bean paste she had just opened. After all, it has been a long time since she had mung bean paste, and it is rare to have something new, so of course she wants to try it. However, she looked at the swimming crab on the table and thought that crabs seemed to be in the great cold, and it was not good to pair them with mung bean paste. In the end, for the sake of her own health, Li Sijing paired it with a cup of boiled water. When eating, the entertainment is still to open the regional channel and check the messages sent by others. After all, in the region, only when eating every day is it the most lively, and you can get a lot of useful information. Unfortunately, until Li Sijing finished lunch, she didn't get any useful information today, probably because there were no activities. There were no new topics in the area. Everyone was still discussing the same issues as before, complaining about how hard life was. She opened the trading area again, and the result was not surprising. In addition to seasonal items such as bamboo hats, the portable ovens that were hung up in the morning also sold well. After replenishing the items in the trading area, Li Sijing turned off the blue screen. She took out an apple from the mustard space, peeled it and ate it. As soon as Li Sijing finished eating the apple in her hand, she met the resource box again. After taking the resource box to the car, it was already a little after 12, and she was going to have a lunch break. A morning of non-stop busyness made her a little mentally exhausted, because the dryer was always on. The temperature in the car was over 20 degrees, so she was not afraid of freezing. She didn't make the bed, just put a blanket on her stomach and fell on the driver's seat to rest. This time, Li Sijing didn't rest for too long. Less than an hour. At 1 o'clock, she met the resource box again, and ended today's lunch break, because she will have something important next. Upgrade the off-road vehicle. The durability of the off-road vehicle has only 7.1 points left under the continuous corrosion of acid rain. The current acid rain is 76 points, and the remaining durability of the off-road vehicle can't last for the next hour. And this situation is also what Li Sijing has calculated long ago. If the durability of the car is consumed, it will be scrapped directly. She must upgrade the off-road vehicle before the durability is consumed. It has been 18 days since Li Sijing came to the survival world, starting from a 2-seater car. After working so hard for so long, can she finally upgrade the car to a motorhome? Chapter 279 Upgrade to a motorhome. After lunch break, Li Sijing first took out a crushed ice from the freezer and ate it to wake up. Then she took out the strawberry-flavored ice cream cake she had driven out in the morning from the mustard space and ate it. After she was completely sleepy and refreshed, she took out the car upgrade card she had obtained a long time ago and clicked to use it. It was still the kind of technological change method, and the off-road vehicle was like a stuck. When Li Sijing blinked, the whole car had changed. She was still sitting in the driver's seat, but this driver's seat had undergone tremendous changes. Not only did the seat become wider and more comfortable to sit in, but even the view outside had undergone tremendous changes. Looking back at the rear compartment, the change was even greater, and the entire space was enlarged by twice. Before Li Sijing could take a closer look, the prompt sound of Xingyu sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has a car maintenance card. Do you want to use it? Not for the time being, Li Sijing said quickly. There is a big difference between a motorhome and an off-road vehicle, and there are many more things on it. She has to think carefully about how to transform it. After all, there is only 10 minutes of transformation time, and it can't be wasted like this. Okay. When the host is ready to use it, please recite the car maintenance card in your mind, and the operation interface will appear. After saying that, Xingyao disappeared again. Li Sijing opened the manufacturing page and immediately made a canopy with metal materials. It cost 13.2 units of metal to make a canopy to protect her motorhome, compared with the off-road vehicle that only needed 10 units of metal materials before. The RV cost 3.2 more units of metal. It doesn't seem to be much, but as long as you think about the durability of this metal shed, which can't be maintained for 2 hours now, you will know how much more materials are needed. Just thinking about the convenience brought by the RV, Li Sijing felt that these extra consumptions seemed to be nothing. She couldn't wait to stand up and want to visit her RV. The moment she stood up, Lee Sejing got the first benefit of the RV. She could finally stand up straight. Her previous shelves, freezers, and all supplies were placed in the aisle of the RV. When visiting the RV, Lee Sejing was very careful. It took her 10 minutes to check the RV from beginning to end. And she had a general understanding in her mind. Because the RV was always moving, she couldn't see the situation outside. So she just talked about the situation inside the car. This RV is not too big. In the RV world, it should only be considered a Type B RV. It is 5 meters long, 2.2 meters wide, and 2.2 meters high. This height is why she can stand up in the driver's seat. If you only calculate the area, this RV seems to be only a few square meters larger than an off-road vehicle. But if you calculate the volume, it has a lot more space than an off-road vehicle. The entire RV is roughly divided into 4 areas: driving area, activity area, kitchen and toilet area, and rest area. In addition to the rest area, which occupies a length of 2 meters, the other 3 areas each occupy a length of 1 meter, which is exactly 5 meters long in total. This is a common design in RVs. But for Lee Sejing, there are many places that need to be renovated. There is only one chance to renovate. And if you want to renovate it later, you can only wait for the RV to be upgraded again. In order to avoid omissions, she took out the notebook and pen she got when she unpacked the car before, and prepared to draw a sketch of the renovation. First is the rest area. The 2-meter bed inside must be very comfortable to sleep on. It's a pity that it occupies too much space. She doesn't need it alone, so it can be reduced appropriately. Just cut it in half. So, the 2*2.2 meter bed became a 1*2.2 meter single bed. By the way, this bed is still a bit long, but you can cut a section to place the wardrobe with a dryer. Above the bed, there are 2 rows of lockers, where you can put some clothes and bedding. By the way, you can also hang the TV you got here, and it should be very comfortable to watch movies lying on the bed. Then, there is the kitchen and toilet area, a space of 1 by 2.2 meters, and the toilet occupies 1 square meter. On the right side of the car, the kitchen occupies a space of 0.7 by 1 meters. On the left side of the car, a 0.5 meter width is left in the middle as an aisle. Lee Sejing thought that this did not need to be modified, so she just moved it back to the rest area. As for the driving area, there was no need for 2 seats, so the co-pilot seat was still removed, leaving a 1 by 1.5 space. The last area, the activity area, was also deliberately left by Lee Sejing with the largest space of 2 by 2.2 meters. There were originally 2 seats here. If she was alone, she would not need so many, so she removed one. A fixed rectangular table can be used for eating and working. But for Lee Sejing, it takes up too much space, so her folding table is more space-saving. So she removed it. So this space of about 4 square meters will be where she will move in the future. Even if she encounters blizzards or acid rain in the future and cannot move under the car, she doesn't have to worry. However, she has to take time to visit the trading area to see if there are any exercise equipment in it, so that she can exchange some. So, looking at the very simple sketch drawn on the notebook in her hand, Lee Sejing was very satisfied. After reading it carefully twice and memorizing the sketch in her heart, Lee Sejing silently recited the car transformation in her mind. 10 minutes is still enough for her, who has drawn the sketch in advance. After the transformation, she still has time to check it carefully to make sure there is no omission, and then click to confirm. Then, the RV was surrounded by white fog, and when it appeared in front of Lee Sejing again, it had become what she expected. Looking at the RV in front of her, which was very much in line with her own wishes, Lee Sejing was filled with joy. Finally, it has come to this state. If there is no danger along the way, it will be a solo RV trip. She is even more looking forward to the days ahead. Of course, now is not the time for her to imagine the future. She still needs to organize the supplies. First of all, there are 2 shelves full of supplies. Lee Sejing has already made arrangements for their ownership. There is a 1 by 1.5 area next to the driver's seat, and a large shelf with a length of 1.2 meters is placed, leaving space for walking. Of course, thinking that I would occasionally drive, in order not to block the view of the windshield. The large shelf is at the back, in a straight line with the backrest of the driver's seat. The small shelf, which is only 0.8 meters long, is placed next to the windshield. The original position of the co-pilot seat was completely filled, although both shelves were full. Li Sijing did not intend to make another shelf, but prepared to increase the height. The original shelf had 3 layers. Each layer was 0.4 meters, and the total height was 1.2 meters. There is a step here in the driving area, which is 1.8 meters high. The extra half meter of space can naturally add another layer. And with this layer of space, a lot of supplies can be put down. After the shelf is installed, the wardrobe is also placed above the single bed, which makes it more convenient to take clothes. Chapter 280: The Efficacy of Nutrient Soil. In the RV, all spaces will be used as much as possible. Even the always stingy survival game has several wall cabinets in the RV. Therefore, some of Li Sijing's miscellaneous items also have places to be placed. After all these things are packed up, the items left in the activity area are only 2 small freezers, a mobile stove, and planting pots and breeding cages. The planting pots and breeding cages are both 10 centimeters cubes, and they don't take up much space, so there is no need to worry too much. Li Sijing directly used the shelf drawings to make a half-meter high shoe rack. The shoe rack is placed against the wall of the car, and shoes can be placed below. The breeding cages and 2 planting pots are placed on the top of the shoe rack. However, Li Sijing was a little hesitant about placing the small freezer and the mobile stove. These 3 things are too big, and they take up space no matter where they are placed. She can't just leave them in the activity area. In fact, there is a place that is still very suitable for placement, which is under the single bed in the rest area. There is probably storage space under the bed in the RV. Unfortunately, the storage method used for the bed in this RV is actually a flip-top type. It is like a big box, and the only opening is from the top. This is probably used to store quilts and clothes that are not often used. A small freezer and a mobile stove can also be stuffed in. However, does she have to move the mattress, open the lid, and then open the freezer lid every time she uses it? Don't mention why she didn't modify it when she used the car modification card just now. You know, this car modification card has a nice name, but it only has the right to move and remove, and does not have the right to modify and create. Sitting on the only seat left in the activity area, Li Sijing looked at the 3 items in front of her and couldn't help but feel distressed. If there is really no other way, she could only put these things in the activity area for the time being. But in this way, the large space she reserved for the activity area has no meaning. I can't think of a solution for the time being, so this problem can only be put aside. She opened the manufacturing area and prepared to manufacture all the RV accessories drawings in her hand. Li Sijing now has a total of 4 drawings of RV accessories in her hand. The first is the RV lift TV. After she clicked on the manufacturer, she installed it directly above the wardrobe. The TV is liftable. When it is not in use, it can be put away and attached to the roof of the car, which also frees up the space above the wardrobe. The 28-inch TV is not too big, but it is enough for her to watch while lying on the bed. Next is the gas system. After installing this system, her kitchen will not be used as a decoration. The most important thing is that this gas system is not only connected to the kitchen, but also to the bathroom. She finally doesn't have to boil water for her own bath in the future, which is good news. The third accessory is the water system. After Li Sijing built it, she found that this survival game was too stingy. The water system is actually only equipped with a 50-liter clean water tank, without a gray water tank and a black water tank. In this way, daily water use is still very wasteful, and the convenience brought by the RV is not experienced at all. If you want to make full use of this water system, you obviously need to equip yourself with a gray water tank and a black water tank. No, the black water tank is not necessary. After all, her toilet can only decompose all garbage and does not need to discharge sewage. But the gray water tank is still necessary. Forget it. Let's put this annoying problem aside for now and take a look at the last accessory in her hand. The decomposable toilet is the accessory that Li Sijing is most looking forward to. With this thing, she can live a good life even if she does not leave the RV for several days. The bathroom was originally equipped with an ordinary toilet, but it was directly replaced after Li Sijing clicked to make it. Looking at this toilet, which is not much different from the previous one, she couldn't help but want to try its magical function. She walked out and poured the half bucket of slop into the decomposable toilet. After the slop was poured in, the toilet immediately made a faint sound. But in just 3 seconds, the sound ended. The sound was not loud, just like the sound when the fan was turned on. And the time was short, so it didn't have much impact. After confirming the decomposition of the toilet, Li Sijing immediately squatted down and pulled out a small box from the bottom of the toilet. This is where the nutrient soil is stored after the toilet classifies the garbage. However, after seeing the small box clearly, Li Sijing was a little dumbfounded. If she didn't have the perfect eagle eye skill, she probably wouldn't have seen that there were a dozen dust-like particles in the small box. So, her half bucket of sewage only decomposed into 10 dust-like particles in the end? The difference in the results after decomposition is quite large. So, what exactly are the functions of these nutrient soils? Li Sijing couldn't help but look at them. Nutrient soil, acting on the planting pot. 1 g of nutrient soil can immediately accelerate the growth rate of plants for 1 day. 50 g of nutrient soil can upgrade low-level planting soil to medium-level planting soil. And 500 g of nutrient soil can upgrade medium-level planting soil to high-level planting soil. This surprise is too big. Nutrient soil can actually upgrade planting soil? Low-level planting soil accelerates the time by 10 times. Medium-level planting soil accelerates the time by 100 times. So what about high-level planting soil? According to inertial speculation, high-level planting soil can obviously accelerate the time by 1,000 times. In other words, 1 day can be used as 3 years, which is too exciting. She has been planting crops before. And with high-level planting soil, she can plant fruit plants. Those fruits that take 3 to 5 years to bear fruit only take 2 or 3 days with the blessing of high-level planting soil. However, after the fantasy, Li Sijing's thoughts had to return to reality. The amount of nutrient soil needed to upgrade the planting soil is a bit too much. She collected half a bucket of slop. And the nutrient soil she finally got was less than 0.1 g. How much garbage is needed to collect 500 g of nutrient soil? The most important thing is that decomposing the toilet also consumes energy. Every 10 g of nutrient soil decomposed consumes 1 unit of gasoline. Of course, it is still very cost-effective to use 50 units of gasoline to exchange for high-level planting soil. And she can afford it. The key now is that there is not so much garbage. Will she become the garbage king of the area in the future? Chapter 281 Replacement of Blueprints. At 1 p.m., the RV upgrade began. The metal rain cover was replaced twice, and 3 low-level resource boxes were also brought up. It was not until after 3 o'clock that Li Sijing finished all the things. This is also the reason why Li Sijing moved her driving schedule to the morning today. She really had no time in the afternoon. After finally being able to sit on a chair and take a break, Li Sijing was still thinking about the problem while eating snacks. The placement of the small freezer and mobile stove, the gray water tank, and the black water tank all require blueprints to solve. But with her luck, how could the blueprints she got from opening the box be what she wanted? Until 4 o'clock. She met the resource box again, and still had no idea. After taking back this low-level resource box, Li Sijing had already gathered 10 low-level resource boxes, and could finally synthesize them. Without any hesitation. She couldn't wait to synthesize them directly. Although she knew that she definitely didn't have this luck. She couldn't help but look forward to it when she opened the box. Geoduobo Herbal Tea 330 milliliters. RV Awning Blueprint. Soundproof Car Body Blueprint. 250 g of Chinese cabbage. Toilet brush. 500 g of toilet cleaning liquid. She had just built a toilet. And a toilet brush and toilet cleaning liquid set came, which was quite considerate. Half a pound of Chinese cabbage was still put into the mustard space. And a can of herbal tea was also put away first. Finally, Li Sijing came to see the 2 blueprints that were opened. Well, as expected, the 2 blueprints she wanted did not appear. But among them, there was a blueprint for RV accessories, which was not bad luck for her. RV awning. The awning installed on the side of the RV has a total area of 10 square meters. Materials required for manufacturing: cloth *10, rubber *2, metal *2, plastic *1. The biggest advantage of the awning that comes with the RV is that it does not take up space and has a large shade area. The required construction materials are also quite a lot. Of course, the RV awning is not used in this world. After all, this awning does not have an acid-proof spray layer. As for the other drawing of the soundproof car body, she already had it, which is considered a duplicate drawing. Ding! It is detected that the host has a duplicate drawing in his hand. Whether to start the replacement mechanism. You can choose to replace it randomly or replace it automatically. When this prompt sounded, Li Sijing was suddenly stunned, because she found that her previous distress seemed to be unnecessary. She was really blinded by one leaf and actually forgot the duplicate drawing replacement function that came with the sign-in system. After activating the self-replacement function, wouldn't she be able to easily get the drawing she wanted? By the way, she had previously opened a duplicate bulletproof glass drawing. At that time, she was afraid that the RV might be missing some parts, so she kept it in her hands and didn't replace it. She was so anxious that she completely forgot about it. If she hadn't opened another duplicate drawing, she wouldn't know when she would remember it. The 2 duplicate drawings could just be replaced with the 2 drawings she wanted. It was indeed a new hope. Li Sijing immediately confirmed the self-replacement. And then the familiar interface suddenly appeared in her mind. Ding! You have 10 minutes to choose. Please make your choice within the deadline. Li Sijing did not dare to delay the 10-minute selection time. As for the various accessories on the interface that made people jealous, she did not dare to look at them for fear that she would suffer from choice difficulty again. So, she directly ordered Xingyao, select the RV bed accessories. As her voice fell, the interface in her mind suddenly changed, and only dozens of directories remained. And Li Sijing chose the most suitable drawing for herself from them. RV bed modification drawing. You can modify the RV bed according to your own design. Note, every time the vehicle is upgraded, there is a modification opportunity, and the maximum bed is 2 times 2.2 meters. Among the dozens of drawings, this one is not the best, but Li Sijing took a fancy to the notes written on it and finally chose it. Every time the vehicle is upgraded, there is a modification opportunity, which is equivalent to a bed modification card. As for the second drawing, Li Sijing quickly made a choice according to this standard. RV water tank modification drawings. You can specify the size yourself to make a gray water tank, and each time the vehicle is upgraded, the size can be adjusted again. Looking at the 2 newly obtained drawings in her hand, she was very happy and clicked to make it directly. For the design of the bed, Li Sijing also drew a sketch before starting the modification. After all, there was a 10-minute time limit, the length of 2.2 meters. After leaving 0.5 meters for the wardrobe, only 1.7 meters of length remained. Fortunately, Li Sijing is not too tall. She is 165 centimeters tall and can sleep on a 170 centimeters bed without any problem. Li Sijing placed the 1*1.7 m single bed at a height of 1 m. There is a height of 1 m above the bed, so she doesn't need to lower her head when sitting on the bed. There is also a height of 1 m below, and after placing the small freezer, there is still a little space for her to open the lid. After the 3 machines are stuffed under the bed, the length is just right, but the width has an extra 0.4*2.2 m of space. It can be used to place some folding tables and chairs and other sundries. Anyway, it will not be left empty. Finally, all these materials were stuffed in, and Li Sijing was in the mood to look at another drawing. Li Sijing also set the capacity of the gray water tank after careful consideration. After all, if the water tank is too small, it is not enough. And if the water tank is too large and cannot be used, it is not cost-effective to occupy space. This gray water tank is mainly used to collect domestic wastewater from her daily washing vegetables, bathing, etc. And these domestic wastewater can be used to flush the toilet, which is considered to save resources. The clean water tank that comes with the water system is 50 liters, and the gray water tank is naturally smaller than this. After thinking about it, Li Sijing directly set up a 25-liter gray water tank in half. After that, she moved out all the large barrels of mineral water she had stored. A total of 9 barrels, plus the remaining half barrel she used. After adding all of them to the clean water tank, it was not full yet. A total of 47 liters of mineral water. Of course, she still had a dozen bottles of 550 milliliter small bottles of mineral water in her hand. This is for easy carrying when going out for activities, but it doesn't need to be added. In this way, after several hours, she finally sorted out the upgraded RV. Looking at this bright and comfortable RV in front of her, thinking that she can take a shower and sleep in bed tonight, her heart can't hide the joy. Chapter 282 Intercom and Camera. On the corroded road, in the heavy rain, a motorhome is moving forward at a steady speed. And Li Sijing, sitting in the motorhome, is looking at everything in the motorhome with a sense of accomplishment. It is already 4:30, and she has spent the whole afternoon in this motorhome. Seeing that it is getting dark, there is not much time left. Li Sijing did not continue to find things for herself to do. Instead, she prepared to take a break, so that she could think about it and see if there is anything she has missed. The folding table was opened and placed against the wall of the car in front of her. The water in the thermos was gone, and Li Sijing was boiling water, listening to the gurgling sound in the kettle. Li Sijing suddenly had an idea in her mind. In ancient times, drinking tea in the rain was considered an elegant thing. She just happened to have time now, so why not try it? Li Sijing remembered that she seemed to have opened a box and got a small bag of Maojian before, and she had always tasted it. Thinking of this, Li Sijing hurriedly walked to the driving area and searched on the shelves. Finally, she found a small bag of 100g Maojian from a corner. In addition, there were two things that she had long forgotten, which were also found. Putting Maojian on the table, Li Sijing looked at the things she had just found in her hand. The walkie-talkie and the camera. By the way, these two things seem to be items obtained in the first world. Right? I never had the opportunity to use them before, and I put them in the corner, and I almost forgot about them. Now, her car has been upgraded to a motorhome, and these two items are just right for use. Two walkie-talkies, one on the driver's seat and one next to the pillow. In this way, even when she was resting and sleeping, she didn't have to worry about not hearing the sound of the starry sky. As for the camera, it can be installed at the back of the RV. After all, the vehicle has become too long, and some angles behind cannot be seen, which is a bit dangerous. Of course, the installation of the camera will have to wait until the end of this world. Otherwise it will be corroded by acid rain, which will be bad. After these two objects were handled, the hot water was boiled, and Li Sijing began to make tea. There were no matching tools, and the key was that she didn't understand the tea ceremony. So making tea was really just a simple tea. Pinch a handful of tea leaves, throw them into the thermos, and then pour in boiling water. Then, Li Sijing looked at the raindrops outside the car through the glass on the side of the car and drank tea. At this moment, the mood seemed very calm. After a while, when the time came to 6 o'clock, Li Sijing was ready to end today's trip. However, when she was about to speak, she suddenly stopped, and she suddenly thought of something. There was a reason why I stopped at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Because she needs to leave time to get out of the car and deal with trivial matters. But she is different now. With such heavy acid rain, she has no way to get out of the car even if she stops. Moreover, with the existence of the RV, she can do it tonight without getting out of the car. So, what is she doing now? Of course, continue to move forward. There is still an hour. There will definitely be a resource box. Of course, the RV continues to move forward. She can't continue to be leisurely, and she has to start doing things. There is a 4 square meter open space in the activity area on the RV. Although it is not as big as the space under the parasol, it can still be moved around a little. Of course, she had to be unarmed and careful during the activity. Otherwise it would be bad if she damaged her beloved RV. Wait until tomorrow's competition, when others sell supplies in exchange for teleportation cards. She had to see if she could take the opportunity to buy some exercise equipment, so that she could lift weights at that time, which would be much safer than now. She kept moving until about 6:40. And then she stopped when she saw the resource box again. After taking this low-level resource box into the car, today's trip was finally over. After all, the remaining 10 minutes were not enough for her to meet the next resource box. Li Sijing didn't care that it was not dark outside. She directly pulled up the blackout curtain and turned on the lights in the RV. There were quite a few lights on the RV, and it looked very bright when turned on. But it was estimated that it consumed a lot of electricity. The battery in her car could not store much electricity. During the day, when the vehicle was running and generating electricity, the electricity consumption was sufficient. But at night, it could only rely on the stored electricity. The various accessories of the vehicle itself are also very power-consuming, such as the ventilation system, control system, interior lights, and audio and TV. In order to save electricity, try not to use the power stored in the solar panels, and don't turn on so many lights. Li Sijing hurried to the control panel and turned off the lights in other places, leaving only the lights in the activity area. Oh! When can a large-sized storage battery be opened? She won't have to be so stingy. It's already this point. And the next step is to prepare dinner. Li Sijing is still looking forward to the first meal in the RV. She had swimming crabs for lunch, and she planned to have some vegetarian food at night. As usual, she cooked the rice first. As for the dishes, she planned to make fried leeks and eggs. She took out the last half a pound of leeks she had left from the mustard space. As for the eggs, the hen she had exchanged had only laid 2 eggs, and the third one would have to wait until tomorrow morning. The key was that one of the 2 eggs was still wrapped in dumplings by her, and this one egg was not enough for frying. Fortunately, she still had a backup, which was the ostrich egg she had obtained before. Such a large ostrich egg, with half a pound of leeks, was more than enough. As for the eggs, it was better to save them. The ingredients were ready, but Li Sijing was not in a hurry to make them. After all, fried leeks and ostrich eggs only took a few minutes, while the rice in the rice cooker would take more than 20 minutes. Before that, she could just deal with other things. Li Sijing waved her hand and took out 3 low-level resource boxes from the mustard space. These are the 3 low-level resource boxes she got after using 10 low-level resource boxes to synthesize the intermediate resource boxes. She didn't plan to keep these 3 low-level resource boxes, but to open them directly. After all, she only opened 2 intermediate resource boxes in a whole day, which was really too little. She had to open some daily supplies. Chapter 283 Addicted TV. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 2 plastic low square stools. Household nightlight. Glass *2. Cloth *2. 550 milliliters of mineral water. 5 liters of mineral water. 1,000 milliliters of plain yogurt. 330 milliliters of Tsingtao beer. Metal *5. Rubber *3. 10 g of blueberry freeze-dried yogurt cubes. 3 g *30 of beef cubes. 10 g *10 of spicy fish. 100 g *2 of black plums. 5 of wood. 3 of plastic. 21 units of gasoline. All added to the tank. Today, I encountered 14 resource boxes, but consumed 70 units of gasoline. Even these 21 units of gasoline, added to the tank, did not fill up half. Li Sijing took out the other things that she had exchanged with others before from the mustard space and filled up the tank. As for the large and small bottles of mineral water, the small bottles were put away. And as for the large barrels, the water tank couldn't hold them right now, so she put them aside first. I think they will be able to hold them after she washes up. The 2 small plastic stools are only 20 centimeters high, which is a bit cramped to sit on. Li Sijing immediately arranged their positions. One was placed under the folding table. Sometimes when there are too many things on the table and there is not enough space, it can be temporarily placed. One was placed under the bed as a footrest. After all, a 1-meter-high bed is still a bit high. As for this household nightlight, it is more to Li Sijing's liking. After all, she just complained that the lights in the RV were too power-consuming, so she was given an energy-saving one. The night light is not very bright, and it can be plugged in at the head of the bed, so she doesn't have to grope in the dark to save electricity. The most important thing is that the night light is very energy-saving. Even if it is turned on for a whole day, it will not use more than 0.1 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Another 1-liter bottle of yogurt was opened. Li Sijing planned to put it in the freezer first, and then take it out and put it in the mustard space after she finished dinner. In this way, even if the freezer is not refrigerated, she can drink cold yogurt all the time. As for the can of beer that was opened, it was a bit too little. As for the last resource box, it was a surprise that all the food was opened. There was only a small bag of blueberry freeze-dried yogurt cubes, and there was no need to keep them. Just open them and eat them directly. After she finished eating the strawberry freeze-dried yogurt cubes that she opened last time, she always missed them. During the resource point activity yesterday, she took out a lot of beef jerky from the yurt, and her teeth were sore from biting it. She didn't finish it, which was a bit of a pity. Unexpectedly, beef cubes were opened today. The beef cubes were the same size as candy. Li Sijing peeled one and tasted it. It tasted good. 10 packs of spicy fish, the best appetizers, were also put away. Finally, there were 2 black plums. Looking at the dark skin, you can tell that they are fully ripe, just right as today's after-meal fruit. After processing the resource boxes, Li Sijing prepared to start cooking. In the kitchen area, on the 1-meter-wide stove, half is a stove without open flames, and the other half is a sink with a cover on it. In the upper cabinet, you can put seasonings and the like, and there is also a small storage cabinet below. which can be used to put bowls and chopsticks and the like. Although the place is small, it is much more convenient than her previous cooking in the driver's seat. After chopping the chives neatly and cracking the ostrich eggs into a bowl, Li Sijing turned on the fire and prepared to cook. In 3 minutes, a plate of fried chives and ostrich eggs was ready, and she took the food to the activity area and sat down. It was also served with 2 freshly opened plums and a cup of plain yogurt. But her sensitive nose smelled the fumes coming here, and she couldn't help frowning. It seems that she still needs a range hood drawing. Otherwise, if the fumes drift into the RV for a long time, it will be difficult to clean. Li Sijing, who was eating dinner, turned on the blue screen as usual, still opened the trading area first, checked the market, and then replenished the items listed in the trading area for herself. Then, she came to the regional channel. Oh, life is getting harder and harder. The acid rain is so heavy that I haven't gotten out of the car for a whole day. Are you guys okay? The back of my hand is corroded by the acid rain, and it seems to be rotting. The smell in the air is getting worse and worse. And wearing a mask doesn't work. The road conditions are too bad. I'm driving an off-road vehicle, but it feels like I'm riding a rocking car. Me too. I've been rocking for a whole day, and I feel like I'm about to have a concussion. Tomorrow is the competition, and I get a headache just thinking about it. With this kind of road conditions, it's hard for me to drive normally. So how can I compete? I'm running out of basic materials to protect against acid rain, and I'm waiting to exchange for some natural disaster supplies in the competition store tomorrow. Oh, I just hope I can save my life tomorrow. Today, the entire area was very calm, and there were no waves. Even in the area, everyone was discussing some old topics, which were not interesting. After dinner, she used a little water to wash the dishes. Li Sijing took out a towel and started to wipe the RV. The quicklime that was placed in the off-road vehicle to prevent moisture has completely disappeared as she upgraded the vehicle. As for the shells, although it did not disappear, it absorbed too much moisture and was no longer useful. The dryer wardrobe was always open and blowing, but because the RV was too big, it could only control the bedroom area. So in order to prevent the RV from getting wet, she had to wipe it with a towel and dehumidify it manually. The disadvantage of the vehicle being too big was revealed at this time. It was really tiring to clean it. When everything was done, it was already 8 o'clock, and she hurriedly started to wash. Originally, there was a bathroom with a shower head today, and it was still hot water. Li Sijing wanted to take a shower. However, it is still unknown what type of world the next world will be, and whether water sources are rare. Just in case, Li Sijing thought that she should not waste water. So she wiped her body. So, she brushed her teeth, washed her face, put on her slippers, and finally returned to her small bedroom. The quilt had been laid on the bed for a long time, and it would always be laid on it, instead of being put away and laid again every day. She stepped on the plastic stool to get on the bed, plugged in the nightlight, and then turned off all the lights in the RV. Half leaning on the bed, Li Sijing turned on the TV with great interest. She tried so hard to save electricity, just to watch TV. 100 movie resources have long been implanted in the TV, and Li Sijing looked through them one by one. Finally, I found a romantic comedy to relax. Maybe I haven't watched TV for a long time, so I became addicted to it and didn't stop for several hours. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening, after watching the end of the second movie, that Li Sijing finally turned off the TV. If I don't turn off the TV, I guess the ventilation system will have no electricity to maintain tonight. Before going to bed, Li Sijing used metal to build a rain cover, although it was only started at noon. This is the 9 sunshades today, consuming a total of 118.8 units of metal. It's really that the acidity of acid rain is rising too fast, and the corrosion is too fast. Chapter 284 Predicting Insect Disasters. On the 5th day of the acid rain world, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was bright. After a good night's sleep, Li Sijing sat up, and the first thing she did was to pick up the intercom hanging on the bedside. Shinkong. Drive. Although she hadn't checked the situation outside the car yet, she thought the rain was getting heavier, and she definitely couldn't get out of the car. In this case, she would just drive forward to save time and meet a few more resource boxes. Then, Li Sijing got up, put on her clothes, and made her bed. When she came to the activity area, she wiped the mist on the glass and looked through the glass to see the situation outside. Raindrops as big as soybeans hit the glass densely, and the rain kept flowing down the glass. Under the distorted and unclear perspective, the scene outside also became a little distorted. The still green grassland, the heavy rain covering the sky, and the unrecognizable road. Just like what people in the area said yesterday. This car is driven like a rocking car, constantly shaking, because the rain is too heavy and the road conditions are too bad. Under the premise of ensuring safety, Shinkon's driving speed is reduced again, directly to 70 kilometers per hour. At this speed, she can only encounter 2 resource boxes in an hour and a half. Li Sijing opened the blue screen to check the acidity, which has become 94 points, and the durability consumed per hour is almost 10 points. By the way, the durability of her RV, Li Sijing hurriedly checked, from 11 o'clock last night to now, a total of 8 hours, consuming 63 points of her durability. Is it more than halfway? There are 37 points of durability left. There should be no way to survive another night. Right? In this way, in order to save herself from getting up in the middle of the night to use the car repair card, Li Sijing decided to use up all the remaining durability right now. Counting on her fingers, the remaining 37 points of durability can last less than 4 hours. In other words, she needs to use the car repair card before 10 o'clock. To be safe, use it at 9:30. Afraid that she would forget, Li Sijing set an alarm at Xingyao, asking Xingyao to remind her at 9:30. For Li Sijing, in order to ensure her strength, the first thing after getting up is of course exercise. Now that she has this condition, she will not miss the exercise for a day. However, when she was about to change her shoes, she found that she couldn't wear these shoes, probably because of the humid environment. The inside was wet, and as for the smell, the shoes became like this. How could she wear them today? Of course, she had other shoes, but those shoes were not sprayed with acid-proof spray layer, so she couldn't wear them out. Although she didn't have to get out of the car, she still had to get the resource box. Not to mention that today was a competition. By the way, Li Sijing suddenly remembered that she seemed to have opened a shoe dryer before. She quickly searched on the shelf and finally found what she wanted in a corner. Put the dryer into the shoes and turn on the switch. It will take less than half an hour for the shoes to become very dry. After she stretched her body, she went into the bathroom and started to wash up. After all these trivial matters were dealt with, it was already 8 o'clock and the game notification came. Congratulations to all players for surviving until now. Acid rain is everywhere, and the acidity is increasing day by day. Do you feel that the supplies are consumed too quickly and are not enough? Don't worry. The considerate game activities have started again, and you can get everything you want here. Unlock it. Our car race event is online again. Please listen carefully to the rules of the game. First, the race starts with the car itself, and the first 10 players who reach the end of the race will receive points. Second, points treasure chests will be refreshed along the way, and you can get a number of points by opening them. Third, when the event starts, the game mall will appear in the world channel, and drinking water, gasoline, skill books, etc. can all be purchased with points. Fourth, all players must participate in the race. After the event ends, players who have not reached the end will be directly eliminated. Fifth, all players in the middle will gradually converge on a main road, and they can attack each other. After reaching the end, they cannot attack. Sixth, the event time is 12 to 1800 hours. Please be prepared. This familiar notification from the game did not stop Li Sijing from preparing breakfast. She had opened few low-level resource boxes in the past 2 days, so the ingredients she got were naturally few. So her breakfast was nothing new. 20 fish balls, 250g fish cake, 250g enoki mushrooms, and an egg, cooked into a big pot of fish ball soup. Add a cup of yogurt and an apple, and that was her breakfast today. While doing it, Li Sijing was thinking, the distance of the competition is still 250 kilometers. With the current road conditions, the speed of an average person can be maintained at about 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. If you can make up your mind and give up the points treasure chest along the way, you will definitely be able to reach the end on time and wait. However, there are probably not many people who can make such a decision. But it just so happens that those who can't reach the end in time should be able to take out a lot of items to exchange for the transmission card. Right? When breakfast is ready and placed on the folding table, when Li Sijing starts to eat, she finally has time to sign in. Today's sign and reward is to predict natural disasters. Who knows what the next natural disaster will be? Sign in. Xingyu. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the natural disaster prediction card. Ding. The natural disaster prediction card is used successfully. The next natural disaster, insect plague. Insect plague? It won't be the insect plague she understands. Right? Mosquitoes? Flies? Or, suddenly, the originally fragrant breakfast tasted like chewing wax. In this world, the acid rain disaster, which was already very terrifying, was compared with the insect plague. She actually felt that it was nothing. That's an insect plague. As a girl, it's normal to be afraid of snakes, mice, and insects. Even if she came to this world, even if she already has a lot of strength, she is still afraid of what she should be afraid of. For her, the scary thing about these insects is not physical attacks, but invisible mental attacks. Of course, this chaotic emotion did not last long. Li Sijing forced herself to calm down. Since she knew in advance that it was an insect plague, she naturally had to prepare. All kinds of materials that can prevent insect plagues and deal with insects must be prepared. By the way, what are insects afraid of? Insecticides? If there are only flies and mosquitoes, it's okay. She has prescribed mosquito nets, floral water, and fly stickers before. Thinking of this, Li Sijing suddenly reacted. The survival game was indeed announced long ago, but they didn't react. She saw these details only after she knew the result. I don't know if anyone in the area has already deduced this situation. Chapter 285 More Nutritious Soil. Li Sijing finished her breakfast unknowingly while thinking about random things. After she washed the dishes, her mind finally came back from the insect plague. Sitting in the activity area, Li Sijing decided to digest the food first. She would get rid of the large beasts today in a moment. And she would definitely not let go of these 100 points. Just thinking about the large beasts, Li Sijing suddenly thought of a problem. The meat of large beasts now has mutated because of acid rain, so it cannot be eaten. And it cannot even be used as casing material. But can this meat be thrown into the toilet and decomposed into nutritious soil? As soon as this idea came up, she couldn't suppress it and took root in her heart. Let's try it. It happened that she had 10 kilograms of mutant meat in her hand. Entering the narrow bathroom, Li Sijing squatted down and pulled open the small box under the toilet. It collected the decomposition of all her garbage from yesterday noon to now. After pouring out all of it, there was only 0.09 g of nutrient soil. If calculated in this way, the nutrient soil that can be decomposed from daily household garbage is about 0.1 g. It takes 500 g of nutrient soil to upgrade the intermediate planting soil to advanced planting soil. If it is only based on household garbage, it will take 5,000 days to collect enough, which takes more than 10 years. As for the household garbage of other people in the collection area, let alone the dirty, messy and troublesome, the key is how much should be collected to make up 500 g. Therefore, Li Sijing had to find another way. After making sure that all the nutrient soil in the small box was poured out, Li Sijing stuffed it back. Then she took out a 1-gene piece of mutant meat from the mustard seed space and threw it into the toilet. After waiting for 3 seconds of decomposition time, she felt that there was no movement in the toilet. Li Sijing then pulled out the small box under the toilet again. The moment she pulled it out, she was ecstatic. Her method really worked. The bottom of the small box was covered with a thin layer of nutrient soil, which looked much more than what she had collected before. 1 g. This is the weight that Li Sijing got after staring at it for 3 seconds, which is 10 times her daily garbage after decomposition. In other words, 1 gene of mutant meat can decompose 1 g of nutrient soil. In this way, she only needs 500 gene of inedible mutant meat to make up 500 g of nutrient soil. Repressing the joy in her heart, Li Sijing decided to try a few more times. Not to be an exception, the remaining 9 gene of mutant meat was thrown into the toilet one by one. Finally, she got 9 g of nutrient soil. With the previous one, she now has a total of 11.09 g of nutrient soil. Now that she has come to the conclusion, Li Sijing naturally has to plan well. The large beasts she will kill later obviously cannot be wasted. Adding the large beasts tomorrow, there should be no problem in getting 500 kilograms of meat. However, these alone obviously cannot satisfy her appetite. After all, inedible mutant meat is only in this world. In the next world, Will she be willing to throw those edible meats into the toilet to decompose? Naturally. She has to take advantage of the mutant meat when it is worthless and buy more. As for the purchase price, ordinary edible meat is 1 kilogram for 1 unit of metal. For the decomposed mutant meat, she offered 10 kilograms of metal for 1 unit, and 100 kilograms of metal for 1 unit of decomposed scraps. In this way, a decomposed large beast can be exchanged for about 30 units of metal. For ordinary people, it is still profitable. Of course, in order to purchase as much mutant meat as possible, Li Sijing also noted in the transaction that all transactions were made with metal materials, which should attract everyone. After the transaction was posted, she ignored the discussion caused. It was already past 9 o'clock, and Li Sijing began to wear rainproof props and prepare to deal with the large beast outside the road. At about 9 o'clock, the RV stopped in the middle of the road. Li Sijing got off the car and took back the third low-level resource box of the day. She did not get in the car, but walked out of the road. The large beast following the road today was a bit strange. It turned out to be a groundhog, holding an umbrella. Li Sijing still followed the previous strategy to deal with this groundhog that was taller than a human. There was no ripple under this huge rain curtain. It took several shots to deal with this large beast. After putting the pistol and umbrella into the mustard space, Li Sijing walked out of the road, came to the body of the groundhog, dragged its 2 legs, and went to the road, standing next to the RV. She took out the Tang sword from the mustard space, and just as she was about to disassemble it, the Xingyu brand alarm rang. After checking the time, she found that it was 9:30, and it was time to use the car maintenance card. Fortunately, she set the alarm. Otherwise she would have forgotten. Li Sijing still had 15 car maintenance cards in her hand. She took one out from the mustard space and clicked to use it. After the RV's durability was refreshed, she opened the manufacturing page and made a rain cover with metal materials. Of course, with the acidity of the current acid rain, this rain cover can only last for an hour. Fortunately, the game has a prompt when the durability of the rain cover is exhausted, so she doesn't have to remember the time. It took half an hour, and at 10 o'clock, Li Sijing finally decomposed the groundhog's body. The RV continued to move forward, and after she took off her raincoat, she began to process the mutant meat. This groundhog must be 2 meters tall, and after decomposition, 300 kilograms of meat were obtained. The scraps of skin and the like were not wasted and were taken back. About 200 kilograms. In the end, 300 kilograms of mutant meat only got 221 g of nutrient soil. As for why it is different from the previous judgment, Li Sijing suspected that it was because there were bones in the meat, and the nutrient soil that bones and meat can decompose is different. This can be confirmed from the decomposition of the scraps later. 200 kilograms of scraps eventually decomposed into 56 g of nutrient soil, and such a 500 kilogram groundhog decomposed a total of 277 g of nutrient soil. Halfway to her goal, she has already completed it. It took Li Sijing a lot of time to decompose so much mutant meat, and it was not until 10:30 that she finished. After all, the toilet opening is so small, and you have to throw kilograms of meat into it. Chapter 286 Flathead Brother. It was already 10:30. Li Sijing wanted to drive in the morning, but she obviously didn't have time. As for the afternoon, it was even more impossible. After all, the competition started at noon. In order to get the first place, she couldn't mess up. It seemed that today's driving schedule was ruined. Unfortunately, she still wanted to try driving a motorhome. After being busy for half a day, Li Sijing sat in the activity area and ate snacks to replenish her energy. At the same time, she opened the trading area. It was only an hour, and she didn't know if anyone was trading mutant meat. After opening the trading information, she found that someone was really trading, and it was an acquaintance. Louis Zhou. The trading information was initiated 10 minutes ago. 290 kilograms of meat and 200 kilograms of scraps. Louis Zhou didn't send a private message, as if he had no curiosity. Li Sijing didn't make any unnecessary concessions, and directly clicked to confirm the transaction. Paid 31 units of metal materials in exchange for a lot of mutant meat. It took another half an hour to decompose the meat, and finally got 256 g of nutrient soil. So, she already had 544.1 g of nutrient soil in her hand. Of course, she also consumed 54 units of gasoline. Since the nutrient soil was enough, the next step was of course to upgrade immediately. There are immature crops in the planting pot, and fertilizer cannot be applied. The sudden prompt in the game calmed her down. The soybeans in this intermediate planting pot will mature at 8 o'clock tonight. And she can wait. It's 11 o'clock. And I don't know if there is any mutant meat trading in the trading area. Li Sijing couldn't help but open the trading area again to check. She found that as time went by, there were indeed more trading information. Many people also asked what she wanted to do with the mutant meat. Is there any special effect? Li Sijing ignored these questions directly. She accepted all the mutant meat. After all, the more the nutrient soil, the better. She spent 30 units of metal from the trading area and bought 280 kilograms of mutant meat and 200 kilograms of scraps. Of course, she put all the things she collected this time in the mustard space. She was going to deal with them when she had time. If these things were to be dealt with, it would take another half an hour. She didn't have time now. After all, there was only 1 hour left before the competition. Before the event started, she planned to make lunch first. There was still enough time. So Li Sijing would not be perfunctory for lunch. She hadn't eaten fish fillet for a long time. And she suddenly missed the fried fish fillet last time. So she decided to eat this for lunch. Anyway, she just happened to pick up an egg from the chicken coop this morning. As for the breadcrumbs, she could use whole wheat bread. With the experience of making it last time, she would be very familiar with it. This time, she planned to use black fish fillet to make fish fillet. She didn't know how it would taste compared with Crucian carp fillet. In order to avoid wasting any egg liquid, she used a full 4 kilograms of black fish fillet. As for making so many fish fillets, but not being able to finish them, that doesn't matter. The extra ones can be saved as snacks and eaten when you are hungry. Put it in the mustard space, and when it is taken out, it is still crispy and tender. In short, it took her half an hour to finally fry all the 4-pound fish fillets. However, before she could taste it, the starry sky prompt sounded. And then, the RV slowly stopped and encountered the intermediate resource box. It is now 11:30. And this is the last resource box she can encounter today. The dog game always gives her a card. With a wave of her hand, all the fish fillets were put into the mustard space. And Li Sijing dressed up, opened the door of the RV, and got out. The small beast unlocked today is a honey pot, which is what everyone often calls a flat-headed brother. By the way, this 1 meter tall and 2 meter long figure almost made her unrecognizable. And this tall honeypot is worthy of being a flat-headed brother that even lions dare to fight. If she didn't have a pistol, it would probably take a lot of effort to take it down. In short, after finishing this small beast, the game prompt naturally followed. Obtain 250g of honeypot meat. Originally, I was expecting to be able to decompose some strange and bizarre items. In the end, it actually gave half a pound of honeypot meat. Li Sijing was so angry that she wanted to curse. This honeypot dares to eat cobras. Is its meat really edible? Of course. The rain was too heavy, so she could only take the meat and resource box and quickly return to the car. 1 intermediate resource box. For low-level resource boxes, this is all she got this morning. It is now 11:40, and the remaining 20 minutes are not enough for her to encounter another resource box. So the RV naturally does not need to move forward. Now, Li Sijing was not going to have lunch or open the resource box. She was going to take a nap during these 20 minutes. She slept too late yesterday, so she should take a nap for a few minutes at noon so that she could be more energetic in the afternoon. With a motorhome, she didn't need to make the bed, which was very convenient. She quickly took off her raincoat and boots, walked to the bedroom, climbed onto the bed, and closed her eyes to rest. Although she only took a nap for 20 minutes, it was enough for Li Sijing to be full of energy when she was woken up. Dear players, the competition has officially begun. The space conversion has been completed. Please start from the current position and drive forward 300 kilometers to reach the end. After the event ends, players who have not reached the end will be eliminated. The game store has been opened. Please go to the World Channel to check. As soon as she was woken up, Li Sijing took out the walkie-talkie and told Shinkong to drive forward. Then, she got up slowly and ate some crushed ice to wake up. While eating, I also opened the World Channel and checked the shops inside. Chapter 287 Sugarcane. I took a quick look at the game store, and the categories are still the same. Among them, the skill book has not changed much, and the special one still cannot be opened. It must be a teleportation card. The category of resisting natural disasters has changed a lot. There is no temporary or permanent one. And there are not many types of items. Acid-proof spray 1.20 points. Defogging spray 300 milliliters a bottle 300 points. Dehumidification spray 300 milliliters a bottle 300 points. In addition to these 3 sprays, the rest are only the exchange of various basic materials. Metal, glass, rubber, plastic, cloth, wood, 6 basic materials, all 1 unit 1 point. It is a 1-to-1 exchange ratio, which has a lot of room for operation. As for the last category, basic supplies, there are also some changes. It is not the items that have changed, but the prices, which have increased 10 times. Mineral water, bread, and gasoline have all changed from 1 point to 10 points. And the car repair card has changed from 100 points to 1,000 points. However, if you think about it carefully, you can understand it. After all, the current car maintenance card is a good thing. It's just a pity that she was originally planning to exchange some gasoline with points. After all, in addition to the RV and various machines, she now has another big oil consumer, the disassembled toilet. However, at this price, it is obviously not cost-effective to exchange points for gasoline. After roughly understanding them all, Li Sijing prepared to do her own thing. She took out the resource box obtained in the morning and opened 4 low-level resource boxes first. Gasoline 1 unit. Gasoline 20 units. Ketchup squeeze pack 320g. Dried shrimp 100g. Metal *5. Rubber *3. Mineral water 550 milliliters. Mineral water 5 liters. Black sesame egg roll 20g *15. Pork floss seaweed roll 5g *25. Cloth *2. Glass *2. Gasoline 1 unit. Gasoline 20 units. Wormwood mosquito coil 10 plates. Sports bra 1. Wood *5. Plastic *5. Mineral water 550 milliliters. Mineral water 5 liters. Carrot 250g. Peas 250g. Rubber *3. Cloth *2. 42 units of gasoline. Added to the tank. 2 barrels of mineral water. First piled in the corner. She just filled up the 50-liter water tank before going to bed last night. And used less than 2 liters in the morning. A bag of ketchup. But it hit Li Sijing's heart. She was going to have lunch right after opening the box. And the ketchup was just right to add some flavor to her fish fillet. As for the small package of dried shrimp, it was not bad either. She could put a little in the soup to make it more fresh. Before putting the 15 egg rolls and 25 meat floss seaweed rolls in the snack cabinet, she opened a package and ate it. Not to mention, these 2 snacks had never been opened before, and they tasted good. As for the mosquito coils that were opened, it was a surprise. She had another weapon to fight against the next natural disaster. A plate of mosquito coils can be lit for 6 to 8 hours. And 10 plates of mosquito coils are enough for her to light 1 plate every day. As for bras, Li Sijing had no shortage of them because she had exchanged them at the terminal store. But this time, she opened a sports bra, which was more comfortable to wear, which was also good. She put the last carrot and half a pound of peas into the mustard space. These 2 vegetables, as daily side dishes, can add a lot of color to the dishes. In general, the materials opened in the 4 low-level resource boxes today are of good quality. I don't know if this last intermediate resource box can open any good things. Milk chocolate Jinchu cup 20g. RV panoramic skylight blueprint. Toilet 2-way ventilator blueprint. Caramel chocolate almond cake 200g. Sugar cane 2000g. Strong adhesive hooks 2. There are still 2 blueprints. And Li Sijing hurriedly checked them. Windmill panoramic skylight. After manufacturing, a 4 square meter glass skylight can be built on the roof of the RV. And the hardness of the glass is consistent with the body. Material required for construction, glass *10. Rubber *4. Metal *2. This is okay. It doesn't have any substantial effect. But it can broaden your vision and change your mood. The most important thing is that after installation, the hardness of the glass and the car body is consistent. And it will not reduce defense. Where should it be installed? Li Sijing hesitated for a moment between the activity area and the bedroom. In the end, she installed it in the activity area. There is a reason why most of the skylights of the RV are installed here. After all, most of the time in the bedroom is sleeping. And it doesn't matter whether there is a skylight or not. The activity area is where she moves most. And she needs a bright environment. Toilet two-way ventilation fan, after installation. It can convert fresh air in 1 second. Material required for manufacturing, metal *5, plastic *3, rubber *2. This second blueprint is also okay. The ventilation fan in the toilet can take away the unpleasant smell after squatting. In the RV where the kitchen and toilet are not far apart, this blueprint is actually very useful. But this is for other people. For Li Xijing, this effect is not particularly effective. After all, she is the one who owns the decomposing toilet. She also tried this thing yesterday. After squatting, cover the toilet lid, and you can immediately isolate the odor. Of course, the blueprint has been opened, and it still needs to be used. The decomposing toilet, with a two-way ventilation fan, should have a better effect. Both blueprints are related to RVs. I don't know if it's because she upgraded the RV. Li Xijing, who opened these two blueprints, was not particularly excited. Maybe she didn't know what was good for her. In fact, she wanted to open a duplicate blueprint. After all, although the two blueprints this time are related to RVs, they are not necessary accessories. If she can open a duplicate blueprint, she can choose freely. Unfortunately, she didn't have such good luck. After the two drawings were manufactured and installed, the area where Li Xijing was located suddenly became much brighter. The 4 square meter skylight directly covered the entire activity area. There is also a folding curtain next to it. If you don't want to open the skylight, you can pull up the folding curtain, which is very considerate. Looking up, you can still see the acid rain falling from the sky. Fortunately, there is a soundproof car body, and the sound of raindrops falling on the top is not transmitted to the car. Otherwise it would be a trouble. Without continuing to observe, Li Xijing came to see the remaining items opened. A jelly-sized Jinchu cup was put into the snack cabinet. A round caramel chocolate almond cake, with a brown surface, looked really tempting. Unexpectedly, another dessert cake was opened, which was put into the mustard space and saved for after meal. 2 adhesive hooks can be attached to the kitchen to hang rags, spoons, etc. Finally, there is a sugar cane, which is very surprising. She likes to eat sugar cane very much, and it can be used to squeeze sugar. The most important thing is that the root at the end of the sugar cane can be planted directly, thinking that she will have a constant supply of sugar in the future. Li Xijing is naturally very happy. After sorting out the items opened from the resource box, at about 12:20, Li Xijing also encountered the points treasure chest. She wore rain boots and held an umbrella and got off the car to take back the points treasure chest. 10 points. 1,000 points. The points in the points treasure chest are no different from those in the previous 2 worlds. After decomposing the points treasure chest, Li Xijing took out her lunch for today from the mustard seed space. 3 large fish fillets, a cup of jiaduobo, and an apple. The lunch was prepared a long time ago, but because of various things, she had time to eat it until now. Fortunately, she had the mustard seed space. Otherwise the cold fish fillets would not taste good. Chapter 288 The last 50 kilometers. It took Li Xijing 20 minutes to finish lunch and clean up the table. When the time came to more than 12:40, she had already encountered the second points treasure chest. Li Xijing, who got off the car and took the points treasure chest into the car, couldn't help but want to complain. After upgrading to a motorhome, another disadvantage appeared. Compared with the off-road vehicle, the chassis of the motorhome is much higher. After all, the overall height of the off-road vehicle is only 2 meters, while the height of the motorhome is 3 meters. The high chassis also led to that when she leaned out of the car, she couldn't touch the ground. In other words, when she took the resource box or the points treasure chest, she had to wear shoes to get off the car. This was very time-consuming. Li Xijing returned to the car and sat on the leather seat in the activity area again. At the beginning of the competition, the appearance of the points treasure chest was not very dense. It took about 20 kilometers to encounter a points treasure chest, and then it would become more and more dense. This rule is the conclusion drawn by Li Xijing from the previous competitions. So, at the beginning of the event, she still had some free time to do other things. When it comes to the later stage of the journey, there will be a point treasure chest every 10 minutes. Even when there is a point treasure chest every 5 minutes, there will be no time to think about other things. Li Xijing, who was still free, first opened the trading area to check her acquisition situation. Clicking on the trading information, There was another person who traded with mutant meat. It still cost 27 units of metal, in exchange for 250 kilograms of mutant meat and 200 kilograms of scraps. This is probably the last harvest of Li Sijing on mutant meat today. You know, the competition has already started. But there are no large beasts for others to kill. Of course, Li Sijing is already very satisfied with receiving 3 transactions of mutant meat today. After all, there is a competition today, and there are not many people who kill large beasts. She sent the transaction information a little late, and there must be not many people who saw it. However, Li Sijing believes that the harvest of mutant meat tomorrow will definitely not be comparable to today. After that, she looked at the other transaction content and replenished the goods. Finally, she opened the regional channel and checked it. Everyone is participating in the event, and there is no new content in the area. Li Sijing, who turned off the blue screen, started doing her own thing again. As for what? Of course, it is to deal with mutant meat. You know, the meat of 2 large beasts that have been decomposed has already filled her mustard space. If this is not dealt with, it will be difficult for her to put something in it later. While processing the mutant meat, Li Sijing got off the car several times to get the points treasure chest. In short, when the time came to 2 o'clock, she had already traveled half of the distance of the competition. During this period, she obtained a total of 8 points treasure chests, and obtained 8,080 points after opening them. Most importantly, she finally processed all the mutant meat. The 2 large beasts behind brought her 474 g of nutrient soil and consumed 47 units of gasoline. In this way, she only had 320 units of gasoline in her hand, and the nutrient soil became 1018.1 g. The last 2 large beasts collected obviously did not decompose as much nutrient soil as the previous 2. But at least her nutrient soil finally exceeded 2 kilograms. Before, it was known that only 0.1 nutrient soil could be decomposed from daily garbage. Li Sijing would never have thought that she had accumulated so much nutrient soil in less than a day. After dealing with all these things, Li Sijing stretched her back and sat down to rest. You know, the bathroom in the RV is just that big. In the more than 1 hour of decomposition, she stood and squatted in the first half, and stood and squatted. The second half was really uncomfortable, so she took a plastic square stool to sit. But it was a pity that the stool was too short, and it was very uncomfortable to sit. After finally finishing the processing, she had to take a good rest, eat some snacks, and replenish her energy. Li Sijing had been busy for the first 2 hours, so she didn't pay attention to the situation outside. Now that she was free, she couldn't help but wipe the water mist on the car window and looked out of the car. The acid rain was still getting heavier, and the road conditions were still very bad. Most importantly, in just half an hour, her RV had already surpassed many off-road vehicles. Of course, there were no ignorant people who came to block the road and make trouble on the competition road this time. Even if she stopped the car and went down to get the points treasure chest, she would hide from other vehicles she met. After all, it was not a good time to fight under the acid rain. The most important thing was that Li Sijing's RV was really a bit intimidating. In short, the calmness along the way really made her a little uncomfortable. She waited until 3:20, and then she got back 7 more points treasure chests. 15 points treasure chests brought her 15,150 points. The journey had already traveled 200 kilometers, and only the last 50 kilometers were left. And this last 50 kilometers was the most difficult part of the entire competition. Points treasure chests were dense. The road was rugged, and there were bad road conditions and dense acid rain. In the rain, the road was easy to slip. There were also pits of different sizes hidden under the acid rain. Roads that kept going uphill, downhill, and turning sharply. The most important thing was the points treasure chests placed in places where it was not easy to park. In short, when it came to this place, Shinkong's original speed of 70 kilometers per hour had to drop. At a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, it would take an hour to reach this last section of the journey. But Li Sijing still had to get the points treasure chest, so this time would naturally be greatly discounted. In the end, she was not sure whether she could reach the finish line before 5 o'clock. Of course, if the others didn't have any cheats, she was still very confident about the first place. During this journey, Li Sijing was no longer as relaxed as before. She was very alert. The most important thing was that she sprayed the defogger on the windshield, and she also sat in the driver's seat and held the steering wheel. The one driving the RV was of course Shinkong. She did this not because she didn't trust Shinkong, but just to be on the safe side. Li Xijing tensed her nerves, and time passed little by little. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way. Chapter 289 The Way to Get the Sixth Sense. When the time came to 5 o'clock, Li Xijing, who was sitting in the driving seat of the RV, had already seen the vast parking lot at the end because of the existence of the perfect eagle eye. The empty parking lot represented the first place, which was indeed in her pocket. Only 1 kilometer away from the end, Li Xijing got the last points treasure chest. A total of 30 points treasure chests brought her 30,300 points. The same as the last competition. Finally, she arrived at the end of the competition at 17:05. The huge open-air parking lot was also exposed to acid rain. The surface was very flat, without any signs of corrosion. Drive the RV as far as possible inside, and finally park it in the corner. Congratulations! You are the first player to reach the end, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 points. 100,000 points were credited, and Li Xijing smiled happily. However, the processing of these points still needs to wait, because 5 minutes ago, Xingyu reminded her that the chili peppers she planted were ripe. The chili peppers she had planted since the last world had only matured now, which took 8 days. It took so long that she was afraid that she would forget, so she set the alarm to let Xingyu remind her. However, she was still very happy that the chili peppers were ripe. From now on, she would not lack chili peppers for a long time. Carefully pick the red chili peppers in the planting pots. There were not many mature chili peppers in the first batch. A small handful, estimated to be about 250 g. When picking millet peppers, Li Xijing was very careful and did not touch the buds that were still open. In this way, after waiting for about half a month, that is, a day and a half, you can harvest another crop. You know, this millet pepper is growing continuously, and the fruiting period is more than 2 months. The harvested millet peppers are put into the mustard space. Before Li Xijing can continue to move, she saw the off-road vehicle driving towards the end in the distance through the car window glass. But in a blink of an eye, the off-road vehicle has arrived at the end and slowly came towards Li Xijing's RV. I think this should be an acquaintance. As the off-road vehicle approached, she finally saw the other person's face through the glass. It was indeed Zhou Qinghuan. Zhou Qinghuan, who saw Li Xijing, seemed very happy. Unfortunately, the rain outside the car was too heavy, and the two of them couldn't even open the car window, so they could only chat with private messages. Sister Jing, it's great to meet you again. Ah, your car has been upgraded to an RV. I want one too. Li Xijing, who saw the message, quickly replied, don't worry. You can also upgrade to an RV in the next world. The two of them reminisced about the past, but didn't talk much. After all, there was not much time left before the special classification was opened. She had to spend most of her points before the teleportation card appeared. Only then would she have time to use the teleportation card to pick up bargains in the regional channel. They each opened their own game mall to see what they wanted to exchange. Li Xijing now had a total of 130,300 points. And the first thing she looked at was naturally the skill book. She now had dozens of skill books, whether useful or not. Among these skill books, she has already upgraded the ones that are useful to her to perfection. As for those skill books that are not very practical, there is naturally no need to waste points to upgrade them. So, next, Li Xijing is going to see if there are any new skill books. There are a wide variety of skill books in the game mall. However, it is very difficult to choose the skills that suit her. Li Xijing, who has difficulty in making choices, wants all the useful skills she sees, but she doesn't have so many points. In the end, she decided to focus on the next natural disaster and change to a skill book that can fight against natural disasters. In this regard, she has 2 choices: the anti-poison skill book and the insect repellent skill book. In Li Xijing's impression, most insects are associated with toxins. With her existing points, she can change these 2 skill books to perfection. However, Li Xijing hesitated, because these 2 skill books have shortcomings. The perfect level anti-poison skill book can only filter 25% of toxins. The perfect insect repellent physical skill book can only repel flies and mosquitoes, 2 types of insects. In short, these 2 skill books are the type that have effects, but not many. I flipped through it again, and saw that the time was almost 5:30. In the absence of a better choice, when Li Sijing decided to exchange it, the friend message rang. Time was not enough. And when she decided to ignore it, the friend message rang twice. Very important? Li Sijing finally clicked on the friend message first. After clicking it, I found that these messages were all sent by Zhou Qinghuan. Sister Jing, you haven't changed your skill book yet, right? Don't change it yet. I want to tell you a piece of news. I have always exchanged the points I got for the 5 senses and physical fitness. Just now I upgraded all the 5 senses to perfection. Then a game prompt appeared, saying that I had activated the skill exchange for the 6th sense. It is the kind of 6th sense that can predict and judge. I think it is very useful. Do you want to exchange it too? Seeing the message sent by Zhou Qinghuan, Li Sijing's pupil shrank in shock. 6th sense? There is also such a skill book? Who cannot want such a magical skill book? However, Li Sijing couldn't help asking, how many points did you spend to upgrade the 5 senses to perfection? Each sense was upgraded 300 times. A total of 150,000 points. Li Sijing was a little dumbfounded. The other party actually spent 150,000 points to upgrade the 5 senses? However, with so many points, she doesn't have enough now. The 6th sense must be exchanged. But Li Sijing is a little distressed. Did she spend all her points on one sense at a time? Or save some to exchange for other things? At this time, Zhou Qinghuan sent another message. After I buy a sense 300 times, the game will remind me that I have acquired a skill. 5 senses correspond to 5 skills. Eagle eyes, dog nose, bat ears, snake tongue, and human sense. Sister Jing, take a look. Have you mastered any of them? I have also seen these 5 skills in the game store. And the price of perfect skills is 30,000 points. If you calculate it this way, the points required for the 2 exchange methods are actually the same. It turns out that upgrading vision to perfection is the perfect level eagle eye. In this way, it is great news for her, because she already has the perfect eagle eye skill book. She even opened the basic dog nose skill book. This saves her a lot of points. Chapter 290 Expensive 6th Sense. The 6th sense is an ability that relies on intuition. Li Sijing remembered that among the skills she now possessed, there was also a skill that was related to intuition. That was the combat awareness she gained when she signed in. However, combat awareness can only be used in combat and make the most advantageous move for her. And the 6th sense is a skill that can be used at any time. Think about how much help combat awareness gave her in combat. After knowing that there was a skill book called the 6th sense, Li Sijing was almost determined to get it. However, Li Sijing disagreed with Zhou Qinghuan's statement that the points consumed by the 2 methods were the same. After all, skill books cannot be learned only to perfection. This has to be learned from the beginning. Basic Skill Book 300. Proficiency Skill Book 3000. Perfect Skill Book 30,000. A total of 33,300 points. For the 5 senses, it is 166,500 points. This costs 16,500 points more than Zhou Qinghuan's method. She now has the perfect eagle eye skill book, which can save more than 30,000 points. As for dog nose, she only has basic skills, mastery and perfection, which cost a total of 33,000 points. If so, it is better to exchange for the 5 senses, which will cost less points. To exchange 4 of the 5 senses to perfection, it will take about 120,000 points. The more than 130,000 points she has now are just enough. And there are still some left. In this case, Li Sijing did not hesitate and directly opened the store to start exchanging. First, it was the sense of taste. After spending less than 300 times, she had already reached perfection. Triggering the game prompt, the player raised the sense of hearing to the highest level and obtained the perfect bat ear skill book. As for why it was not 300 times, Li Sijing just remembered it. That was because she exchanged the 5 senses several times in the first world when she didn't know their functions. Unfortunately, she was dazzled by the dazzling skill books and didn't continue to persist. However, without knowing the truth, who would waste points on something like taste? Perhaps only people like Zhou Qinghuan would act so recklessly and end up hitting it by mistake. After spending 88,500 points, Li Sijing finally got hearing, taste, and touch. But when it came to the last sense of smell, something unexpected happened. It was noticed that the player already had the basic dog nose skill book and could not exchange the sense of smell. What does it mean? After you have the basic skill book, you can no longer use it. Is there another way to redeem it? Ha! This dog game requires her to spend more points. Right? There was no other way. Li Xijing could only find the dog nose skill book in the skill book. She spent 33,000 points to redeem the mastery of dog nose and the perfect dog nose. In this way, she spent a total of 121,500 points and finally got the complete 5 senses. With the complete 5 senses, Li Xijing suddenly felt that the whole world had changed. She could hear the sound of acid rain falling outside through the soundproof car body. She could also smell the strong and pungent smell of acid rain through the gas mask. She could even clearly feel the basalt scales on her skin. Of course, this feeling gave her a great sense of freshness. But it also brought her a lot of distress. The continuous ticking sound in her ears and the irritating smell under her nose made her very uncomfortable. However, even so, her attention was not on herself. Because the game prompt sounded again. The player's 5 senses were upgraded to perfection, triggering the 6th sense. And the 6th sense is now available for purchase. Players can go to the skill book area to find the 6th sense skill book. Finally, she waited for it. Li Xijing did not hesitate and immediately searched. Finally, she saw the 6th sense skill book. Basic 6th sense. There is a chance to get unclear intuition in some things. 1,000 points. Proficient 6th sense. In most things, you can get some hints. 10,000 points. Perfect 6th sense. You can make self-interested choices in everything. 100,000 points. As expected, the points required were ridiculously high. After exchanging the 5 senses, she now has 8,800 points in her hand, which is obviously a drop in the bucket compared to the points required for the 6th sense. Of course, she can still afford to exchange for the basic 6th sense skill. So she will try to exchange it first. After clicking confirm, her points decreased by 1,000. And then she obtained the basic 6th sense skill. After getting the skill book, Li Xijing carefully checked it with her amazing 5 senses. In the end, she did not find any physical changes. However, the 6th sense is a skill about intuition. And the changes should be reflected in the spirit. It is understandable that there is no change in the body. However, before Li Xijing can continue to check, her sensitive ears can hear the movement outside the car, the sound of the engine and wheels. Looking out through the window, you can see that an off-road vehicle has arrived at the finish line. Li Xijing hurriedly checked the time. It was already 5:30. No wonder. This time, there are not just 1 or 2 people, but a large group of people coming one after another. It took almost a few minutes to occupy the top 10. The wide parking lot finally became lively. Among the all-terrain vehicles, Li Xijing's RV is very conspicuous. At this moment, Li Xijing really has to thank the acid rain, isolating everyone in her car. No one came to disturb her. Of course, she didn't have time to care about others. She hasn't sorted out what she wants to exchange. She quickly opened the natural disaster area, and there were only 3 sprays in it. Among them, the acid-proof spray does not need to be exchanged. After all, the car repair card is more useful. The acid-proof spray is mostly sprayed on raincoats, shoes, and umbrellas so that everyone can get off the car and move freely. Because of the existence of the RV, Li Xijing has less time to get off the car. The various rain gears in her hands can obviously last until the end of this world. As for the defogging spray, Li Xijing has a bottle in her hand. But she doesn't need to change it. Because there is Shinkong driving, she still has more than half of the bottle in her hand. The last dehumidification spray. Li Xijing is particularly excited, and she must exchange it. She clicked on the instruction manual and checked it carefully. This dehumidification spray is very similar to the defogging spray in terms of usage. Pressing the nozzle once consumes 10 milliliters, and 10 milliliters can act on 1 cubic meter of space for 1 hour. 1 milliliter of spray requires 1 point. According to the area of her RV, this requires too many points. So, in order to save points, Li Xijing decided to spray the dehumidification spray only where necessary. In the end, she spent 1,000 points and exchanged for 1,000 milliliters of dehumidification spray, which should be enough. Chapter 291 Oil Press. After exchanging the dehumidification spray, Li Xijing still had 6,800 points in her hand. Next, she planned to check the regional channel first. See if there is anything she needs that can be exchanged with a teleportation card. If there are extra points before the end of the event, They will be used to exchange for metal materials. As for gasoline and upgrade cards, she has given up on them. After all, the price is too expensive and not cost-effective. Moreover, she has some stocks of these two things, so she is not in a hurry. After the special area was opened, the regional channel was already very lively. Players who could not reach the end on time and did not have enough points were all looking for teleportation cards. And the players who had reached the end were looking for their favorite items in it. And Li Sijing did the same. After roughly looking through it, she found a few items that she needed. One was the small oil press that she had longed for. This small oil press was not big, just like a high-level resource box. A 30-centimeter cube. According to the seller, there are modes on it, and 30 types of oil can be squeezed. Peanuts, soybeans, sesame, tea seeds, rapeseed, olives. With this machine, she has a way to process the peanuts and soybeans she grows. In this way, she will never lack oil to eat again. However, this machine is not cheap, and you need a 50-kilometer transmission card. A 50-kilometer transmission card requires 1,500 points. After talking for a long time, the other party bit the price and refused to give up. If Li Sijing hadn't really wanted this machine, she really wanted to give up. Fortunately, the other party probably knew that he was asking for too much, and finally offered to give him a wall-breaking machine as a concession. Although, using these two machines to exchange for a 50-kilometer transmission card was still a bit of a loss. But in the end, Li Sijing still made this deal. After all, she didn't know when she would come across a very rare machine like an oil press again. The second item that moved her heart was the sports equipment she wanted very much these 2 days. The spinning bike. It was the kind of sports equipment that stood on the ground and could be stirred all the time. It was a little smaller than a bicycle, which was very suitable for the current RV. In this survival world, everyone has tried their best to survive. Every day, they are busy from morning to night, exhausted, and few people still want to exercise or something. So the price of this spinning bike is not expensive. A 10-kilometer transmission card, 450 points. In addition to these two things, Li Sijing did not find any other item she wanted. After all, those common items can be found in the trading area on weekdays. No, it's not worthwhile to trade with a teleportation card. Until 5:55. The game prompt sounded. The competition will end in 5 minutes. Please stay in the car. Otherwise you will not be able to teleport successfully. Friendly reminder, after the event ends, the teleportation card and remaining points will be invalid. After receiving the prompt, Li Sijing immediately gave up the search. She quickly opened the game store and clicked on the basic channel. She exchanged her remaining 4,850 points for metal materials. After using up all the points, Li Sijing and Zhou Qinghuan waved goodbye to each other through the glass. Next, it was time to wait for the end of the event. And those who had not yet reached the finish line and had not exchanged for a teleportation card. In these last few minutes, they were completely crazy. I will use all my supplies to exchange for a 20-kilometer teleportation card. Please, who can help me exchange for a 10-kilometer teleportation card? I will definitely return it double later. Who can exchange a 10-kilometer teleportation card with me? I am willing to give 500 kilograms of food. Wow, the upstairs is so generous. But unfortunately, I have already used up all the extra points. The upstairs, I will exchange with you. I have already sent you a private message. The last 2 minutes, and I still have 34 kilometers to go. And I have no supplies to exchange for a teleportation card. Woo woo. I can no longer see hope. Goodbye, everyone. This third world. Can't make it? It's the last minute. And I can't see the hope of survival. I suddenly calmed down. You dog game. Why do you want me to die? I asterisk your mother. At this last moment, I suddenly want to say goodbye to everyone. I wish you a long life. Ha ha ha. I am going to die. But how long can your mother and others hold on? I am going to heaven. And you living people, hey, continue to suffer in this hell world. Going to heaven? No. I think I am going back to earth. The words that flipped quickly were all kinds of farewell voices. There were pleading, calm, resentful, and proud. All kinds of them. When the time was set at 6 o'clock, the regional channel seemed to be stuck, and there was no movement for a long time. From the end of the competition, Li Sijing was not looking outside when she was transmitted to the road. She was looking at the real-time number of people above the blue screen. When the time reached 6 o'clock, it suddenly jumped from 7298/10,000 to 6787/10,000. So, there were more than 500 people who were directly wiped out because they did not reach the end in time. The regional channel, which paused for a few seconds, became lively again. The atmosphere just now scared me to death. I dare not speak. It is understandable that the venting before death is a little crazy. Looking at those people just now, it's like seeing my future end. I feel bad. No. After experiencing the situation just now, I am more determined to work hard. Only hard work can avoid one day becoming like them. Well, fortunately, I took out all the supplies in the last few minutes and exchanged them for a teleportation card. I didn't lose or gain in this competition. The points I got just exchanged for enough teleportation cards for my own use. Hee hee. I reached the finish line in time this time. And I made a small profit. I am awesome. I lost all the supplies. And I still don't have dinner for today. Thinking about the first place in the competition, I will be rewarded with 100,000 points. I am so jealous. Alas, I have been coveting the skill books in the store for a long time. But it's a pity that this is the third time I have participated in the competition, and I haven't exchanged any of them. Chapter 292. The Sixth Sense is suddenly triggered. After the competition ended, and she returned to the road, Li Sijing began to do her own thing. First, the 4,850 units of metal she exchanged for points were all to be hung in the trading area. Of course, she believed that other people were not stupid and used points to exchange for metal materials. But even if they exchanged points for metal materials, it would still not be enough. After all, with the current acidity of 105, 10 units of metal would not last for an hour. The metal materials in the hands of most people are definitely not enough. And they can only use other materials to replace them. And she just wants to take advantage of the high value of metal materials to exchange for other materials in the hands of others. If she can gather the other 5 basic materials needed for the next construction of the mustard space in this world, even if all the metal materials are used up, what does it matter? I think the natural disasters and insect plagues in the next world should not need metal. Wouldn't it be better to purchase the metal materials that have fallen in price at that time? Li Sijing checked all the items hanging on the trading area. As for daily necessities, she has been replenishing all the missing items. As for the rabbit sausages hanging on the shelf, many have been sold in the past few days, and now only 5.5 kilograms are left. Li Sijing simply took the remaining kilograms off the shelf and kept them in her hands. She can use them to exchange for some supplies on weekdays, which is more convenient. After a few days of accumulation, she has accumulated some basic materials. 2,550 units of wood, 1,148 units of cloth, 1,438 units of plastic, 763 units of rubber, 487 units of glass, and 5,698 units of metal. As for the metal materials, Li Sijing herself was not going to keep them for long. After all, she still had the car repair card in her hand. Taking out the notebook, she calculated carefully and found that she needed to take out more than 4,000 units of metal in order to exchange for the other 5 materials, 3,000 units each. So Li Sijing directly took down 2 items. Then, according to the requirements of each material she had just calculated, she put up the corresponding metal materials. 50 units of metal can be exchanged for 500 units of wood. 370 units of metal can be exchanged for 1,850 units of cloth. 625 units of metal can be exchanged for 1,562 units of plastic. 1,340 units of metal can be exchanged for 2,238 units of rubber. 2,010 units of metal can be exchanged for 2,512 units of glass. In this way, when all the metal materials that were put up were traded, she only had 1,303 units of metal left. But the other 5 materials had accumulated to 3,000 units. After dealing with the basic materials, Li Sijing took out the dehumidification spray she had exchanged before. There is a total of more than 20 cubic meters of space inside her RV. This dehumidification spray, which can only be sprayed 100 times, is naturally not enough. So there must be some trade-offs. First of all, it is not needed in the bedroom. After all, her wardrobe dryer works non-stop. which is enough to ensure the dryness of the bedroom. The shelf area is also not needed. After all, the quicklime placed on it can isolate most of the moisture. Moreover, the materials on the shelves that are not sealed and easy to get damp have been put into the mustard space by her. As the bathroom is a shower place, it doesn't matter if it's a little humid. As for the open kitchen, it's not big, and she only uses it 3 times a day. Before each use, she can wipe it manually. After all this calculation, the only places that need to use dehumidification spray are the activity area and the driving area. And these 2 places don't need to be used all the time. Instead, she sprays wherever she wants to stay. For example, now Lee Sejing is going to stay in the activity area to complete today's exercise. So she pressed the activity area 8 times, covering a cube of 2m times 2m times 2m. After spraying, the activity area, which was originally humid and wet everywhere, suddenly became dry. Lee Sejing, who had been staying in a humid environment and felt sticky all over, sighed comfortably. The spinning bike she exchanged with others has been placed in front of the folding table and behind the driver's seat. At this time, she sat on it directly, ready to experience the exercise effect of the spinning bike. Holding the handlebars with both hands, the whole body was tense, and the feet were stirred quickly. Since Lee Sejing came to the survival world, her physical fitness has improved by leaps and bounds. After riding the spinning bike for nearly 20 minutes, she finally felt a little sweaty. It seems that exercising in the RV is only the worst option. If conditions permit, it is still the most effective to get off the car to exercise. When the originally bright sky suddenly fell into darkness, Lee Sejing, who had been immersed in exercise, realized that it was already 7 o'clock and it was dark. She didn't dare to turn on the light for a while, so she quickly turned on the blue screen. With a weak light, she closed the sunshade of the RV and the folding curtain on the skylight on the roof. After making sure that there was nothing missing and no light would be emitted, she dared to turn on the lights in the activity area. In the brightened activity area, Lee Sejing's exercise for the day had also ended. Next, of course, it was dinner today. After having fried fish fillets at noon, Lee Sejing wanted to eat some white rice at night. Still washing 200 g of rice and cooking the rice first. As for today's dishes, Lee Sejing took out a half-pound abalone and half a pound of rice noodles left over from the mustard space. A dish of steamed abalone with garlic vermicelli should be very good with rice. She had been talking about fish and meat, but she missed green vegetables very much. So she took out half a pound of Chinese cabbage from the mustard space and prepared to stir-fry Chinese cabbage. So, today there are 2 dishes, which are rare and very rich. Both dishes are not difficult. When the rice is steamed, Lee Sejing's dishes are naturally ready. After putting all the food on the table, she took out a cup of mung bean paste from the mustard space. While eating, Lee Sejing opened the regional channel to check the messages sent by others. The activity just ended. Although the area was lively, there was no useful information. Most people were discussing the ranking list that will appear tomorrow, guessing who will be on the top. Oh! She also saw a few words about RVs. There are many curious people who guess who the owner is, although most people's attention is on tomorrow's ranking list. But Lee Sejing feels that sooner or later someone will guess about the RV. This feeling came inexplicably, which made her very puzzled. However, after eating, Lee Sejing suddenly reacted. Could it be that the speculation about the RV that suddenly popped up just now triggered her sixth sense? How else can she explain that she looked at these scattered remarks and came to the conclusion that others would guess that she was the owner of the car? Chapter 293 upgraded to a high-end planting pot. The sudden triggering of the sixth sense made Lee Sejing very curious. This firm intuition made her very sure of her guess about the RV. But she had no idea how the sixth sense was triggered. After all, this was the first case, and there was no way to study the rules. Without a clue, Lee Sejing did not continue to struggle, but was thinking about another question. She was the owner of the RV. What would be the consequences if people in the area knew about it? First of all, fear and envy were certain. And as for coveting, there would definitely be some. However, under the deterrence of her murderous maniac, it is thought that there would be few people who would take action. In the next world, everyone's vehicles will be upgraded to RVs, and her RV will naturally not be so conspicuous at that time. And in this world, the only chance to meet in the remaining 2 days is the end of the natural disaster. At the end, she will meet Buigua and his team, and there will naturally be an inspection team, and fighting is prohibited. Unless she chooses to go out by herself like in the last world. There is no danger. Most importantly, she still has a pistol, unlimited bullets, basalt scales, and anesthetic toed clothes. With so many cards, she doesn't believe that anyone can really do anything to her. After thinking about it, Li Sijing felt a lot more at ease. While thinking about this, she had already washed the dishes and was eating an apple. When Li Sijing finished eating the apple in her hand and threw the core into the decomposition toilet, it was already 8 o'clock. At this time, the soybeans planted in her intermediate planting pots were already mature. After picking the soybean pods, Li Sijing directly spread something on the bed, and then spread the soybean pods flat on it. Let the wind from the dryer blow the soybean pods, and then it is easy to peel them. The final harvest of soybeans should be about 2 kilograms. As for the yellow soybean vines, she did not waste them. The leaves were thrown to the hens to eat, and the soybean branches were thrown into the toilet to decompose. The empty planting pots can finally be upgraded with nutrient soil. Li Sijing took out 500 g of nutrient soil and sprinkled it in the intermediate planting pot. When the last grain of nutrient soil fell into the planting pot, the intermediate planting pot was immediately wrapped in white mist. After 3 seconds, the white mist disappeared. The planting pot that appeared in front of her was more exquisite, and it was obviously different from the previous intermediate planting pot. After staring at the planting pot for 3 seconds, the basic information suddenly appeared in front of her. Advanced planting pot can accelerate the growth time of plants by 1,000 times. Sure enough, it was accelerated 1,000 times. 1 hour in the planting pot was equivalent to 41 days and more. It seemed that she could finally plant fruit trees. As for what kind of fruit trees to plant, she had already considered it. You know, she only had 2 planting pots now. One planting pot must be reserved for planting crops, and the remaining planting pot, with an area of 1 square meter, can only plant 1 fruit tree. Therefore, it is also necessary to carefully choose what kind of fruit to plant. From the time she crossed over to now, she has eaten a lot of fruits, and she also kept the seeds of these fruits and stored them in the mustard space. Among them, first of all, apples definitely don't need to be planted. After all, Zhou-Qing is planting them. After she finishes eating the apples in her hand, if she still wants them, she can naturally exchange them with Zhou-Qing, and there is no need to plant them again. In addition, there are many kinds of fruits that she can plant: lychees, cherries, lemons, oranges, plums, pears, dates, durian, pomegranates, dragon fruits, mangoes, peaches. The time required for these fruits from planting to fruiting ranges from 3 to 10 years. Just under the blessing of 1,000 times the time. 3 years or 10 years. It's just 2 or 3 days, so there's no need to pay special attention. Which one to choose? The most important thing to look at is whether she likes to eat it, or whether everyone likes to eat it. After all, if the fruit tree bears fruit, it's not 1 or 2 kilograms. It's dozens of kilograms, or even hundreds of kilograms. She can't eat it all by herself, so she must sell it in the trading area. So she naturally has to consider the audience. First of all, pears, plums, dates, peaches, and dragon fruits are all removed directly. Compared with the remaining fruits, they are obviously not very attractive. Lemons are not widely used and sales are definitely not good. Pomegranates are too troublesome to eat. Durian is removed, although she likes it very much. There are many people who don't like this fruit. Lychees are removed. It is not convenient to store, and it is easy to get angry. The remaining 3 fruits are only cherries, oranges, and mangoes. Li Sijing hesitated for a long time between these 3 fruits. She wanted to choose cherries, but in the end, she chose oranges. After all, oranges are easier to store and contain more vitamin C. Plant the orange seeds that have been soaked in water for a long time in the upgraded advanced planting pot. It takes more than 3 years for oranges to bear fruit, and it only takes more than 1 day under the condition of 1,000 times acceleration. In the first 7 years, there are not many fruits, and they are not big. The fruit in the first year is only about 50 kilograms, and it will gradually increase every year. It is not until the tree is 10 years old and enters the peak fruit-bearing period that the fruits will be bigger, sweeter and more. In short, this orange tree can be harvested at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. After that, it can be harvested again every 8 hours. After this advanced planting pot is properly handled, Li Sijing looked at the low-level planting pot next to it, and the remaining 518.1 points of nutrient soil in his hand. And suddenly, he couldn't sit still. If this low-level planting pot is left to grow on its own, it will take another week. She held so much nutrient soil in her hand, and let this planting pot grow freely. Isn't it a bit of a waste? Or, use nutrient soil to speed it up? Although 1G nutrient soil can only speed up for 1 day, it is a bit of a loss. But it is only a little loss. It is better than wasting a week on this low-level planting pot. It will be less loss. Take out the nutrient soil. Li Sijing threw 10G into the low-level planting pot. A thin layer of white mist spread in the planting pot, and then dissipated. In the planting pot, the peppers that had just turned from buds to small fruits stretched directly, became larger, and turned red. There was still a little more to go, so she sprinkled about 2 more nutrient soil in it. The effect was immediate, and all the millet peppers suddenly turned red. Chapter 294 Rapidly consumed metal materials. After the chili peppers were ripened with nutrient soil, they were no different from the first batch of peppers picked, because it was the second time to bear fruit. The harvest was a little more than the first time. A total of 300 g of chili garbage. The buds on the chili tree were still blooming. It takes 15 days for these buds to bear fruit. So Li Sijing sprinkled 15 g of nutrient soil in it again, and ripened the chili peppers again. The ripened chili peppers harvested 350 g again. And then the buds bloomed. In short, plus the first 12 g of nutrient soil, Li Sijing spent a total of 72 g of nutrient soil. Ripened the chili peppers 5 times. And harvested 1800 g of chili peppers. In addition to the 250 g of peppers harvested in the first time, she had a total of 2050 chili peppers in her hands. In this way, the chili tree finally withered. She immediately added 50 g of nutrient soil to the low-level planting pot, and upgraded it to a medium-level planting pot. Ripening peppers consumed 72 g of nutrient soil, and upgrading the planting pot used 50 g of nutrient soil. She now has 446.1 g of nutrient soil left. Unfortunately, it is not enough to upgrade to an advanced planting pot. It seems that we can only wait until tomorrow, when the mutant meat can be harvested again. As for now, crops still need to be planted in this intermediate planting pot. As for what to plant? Naturally, it is the crops with the shortest growth cycle. After all, the planting pot needs to be upgraded tomorrow, and it can't be delayed for too long. Of all the seeds in her hand, the one with the shortest planting time is the mushroom sticks that she had planted before. It matures once every 10 days. A total of 50 days for 5 times. Unfortunately, it has 2 disadvantages that force Li Sijing to give up. The first is that the harvested mushrooms can only be stored in the mustard space without sun exposure, which takes up too much space. Another thing is that the mushroom sticks have too short a harvest time, and they have to be harvested every 2 hours or so. If she plants them now, 1T she have to get up 3 or 4 times in the middle of the night? This 1T work. Besides, she still has 4 kilograms of dried mushrooms from the last time she planted them. Apart from this, the second shortest planting time is leek. It just so happened that all the leeks in her hand were used up. Of course, planting leeks also has some minor disadvantages. First of all, the time is too long. Leeks can be harvested 3 times, which adds up to 80 days. Even if it is accelerated 100 times, it will take almost 20 hours. She will definitely not be able to wait that long tomorrow. And it is estimated that she will have to use nutrient soil to ripen again. Secondly, the first harvest of leeks is 30 days. If you plant them now, you have to get up at 4 a.m. to harvest them. Unexpectedly, after all the calculations, you still can't escape the situation of getting up in the middle of the night to harvest. In the end, Li Sijing decided to plant leeks, and spread the remaining 5G of seeds in the planting pots. After the 2 planting pots were all ready, the time had come to 8:30. Next, there was nothing else to do, so she started to wash. After not taking a bath for several days, in such humid weather, Li Sijing really couldn't help but want to take a bath today. She thought about her water storage capacity, and finally couldn't help but decided to take a bath. This bath was really the most water-saving one she had ever taken. There were 45 liters of mineral water in the water tank, but after taking a shower, only 40 liters of water were left, which really made her heartbroken. Of course, after taking a shower and changing clothes, the refreshing feeling all over her body made her feel that it was worth it. As for the clothes she took off, Li Sijing didn't plan to wash them, because there were too few. She stuffed them directly into the mustard space. And when she took a shower next time, she would wash the dirty clothes together, which was also to save water. Li Sijing, who came out of the bathroom, also poured 2 barrels of mineral water piled in the corner into the water tank. The water tank, which originally had only 40 liters of water, was filled again. All the trivial matters have been handled properly. And Li Sijing turned off all the lights and returned to the bedroom. The 1-meter small bed is very narrow, but it is a place where she can relax wholeheartedly. She still turned on the night light and turned on the TV. She only watched 2 of the 100 movies yesterday. In this world without any entertainment, even watching movies can be addictive. However, Li Sijing had some self-control today. After a movie ended, when it was 10 o'clock in the evening, she was ready to go to bed. After all, she had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to harvest leeks tonight. At Xingyao, she set the alarm for 4 o'clock in the morning, and Li Sijing lay down. Lying on the bed, Li Sijing opened the manufacturing area and waited. When the time came to 5 minutes after 10, the game prompt sounded again, and the metal rain cover was invalid. Directly spin 13.2 units of metal to make another rain cover. This is the 14th rain cover she has made since 10 o'clock in the morning. And these 14 rain covers consumed a total of 184.8 units of metal. In 12 hours, she actually used nearly 200 units of metal, which is an astonishing consumption. It is estimated that by tomorrow, 200 units of metal will not be enough. The acidity of acid rain has now risen to 110 points. Even if the RV is durable, it can't last for 12 hours. Thinking about these messy things in her mind, Li Sijing gradually fell asleep. Chapter 295 Energy-Saving Drum Washing Machine with Drying and Washing Function. Acid Rain World. 7 o'clock in the morning of the 6th day. The interior of the RV has become very bright. But Li Sijing, who is lying on the bed, is unwilling to get up. She opened her hazy eyes and reached out to pick up the intercom beside her. Starry Sky. Drive. Then she dropped the intercom and closed her eyes again. After lying in bed for a while, when Li Sijing finally sat up, it was already 7:30. Is it so late? As expected, getting up in the middle of the night really affects sleep. And Li Sijing hurriedly got up. She took out a car maintenance card directly from the mustard seed space. You know, she had already calculated it before going to bed last night. The durability of the RV just lasts until 8 o'clock in the morning. And she must repair the RV before then. After using the car maintenance card, she clicked on the manufacturing area and made a rain cover with metal materials. After that, she didn't rush to wash up. Even though it was a little late, the first thing she had to do was to exercise. While exercising, Li Sijing looked outside through the window. Today's acid rain was heavier than yesterday's. Even the heaviest rain she had ever encountered on Earth was not as heavy as it was today. The rain curtain was like a line, constantly flowing down without stopping. It stands to reason that with such heavy rain, even if there was no lightning and thunder, the sky should be overcast. However, the sky now was very contrary to common sense, and was still as clear as before. As for the road soaked in acid rain, there was no trace of the road at all. It was even worse than those unrepaired dirt roads on Earth. Fortunately, Xingkong's skills are still strong, although there is no way to maintain the previous high speed. 65 kilometers per hour is still no problem. So, Li Sijing exercised for half an hour. And when the time came to 8 o'clock, she met the first resource box of the day. Wearing long-dried rain boots, gloves, and an umbrella, Li Sijing got off the car and took back the resource box. The RV continued to move forward, and Li Sijing began to wash up. After a simple wash, it was time to prepare breakfast. It was a bit late today, so breakfast was naturally as convenient as possible. Take out 30 dumplings with chives and ostrich eggs directly from the freezer and cook them in the pot. She was very curious. What is the difference between the dumplings stuffed with ostrich eggs and dumplings stuffed with eggs? While cooking the dumplings, she was not idle, and said directly, Xingyao, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small energy-saving drum washing machine with integrated drying and washing. Small energy-saving drum washing machine with integrated drying and washing in one. Convenient and fast, and can save water resources to the maximum extent. She actually opened a washing machine. Is it because she didn't wash her dirty clothes yesterday? Li Sijing complained in her heart, while looking for a place to put the washing machine. She didn't think of it when she designed the interior of the RV before. She actually got a washing machine. And there was no space reserved. This drum washing machine is 0.5 meters long and wide, and 0.6 meters high. This small and medium-sized item doesn't look good in the activity area. Originally, Li Sijing planned to put it in the bedroom, above the dryer in the wardrobe. The empty space there was just enough to put it. But in the end, because there was no way to drain the water, she had no choice but to give up. In the end, this washing machine could only be placed next to her bed. Half of it was stuffed under the bed, and half of it was exposed outside. Of course, this was only temporary. When the RV is upgraded in the next world, the transformation card will be triggered again, and she will naturally put it in place. In short, this drum washing machine was finally put away, and she could also study it carefully. Compared with ordinary household washing machines, this drum washing machine is obviously very small and exquisite. It can only wash 4 or 5 pieces of spring and summer clothes at a time, and it takes half an hour and 5 liters of water to wash and dry. Although there are not many clothes that can be washed at a time, the water consumed is very little. Even when she washes by hand, the amount of water consumed is probably not less than this. Moreover, this washing machine consumes 1 unit of gasoline to wash clothes once. So she can still afford it. Wait until tomorrow night to take a shower. Put the dirty clothes from both times in together, and see how it washes? After studying, Li Sijing returned to the activity area. If she didn't come back, her dumplings would be cold. Eating dumplings, dipped in a dipping saucer, and paired with the last cup of yogurt. While eating, Li Sijing also opened the regional channel. At this time, most people have finished eating and started to work hard, and there are not many people chatting in the area. She didn't care, but turned up to check the previous chat information. However, in the process of searching, Li Sijing found that her name kept appearing in the content of the chat. She kept looking for a long time and finally found the source of the matter. At 7:30 this morning, when she just got up. Who do you think will be at the top of the 3 lists today? They must be big names that can be named. So of course we are not on the list. The battle power list and the popularity list have relatively large fluctuations. But for the comfort list, I think it should still be Li Sijing. I agree with this. After all, she has won twice in a row, and this time should be no exception. I don't agree with this. You know, vehicle upgrades have a point bonus on the comfort list. Yes, the RV that appeared in the area yesterday had 500 more points than our off-road vehicle. So Li Sijing's position at the top of the comfort list is in danger. From the time I traveled through time to now, watching Li Sijing become a legend, I still think she will reach the top. And more than 2 hours. Just wait and see. No need to argue. The owner of the RV yesterday was Li Sijing. What? Really? How did the above know? Wow. I still remember that before the end of the first world, the boss upgraded the 2-seater car to a 4-seater car. Is it happening again now? How did she do it? She can upgrade the car before the end of the world? When I was at the end yesterday, my car stopped next to the RV. I happened to have the perfect eagle eye skill and saw the people inside clearly. Is it really Li? I envy him. RV. Who doesn't envy it, and who doesn't want it? I'm the only one who cares. Will the off-road vehicle become an RV after the upgrade? It seems that I have to collect materials quickly. That is to say, if the owner of the RV is Boss Li, it doesn't seem to be a surprise. After all, there has been an experience before. I am the only one paying attention. The person who spoke just now is also a boss. How many points does it get for the perfect eagle eye skill book? Of course he is a boss. This can be seen from the fact that the other party can park the car next to the RV. By the way, why are your focus so strange? Isn't the end point on the owner of the RV? The owner of the RV? Knowing that it is Li Sijing. What can you do? Go and rob. Is the nickname of a murderer given for nothing? The upstairs people are sober. After reading the discussion about her in the area, Li Sijing also figured out the whole story. She was still thinking yesterday that it was raining so hard and she didn't get off the car. How could anyone know who the owner was? But she didn't expect that it was because of the perfect eagle eye skill, which was an unexpected coincidence. She was very satisfied with the final discussion of the matter. Most people are very rational and are not blinded by interests. Of course, What Li Sijing is most concerned about is the exposure of the RV owner. Which really happened. The sixth sense that was triggered inexplicably yesterday really came true. When she didn't know yesterday that the owner of the car next to her had the perfect eagle eye skill book, she had already had a premonition. After experiencing the skill of the sixth sense, Li Sijing just wanted to say that it was really awesome. She couldn't wait to have a mastery or even perfect level of the sixth sense. Thinking about these things, Li Sijing had finished breakfast and washed the dishes. She took out an apple and ate it while digesting it. Chapter 296 Rankings. After finishing breakfast, Li Sijing sat down to digest the food. When it was almost 9 o'clock, she also encountered the second resource box of the day, which was still low level. This time, she was fully armed. With a raincoat, a bamboo hat, an umbrella, rain boots, and gloves. After getting off the car, she picked up the resource box and put it back in the car. Then she took out a pistol from the mustard space and started hunting today. The rain was too heavy and the acidity was too high. It hit the ground and kept rising with thin white mist. Even if Li Sijing had perfect eagle eyes, in this case, there was no way to see clearly what species the large beast in the distance was. Until she walked out of the road, lured the large beast, and gradually approached. She could see it clearly. Today's large beast was about the same height as Li Sijing, with thick limbs and long hair all over his body. This beast had long hair, which made it almost impossible to see its eyes and nose. Is this a lion? Knowing that the large beast was less than 100 meters away from Li Sijing, she finally recognized it. No, it was not a lion, but a Tibetan Mastiff. Li Sijing had just retreated to the road, and the next second the Tibetan Mastiff had already rushed over, but was stopped by the barrier. Although she was a little surprised about the species today, Li Sijing fired without hesitation. Unfortunately, the rain was too heavy, which greatly weakened the power of the bullet. And the Tibetan Mastiff has thick skin and thick hair, fierce temperament, and tenacious vitality. In short, this battle took a long time. Li Sijing wasted dozens of bullets, and her right hand was numb from the shock. Looking at the Tibetan Mastiff that finally fell down in front of her, she breathed a long sigh of relief. It was finally solved. The fierce character of this Tibetan Mastiff made it have no intention of retreating when facing bullets. This led to it falling on the side of the road in the end, which saved Li Sijing a lot of effort. Putting away the pistol and umbrella, taking out the tang sword, she began to decompose the body. The decomposed meat was mainly for throwing into the toilet, so it didn't need to be very meticulous. So after more than 10 minutes, she had completed the division and returned to the RV. The time had come to 9:30, and the RV continued to move forward, and Li Sijing went to the bathroom again and started the decomposition journey. While doing boring repetitive actions, she opened the trading area and prepared to see the situation above. First of all, most of the metal materials hung up yesterday have been exchanged. It is estimated that they will be sold out before dark. As for other daily necessities, it is still a long-term process, and the goods that have been left will not be put on. Finally, she came to see the transaction for the purchase of mutant meat. Yesterday, the message was sent too late, and only 3 large beasts were traded. Now, after a day of fermentation, there must be more trades. The requirements are not too high. 10 is enough. When I clicked it, it was indeed densely packed with inquiries, and there were 4 trading information. Li Sijing was overjoyed and wanted to trade all of them. She had enough metal materials in her hands. The key is that her mustard space can't hold so many mutant meats. After thinking about it, she took out the oilcloth that had not been used for a long time from the shelf and spread it in the activity area. Then she clicked to confirm the transaction and traded all 4 large beasts, spending a total of 115 units of metal. Looking at the pile of mutant meat on the oilcloth, which was not clearly distinguished, Li Sijing was happy and headache. Although so much mutant meat represents a lot of nutrient soil, it also represents the need for a lot of time. It takes about half an hour to kill a large beast. Here are 4 plus the one she hunted herself, which is 2.5 hours. Sighing, Li Sijing continued her hard work. After she decomposed all the Tibetan Mastiffs she hunted, the time had come to 10 o'clock, and she also stood up. On the one hand to stretch her body, on the other hand, there were things to do. The chives planted yesterday were harvested at 4 o'clock yesterday morning. The harvest time for the second crop is 10 o'clock. That is, now. Another 5 kilograms of chives have been harvested. While she was harvesting chives, she also waited for the notification of the game. Dear players, if you can successfully participate in the event now, it proves that you can obtain the title of Advanced Survivor. Then the ranking list will be opened again, and the data will be updated in real time every minute to ensure that everyone can clearly understand the gap between everyone. The ranking list is divided into Popularity List, Combat Power List, Comfort List. After the natural disaster is over, the top 10 players on the list will receive game rewards. For specific game rules, players are requested to open the World Channel. The ranking list is opened again. Li Sijing, who took this opportunity to take a break, sat on a chair and opened the World Channel. Click on the 3 big words ranking list. The top is still the basic game rules. This list will end at 12 o'clock in the evening on the day of the natural disaster. The first place will be rewarded with 3 auto parts. The second and third place will be rewarded with 2 auto parts. The fourth and fifth place will be rewarded with 1 auto part. And the 6th to 10th place will be rewarded with some food. I don't know how much I can rank on the 3 lists this time. The 10 auto parts that were awarded to the first place in the 3 lists in the last world are still quite good. But this time, it is estimated that it will not be achieved. First, click on the Battle Power list. And the names on the list are still familiar to her. And she ranked 4th, with 840 points. More than 300 points away from the first place. The second is the Popularity list. And the names that appear on the list are all names that often appear in the area. And she is temporarily ranked first. And Wu Igua is ranked below her. Can be ranked first on the Popularity list. Li Sijing thinks that a big reason is because of the RV owner. It seems that revealing that she is the owner of the car, this time has some benefits. I just don't know if she can keep the top spot. Finally, she clicked on the Comfort list, which was the least suspenseful. The first place was naturally her, Li Sijing, and the second place was still Zhou Qinghuan. Except for the 2 of them. The scores of the people behind them were directly broken, and it was impossible to catch up. And there were more than 700 points between the 2 of them, and it was obviously impossible to catch up. In short, the Comfort list is firmly in the first place, and the Popularity list is temporarily ranked first, and it needs to work hard to maintain it. As for the Combat Power list, unless she kills 5 or 6 people tomorrow, there is no hope of getting the first place. Chapter 297 White Fox. Li Sijing didn't spend too much time on the information on the rankings. After a rough understanding of the analysis, she continued to work. While decomposing the mutant meat, she was still thinking, what should I shoot in this 10-minute video? In order to more safely keep my first place in the Popularity list? Killing monsters and eating food? This is almost the best routine that has been stabilized after experiencing 2 worlds. And when a thing forms a routine, it means that it will be repeated and appear in large quantities. So, in order to attract attention, she must add some elements that others don't have in the video. But what elements should be added? It wasn't until 11:30 that Li Sijing encountered the 4th low-level resource box of the day. And she had decomposed 2 of the 4 large beasts she exchanged. And she finally had some clues. In fact, Li Sijing has many things that others don't have. For example, basalt scales, anesthetic toad clothing powder, mustard space, and even her rich food storage. But can these be exposed to everyone? No. The only thing she could think of that could be exposed to everyone was the RV that everyone already knew about. In the entire area, she was the only one who had it. But everyone knew about it. Using something that was already well known to others to increase her popularity seemed to be a good idea. As for whether it would be coveted by others, this can be seen from the current attitude of everyone in the area. Moreover, in the next world, everyone can upgrade to an RV. Of course, just in case. Li Sijing would not be stupid enough to film all the layouts in her RV. She only prepared to capture some clips and put them in the video. For example, cooking in the RV, washing in the RV, or sleeping in the RV. In short, it is some daily trivial matters that can attract everyone's attention without revealing too much information. With a draft in mind, Li Sijing's expression was also much more relaxed. She decided to start filming from today's lunch. Since the focus of this video is on the RV, the food that appears in it does not need to be too rich, so as not to attract hatred. Today's lunch is still rice. And then it is served with a stir-fried braised pork with peppers. Take out a pound of braised wild boar meat and a few remaining green peppers. Take out a few millet peppers. and ingredients such as onions, ginger, and garlic. In the kitchen of the RV, Lee Sejing cooked the dishes neatly. After the food was served, she ate while editing the previous filming. Those that exposed the overall layout of the RV were all cut out. By the way, cut out all the rice that appeared in the video. For everyone who hasn't eaten rice for almost a month, it's a bit conspicuous. After all the cuts were made, Lee Sejing watched it from the beginning. The first thing that appeared in the video was an overall picture of the RV kitchen. Then, she watched vegetables, cut vegetables, fried vegetables, and finally served them in the sink. The video is only more than 2 minutes long. If you don't pay attention to the surrounding environment, it looks like a food show. Lee Sejing nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect she wanted. Actively showing and being discovered accidentally are two completely different effects. The other clips below follow suit. After lunch, Lee Sejing took out the last bottle of mango-flavored milkshake and drank it. Then went to wash the dishes. After finishing everything, she sat on a chair and ate fruit to digest the food. The fruit she ate this time was the sugar cane that had been opened before. She used a knife to peel off the thick outer skin, cut it into sections, and put it into the mustard space. The root at the bottom of the sugar cane was even better collected. Her endless supply of sugar in the future depends on this. Take a bite of a piece of sugar cane, and the abundant sweet juice spreads in your mouth. While eating, Lee Sejing opened the trading area. There should be someone trading mutant meat, right? Clicked it, and saw that there were indeed 2 more transactions on it. It cost 60 units of metal in exchange for these 2 large beasts. On the tarpaulin spread in the activity area, there were only 2 large beasts left. But now they suddenly became 4. However, Lee Sejing didn't want to continue to decompose them, so she would leave them for the afternoon. She was about to meet the next resource box, and she was going to take a nap after taking the resource box. After all, she didn't sleep well last night, so she still had to make up for it at noon. At almost 12:30, she took a low-level resource box from outside the car and went back to the bedroom to sleep. During this lunch break, Lee Sejing slept fast and deeply, until she heard Shinkong's voice. "Master, a resource box was found 500 meters ahead, and the car is parking." If it wasn't a walkie-talkie, it would have been placed at the head of the bed, and Lee Sejing might not have been woken up. She rubbed her eyes and got up quickly. She was originally going to wear rain boots and take an umbrella to go down, and then come up with the resource box. But when she looked up, she found that the color of the resource box on the road was wrong. It turned out to be a blue intermediate resource box. So this little equipment was not enough. Lee Sejing quickly put on all the rain gear and took out the pistol before getting out of the car. She was not in a good mood after being woken up from her sleep. She went straight forward and came 3 steps away from the resource box, triggering the small beast inside. This time it was really a small beast. The height of the figure was only about 1 meter, and the whole body was covered with snow-white hair. When she saw the other party's charming face clearly, Lee Sejing realized that it was actually a white fox. Even in the acid rain, the hair on the whole body was wet by the rain and stuck to the body. This white fox looked very beautiful. However, its ferocious action of rushing over was very inconsistent with its charming face. Although it was beautiful, Lee Sejing did not forget that she and it were in a hostile relationship. She raised her gun and shot at the foxy eyes without hesitation. It can only be said that the action of this fox was the fastest and most agile of all the animals she had seen. She missed several shots, and even the umbrella was scratched by its claws. Fortunately, her gun perfection skill book was still useful, and she finally shot it in the eye. The speed of this white fox was very agile, but its defense was very poor. With only this one shot, it was directly solved. The body that fell to the ground splashed a lot of water. Fortunately, Lee Sejing was very experienced this time. She directly used an umbrella to block all the acid rain splashing towards her face. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the small beast white fox and obtaining a white fox skin. It turned out to be a white fox skin. Lee Sejing was quite happy about this item. After all, white fox meat should not taste good. If it is decomposed, she still has to think about how to deal with it. Chapter 298 Cruise Control. 1:30 p.m. After successfully killing a small white fox, Lee Sejing returned to the RV with an intermediate resource box and a white fox skin. The size of the white fox skin is about the same as the rabbit skin she got last time, with a length and width of about 1/2 meter. but the quality of the skin is much better, and it feels smooth and soft. For a moment, Li Sijing has not thought about what to do with the two skins, so she puts them away first. Next, she looked at the resource box next to her. Because the acid rain is getting heavier, the speed of the RV is getting slower and slower. Today's speed can only be maintained for 1 hour, and a resource box is encountered. In the middle, because of killing large beasts, some time was wasted. So far, she only has 5 low-level resource boxes and 1 intermediate resource box that she just took on the car. The low-level resource box is still not opened yet, and it will be saved until the evening. This intermediate resource box can be opened now to see what drawings can be obtained. Pudding ice cream 40G, cruise control blueprint, fuel tank expansion blueprint, frozen french fries 500G, lava triangle crisp 5G * 20, pork floss small shellfish 50G * 2. In addition to the blueprints, all the items in this intermediate resource box are food, which immediately aroused Li Sijing's interest. A small pudding ice cream, which was just right for her to eat, to wake her up. A pound of semi-finished french fries, which she was very happy about. She hadn't eaten them for more than half a month, but she missed them very much. Put them in the freezer first, and when her peanut oil and soybean oil are squeezed out, she will fry these french fries to try. 20 small packages of triangular lava crisps were all put into the snack cabinet. As for desserts, 2 pork floss biscuits were placed directly on the table, and she would eat them after she finished her ice cream. After looking at these foods, Li Sijing finally looked at the 2 drawings that were opened. Cruise control, after starting, you can drive at the specified speed without stepping on the accelerator and brake. Materials required for construction, metal * 10, rubber * 3, plastic * 2, glass * 1. What can I say about this drawing? It may be a good drawing for others, but it has no effect on her. This drawing is not like the ventilator skylight she got before. The 2 drawings of the ventilator skylight are dispensable, but they can still be used after they are really installed. And this cruise control is said to have no effect, and there is really no chance of using it. The cruise control function is mainly for the convenience of people who drive cars for a long time. But is Li Sijing a person who drives cars for a long time? She is not. People who drive cars for a long time are Shinkong. She can drive for 2 hours a day, which is considered diligent. Of course, this is for her. But for those who don't have Shinkong, this drawing is very useful. So, within 3 seconds after seeing this drawing, Li Sijing made a decision. Exchange this drawing for other drawings. If she can get the drawing she needs, it would be the best. Of course, this probability is estimated to be very slim. If you can't get the drawing you need, it's also a good choice to exchange a few useless drawings. When she has collected enough useless blueprints, she can synthesize an accessory upgrade card. Of course, the exchange of blueprints will be put aside until she finishes reading the second blueprint. The second blueprint, fuel tank expansion, is more familiar, since the off-road vehicle was upgraded to a motorhome. The upper limit of the fuel tank expansion has naturally increased. The original off-road vehicle, the upper limit of the fuel tank expansion is 100 units. The current capacity limit has directly tripled to 300 units. Of course, this 300 units is just the upper limit of the fuel tank. You still need to use the blueprints yourself and upgrade it little by little. When Li Sijing was originally an off-road vehicle, after the fuel tank was expanded to 100 units, she also saved 8 blueprints. As early as after upgrading to a motorhome, it had been expanded to 180 units. And now, after clicking to use this fuel tank expansion blueprint, the fuel tank capacity has become 190 units. There are still 11 drawings to the upper limit of the fuel tank. It seems that we need to work harder. The most important thing is that she doesn't have much gasoline in her hand. In the morning, Li Sijing decomposed 3 large beasts in total, obtained 743 g of nutrient soil, and consumed 74 units of gasoline. Add the consumption of decomposing large beasts yesterday, the consumption of driving in the past 2 days, and the consumption of various electrical appliances. In short, the 500 units of gasoline exchanged with others before. Now only 195 units are left. After filling up this expanded fuel tank, there are only 5 units of gasoline left. It must be noted that there are still 4 large beasts piled up in the activity area. If you want to decompose them all, you need at least 100 units of gasoline. Right? Moreover, this is not all. She has not checked the trading area since she got up from lunch break. Who knows if there are any more transactions on it? In a word, the gasoline in her hand is not enough, and she needs to buy it as soon as possible. While thinking about this, Li Sijing had finished the ice cream in her hand. She picked up the meat floss and opened the trading area while eating. I don't know how many mutant meat transactions will appear on it. However, Li Sijing frowned at a glance. After such a long time, there is only one transaction of mutant meat on it. Now there are only a few hours left before dark. As for whether there will be more mutant meat transactions in the future, Li Sijing has no hope. This one, plus the one traded in the morning, is a total of 7 large beasts. This is a lot less than the goal of 10 large beasts she set for herself. However, after careful consideration, Li Sijing felt that this was understandable. After all, the acid rain is so heavy now, which still has a great impact on hunting large beasts. The high degree of acid rain corrosion also causes great damage to rain gear. In this case, not many people would go out to take risks for 20 or 30 units of metal. And those who traded mutant meat with her probably mainly wanted to kill large beasts and get points on the battle power list. And then, by the way, trade the mutant meat for some metal materials? Chapter 299, 1 for 3 drawings. It cost 29 units of metal to trade the mutant meat from the trading area. After eating snacks, Li Sijing was ready to start working. She used the mustard space to load a part of the mutant meat, went to the bathroom, and started the decomposition again. As for the driving trip originally scheduled for the afternoon, it is estimated that it will be cancelled today. After all, so much mutant meat is piled up in the activity area, waiting for her to decompose. Although the weather is not hot now, it won't stink if it is left for a while. But it's not a big deal if the other party is in the activity area all the time. It's better to deal with it as soon as possible. Li Sijing threw the mutant meat into the toilet with both hands. And her head was not idle. She opened the friend message and took action for what she had just thought about. First of all, it's the gasoline problem. Li Sijing had a good impression of the person who traded gasoline with her before. It was neat and tidy, and the inventory was sufficient. Even if she needed a large amount, she didn't need to go to a few people to buy it. In a word, it was convenient and trouble-free. So, when she needed gasoline again, she thought of the other party first. After chatting through friend messages, the other party was indeed easygoing and didn't say a word. He directly quoted the original price: 1 unit of metal material for 5 units of gasoline. Li Sijing was even more straightforward and directly sent 100 units of metal materials in exchange for 500 units of gasoline. So much gasoline should be enough for her to use for 3 to 5 days. Right? With sufficient gasoline, Li Sijing was relieved of one worry. Next, she began to think about the second question. About cruise control. This blueprint is actually very useful in the survival game. Except for herself. And good things should be given priority to friends. According to the closeness, Li Sijing first thought of Zhou Qinghuan. However, with the luck of the other party, Li Sijing estimated that she should have had this blueprint in her hand for a long time. Right? Of course. Li Sijing still sent a message to ask. And the answer she got was as expected. The other party had already got it in the first world. In addition to Zhou Qinghuan, the second people Li Sijing thought of were Wu Aigua and Lu Yizhou. There is only one blueprint. Who should I give it to between the two? She didn't have too much trouble about this question. Selling things? Naturally. The one with the highest price wins. And fair competition is fine. She sent messages to the two people separately, indicating that she was willing to barter. Blueprint for blueprint. Even useless blueprints are fine. Please ask the other party to bid. Of course, if you use useless blueprints to exchange, it is not 1 for 1, but 1 for many. And she will choose the price she likes from the two people to trade. 2 o'clock is a good time for everyone to drive and chase resource boxes. These two people are not like that. Zhou Qinghuan replies quickly. But Li Sijing is not in a hurry. It was not until 3:30 that one of the large beasts had been decomposed. Li Sijing got out of the car again and took back a resource box. The two finally got a reply. First, Wu Aigua said that he did not have any extra drawings. So, he withdrew from the competition for this cruise control drawing. In this case, Li Sijing did not hesitate and directly clicked on Lu Yizhou's message. Lu Yizhou did not reply, but directly sent a few drawings for trading. Audio drawings, thickened seat drawings, steering wheel anti-wear cover drawings. 1 for 3. Lu Yizhou is still as generous as ever. Just looking at this number, Li Sijing is already very satisfied. 3 drawings, the first of which she is very familiar with. After all, she also has it. Although Li Sijing does not know the remaining 2. But just looking at the name, you can roughly know what the function is. In general, it is not very useful. Just like chicken ribs. Just from these drawings, it can be seen that Luizhou's luck is really wonderful. Say he is unlucky, he can meet the intermediate resource box and get the drawings. Say he is lucky, the drawings he opened are all of this kind. Of course, others win by quantity. Li Sijing will naturally not be entangled in the function of the drawings. Moreover, she thought of a problem. This audio blueprint is something she already has. If she changes and has 2 identical blueprints, will this be considered a duplicate blueprint? Will it trigger the replacement mechanism? Although she knew that she was a little wishful thinking, Li Sijing still couldn't help looking forward to it. So, without any hesitation, she clicked to confirm the transaction. She exchanged her cruise control blueprint for 3 blueprints. After getting the blueprint, Li Sijing ignored the other 2 blueprints and only stared at the audio blueprint. However, after waiting for a minute, there was no movement in the sign-in system. Finally, Li Sijing couldn't help but speak directly to test Xingyao. I have a duplicate blueprint and want to replace it. At this time, Xingyao's voice finally sounded. Ding! The blueprint in the host's hand is detected. It is not obtained by the host himself, and the replacement mechanism cannot be triggered. After hearing this, Li Sijing frowned immediately. It really doesn't work. She was still thinking that if this method could work, she would immediately go to the trading area to purchase various blueprints that she already has. Li Sijing, whose hope was broken, could only return to reality in the end. She opened it and looked at the information of the other 2 blueprints that were traded. The introduction was similar to her own understanding. The thicken seat blueprint is to thicken the seat so that people will not feel pain in their buttocks after sitting for a long time. This blueprint is not very useful to others, and it is even more useless to Li Sijing. The steering wheel cover blueprint is a steering wheel cover that increases the friction between the hand and the steering wheel. In terms of function, it is similar to the previous blueprint, so it's better not to say it. In this way, Li Sijing has 3 useless auto parts blueprints in her hand. When she has collected 10 cards, she can synthesize the accessory upgrade card. After these things were dealt with, Li Sijing was still in the bathroom, decomposing mutant meat. It was not until 3:30 that she met the resource box again. She only decomposed 3 of the 5 large beasts piled in the activity area. While taking the resource box, she also sat in the activity area to rest. She took some snacks to eat and replenish her energy. After eating snacks, Li Sijing also took out a piece of sugarcane from the mustard space and chewed it. While resting, she waited for 4 o'clock to come, because the last batch of leeks in the intermediate planting pot matures at 4 o'clock. When the time came, Li Sijing directly picked up the scissors and started harvesting the last batch. Each batch of leeks can harvest about 5 kilograms. 3 batches of 15 kilograms of leeks are enough for her to eat for a long time, and all are put into the mustard space. After harvesting leeks, the intermediate planting pot became flat again. Li Sijing took out 500 g of nutrient soil and gently sprinkled it in the pot. When the white mist disappeared, this intermediate planting pot became an advanced planting pot. Li Sijing had already considered what to plant in this advanced planting pot. Plant peanuts first and save about 10 pounds to make peanut oil. Chapter 300 Corn Seeds. On the 6th day of the acid rain world, until 5:30 in the afternoon, there was no more trading of mutant meat in the trading area. Li Sijing finally decomposed all the mutant meat. She was exhausted and slumped in the chair, and began to count the 7 large beasts she traded with others, plus the 1 large beast she hunted herself. These 8 large beasts allowed her to decompose a total of 1984 g of nutrient soil, which can be said to be a great harvest. Of course, 1984 g of nutrient soil requires 198 units of gasoline, which is not to be underestimated. Fortunately, she has traded 500 units of gasoline with others. So far, she still has 550 units of gasoline, and this 1984 g of nutrient soil, plus the original 400 units in her hand, has exceeded 2000 g. Of course, this number also needs to deduct the 500 g loss when upgrading the intermediate planting pot before. In short, the total amount of nutrient soil in her hand now is 1920.2 g. Such a large fortune really makes Li Sijing happy and distressed. She is distressed that she only has 2 planting pots, and doesn't know how to use so much nutrient soil. Should she use these nutrient soils as ripening agents? This is too wasteful. After thinking for a while, Li Xijing, who couldn't think of a good solution for a while, could only put this problem aside. While resting to recover her strength, Li Xijing was thinking about dinner tonight. After a busy afternoon, she was originally preparing to make some delicious food to reward herself. But she suddenly remembered that she didn't have much rice left. Not enough for her to eat for one meal. As for asking her to take out the stone mill and husk the rice into rice now, she didn't have the energy to do that now. So she'd better grind it tomorrow. As for today's dinner, she should think of other food. Thinking about the various foods she had stored. What should she eat without rice? For a moment, she really had some choice difficulties. According to the previous practice, at this time, she only needed to open the box and make whatever food she could get. But now, low-level resource boxes can be synthesized into high-level resource boxes. So this method needs to be eliminated. On the table in front of Li Xijing, there are already 9 low-level resource boxes. Before dark, it is estimated that it will be just enough to meet the 10th one. The probability of opening a staple food or side dish in a synthesized intermediate resource box is not high. Why don't you go to the trading area? Whatever good food you can get, make it. Since she was able to synthesize intermediate resource boxes, she has opened fewer low-level resource boxes every day. Today, she didn't even open a low-level resource box. Ordinary daily supplies have not been replenished. And even the snack cabinet is almost empty. It's a good opportunity to replenish some daily necessities and snacks. In the trading area, after more than half an hour of strolling, Li Xijing did gain something. A box of 12 boxes of strawberry-flavored real fruit particles weighs a total of 6 kilograms. And she exchanged it for 2 kilograms of rabbit sausage, just to replenish her empty beverage area. You know, after these 2 days of only drinking and not replenishing, in addition to the wine, she only had half a bucket of milk powder and Maojian tea, a handful of 250g red amaranth, exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio, and used her 250g rabbit meat enema. The price is a bit expensive, but for the green vegetable she likes, Li Xijing is willing to spend it. A pack of kitchen oil-absorbing paper with 150 sheets, and 2 packs of 110g red oil dough. She exchanged them with the remaining 1 pound of pork. The kitchen paper was just a side job. In fact, Li Xijing's main goal was 2 packs of red oil dough. It was convenient and fast, and she happened to be craving for it. So she took it as today's dinner. 250g of unsalted baking butter. She used a pound of black fish meat to exchange it. Li Xijing was very happy to be able to exchange butter. It happened that she had a microwave oven, so she would make a dessert to try it someday. Finally, 500g of corn cobs, which she exchanged for a whole pound of rabbit meat enema. This exchange rate obviously made Li Xijing suffer a loss. But she still completed the transaction. In fact, her real purpose was not to buy corn cobs. Was she the one who needed corn cobs? She needed seeds. However, after the transaction, Li Xijing found that she was fooled. It's not that the corn is fake, but the corn that was exchanged cannot be used as seeds. Looking at the 2 fresh corn cobs in her hand, Li Xijing was speechless. This tender corn may taste good, but it has not grown as seed yet. Using 1 gene of rabbit meat for sausage and exchanging 2 edible corn cobs. This transaction is really a loss. However, saying that someone cheated her? Going to trouble the other party? It seems that there is no reason. After all, the other party did not say that the corn he sold could be used as seeds. She was just filling her brain and thought she had gotten a bargain. It seems that this trading area is not only rich in materials. Even the tricks that deceived consumers on Earth in the past are also quite a lot. Of course, this is because Li Xijing opened the box before and found that the resources were rich in variety. And most of them were self-sufficient. There were too few transactions and too little experience. So she fell into such a low-level trap. Looking at the very fresh corn cobs in her hand, Li Xijing was sure of one thing in her heart. The other party should have corn seeds in his hand. Or even planting corn. Otherwise, how to explain that the other party did not have the mustard space, but could take out such fresh corn? Li Xijing was unhappy about making a disadvantageous transaction. But she was still unwilling to give up the corn seeds. This time, there was no cover-up, and she sent a message directly to ask. As for Li Xijing's question, the other party was obviously expected and directly quoted the price. 1 corn seed, 1 pound of cooked food. When she first saw the message, Li Sijing thought she had read it wrong. After staring at it for 2 seconds, she realized that she was not wrong. It was just 1 corn seed. What can I say about this price? It was ridiculously high, and it was clearly a rip-off. However, after careful consideration, Li Sijing ended up being the one being ripped off. She spent 1 gene of rabbit head enema in exchange for 1 corn seed. This transaction from corn cobs to corn seeds can be said to be Li Sijing's first Waterloo in the trading area. Fortunately, the loss was not serious, and the seeds she wanted were finally exchanged. Li Sijing decided to remember this lesson carefully, and try not to make the same mistake again in the future. Chapter 301 Black Stockings Manufacturing Drawings. At 6:30 p.m., there was only half an hour left before dark. Li Sijing encountered her last resource box of the day, which was also the 10th low-level resource box. Today's trip has ended, and the RV is quietly parked in the rain. Looking at the 10 resource boxes full of resources on the folding table, Li Sijing did not hesitate and directly clicked on the synthesis. With 10 low-level resource boxes, it became 1 intermediate resource box. Li Sijing reached out and slowly opened it. Ultrafine filter spoon. Pillow manufacturing drawings. Black stockings manufacturing drawings. Olive oil 250 milliliters. Mint potted plants. Kitchen special tin foil. At the first glance of the unboxing, Li Sijing's attention was placed on the 2 drawings. After all, the names of these 2 drawings are really hard to ignore. Pillow. You can make a variety of pillows. The size can be customized, and the filling can be customized. Materials required for manufacturing: cloth *2, filler husk, buckwheat, cotton, etc. This drawing is actually okay. Pillows. Cushions. Cushions. Everyone needs it when they need it. As a daily necessity, it can be regarded as a kind of long-term flow, directly hung in the trading area. As for the other drawing, it is hard to describe. Black stockings. Black stockings of various types and sizes can be customized freely. Materials required for manufacturing: cloth *2, rubber *1. Li Sijing couldn't help but click to check it out. The various types and sizes that appeared in it really made her stunned and opened her eyes. It was because she had too little experience and had never seen such a scene. Of course, after flipping through the whole book, Li Sijing still found a few fairly normal socks in it. The ankle-length stockings that are common on the market are just right for wearing now. It seems that as long as those abnormal socks are blocked, this blueprint can still be obtained. In addition to these 2 blueprints, this intermediate resource box also opens some other items. A palm-sized ultrafine filter can be used when making desserts in the future. A roll of kitchen-specific tin foil is also a good helper when making desserts. There is also a small pot of mint that is growing quite lushly. Even wearing a gas mask, Li Sijing's sensitive nose can also smell the slight cool mint smell. Finally, there is a bottle of olive oil, which immediately gave her a lot of ideas. There are olive oil, butter, garlic, and red wine among the 50 kinds of seasonings in the seasoning gift package she opened before. There are also rosemary and thyme. So, how about having fried steak for dinner tonight? After this thought came up, the 2 packets of red oil noodles in her hand suddenly lost their fragrance. Although she was a little tired after working all afternoon, but she rested for nearly an hour in the seat. She also used the massage roller for a while in the middle, and she had recovered her spirits. Now, thinking of the delicious steak, she couldn't sit still. She put away the red oil noodles and took out a pound of good steak from the mustard space. Fortunately, she thought it was troublesome to defrost before, so she took some of each meat and put it in the mustard space after thawing. She took out the steak, soaked it with kitchen paper to dry the blood, and then sprinkled it with coarse salt and black pepper. Finally, pour some olive oil. Rub and massage to lock in moisture. Of course, before making dinner, daily exercise is still necessary. Today's exercise did not last too long. When 7 o'clock came and it was completely dark, Li Sijing finished her exercise. The next step is to make dinner, and I won't go into details about the process of frying steak. In short, when the fried steak was cooked and served on the table, Li Sijing was already drooling. Then she took out the red wine she had unpacked before. She also took out the high-heeled glass that she had opened at some point and poured herself half a glass. In this way, a dinner with a very good atmosphere was ready. Of course, if chopsticks did not appear during the subsequent meal, This atmosphere would continue until the end of dinner. Unfortunately, Li Sijing, who did not open the knife, could only use chopsticks to eat the steak, 1 bite of beef and 1 bite of red wine. She ate this meal very comfortably. Even the entertainment of checking the chat information of the regional channel, which is a must for every meal, was not turned on. After finishing the 1-pound fried steak, she even drank almost half a bottle of red wine. Fortunately, Li Sijing has a good alcohol tolerance, and the alcohol content of this red wine is not high, so she didn't get drunk. After finishing the meal, Li Sijing took a washed apple and sat in the activity area to eat it. Her eyes were on the planting pot on the shoe rack next to her. The orange tree planted yesterday has grown as long as her hand. The leaves are green, and there are small flowers on them. It seems that it will bear fruit soon. I don't know when this first crop will mature, how many oranges can be harvested, and how they taste. As for the pot next to it, peanuts are planted. No. Is this peanut already mature? The growth time of peanuts is about 150 days. It took 36 hours in the intermediate planting pot before. How many hours does it take in the advanced planting pot, where time is accelerated 1,000 times? After Li Sijing counted with her fingers, she was surprised to find that it only took 3 hours and 36 minutes. This peanut was planted a few minutes after 4 o'clock, and it has just passed the growth time. No wonder she saw that the leaves of the peanuts in the planting pot were already yellowing. Speaking of which, this advanced planting pot is too powerful for planting ordinary crops. While harvesting peanuts, Li Sijing couldn't help but admire it in her heart. However, when she was ready to plant again after harvesting the peanuts, she suddenly stopped. That's not right. It takes 3 hours and 36 minutes to plant peanuts once. If she plants peanuts now, won't she have to harvest them at 11:30? In addition, it takes about 3 or 4 hours to plant ordinary crops. In order to prevent the planting pots from being wasted, wouldn't she have to get up in the middle of the night to harvest? For planting peanuts, she would have to get up 2 or 3 times a night. If so, would she still sleep? At that time, she only thought about upgrading the planting pots and growing more food. But she didn't think about this crop. What should she do now? If she got up in the middle of the night to harvest crops for 1 or 2 days, she could still accept it. But if she did it every day, she really couldn't stick to it. Li Sijing slept for almost 8 hours at night, and after 1,000 times acceleration, it would take almost 11 months. Think about it quickly. What plants does she have in her hands that take 11 months or more than a year to grow? Oh! Sugarcane! Li Sijing clapped her hands in surprise. Sugarcane is usually planted in winter. With the current world temperature, it will take more than 10 months to mature. She can wait until 11 o'clock in the evening to plant sugarcane, so that she can get up at 7 o'clock in the morning to harvest. Chapter 302 Warriors Standing in the Acid Rain. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the evening after the peanuts were harvested, and Li Sijing had to wait until 11 o'clock to plant sugarcane. There were 3 hours in between, and after the acceleration, it was more than 120 days. This period of time naturally could not be wasted. What to plant? Li Sijing searched her seed bank and finally took out 3 small potatoes. She also forgot which day these small potatoes were opened from the resource box. I only remember that when she first got the potatoes, she was very happy. After all, it was a high-yield food. Of course, it was also because the efficiency of the planting pots was not high before, and there was no opportunity to plant. In short, there is no problem with planting potatoes now. The maturity time of potatoes is about 100 days. If you count the 1,000 times acceleration, if you plant now, it will be harvested at about 10:30. After dealing with the planting pots, Li Sijing couldn't help feeling happy. Owning 2 advanced planting pots that can accelerate 1,000 times, she will never be short of food. She can sell the extra food she grows to others in exchange for the supplies she needs. In short, her life will get better and better, and she will become richer and richer. From now on, she is looking forward to her future life even more. It was 8 o'clock, and Li Sijing had finished what she had to do. Next, she washed up, turned off all the lights, and went to the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, Li Sijing did not turn on the TV immediately. After all, she had a lot of things to do today, and she might not have time to watch a movie. First of all, many of the materials that had been shot had to be edited into a video. Li Sijing spent half an hour and finally edited the video. Then, she watched it twice and was quite satisfied. In the video, Daily life in the RV occupied most of the space. As for killing monsters, Lee Sejing edited some clips of her killing the white fox into it. After all, you can't shoot a video when killing a large beast. Fortunately, although the white fox is only a small beast, its posture is also very eye-catching. The whole video is only 8 minutes, which is much shorter than her previous 10-minute video. But Lee Sejing felt that compared with the previous video, this video was the most comfortable to watch. Before 9 o'clock in the evening, she posted the video, and most people in the area had already posted their videos. The Lively World channel naturally attracted her attention. Lee Sejing clicked on a few popular videos and watched them, which was also considered to understand the enemy situation. Her eyes watched the video, and her hands were not idle. 2 crops of peanuts and 1 crop of soybeans were harvested before, because the dryer in the closet was blowing non-stop. They were already half-dried. It was just right to take advantage of the free time in the evening every day to slowly peel the shells. A total of 4 kilograms of peanuts were harvested twice. After peeling, only 1400 g of peanuts and 600 g of peanut shells were left. While peeling the peanut shells, Lee Sejing also watched the most popular videos in the World channel. In general, most people's videos are the same as in the previous World: fighting and food. And in this type, the most popular ones are naturally the original ones. Of course, there are also some ordinary people who make some curious videos for popularity. She has seen the most explosive one, which is much more popular than Louis Joe's video. In the video, a sloppy man walked into the acid rain without any rain gear. Bean-sized raindrops fell on him. Then his skin was corroded, revealing bright red muscle tissue. In just 1 minute, he seemed to have entered a fire scene, and burn marks appeared on his skin all over his body. The originally ordinary face also became unrecognizable and hideous. This video is only a little over a minute long, but it is the most popular. Through this video, Lee Sejing understood the horror of acid rain today. She also thoroughly understood what ordinary people in the area could do for resources. When she finished peeling 2 kilograms of peanuts, it was already 10 o'clock. Lee Sejing's 2 thumbs had become red and swollen because of peeling peanuts. It seems that the remaining soybean shells can only be peeled tomorrow. She put away all the things. According to the usual practice, she should go to bed at this time. But in order to wait until 11 o'clock to plant sugarcane, she can't sleep now. As for the remaining time, because she couldn't finish watching a movie in less than an hour and a half, Lee Sejing didn't turn on the TV. She has also watched all the more popular videos in the World channel. After thinking for a while, she opened the regional channel and decided to check the chat messages to kill time. Although it was quite late, the regional channel was still very lively. Ah, the friend who bravely walked into the acid rain was really brave. I would like to call him a warrior. Really? Is it really worth it to hurt yourself for the sake of popularity? That is, if there is no medicine. It is very easy to get infected if you are burned by acid rain on a large area. Since they dare to do this, they must have a countermeasure. Right? Even if you get the first place in the popularity list, it's just 3 car parts. Is it really worth it? For those who live at the bottom of society and see no hope every day, it should be worth it. Hey, has no one ever thought about what would happen if this warrior, who sacrificed so much, could not get the top spot? It shouldn't be that bad. Right? With such an explosive video, who else would be more popular than him? That's right. After the warrior's video was released, it took only 3 hours to jump to the top of the list, squeezing Lee Sejing down. Even the 2 big guys Louis Joe and Wu Weiguo, whose fights in the videos were so thrilling, were not as popular as this warrior brother. That's not necessarily true. The people above should not have watched the video released by Big Brother Lee Sejing. Right? I suggest you watch it. Maybe you will have a different opinion. By the way, I'd like to inform you that Big Brother Lee's name, which had originally fallen out of the popularity list, is gradually rising again. I just saw Big Brother Lee's video, and I just want to say, I'm envious and jealous. I just want to ask, is this the gap between me and the boss? Don't worry. Save up the basic materials, and you can own one the day after tomorrow. It's my dream to own a comfortable RV that is essential for travel. I just want to say that after watching the boss's video, I look forward to the arrival of the disaster day for the first time. Me too. After the disaster day, I can also own the same RV as the boss. Right? The person above. First of all, you have to survive tomorrow's disaster day. For the RV, I have to work hard to survive tomorrow. Oh my god. Thinking of this, I suddenly feel that tomorrow's disaster day doesn't seem so scary. My fighting spirit is completely aroused. Wait for me. RV. It's really funny. Lee Sijing boss probably didn't expect that the video she posted actually has the function of boosting blood. The person above should be more alert. If you want to upgrade to a motorhome, you must first have enough basic materials. Do you have them? I don't. In order to resist acid rain, I have used up all the basic materials. How can I have any extra? I am crying. So, don't think too far ahead. Let's think about tomorrow's disaster day first. Alas, in the previous world, there were skyfires and hail. I don't know what will happen this time. In short, tomorrow is another life or death struggle. I don't know if I can keep my usual luck. There are only about 6,000 people left in the area out of 10,000. I don't know how many will be left after the disaster day ends. Try to survive. A better life is waiting for us. The person above. Are you sure that life will be better in the future? Chapter 303 Selling Oranges. The chat topics in the regional channel are varied. But no matter how they change, they will eventually return to the natural disaster day. After all, the natural disaster day that is coming tomorrow is a big stone on everyone's heart. Even Lee Sijing is not without worries. It's just that she has many cards, and her heart is always more stable than others. When the time came to 10:30, Lee Sijing had turned off the blue screen and came to the activity area. The potatoes planted before should be ripe at this time. She came to the planting pot and saw that the leaves of the potatoes were indeed yellow. In this square meter of area, Lee Sijing finally harvested 3 kilograms of potatoes. Although this yield is not as good as the optimized rice, it is much better than peanuts and soybeans. After harvesting the potatoes, the planting pot did not plant sugarcane immediately. After all, it was not yet 11 o'clock. Taking advantage of the free time, Lee Sijing took another look at the orange tree and another planting pot. I saw that the rice-sized flowers on the branches were gradually falling, and it was obviously the fruiting period. I thought that it would take less than half an hour to harvest, and this time was just right. After all, the orange tree grows up and bears fruit every year. As I said before, a year is exactly 8 hours after 1,000 times of acceleration. That is to say, after this fruiting, the orange tree will bear fruit again every 8 hours. The first batch of fruits will mature at 11 o'clock in the evening, and the second batch will not be until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. It is just the same time as sugarcane, so it will not disturb her sleep. Just when Lee Sijing was relaxing, the game notification suddenly sounded in the quiet car. It turned out that the rain cover she built with metal materials was invalid again. She spent 13.2 units of metal again to build a rain cover. After the rain cover was consumed, she probably fell asleep. And then she could only consume the durability of the RV itself. This was also the 20th rain cover she built today, and a total of 264 units of metal materials were consumed. The acidity of acid rain has now risen to 133 points, and the durability is consumed by 13.3 points per hour. A rain cover can only last for more than 40 minutes. The metal materials in her hand are rapidly consumed, and now there are only more than 500 units left. And when tomorrow's natural disaster day comes, besides the terrible acid rain, I don't know what else there is. It is estimated that by then, metal materials will be useless, and only car maintenance cards can be consumed. Fortunately, she still has more than a dozen car maintenance cards in her hand, which should be enough. While waiting for 11 o'clock, Lee Sijing was thinking randomly in her mind. While thinking, she took out a piece of sugar cane from the mustard space and started chewing it. In short, when the time came to 11 o'clock, Lee Sijing started to act. She planted the sugar cane first, and then dealt with the orange tree, which was full of fruits. The first batch of oranges were not very big, and each one was smaller than her fist. Lee Sijing peeled one and tasted it. The taste was okay. It was sour and sweet, probably suitable for those who like sour food. I think after waiting for a few more years, the taste of the fruits will be sweeter and more in line with the public taste. Of course, even if the fruits are sour now, Lee Sijing is not afraid of unsaleable. It's good to have some to eat. In the survival game, do you have any choice? After all, this crop of oranges is 46 kilograms. For a tree, it may not be much. After all, it is only the first crop. But for Lee Sijing, it is already a lot. She can't eat it all by herself. Not to mention that the taste is sour. The most important thing is that she can harvest so many oranges every 8 hours. The oranges in the future will be sweeter than the first crop. Right? So Li Xijing's way of dealing with these 46 kilograms of oranges is to sell them. All of them are hung in the trading area. And none are left. And they are sold as soon as possible. Because the fruit is small and sour. Li Xijing marked a low price. 1 unit of metal can be exchanged for 3 kilograms of oranges. Of course, at this time, no one will take action for metal. Her main goal is still other basic materials. With this orange tree that can produce fruits continuously, the large amount of basic materials she needs should be gathered soon. Right? After handling all the things, Li Xijing can finally sleep peacefully. Before falling asleep, she counted the durability of the RV with her fingers. At the current speed of acid rain, the durability of the RV is not as strong as before. Fortunately, at the end of the calculation, Li Xijing found that the durability of the RV can just last until about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. There should be less than 5 points of durability left by then. In other words, she can sleep until dawn tomorrow morning. But she must remember one thing. She can't stay in bed tomorrow morning. And the first thing to do when she gets up is to take out the car maintenance card and click to use it. If you forget this, it will really be a complete loss. Chapter 304, Immune to All Poisons. Acid Rain World. The 7th day. 7 o'clock in the morning. At the moment of dawn, Li Xijing was also awakened by Xingyu. Today, she dared not stay in bed like yesterday. As soon as she opened her eyes, she took out the car maintenance card from the mustard space and clicked to use it. The whole RV was brand new, and Li Xijing was relieved. However, today, she did not make a rain cover like before. After all, the acidity of 142 consumes 14.2 points of durability every hour. A rain cover can only last about 40 minutes, which is really troublesome. The most important thing is that the disaster day will come at 9 o'clock in 2 hours. At that time, because of the disaster day, the car maintenance card will still be used. So why waste metal materials? After getting up, the first thing Li Xijing did was to come to the activity area and the planting pot. Both planting pots can be harvested. First, the orange tree. The oranges of this crop are a little bigger than the last one. The total weight is 51 caddies. 5 caddies more than the last time. Because she hadn't rinsed her mouth yet, Li Xijing didn't taste it. So she didn't know whether it was sour or sweet. In another planting pot, the sugar cane grew taller than her palm. After harvesting the sugar cane, she planted soybeans in this planting pot. As for why she didn't continue to plant peanuts, it was because she suddenly thought of a problem. On Earth, experienced farmers would not plant the same plant continuously in a piece of land. It is easy to be attacked by pests and lack of fertility. Although I don't know if this will happen in the planting pot, but she thought it was better to take precautions. After planting a crop, she would rotate it the next time, which would not take much effort. After planting, Li Xijing still calculated the time in her mind. The soybeans can be harvested around 10:40. After dealing with these things, Li Xijing got on the spinning bike again and started this morning's exercise. Still using her hands, she gently wiped the thick mist on the car window. Through the glass, she looked out of the car. The acid rain outside was heavier than yesterday. No raindrops could be seen, but pieces of acid rain fell. It was like someone holding a basin and constantly pouring water down. The whole world seemed to fall under a huge waterfall. It was constantly bearing the water force falling from above. If it were a car with an unstable center of gravity, it would probably not be able to stabilize the car body in the acid rain. Just like their 2-seater car when they first arrived in this world. Not to mention the white smoke rising from the excessive acidity and the terrible road. The whole world was filled with white smoke after corrosion. The half-meter-high white smoke almost covered the entire earth and also blocked the real situation of the road. It was impossible to see the big pits on the road, which were like deep pools. If a vehicle with a low chassis fell into it, it would probably not be able to get up. It seems that today's natural disaster day is another adventure of time and life. It was not until almost 8 o'clock that Li Xijing got off the spinning bike. After a simple wash, it was time to prepare breakfast for herself. Today's breakfast is nothing new. Half a pound of fish cake, 20 fish balls, 1 egg, a few leeks, and a few amaranths. Anyway, whatever ingredients are available, just put them in, like a hodgepodge. Today's breakfast is paired with strawberry-flavored real fruit particles that I just got yesterday. Li Xijing, who was eating breakfast, said the daily essential words, Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the invulnerable to all poison skill. Invulnerable to all poisons. All toxins that enter the host's body will be gradually expelled. Note, the expulsion speed is 1 point per hour. The moment she saw the name of the skill, Li Xijing couldn't help but sigh. Wow! Is it such an awesome skill? However, after she carefully read the introduction of this skill, she restrained her smile again. Gradually expel toxins? Although this is better than the detoxification skill book she saw in the competition event store. But there are also big blind spots. The speed of expelling is 1 point per hour. 1 point of toxin. How much is it? This is not explained clearly. It is estimated that only when she encounters toxins will the specific situation appear. After studying for a while, she did not get any new content, so she could only put it aside for the time being. Wait for Li Xijing to finish breakfast and clean up the table. There are only 10 minutes left before the start of the disaster day at 9 o'clock. So she ate an apple first. Then she took out an orange that she had picked this morning from the mustard space and tasted it. It's better than the first batch, but not much. If it weren't for the fact that her taste has been upgraded to perfection, she probably wouldn't be able to taste the difference. Li Xijing still didn't want to eat such oranges, so she decided to wait a little longer. So the 51 kilograms of oranges were put up for sale in the trading area again. As for the price, it was still 1 unit of metal for 3 kilograms of oranges. After all, other people couldn't taste the slight difference in taste, so it was not easy to raise the price. Although the original first batch of oranges was put up for sale last night, it was a little late, but the price was affordable. Such cheap fruits were rare. So far, there are only a few kilograms left, and the second batch of oranges is just right. After dealing with the matters in the trading area, it was 9 o'clock in less than 2 minutes. In the world where only heavy rain fell, the sound of the game was heard. Dear players, congratulations on your survival. The natural disaster is coming. This natural disaster thunderbolt is officially launched. During the natural disaster, there are no resource boxes on the road, and the road barrier disappears. Please pay attention to the attack of large beasts. The natural disaster lasts for 8 hours, starting at 9 a.m. and ending at 5 p.m. You can reach the end of the natural disaster by driving 250 kilometers. Players who reach the end early can end their own natural disaster early and receive rewards related to the next natural disaster. After the natural disaster ends, players who are still alive but have not reached the end are also considered to have passed this natural disaster. But no rewards will be issued. This natural disaster has started. Dear players, please enjoy the invasion of natural disasters. Chapter 305 Thunder Falls. Hearing that the natural disaster day has begun, Li Xijing didn't think about anything and immediately told Xingkong to drive. The RV started instantly. And then she had the mind to recall the most important point in the notice just now. The real natural disaster this time was actually thunder from the sky. Is it the kind of thunder from the sky that falls on the ground? This is too much. Can any car withstand a thunder? Can there still be people alive in the car? This is only the third world, and the survival game wants them to be wiped out? Don't say that you can rely on superb driving skills to avoid thunder. After all, no one can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. However, Li Xijing's somewhat panicked mentality suddenly disappeared at a certain moment, because she suddenly had a premonition that this thunder from the sky was not as terrible as she thought. This feeling came inexplicably. Li Xijing reacted in the next second. She had triggered her sixth sense. After exchanging for the basic sixth sense, it was triggered for the second time. Li Xijing naturally had no doubts. She spent a lot of points to get the sixth sense. So, this thunder from the sky would not threaten her life, although the specific situation could not be predicted. But with this news, Li Xijing had a bottom line in her heart. According to the previous practice, this thunder from the sky would not come until 10 o'clock. There was still an hour in between. She could focus on other places first. For example, because the road barrier disappeared, the large beast had been following her car. The upgraded RV had a very long body. Even if she sat in the driver's seat and looked through the rearview mirror sprayed with defogger, Li Xijing could only see the large beast behind the car roughly. Even so, it did not affect her judgment. This large beast was the bull she had met several times in this world. Because it rained heavily today, The road conditions were too bad. Shinkong's car speed could only be maintained at 60 kilometers per hour. And the speed of the bull was obviously not much slower than that of the RV. This resulted in the bull falling 100 meters behind the RV. The distance between the two sides could not be pulled too far for a while. After observing for a few minutes, and confirming that the bull could not catch up, and was not a threat to herself, Li Sijing retracted her sight, and ignored it. After all, although the bull's endurance was very good, it was not as good as the RV that burned oil. I believe that after a while, it will naturally be thrown away due to lack of endurance. As for killing this wild bull, during the natural disaster day, Li Sijing obviously would not stop the car to kill this wild bull. It would take too much time. As for killing the wild bull while the RV is driving, not to mention how many bullets are needed to kill this wild bull. She has tried the defense of the cowhide before. For example, it is raining so heavily outside now. If you open the window to shoot, the rain pour in. Of course, the most important thing is that killing this wild bull is of no use to her. You know, she is now ranked 5th on the battle power list. There is no difference between the 4th and 5th place in the ranking. She can only get more rewards if she jumps to the 3rd place. Unfortunately, the gap between her and the 3rd place, it can't be made up by killing such a large beast, and the 100 points obtained. As for killing a large beast and decomposing it into nutrient soil, it is even more unnecessary. Dividing the body will take too much time, and it is more important to reach the end as soon as possible. Don't lose the big picture for the small, because the RV is driven by Shinkong, and the thunderbolt has not appeared yet. Li Sijing, who retracted her gaze, suddenly became idle. In fact, she still has a lot of things to do today. For example, hulling the rice. Otherwise she will have no rice to eat. For example, using an oil press to press the shelled peanuts into peanut oil. However, in order to show her importance to the natural disaster day, and to be on the safe side, Li Sijing felt that it would be better to sit in the driver's seat honestly today. As for these things, you can wait until you reach the end and do them. Of course, she wouldn't really sit there stupidly. After thinking about it, Li Sijing opened the regional channel and started to read. Because of the arrival of the natural disaster day, there were not many chat messages in the area. Most of the messages were panic. What the game called thunderbolt on the top of the head. Obviously, her previous worries were also shared by other people in the area. But others didn't have the 6th sense skill book. There was no way. And it was easy to get out of the panic. It was originally a life and death process. And everyone was also affected by their emotions, which made it even more dangerous. So, is this also a trap set by the survival game? After not much hesitation, Li Sijing's eyes returned to the road again. Time passed slowly. As the time approached 10 o'clock, Li Sijing's eyes became more energetic. Finally, the time came to 10 o'clock, and the acidity of the acid rain became 145 points. A loud bang opened the world of thunder from the sky. Next, there were continuous thunders, one louder than the other. Along with the thunder, there were also those flames that kept falling. There was no pattern at all. Near and far, the sky, which was bright despite the heavy rain, became cloudy. The suddenly dark sky brought great obstacles to the driver. Fortunately, light is not important to the starry sky. Suddenly, less than 10 meters in front of the RV, a huge thunder suddenly fell. A huge thunderbolt hit the road, creating a huge pit. And the next second, acid rain poured back. Li Sijing was shocked and held the steering wheel tightly, wanting to drive by herself. Fortunately, Shinkong was still very reliable, and the RV turned right the next second, avoiding the huge pit created by the thunderbolt. The RV continued to move forward. However, the thunderbolt on the road ahead became more and more dense. After avoiding the one on the left, another one came on the right. The most important thing is that the RV is too long, and there are too many places to take care of. This journey was extremely thrilling. At this time, safety is naturally the most important. As for speed, in 10 minutes, I don't know if Li Sijing's RV has traveled 5 kilometers, and the further you go on the road, the more impossible it is to completely avoid the thunderbolts. For example, in front of you, it was hard to turn right and avoid the thunderbolt on the left. On the road on the right, 3 thunderbolts came one after another. At this time, it is almost impossible to turn again. Speeding up can avoid the first thunderbolt, but the rear compartment cannot avoid the last thunderbolt. Slowing down can avoid the last thunderbolt, but the front compartment cannot avoid the first thunderbolt. This is almost an unsolvable situation. Obviously, no matter what Li Sijing chooses, she will be hit by a thunderbolt. Chapter 306, Struck. The increasingly dense thunder made Li Sijing fall into a dilemma. The three thunders in the sky were about to fall in an instant. Should she save the front of the car, or the rear of the car? At this critical moment, she made a decision without much thought. At this time, it was obviously too late to open her mouth to remind Xingkong. Li Sijing held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, stepped on the accelerator, and the RV accelerated instantly. The RV rushed out suddenly and ran over a puddle in front. The sudden pressure caused the acid rain in the puddle to splash more than 1 meter high. These acid rains splashed on the windshield, blocking the view in front. At this time, Li Sijing didn't care about these, just because there was a loud noise from behind the RV. Boom! Then came the huge vibration of the RV. If Li Sijing hadn't fastened the seat belt in advance. At this time, it is estimated that he was thrown out directly, and his head was bruised and swollen. This impact was more violent than the scene of the car accident, and Li Sijing had to stop the car immediately. She turned her head suddenly, and saw a little black smoke rising. The thunderbolt hit the trunk of the car directly, which was the top of Li Sijing's bedroom. The originally solid roof was immediately split by the thunderbolt, leaving a hole the size of a head. The thunderbolt that should have killed her was not fatal as she had expected. As long as she was protected by the vehicle, she would have no problem surviving. As for the vehicle that was split through, it was expected. Fortunately, when she made the decision before, she acted decisively and chose to protect the front of the car. Otherwise, thinking about the scene of the thunderbolt hitting her head, Li Sijing suddenly felt a little horrified. As for the black smoke rising from the back, it was because the thunderbolt struck sparks and was burning on the roof of the car. Fortunately, it was raining heavily outside. These burning sparks were extinguished by acid rain before Li Sijing could get over. Of course, these acid rains not only extinguished the sparks, they also kept pouring into the car from the cracked holes. Without hesitation, Li Sijing took out a car maintenance card from the mustard seed space and used it quickly. The RV, which had a hole and was constantly poured with acid rain, suddenly looked brand new. Unfortunately, the acid rain that poured into the RV from the hole and spread to the car did not disappear together. As for the messy bedroom behind the car, Li Sijing now had no time to care about it. She turned back without hesitation and drove the intact RV forward again. From the time the RV was hit by the thunderbolt to the time the RV started moving again, the delay in between was not even more than 10 seconds. The next scene also proved that Li Sijing's choice was correct. The next second after her RV drove out, 2 thunderbolts rushed towards this place again, ignoring the murderous intent behind her that she had avoided. Li Sijing had already returned the driving rights of the RV to the starry sky again, and she herself looked up with full concentration, looking at the sky covered with dark clouds and flickering continuously. The thunderbolts fell one by one, and the RV kept shuttling through the gaps between these thunderbolts. With the cooperation of Li Sijing and Xingkong, they finally made it through the last 10 minutes. When the dark sky finally became bright again, the flashing thunder disappeared, and the roaring sound disappeared. Li Sijing realized that it was already 10:30. She had survived the first batch of thunder. It turned out that only half an hour had passed, and only one batch of thunder had passed. This long process almost made her think that she had survived the entire disaster day. Of course, Li Sijing didn't sigh for too long, and jumped up directly from the driver's seat. She suddenly remembered that the mess in the back compartment had not been dealt with yet. The next batch of thunder would not arrive until half an hour later. Li Sijing took advantage of this time to deal with it quickly. She walked through the activity area and came to the bedroom at the back. She found that the loss was even more serious than she thought. Among them, the first to bear the brunt was her 1-meter-wide bed. The bedding, cushions, covers, and pillows on the bed were all wet. These were all wet by acid rain, and there was no way to dry them, so they had to be thrown away. In addition to these on the bed, there was also a wardrobe dryer at the head of the bed. The fabrics on the surface of the wardrobe were all wet by acid rain and could not be used. As for the clothes inside, Li Sijing quickly unzipped the zipper, reached in and touched it, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a layer of waterproof cloth outside, so it was still dry inside. The clothes of the season were all placed inside. If all of them were wiped out, She would not even have a change of clothes. These items soaked by acid rain obviously have no value. Li Sijing quickly put on gloves and took down the pillows and quilts on the bed. As for how to deal with them, it was very simple. Just throw them all into the toilet. The waterproof cloth on the surface of the wardrobe dryer was also removed. Now, she suddenly lost 2 quilts, a pillow, and half a wardrobe. These were all the supplies she had saved with great effort. It was a bit heartbreaking to think about it. In order to prevent this hardtake from attacking her again, Li Sijing took action immediately. Now that she knew the biggest damage that the thunder would bring, she naturally had to protect her supplies as much as possible. All the clothes, including the wardrobe with only shells left, were all put into the mustard space. The intercom and night light hanging on the bedside were also put into the mustard space. Under the bed, there are 2 freezers, a mobile stove, and a drum washing machine. These 3 items are too big to fit in the mustard space. I think it shouldn't be that easy to damage with the single bed blocking it. So let's leave it like that for now. As for the already installed TV, don't worry about it. After all, no matter how damaged the accessories installed on the car are, when using the car repair card, they will be repaired. Then I went to the bathroom and put all the toiletries in it into the mustard space. In the kitchen area, the kitchen utensils exposed outside were also put into the mustard space. In the activity area, there are relatively few items, but there is nothing to put away. The most important thing is that after putting away so many things, there is not much space left in the mustard space. As for the 2 shelves in the driving area, they naturally couldn't be put in. However, the driving area where she was should be the safest place in the entire RV. If this place was really affected, she probably wouldn't be in the mood to think about these supplies. It took more than 10 minutes to put all the supplies that could be collected in the RV into the mustard space. And Li Sijing was relieved. After that, she didn't sit idle, but came to the planting pot. After getting up this morning, the soybeans planted have now matured and can be harvested. After the soybeans were harvested, Li Sijing planted peanuts again. And this time, the peanuts matured before 2:30 in the afternoon. At that time, it was unknown whether she had reached the end. You know, the normal speed of the starry sky is 60 kilometers per hour. But when the thunder hit the top, there was no way to maintain this speed. Just now, the disaster day started at 9 o'clock. And before the thunder came at 10 o'clock. In the 1 hour in between, she did drive 60 kilometers. From 10 o'clock to 10:30, the thunderbolt struck. In half an hour, she only drove about 20 kilometers. Chapter 307 Thunders came one after another. At about 10:50, a few minutes before the second batch of thunders came, Li Sijing quickly ate some snacks to replenish her energy. She fastened her seatbelt and sat in the driver's seat again to meet the next challenge. At 11 o'clock, with a loud bang, the world of thunders opened again. With the previous experience, the thunders were still dense this time, and Li Sijing gradually became proficient. However, the survival game is always unwilling to let people have an easy time. The second batch of thunders arrived, and the density increased again within 2 minutes. In this kind of thrilling situation, Shinkong often has no way to make the right decision in time. So, Li Sijing had to stare at the sky with full concentration. At the same time, she had to operate the steering wheel from time to time, which was very busy. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to curse the game. She dodged one after another thunder, and spent more than 10 minutes without any danger. When Li Sijing turned the steering wheel to the left again and dodged a thunderbolt, she found that another thunderbolt was coming straight at her head. In this case, if she turned right, even if the chassis of the RV was stable, it would be very easy to overturn. When turning, it was obviously impossible to accelerate, so she could only continue to turn left. Li Sijing widened her eyes and turned the steering wheel to the left. The RV almost swung its tail to let the thunderbolt avoid the front of the car. Boom! Another loud noise. Finally, the thunderbolt fell on the roof of the RV. The transparent skylight glass. The hardness of this skylight is the same as that of the RV body, so it naturally cannot withstand the bombardment of thunder. The violent vibration forced the RV to stop again. But this time, Li Sijing didn't even turn her head. She took out a car maintenance card directly from the mustard seed space and clicked to use it. After that, she started the RV again without hesitation and continued to move forward. It was another 10 minutes of hectic work. When the time came to 11 and a half, the second batch of thunder finally passed. The moment the dark clouds in the sky dispersed again, Li Sijing collapsed directly in the driver's seat. Although it was only a short half an hour, she almost consumed all her energy. This kind of loss is not only physical, but also mental. In short, after relaxing, she didn't want to move at all. After lying like this for several minutes, Li Sijing finally had some strength. After getting up, she still dealt with the aftermath of being struck by thunder in the first time. This time, the top of the activity area was hit, and the acid rain naturally flowed into the activity area. Because this time, there was no bedding or other things to absorb water, the acid rain naturally spread to the ground inside the car. Fortunately, Li Sijing used the car maintenance card much faster than the first time. The acid rain that flowed to the ground was not too much. In more than 10 minutes, although there were some signs of corrosion on the ground, it did not have much impact. She took out the dirty rag and wiped the acid rain on the ground. After that, she took out the red oil dough that she exchanged with others yesterday and prepared to eat it as lunch. Although it was not yet 12 o'clock, it was still a little early to have lunch. But after the intense consumption just now, her stomach was already growling with hunger. Some snacks can't make her full of blood, so she'd better have lunch early, because there will be a third batch of thunder later. So there's no way to make complicated things for lunch. The red oil noodles I got yesterday are just right for eating. Soak them in boiling water. Then pour out the boiling water. Add seasoning and Seoul sesame paste. It doesn't take 5 minutes to make such a simple lunch. She almost wolfed down the 2 packs of red oil noodles. After simply cleaning up the table, she took a bottle of Real fruit grains and drank it in the driver's seat. When the time came to 12 o'clock, Li Sijing had already looked ahead and was ready. It was still the dense thunder, falling everywhere without any pattern. She still tried her best to wander in the gaps of the thunder and try to survive. In this half an hour, the dangers she encountered were almost the sum of the previous 2 times. The RV was struck by thunder twice. When the third batch of thunder finally ended, Li Sijing closed her eyes tiredly. After enjoying the RV life for 2 days, she once again felt the disadvantages of the RV. The car is too big. The farther the journey goes, the denser the thunder, and the more obvious this disadvantage is. In this case, other people's off-road vehicles will obviously be more flexible. Of course, the car has been upgraded, and she has enjoyed the benefits. It is obviously useless to complain at this time. After closing her eyes and resting for less than a minute, Li Sijing regained her spirit again. This time, 2 thunders. One struck the top of the bathroom, and the other struck the top of the bed at the end of the car. 2 car repair cars were used at that time, and the 2 places had been repaired long ago. She only needed to put on rubber gloves, take a rag, and wipe the acid rain clean. Li Sijing, who had experience, handled the matter neatly and returned to the driver's seat again, with a lollipop in her mouth. She closed her eyes and rested, but her mind couldn't help but have random thoughts. At this time, the acidity of the acid rain had reached a terrifying 147 points, and the durability was consumed by 14.7 per hour. If it were the original situation, the durability of the RV would have been almost exhausted by now. However, because of the thunder, she has used 4 car repair cards so far. The journey later will be more difficult, and the car repair card will naturally be used again. In this way, there is no need to worry about the durability problem today. Chapter 308 Consumption of Car Maintenance Cards. On the day of the natural disaster, Li Sijing obviously did not have time for a lunch break. Fortunately, she had a good rest last night. Although the continuous thunders made her exhausted, she could handle it. When the time came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4th batch of thunders arrived as scheduled. From the beginning of the natural disaster day to now, it has been 4 hours, and there are still 4 hours left. A total of 250 kilometers. Li Sijing walked 155 kilometers, and there are still 95 kilometers left. In general, there is no problem to reach the finish line before the end of the event. Get the top 10. She is somewhat confident. As for taking the first place, this time she dare not guarantee it. After all, there is no shortage of big guys in the area. What's more, their off-road vehicles are much more flexible than her RV. Fortunately, the natural disaster day is different from the competition. There is no difference between the first place reward and the 10th place reward for Li Sijing. As long as you can enter the top 10, you don't have to fight for the 1st or 10th place. The journey behind is still thrilling, but it is also expected. In the fourth natural disaster, Li Sijing was lucky and was only hit by the thunder once. After packing up the car, she prepared to eat some snacks to replenish her energy. She opened the snack cabinet, but found that there were not many snacks left. After all, she didn't open a few low-level resource boxes in the past few days. The snacks in the cabinet have not been replenished for a long time. I can't bear to continue to consume the few packs of snacks left. However, the rapidly depleted physical strength must also be replenished. After thinking about it, she took out a piece of black wrapped chocolate from the innermost part of the snack cabinet. She had forgotten when she got it. She only remembered thinking at that time to keep this chocolate. In which activity, when the battle was fierce, she would use it to replenish her physical strength. Now her physical strength was seriously depleted, and eating this chocolate was just right. However, she probably didn't think of it at that time. This chocolate was not consumed in the resource point activity and the fierce fight with others, but it was consumed on the day of natural disaster when no one was there. A 50g chocolate. Li Sijing naturally didn't finish it all at once. Chocolate is still quite useful in replenishing physical strength. She only broke half of it and put it in her mouth. After that, she didn't say to open the regional channel to see anything. Instead, she closed the door to rest and use every minute to restore her physical strength. When the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the fifth batch of thunder came again. The thunder was still fierce, and Li Sijing still responded cautiously. Unfortunately, she didn't know whether she was unlucky this time or because she was mentally exhausted. The RV was hit by thunder twice in total, and both times, it was at the skylight of the activity area. It was very close to her driving area, which was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, she finally spent these 30 minutes safely, although the speed was as slow as a turtle. In half an hour, the driving distance was less than 10 kilometers. With half-closed eyes, Li Sijing couldn't help but take a look at her driving itinerary. At 2:30, she had driven a total of 200 kilometers so far, and there were still the last 50 kilometers. In the next half hour without thunder, she could drive 30 kilometers. As for the remaining 20 kilometers, that is to say, she will have to experience another thunderstorm? Although she had expected it, Li Sijing still couldn't help but sigh. After being depressed, things still need to be done. First, put the remaining half of the chocolate in her mouth. After that, she stood up and went to deal with the acid rain in the activity area. After the acid rain was wiped off, the peanuts in the planting pots were ready to be harvested. She could only pull out the peanuts and plant soybeans in the planting pots again. As for the peanuts on the peanut vines, she really didn't feel like picking them, so she left them there for now. After that, she made herself a cup of milk powder to supplement some nutrition. 10 minutes before 3 o'clock, she quickly picked the ripe oranges. Finally, she returned to her seat and waited for her last thunderstorm. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sixth batch of thunderstorms was ready to arrive at the battlefield. This acid rain, like water splashing from a basin, like thunderstorms like a storm, instantly covered the earth. This half hour was probably because she knew it was the last time. Although it was still thrilling, Li Sijing's mentality was very stable. Even though she consumed 2 car maintenance cards in the first 10 minutes, she was still able to keep calm. Probably because of her good mentality, she avoided all the thunder in the next 20 minutes. In short, after half an hour of thunder, her RV was still only struck twice. It was 3:30, and the whole journey had been more than 230 kilometers. The remaining 10 kilometers, in half an hour without thunder, should be reached. Finally, after going through all the difficulties, we are about to reach the destination. Li Sijing can relax now. She lay on the driver's seat for several minutes before she regained some strength. She stood up and cleaned up the mess in the back car. After wiping the acid rain over and over again, the rag she had used for half a month had long been corroded. In her hand was the 4th rag she had taken. After wiping the acid rain on the ground, it can be retired gloriously. Even the rubber gloves, because they had to be squeezed out all the time. The durability of the acid rain in the rag was almost exhausted. Fortunately, it was about to reach the destination, so it didn't matter if the durability was exhausted. 4 of the 5 rags that were opened before were directly consumed because of the acid rain. However, at least she was left with 1 rag for daily use, so this loss didn't matter. The key point was that the acid rain that poured in had corroded the ground of the activity area into potholes. Although it does not affect the driving of the RV, it affects daily life. For example, When walking, if you are not careful, you will be knocked down. The most important thing is that it is like having acne on your face, which is not good looking. In this case, if it is normal, Li Sijing will directly take out a car maintenance card and click to use it. However, she did not do so this time, because she was really reluctant. In the previous competition, because the price of the car maintenance card was too expensive, she did not exchange a single one. In her hand, there are still 13 car maintenance cards that she exchanged in the last world. And today's natural disaster day, the car maintenance card is seriously damaged. The first batch of thunder, 1 card is used. 1 card for the second batch. 2 cards for the third batch. 1 card for the fourth batch. 2 cards for the fifth batch. And 2 cards for the sixth batch. 6 batches of thunders used a total of 9 car repair cards. This is the most car repair cards consumed on the day of the natural disaster since the 3 worlds came. She only has 4 car repair cards left in her hand. This must be used until the next world competition. The insect disaster in the next world is unknown. These 4 repair cards are just enough to guarantee 1 per day. And she is reluctant to use them indiscriminately. Therefore, she can only pretend not to see the bumpy ground in front of her. Of course, she will also find time to visit the trading area. See if she can find a carpet and buy one to spread on it. Chapter 309 Insect Repellent Fragrance. Acid Rain Disaster Day, 3:43 p.m. In the situation of looking at the mountain and running to death, Li Sijing finally reached the finish line. In fact, as early as the end of the 6th batch of thunder, only 4 or 5 minutes later, relying on the perfect eagle eye skill, Li Sijing had already seen the finish line in the distance through the rainstorm. And this distance, which seemed not far, took her 7 or 8 minutes to walk over. Unlike the potholes on the road, the huge parking lot in front, even if it was constantly drenched by acid rain, was still as flat as before. When Li Sijing's RV came from the road to this flat land, immediately, you can feel the huge difference. The RV that was shaking all the time suddenly became extremely stable. She hasn't felt this kind of stability for a long time. The RV that came to the flat ground did not stop. Instead, it continued to drive forward to the finished building inside. And she also received a notification from the game. Congratulations. You are the 3rd player to arrive at the end of the natural disaster. You can go to the inn store to receive your natural disaster treasure chest. In fact, she already knew what place she was in without the game notifying her. Li Sijing, who entered the inn building, had already seen 2 identical off-road vehicles under the stairs. There was no one in the 2 cars, probably still in the 2nd floor store, because she didn't know who the owner of the car was. Li Sijing didn't approach rashly, but she found a place that was not so close and parked the RV. Before getting off the car, Li Sijing put all the daily supplies that had been placed in the mustard space back to their original positions. The mustard seed space, which was originally packed with people, finally made room again. There was no acid rain in the terminal building, so she didn't need to wear rain gear. Unfortunately, the pungent smell in the air was not isolated from the outside, because there were people upstairs. She took out the backpack she got from the previous unpacking to hide her tracks. Wearing a gas mask on her face and holding a pistol with the safety off in her hand, Li Sijing got off the RV. She went up the stairs to the 2nd floor, but when she was at the door, she met an acquaintance. The other party was also wearing a gas mask of a similar style to the one on her face. Although most of her face was covered, Li Sijing still recognized the other party at a glance. It was Luizhou. Are you the first one to arrive? Although it was a question, Li Sijing asked very confidently, because the voice was a little muffled through the gas mask. Li Sijing was not surprised that Luizhou could arrive first. After all, this was not the first time. Luizhou nodded and asked, "Is it because the RV is too big that it takes time?" After hearing this, Li Sijing couldn't help but smile and nodded. RVs are definitely not as flexible as off-road vehicles. After confirming his guess, Luizhou nodded. "Well, let's talk about it later. Go get the treasure chest first." As he said that, he turned and walked downstairs again. Although he was very curious about what could be opened in the natural disaster treasure chest this time, Li Sijing just passed by Luizhou and didn't ask much. After all, she would know it naturally after she opened the natural disaster treasure chest. Entering the store on the 2nd floor, the first thing you see is still the display cabinet in the center. The 3rd and 7th of the 10 natural disaster treasure chests inside had been taken away. In front of the vending machine next to it, there was a slightly hunched man standing, probably because he heard someone coming in. The other party turned back and looked. This also allowed Li Sijing to see his appearance clearly. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Most of his face was covered by a gas mask. His hair was slightly longer than his ears, and the bangs that were supposed to cover his eyes. But it was uneven, as if it had been bitten by a dog, revealing some sunken eyes. This was probably to show the eyes, and she cut it with scissors herself. Right? If it weren't for the headband, Li Sijing herself would probably have done the same. Of course, as a girl who loves beauty, her own bangs would definitely not be so ugly. This man who looks a little old and sloppy. He was a big boss in one of the areas during the second merger. In today's District 369. He is also a relatively famous existence. Li Shijuan, nicknamed Counterattack Brother by people. It is said that this Li Shijuan was just an ordinary migrant worker on Earth. But he did not expect that after coming to this survival world, he would become a big man who could be on the list. Li Sijing, who often browses the regional channel, naturally knows him. After the two sides made eye contact, the other party probably recognized her, because they had never met before. The two had no intention of communicating. They nodded slightly to each other. Even if they said hello, they still did their own things afterwards. Li Sijing came to the display cabinet. She casually took out the first natural disaster treasure chest from the display cabinet. 1 insect repellent incense stick. 100 insect repellent incense sticks. After opening the natural disaster treasure chest twice, Li Sijing got a total of 101 insect repellent incense sticks. This incense stick is just like the incense stick sold during festivals. About a foot long and thinner than chopsticks. And the number of incense sticks she opened is obviously quite eye-catching. She glanced at Li Shijuan and saw that he was still concentrating on ordering in the vending machine. Li Sijing hurriedly separated most of the incense sticks and put them into the mustard seed space. After that, she carefully observed the remaining incense sticks in her hand. Insect repellent incense stick, after lighting, it can repel all insects within a radius of 5 meters. Note, it is 100% effective when burning incense. After the incense sticks are extinguished, the effect gradually weakens and completely loses its effect after 1 hour. The natural disaster item corresponding to the insect disaster is insect repellent incense. Li Sijing is not surprised by this. The key is the effect of this insect repellent incense stick described above. Within a radius of 5 meters. The effective range is a circle with a radius of 5 meters. Her RV, including the protruding part in front, is only 6 meters long. So, this effective range can completely cover her entire RV. It can repel all kinds of insects, which is much better than the mosquito coils in her hand. As for the effective time, it is a bit lame. It is 100% effective when burning incense. How long can such a thin incense burn? It is estimated that it will be finished in 5 or 6 minutes. After that, the effect gradually weakened, and I don't know what the specific situation is. Of course, the most important thing is that after an hour, this incense will be completely ineffective. The 101 incense sticks in her hand can only protect her for 101 hours. Chapter 310 Incense Burning Relay Incense Burner. Li Shijuan, who was standing by, was still fiddling with the vending machine. There were many vending machines on the second floor. Li Sijing didn't put the insect repellent incense into her backpack for fear that it would break accidentally. Holding the insect repellent incense in her hand, she came to a vending machine on the other side. The daily necessities in the vending machine were still so rich. Of course, the first thing she clicked on was the classification of natural disasters. As usual, the insect repellent incense from the natural disaster treasure chest will appear in 2 places. One is the vending machine at the end store. The other is in the mall during the competition. She was going to see how much the insect repellent incense in the vending machine cost. There were 2 types of goods in the natural disaster classification this time. The first one was the insect repellent incense, which was priced at 10 units of basic materials. This price is a bit expensive, but most people should be willing to make up their minds to change some. If Li Sijing wanted, she could exchange some, but there was no need. The 101 insect repellent incense in her hand were enough to keep her going until the 5th day. The 5th day was the competition, and it would be more cost-effective to use the points she earned to buy insect repellent incense. What attracted her attention was another item besides the insect repellent incense. A very ordinary incense burner, but with a very strange name. Incense relay incense burner. This made Li Xijing curious and clicked to check its details. Incense relay incense burner. Insert multiple insect repellent incense in the incense burner and set the relay time. The incense burner will light the remaining insect repellent incense in sequence according to the set time until all the incense in the incense burner is burned out. Li Xijing's eyes lit up when she saw the introduction of the insect repellent incense. When she saw the introduction of the insect repellent incense just now, she was still thinking about a problem. The effect of lighting a stick of incense can only last for 1 hour. That is to say, in order to avoid the invasion of insect plagues, a stick of incense must be lit every hour. It's okay during the day. She has set a timer before, so she won't forget it. But what about at night? Does she have to get up every hour to burn incense? Then should she still sleep? If that's the case, this natural disaster is not a battle of strength, but endurance. Fortunately, this problem can finally be solved now. Have an incense relay incense burner and insert all the incense. Then set the relay time to light an insect repellent incense every hour. She doesn't need to worry about anything in the meantime. She just needs to replenish the insect repellent incense in time. As for the price of this incense relay incense burner, 50 units of basic materials each. A little expensive. This price can be exchanged for 5 insect repellent incense. Most importantly, this gas relay incense burner is a disposable product. It is only useful in this insect-infested world, and probably not in other worlds. Li Xijing was reluctant to spend 50 units of basic materials in exchange for a disposable product. However, she thought again, if she didn't have this thing, she had to get up 7 or 8 times a night. And suddenly, she felt that she was okay again. Spending 50 units of basic materials to buy a good sleep in one world is okay. She acted decisively and exchanged 50 units of wood for a burning incense relay incense burner. After that, she checked other daily necessities. Although she didn't open many low-level resource boxes in the past few days, but with the previous family assets, she didn't lack daily necessities. The main thing was that the snacks she ate on weekdays were consumed a little too quickly, and the variety of snacks on it made her unable to take her eyes off. Finally, she spent another 10 units of wood in exchange for a lot of snacks. The backpack she was carrying finally came in handy, and was stuffed full. In addition to these, Li Xijing also saw an interesting product in the daily necessities area. Mosquito coils. A box of 100 units of basic materials. There are 10 plates in a box, which is the kind she got when she opened the box before, because each plate can burn for 8 to 10 hours. Compared with insect repellent incense, this price is not expensive at all. However, there is no way to know the specific effect. She already has a box of mosquito coils in her hand, which is enough for her own use, so she doesn't need to buy it. However, Li Xijing estimated that those who were reluctant to buy insect repellent incense would probably like this mosquito coil very much. After that, she roughly flipped through it and found that there was no product that she was interested in. So she ended the shopping, while Li Xijing was concentrating on exchanging products. There were a few more people on the second floor. The original Li Xijing had already left. The few people who came in after Li Xijing had also taken the natural disaster treasure chest. After that, they scattered in front of the vending machines everywhere, not disturbing each other. There were still some acquaintances who had dealt with her, but she did not go up to say hello. She glanced at the center of the second floor, and there was only one natural disaster treasure chest left in the display cabinet. It seems that, including herself, there are 9 people in total. Li Xijing turned around and left the second floor, but when she went downstairs, she met the 10th person, Zhou Qinghuan. The sudden meeting made both parties a little surprised, but they hugged each other in the next second. However, after a few words, Li Xijing urged Zhou Qinghuan to go to the second floor first. It is almost 4:30 now, and people should arrive later. She is not worried that others will grab Zhou Qinghuan's natural disaster treasure chest. After all, the 10th person has been determined, and others can't take the natural disaster treasure chest. The key point is that Zhou Qinghuan is too lucky. I think she will get more insect repellent incense than herself when she opens the box. In this case, it is better not to be seen by others. As for reminiscing about the past, there is plenty of time later. Zhou Qinghuan obviously understands this truth, and reluctantly goes up to the second floor. Li Xijing went downstairs and got into her RV. There were several off-road vehicles parked at the staircase, and her RV was among them, which was a bit eye-catching. She drove the RV to the reserved area in the corner. There was already an off-road vehicle there. And it should be Louis Zhou. Chapter 311 Very important things. When there are people around. In order to avoid exposing the starry sky, Li Xijing usually drives by herself. She drove the RV and slowly stopped it in the corner. She was still unbuckling her seat belt. And Louis Zhou in the off-road vehicle had already gotten out of the car. He was seen walking around the RV. Walking very slowly. Observing while walking. After getting off the car, Li Xijing did not rush over. She also looked up seriously and looked at her RV. You know, since upgrading to an RV, she rarely gets out of the car because of the increasingly heavy acid rain. She even got out of the car to get the resource box quickly. She herself didn't see the appearance of this RV, so she had to take a good look. From the outside, the length of the RV is about 6 meters, and the height is 3 meters. It is obviously only 1 meter longer than the off-road vehicle, but it looks much bigger. It was not until Louis Zhou finished looking from beginning to end that he met Li Xijing. After meeting, Louis Zhou asked immediately, "Is a motorhome easy to operate?" Li Xijing was stunned. She thought the other party would ask, "Is the motorhome comfortable?" But she didn't expect that his first question would be whether it is easy to operate. However, this is in line with Louis Zhou's personality. As for whether the motorhome is easy to drive? In fact, after upgrading from a vehicle to a motorhome, Li Xijing did not have much experience in driving it herself. The motorhome was upgraded in the afternoon of the 4th day. As early as that morning, she had completed the daily driving schedule. The 5th day was a competition, and she did not have the opportunity to operate it. On the 6th day, in order to decompose the mutant meat, she also gave up the driving schedule. Until today, when fighting against the thunder, she sat in the driving area. In the short time when she and Shinkong were in control of the driving rights together, she had already experienced the difficulty of driving a motorhome. Therefore, Li Xijing's answer was very clear. It's not easy to operate. If you don't have experience in operating a large vehicle, it may be difficult to drive. I think if there is a chance, you can get the racing driver skills. Seeing Louis Zhou's thoughtful face, Li Xijing added another sentence. I think the vehicle should be upgraded. The earlier the racing driver skills are obtained, the more time you will have to get familiar with it. After all, others don't have the academic master possession card in their hands, so they can't learn the skills immediately. If others want to master a skill, even if they have a skill book, they still need time to get familiar with it. Understood? Thank you. Louis Zhou's words were still brief. While the two were talking, many people had already arrived at the finish line. The time came to 4:30, and there was only half an hour left before the end of the disaster day. The originally quiet building gradually became noisy. Among them, there was an off-road vehicle, heading straight for their corner. Li Xijing, who had eagle eyes, had already seen the person in the driver's seat clearly. She smiled and looked at the other party, who stopped the car beside her and lowered the window. Sisterly, Brother Lu, long time no see. Wu Aigua, who leaned his head out of the window, said with a smile. Louis Zhou just nodded slightly. As a greeting, Li Xijing smiled and asked, Brother Wu, don't you go to the store on the 2nd floor to exchange supplies first? More and more people are reaching the end point. You are wasting time. You have to queue up to go upstairs. Wu Aigua's car drove directly from the door. And he definitely didn't go to the store on the 2nd floor. The vending machines in the store are not unlimited. More and more people arrived at the end later, and the vending machines were not enough, so they had to queue up. Wu Aigua also smiled and nodded, saying, I'll go up right away. I'm not here. I have something to tell you. At this point, Wu Aigua paused, and even the expression on his face became a little serious. Whatever you have to do, finish it as soon as possible, and prepare the sponsored materials as soon as possible. This exchange meeting will start at 6 o'clock, and no one will wait. After the exchange meeting, there is another thing to discuss. This matter is very important. We will talk about it later. Anyway, don't be absent. After saying these words mysteriously, Wu Aigua drove away directly. Li Xijing and Louis Zhou were left alone, and they looked at each other. Wu Aigua is a very reliable person. He said it so seriously, and this matter is obviously very important. But he was evasive when he spoke, making it hard to understand. This is to keep people on edge. At this time, Shou Qinghuan had come down from the 2nd floor and drove to this corner. After getting off the car, she kept chatting with Li Xijing. After all, in this world, The two parties did not meet at the resource point event. During the competition, although they met at the finish line, neither party got off the car because of the acid rain. Louis Joe was obviously not interested in their girl's topic and went back to the car directly. Of course, it may also be that he supported Wu Aigua's words and went back to the car to prepare. Li Xijing has always kept Wu Aigua's previous instructions in mind. She chatted with Zhou Qinghuan for a while and told her the news. Seeing that it was almost 5 o'clock, both parties returned to their respective cars. During this period, more and more people have arrived at the end. The originally open building was filled with off-road vehicles and became a little crowded. When Li Xijing returned to the car, the first thing she considered was what materials to take out as sponsorship fees. Basic materials, food, water, daily necessities, weapons, are all okay. In fact, most people gave dozens of basic materials. But as a big consumer of materials, Li Xijing was reluctant to give basic materials. In the end, she was going to take out 6 kilograms of black fish meat, because the meat of large wild animals cannot be eaten. The price of food is inflated. These 6 kilograms of black fish meat are already a large sponsorship fee. After thinking about these things clearly, Li Xijing prepared to eat something. You know, lunch at noon today was originally eaten early. In the afternoon, she was still tense and exhausted her energy. She was a little hungry. She didn't know what Wu Aigua was talking about. Li Xijing felt that no matter what the situation was, it was always right to replenish her energy. She took out the canned fruit that she had unpacked at some unknown time. She opened the can and ate it while looking out the window. As time went by, the building was gradually filled with off-road vehicles. The terminal building was originally able to accommodate thousands of cars. However, as the vehicles were upgraded, the area occupied became larger and larger. Now, it is unknown how many upgraded off-road vehicles can accommodate. And those vehicles that can't squeeze in and can only park outside are miserable. You know, up to now, the acid rain outside has not stopped. In Li Xijing's opinion, this acid rain will probably continue until they change the world position. And those vehicles exposed to the acid rain, every hour, it will consume more than 10 points of durability. It is estimated that in the last hour before dark, there will be chaos outside again. After all, she has seen it in the last world. While Li Xijing was thinking about these, Wu Aigua, who went upstairs to exchange supplies, had come down. He drove the off-road vehicle to this corner and stopped. Then he got off the car and got busy. And there was no free time at all. While Li Xijing was leisurely observing the window, time slowly came to 5 o'clock. The disaster day was over. Chapter 312. Not convinced? Dear players, the Thunderbolt has ended. Players who have not reached the end, please return to the car as soon as possible. You will be teleported to the end in 5 minutes. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the acid rain disaster. Next, you will have 7 hours of leisure time. At 12 o'clock in the evening, you will be teleported to the next disaster insect plague. Please prepare in advance. As the game sound fell, it also announced the end of the disaster day. The building became more noisy, and more people would come in later. Fortunately, Li Xijing and the others did not have to worry about being too crowded in this corner, because someone had already taken the familiar hemp rope to circle the territory. She had no intention of getting involved in the disturbance outside, and the exchange meeting would not start until 6 o'clock. In the hour in between, she was actually a little idle. Thinking of this, Li Xijing decided to find something to do for herself. For example, grind some rice. Otherwise there will be no rice to eat tonight. She took out the stone mill from the bottom shelf and placed it on the folding table. Then, she took out the rice from the mustard space. Originally, the rice was placed on the shelf, but the air was too humid and she was afraid that it would sprout. After the things were ready, she started to act. With the experience of grinding rice twice before, her movements were already very skilled. While busy with her hands, Li Xijing looked out from time to time. The noisy sound outside could not be completely blocked even by her soundproof car body. Originally, she was going to ask Shinkong to turn on the stereo and play some songs, but the words just went around her lips. But she didn't say them out loud, because she suddenly thought that she had to wait until 12 o'clock to change the world tonight. She might as well save the electricity and watch a movie after dark. And she couldn't waste it now. So, Li Xijing could only continue to grind rice boringly. Grinding rice in her hands, she listened to the increasingly familiar noise in her ears. As time passed, She couldn't help but feel drowsy. I don't know when and where. There was a loud noise suddenly. Bang! Li Sijing's eyes, which were originally half closed, suddenly opened wide, and even her body sat up straight. That sound just now, was it a gunshot? Or something else? Li Sijing, who was drowsy and not concentrating before, was not sure for a moment. Bang! Bang! The next two loud noises gave her the confirmed information directly. It was definitely a gunshot. Isn't there an inspection team in the building? How could there be a gunshot? Is there something wrong with the inspection team? Is someone dissatisfied? At this moment, Li Sijing had a lot of guesses in her mind. She opened the door and got out of the car without any hesitation. Then she ran into Lu Yizhou, who also got out of the car with a serious face. The two looked at each other and immediately understood what the other meant. After hearing the gunshot, Wu Aigua should have rushed over. Or he was at the scene. They both knew Wu Aigua's ability. There was no need to rush over. They could wait. If there was no movement after that, the situation must have been under control. If there is any more noise, it won't be too late for them to rush over. In addition to Li Sijing and Lu Yizhou, there are many other people around who also got out of the car to check the situation. There are obviously many people standing there who have the same thoughts as them. Zhou Qinghuan, who was standing by, also lowered the window. Sister Jing, what's wrong? It's nothing serious. Just close the window. Li Sijing shook her head and said. She didn't say this to comfort Zhou Qinghuan. Many big guys in the area gathered in this corner. Even if there is chaos, I think this place won't be chaotic. After hearing this, Zhou Qinghuan raised the window obediently. Li Sijing stood outside the car and waited for 2 minutes, but didn't hear any bigger noise. It seems that the matter has probably been resolved. Just when Li Sijing and Lu Yizhou turned around and prepared to return to their respective cars, Wu Aigua came over. Wu Aigua's face was calm, even like usual, with a slight smile, followed by 4 people. If he hadn't been holding a pistol in his hand, Li Sijing would have thought that the commotion just now had nothing to do with him. The steps that were originally going back to the car also stopped. Looking at his condition, it was obvious that he was fine. Li Sijing couldn't help but ask, what's the situation? Is someone causing trouble? Wu Aigua nodded and answered lightly, nothing. I have been prepared for it. The area has been merged twice, and there are naturally more and more capable people. It is normal for some people to be dissatisfied. This is indeed the case. Who is willing to listen to others' orders when they are capable? Li Sijing actually noticed this sign when he checked the regional channel chat on weekdays. She also expected that there would be a conflict, but she didn't expect that the conflict would come so quickly and disappear so quickly in the end. The biggest reason for this was probably what Wu Aigua said. Prepared for it. Li Sijing couldn't help but think that Wu Aigua was so busy before that he didn't even have time to reminisce with them. Without continuing this topic, Wu Aigua looked around and said with a smile to the people standing outside. It's my fault for worrying you friends. But since everyone has already gotten off the bus, why don't you pay the sponsorship fee? After hearing this, the people standing in front of the car immediately laughed and scolded. Of course, there was no hesitation in paying the sponsorship fee. Also, it's almost 6 o'clock. After you finish your business, get off. Wu Aigua added. Hand the prepared black fish meat to the people who came with Wu Aigua. Li Sijing returned to the car, hurriedly harvested the ripe peanuts in the planting pots, planted garlic cloves, and then hurriedly got off the car. Others also got off the car and came to the prepared venue. Chapter 313 Puppet Talisman. Li Sijing did not attend the last exchange meeting in the extremely hot world because of the murder. There are nearly 30 people attending this exchange meeting. It is more than the first exchange meeting. There are a few people who Li Sijing has seen at the first exchange meeting, but more people joined in the last world, or even this world. There are many people who are unfamiliar. But with Wu Aigua, the community leader, there is no need to worry about the atmosphere. The venue environment this time is much more upscale than the first exchange meeting. At least, the floor is no longer covered with oilcloth. It is composed of several carpets pieced together. According to the closeness, Li Sijing still sat on Zhou Qinghuan on the left and Lu Yizhou on the right. Others sat down alone or in groups. Wu Aigua said a few opening remarks in a proper manner, and the exchange meeting started directly. The whole exchange meeting went smoothly. To put it bluntly, there were no highlights and no valuable information. Probably because everyone was an old hand who had experienced 3 worlds. Almost all the hidden rules that could be explored had been explored. Almost all the information that could be exchanged had been exchanged. In short, in just 10 minutes, the exchange meeting was coming to an end. Wu Aigua was making his final speech. Today's exchange meeting ends here. I know everyone is a little disappointed. But don't worry. There are still surprises to come. For this surprise, the original trade fair was cancelled. I think everyone should have added each other as friends. If you want to trade, you can contact each other privately. With these words, everyone's originally calm faces suddenly showed various emotions. The originally quiet scene also became abuzz with discussions. And there was a trend of gradual expansion. Faced with everyone's constant questioning, Wu Aigua was very calm. He stretched out his hands and pressed down slightly. And the scene suddenly became quiet. Before telling this surprise, I want to ask everyone a question. Have any friends here explored the night? Or do you have the idea of exploring the night? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. Night? In this survival world, it is almost a taboo. When they just crossed over and experienced the first world, everyone's desire to explore was very strong. At that time, many people, regardless of the warnings of the game, bravely opened the car door and walked out in the dark. And those who explored the night, in the end, all disappeared. As more and more people disappeared, fewer and fewer people explored. Later, gradually, no one mentioned the exploration of the night. It seemed that everyone had already tacitly agreed that the area outside the car at night was an area they could not set foot in. After all, there is nothing wrong with this. Right? Work hard during the day and rest quietly at night. However, is this really good for humans who yearn for freedom? When they heard Wu Aigua talking about the night, their throbbing hearts told them that it was not the case. They were eager to understand the night and the dangers in it. They wanted to know what dangers there were in the night. They wanted to know if the dangers in the night would suddenly break out and threaten their lives at some point. Everyone was silent, and no one answered their questions. Wu Aigua did not feel embarrassed. He took out something from his pocket and said, I have an item here that can help you better understand the night. When he spread his palm, everyone could clearly see what was in his palm. A palm-sized yellow paper with some weird talismans drawn on it that no one could understand. This is a talisman? In such a serious moment, it is really hard not to be surprised when such a thing is taken out. However, everyone still patiently stared at the talisman and looked at it carefully for 3 seconds. Puppet talisman. If someone voluntarily puts it on him, he can sense and control him as a puppet, and will not be affected by the puppet's emotions. It is effective for 1 hour. After seeing the information of this talisman clearly, many people's faces changed. This spell is quite powerful. If it weren't for the premise that it must be voluntary, this blueprint would be almost invincible. Fortunately, after seeing the restrictions clearly, everyone was relieved. Afterwards, they were a little confused. I don't quite understand what the connection is between this blueprint and the night that Wu Aigua just mentioned. Looking at everyone's expressions, Wu Aigua smiled again. I know you have a lot of questions, and I will answer them one by one later. Before that, let's talk about the night, Wu Aigua said. Paused for a moment, sorted out his thoughts, and then continued. In fact, I have been collecting and sorting out information about the night, and summarized the following points. There are 2 sources of danger in the night. First, large wild beasts. There are not just one large wild beast in the night, but many. They will be attracted by light or sound, and thus attack humans. At this point, everyone nodded, indicating their agreement with this information. Wu Aigua stretched out 2 fingers and spoke again. The second danger is more obscure, and it is also a point that everyone is more worried about. From the information I have collected, they should be a kind of creature that we have never seen before. And what attracts this kind of creature is our human emotions. Emotions? This statement is simply nonsense. Now, everyone has no choice but to listen in silence. Everyone spoke up, asking Wu Aigua to state the basis or produce evidence. Wu Aigua was well prepared and spoke without hesitation. Let me tell you one thing. This is the main reason why I made this judgment. I have a friend who didn't buy a gas mask. He inhaled too much corrosive air, which corroded his respiratory tract and eventually caused him to cough up blood. Because he didn't have much time left, he planned to explore the night before he died. During the exploration, he kept in touch with me. Because there was no sound or light, he didn't attract any large beasts. During the silent exploration, he didn't encounter any danger. But a few minutes later, He encountered an accident and couldn't find his car. At first, he was able to chat with me calmly, but as time went on, he gradually became a little flustered. And then, he told me that he encountered something that was hard to describe. As he became more flustered and even frightened, he encountered more and more things. In the end, Wu Igwa didn't say anything more. But everyone present had guessed the ending and fell silent. Through this story, it is not difficult to understand why Wu Igwa guessed so. But this is not enough to convince everyone present. After all, this is information that is closely related to life. Wu Igwa sorted out his emotions and then spoke. If you say that what happened just now is just my personal conjecture, I don't know if you have carefully read the instructions on this puppet talisman. Puppet talisman? Read it carefully? Everyone couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but still couldn't help but look at the instructions of the puppet talisman again. Chapter 314 The Source of Danger in the Dark Night. Puppet talisman. If someone voluntarily attaches it to their body, they can sense and control it as a puppet, and will not be affected by the puppet's emotions. The effective time is 1 hour. Everyone present carefully read the description of this talisman again. Only then did they vaguely understand what Wu Igwa meant. Emotion. The word emotion also appears in the description of this talisman. Seeing that everyone's faces had changed, Wu Igwa continued to speak. I think everyone should know some small rules hidden in the game. For example, some strange materials obtained by unpacking can always be used as necessities at some point in the future. Then what do you think? Will this puppet talisman exist like this? And when should it be used? Everyone couldn't help but follow what Wu Igwa described and think about the problem. Without giving everyone more time to think, Wu Igwa spoke again. Besides, don't you think this puppet talisman is weird? Why can it only be attached to someone with their own will? How many people in the world are willing to be someone else's puppet? Isn't this a bit weird? Also, why does the description above say will not be affected by the puppet's emotions? Wouldn't it be more concise and clear to just write will not be affected by the puppet? Questions one after another made the audience present even more confused, because they didn't know how to answer this question. Even this time, Wu Igwa gave them enough time to think. No one at the scene could come up with the answer to any of the questions. Ignoring the discussions at the scene, Li Sijing, Lu Yizhou, and Zhou Qinghuan couldn't help but look at each other. They had a lot of contact with Wu Igwa and knew a little about him. So, they were willing to believe what Wu Igwa said. But what Li Sijing was thinking about now was, what was the purpose of Wu Igwa saying these things? It couldn't be that he wanted everyone to go with him. Go out to explore after dark without any precautions. Right? If so, let's not talk about whether others are willing or not. Even she herself would not agree to this proposal. This time, Wu Igwa waited for several minutes. When everyone at the scene had almost finished their discussion, they gradually quieted down. He smiled, not caring about everyone's different expressions, and spoke slowly. What I said before were all my personal speculations, and I'm sharing them with you all. And what I'm going to talk about next is the surprise I mentioned before. As he spoke, Wu Igwa stood up and waved to the side. A person who had been waiting outside the hemp rope for a long time came in and walked to Wu Igwa's side. The man was wearing a coat that didn't fit him well. The clothes were obviously dirty. As he approached everyone, he could faintly smell a sour smell, although his face was mostly covered by the gas mask. But it could be seen that he was a very young man. Perhaps it was the first time that he was watched by so many people, and he could be seen to be a little nervous and restrained. After some observation, everyone was sure that this was a very ordinary young survivor. Immediately, everyone turned their eyes to Wu Igwa again, waiting for his next words. Also being watched, Wu Igwa's posture was much more relaxed. He introduced seriously, his name is Chu Wenyu, and he is also the owner of this puppet talisman. It turned out that the owner of this talisman was someone else. Now, everyone's eyes were once again divided to this young man named Chu Wenyu. Everyone, Wu Igwa said seriously, I have reached an agreement with Chu Wenyu. I will stick this puppet talisman on him and let him explore the night. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. What? Really? Ah? Is he really willing? These words really had a big impact on everyone. What is the difference between what Wu Igwa said and asking Chu Wenyu to die? The key is that he is still willing? Everyone looked at Chu Wenyu, trying to find a little reluctance on his face. However, there was none. Although Chu Wenyu was still uncomfortable, he didn't look forced at all. How could Wu Igwa not see everyone's doubts? So he smiled and said, Don't doubt it. He is indeed willing. I, old Wu, will not do the dirty thing of forcing others. As for why he agreed to this plan, you will understand after listening to me. Now, everyone's attention was attracted, and they listened attentively. We said before that there are two dangers in the dark night. Regarding the unknown number of large beasts, they should not pose a danger to him today. Everyone immediately showed puzzled faces. How did they come up with this conclusion? Just now, when the natural disaster day ended, there was a sentence in the game notification. I wonder if you still remember it. You will have 7 hours of leisure time. What do you think the leisure time means? Someone at the scene immediately understood what he wanted to express. Exclaimed, does it mean that there will be no large beasts in these 7 hours? Wu Aigua nodded in agreement. That's what I understand too. So, if you want to explore the night, these few hours are obviously the most suitable. As for the other threat in the night, it depends on our puppet talisman. At this point, some smart people at the scene have already understood the general idea. Li Sijing has also guessed what Wu Aigua will say next. When a person goes out at night, no matter how calm he is, he can't help but feel a little scared. As I said before, those unknown creatures will be attracted by emotions. After Chu Wenyu puts on the puppet talisman, his emotions will be controlled by me. And I am sitting in the car, under the premise that my life will not be threatened. Stabilizing your emotions, I think it shouldn't be a difficult thing. The words have been made so clear that no one at the scene does not understand the meaning. Obviously, no one thought that the puppet talisman could be used in this way. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seems that the puppet talisman should be used in this way. There is even a feeling that the puppet talisman is used for this purpose. This feeling also makes most people think. Although Wu Aigua's plan is a bit whimsical, it is somewhat feasible. In short, the scene has become a mess. Chapter 315 Perception Talisman. When it came to the proposal to explore the night, everyone thought it was a fantasy. Some people even wanted to leave when they heard halfway through. However, after hearing the plan, everyone felt that it seemed pretty good. And after that, it was envy and jealousy. Envy Wu Aigua's luck. Why is it so good? Things like Chu Wenyu and the puppet talisman are delivered to the door by themselves? Why didn't the person who got this thing be me? Everyone knows how precious the first-hand information about the night is. Some people at the scene even couldn't help but directly ask for poaching. Hey, Chu Wenyu, how much supplies Wu Aigua gave you? I will give you double in exchange for the puppet talisman. Everyone understood that Chu Wenyu was willing to take out the puppet talisman, obviously in exchange for supplies. And Wu Aigua could afford this material, so they could naturally afford it. Is it really okay to speak directly in front of Wu Aigua? Everyone couldn't help but look at Wu Aigua on the side. As a result, Wu Aigua looked calm, as if he had not heard those words. Now, everyone couldn't help but be tempted. I will also pay twice as much. Trade with me. Trade with me. I will ensure your safety in the next world. Don't listen to his bragging. How about I trade with you for a pistol? Li Sijing sat quietly in the same place and did not participate in the competition. One reason is that she has a good relationship with Wu Aigua, and it is not very moral to take action. And she believes that Wu Aigua will inform her when he gets the news. And at most, she will pay some resources. Another thing is that she doesn't think Wu Aigua is a fool. He is sitting on the Diaoyu Island with a calm attitude. Obviously, he is confident enough in his heart. He is sure that Chu Wenyu will not be taken away by anyone. So he is so calm. And Chu Wenyu obviously did not disappoint Wu Aigua's trust in him. Facing the fierce offers from everyone, he finally had only one sentence. I only believe in Brother Wu. Now, everyone was silent. Mastering the puppet talisman is equivalent to mastering Chu Wenyu's life. Even if he is asked to die, he probably has no way to resist. And he is only willing to hand over his life to Wu Aigua, obviously believing in Wu Aigua's character. This is a trading item that no one can take out. Everyone at the scene obviously understands this truth. And many people are dissatisfied immediately. Since he must have you, why did you tell the story? It's just a waste of our words. What kind of thing is this? Are you trying to sell the news of the night? Who knows if it's true or not? That's right. If you lied, none of us would know. This is too unreliable. It's just a waste of our time. Many people protested excitedly. Some of them might be because of the content of their complaints, but more of them were because of the huge benefits. They were not able to get a share, and they were angry. Faced with the complaints of the crowd, Wu Aigua still had no emotional fluctuations. He still had some prestige, and he pressed his hands down and the scene suddenly became quiet. I know that everyone wants to participate in exploring the night. After all, vehicles can now protect us in the dark. But no one knows whether they will suddenly fail at some point. I will not sell information about the night. After all, it is difficult to distinguish true from false. What I want to sell to everyone is this thing, Wu Igwa said, and stretched out his hand to Chu Wenyu, who was standing next to him. Chu Wenyu was stunned, and immediately frantically took something out of his pocket. A stack of yellow talisman paper that was somewhat similar to the puppet talisman appeared in front of everyone. There was no need for Wu Igwa to introduce it. Everyone stared at the talisman paper for 3 seconds, and the information naturally emerged. Perception talisman. The additional talisman paper of the puppet talisman cannot affect the operation of the puppet, but can perceive everything about the puppet, and will become invalid when the puppet talisman fails. Isn't this exactly the function they want? Although they cannot control the puppet, they can perceive everything. For them, it is enough. At least they don't have to worry that the information they get is false. Seeing everyone's overjoyed expressions, Wu Igwa added, there are 9 perception symbols in total, and the highest bidder wins. Because time is limited, it is obviously impossible to auction one by one. So we will adopt the method of secret bidding. Please note that only food, weapons, blueprints, and basic materials are accepted as trading items. After hearing this, Li Sijing looked at the time and found that it was already 6:30. The time was indeed not enough. But many people were unwilling to adopt the method of secret bidding. After all, if you bid secretly, you will have no way of knowing how others bid. If I bid too high, I will lose a little. But if I bid too low, the perception symbol will be intercepted by others, which will be bad. In short, this is like a psychological tactic. The more you value this perception symbol, the more you can't help but bid a higher price. However, in response to everyone's protest, Wu Igwa was unexpectedly tough this time. The method of secret shooting has been determined. If you don't want to participate, you can leave directly. However, everyone who can sit here has a little family background. Such a good opportunity. No one is willing to give up. So, everyone finally had to shut up. Seeing that the scene was quiet, Wu Igwa asked someone to give everyone a piece of paper and pen. Please write the price you are willing to pay on it, and sign your name. And then give it to me. Holding the pen. Some people looked around. Some bowed their heads in thought. And some had already started writing. Li Sijing, Lu Yizhou, and Zhou Qinghuan did not discuss with each other tacitly, but wrote silently. Li Sijing must want the perception symbol. After all, she also wanted to know about the unknown knight. As for the price, Li Sijing thought seriously. She was unwilling to take out the basic materials and drawings as trading items. Then the only things that could be traded were weapons and food. Regarding food, Li Sijing believed that no one in the area should have more meat than her. After all, even if others had the ability to get more meat, they would not be able to store it. Take Lu Yizhou for example. He has 2 small freezers that can hold up to 360 kilograms of meat. For the others present, being able to store 200 kilograms of meat was already the limit. With 200 kilograms of meat in hand, how much meat would they be willing to take out in exchange for the perception symbol? For this question, Li Sijing felt that it would definitely not exceed 1/2. No, it should be said that it would not exceed 1/4, or even 1/5. Chapter 316, Secret Bid Price. Li Sijing actually has quite a lot of meat stored in her hands. All the fish and fish fillets, added together, weigh about 100 kilograms. Wild boar meat and braised pork, added together, weigh about 100 kilograms. There are more than 120 kilograms of beef in total. There are also 20 kilograms of mutton, and 10 kilograms of other meats. In general, there must be at least 350 kilograms of meat added together. Fortunately, she put some of all kinds of meat in the mustard space. Otherwise, with all kinds of frozen foods, her 2 freezers would not be able to hold them. After taking inventory of the meat in her hands, Li Sijing began to think seriously, thinking about the secret bid price. In the end, she decided to take out 1/10 of the meat in her hands. 30 kilograms. You know, food is scarce now. 30 kilograms of meat. This price is high enough. It should be able to eliminate a lot of competitors. Right? The quantity has been determined. As for the type, she is definitely reluctant to trade beef, mutton, and braised pork. But other types can't make up 30 kilograms of meat. Then she could only use fish meat as a trading item. In the last world, she hunted a black fish and kept the meat in her hands. At that time, she thought about making 60 kilograms of fish balls, fish cakes, and fish cakes to consume the fish meat. As a result, fish balls and fish cakes were made later. For various reasons, fish cakes have not been made yet. This has led to the fact that she still has 70 kilograms of black fish meat in her hands. This time, it is just right to divide 30 kilograms as a trading item. On the paper, she clearly wrote 30 gene of black fish meat. After writing, Li Sijing folded it up and prepared to hand it in. However, looking at the people around her who were still writing furiously, she hesitated again. By the way, other people's bids would not be higher than hers. Right? For example, the one who said that he was willing to exchange with a pistol. If a few people were to go all out and bid higher than her, and she was eliminated, it would be a pity. Or add more. However, 30 gene of fish meat is already a lot in terms of quantity. If she continued to add, it would be too conspicuous, regardless of whether she was willing to give it up or not. As for adding some basic materials, this is really hard to give up. She finally got 3,000 units. As for weapons, yes, weapons. She can add another weapon on top. For example, the crossbow she placed in the mustard space has been idle for a long time. Since she used the pistol, she hadn't touched the crossbow for a long time. Rather than leaving it in the mustard space to gather dust, it would be better to use it as a trading item. So, without any hesitation, she wrote the words "a crossbow" on the white paper. Speaking of weapons, Li Sijing's thinking is very fluent. She couldn't help but think that she still had several idle weapons in her hands. For example, Tang Dao, military shovel, axe, bulletproof vest, and so on. Other weapons have different uses. Just talking about this bulletproof vest, she really can't use it. After all, who would be willing to wear a heavy bulletproof vest after getting used to the close-fitting basalt scale clothes? Otherwise, add this to increase the chance of being selected. In fact, she was looking forward to exploring the night under the premise of ensuring her own safety. There were so many people on the scene, competing for 9 places. In this tense atmosphere, she couldn't help but keep adding to herself to ensure that everything was safe. I think other people are also in this mentality. So, the final price cannot be inferred by common sense. To be honest, Li Sijing doesn't need to be so nervous. After all, even if she really failed, there are still Zhou Qinghuan and Lu Yizhou next to her. Even if the 3 of them all failed, there is still Wu Aigua, the last guarantee. At that time, pay a little price, and you will naturally get the news of the night. Moreover, with their friendship, Li Sijing also believes that the other party will not deceive her with false news. But even if there is this retreat, Li Sijing still wants to try it to the best of her ability. After all, listening to others' descriptions and perceiving by yourself are completely different feelings. Just some supplies. She could afford it with her wealth. In the end, 3 things were written on this white paper. 30 kilograms of black fish, a crossbow, and a bulletproof vest. When Li Sijing handed in the folded note, most of the people at the scene had also handed in theirs. After the last few people handed in their notes, the scene became quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the front. Wu Aigua, who was holding a stack of notes. However, Wu Aigua did not open the notes in everyone's expectant eyes. Instead, he handed them all to Chu Wenyu next to him. Now, what else do you not understand? It makes sense. With the connection between the perception symbol and the puppet symbol, it seems that they came from a resource box. And the owner of the perception symbol is naturally Chu Wenyu. Therefore, the final decision is also made by this Chu Wenyu. Becoming the focus again, it can still be seen that Chu Wenyu is a little nervous. He opened the notes one by one with shaking hands and checked the contents. Sometimes he was happy, sometimes he smiled, and sometimes he frowned. Wu Aigua, who was quiet on the side, stood up again at this time. So far, our exchange meeting today has come to a successful conclusion. It won't be long before dark. So let's go back to our cars and have a rest. The result of the blind bid will be announced before dark. And I will send you a private message. Friends who haven't received a private message before dark, unfortunately, you didn't win the bid. As for friends who received a private message, please prepare the items you bid for. Our exploration of the night will start at 7:30. After saying that, Wu Aigua ignored the others and walked out with Chu Wenyu. The others at the scene looked at each other and eventually dispersed. Some people who were close to each other whispered their bottom prices to each other. Li Xijing, Lu Yizhou, and Zhou Qinghuan were like this. After listening to their quotations, Li Xijing couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, she added the crossbow and bulletproof vest later. Otherwise, it is not certain that you will be selected. The price given by Lu Yizhou is 30 kilograms of meat, plus a large amount of basic materials. The price given by Zhou Qinghuan is 5 car parts drawings. 2 of them are fuel tank expansion drawings, and the other 3 include rare drawings such as engine acceleration. In short, these 2 are worthy of being a big boss and a European emperor. The prices given are very generous. Chapter 317 Obtaining the Perception Talisman. Li Xijing returned to the car in the last 2 minutes before dark. She closed the folding curtains on the roof and the blackout curtains around, and then turned on the lights in the activity area. She sat on the chair, turned on the blue screen, and waited attentively. Fortunately, she did not let her weight down. When the time reached 7 o'clock, she finally received the message she had been looking forward to. The message was sent by Chu Wenyu before. Li Xijing had already prepared the items to be traded. After accepting his friend's request, she directly initiated the transaction. 30 kilograms of fish, a crossbow, and a bulletproof vest were sent over. In the end, she harvested a thin yellow talisman paper. Without looking at it too much, Li Xijing directly put the talisman paper into the mustard seed space. Half an hour later, it was time to explore the night. Next, she still had a lot of things to do. At least she had to prepare dinner first. After all, no one knew how much time it would take to explore the night. If it was delayed until 8 or 9 o'clock, she would have to go hungry. Before the exchange meeting, she ground about 2 kilograms of rice. She got 700 g of rice and 300 g of rice husks. She set aside some for cooking, and the rest of the rice was naturally stored in the mustard space. Because time was tight, she didn't plan to make the dishes complicated. She took out a kilogram of braised wild boar meat, added some millet and pepper, and stir-fried it. In short, when the stir-fried braised meat was served, her rice had just tripped. She was originally planning to eat a few bites quickly, but she received the message. Wu Aigua sent a message to remind her that the exploration activity would begin in 5 minutes. Because it was the first time to use this perception symbol, she didn't know the specific situation. Naturally, she didn't dare to use it while eating. So, she quickly put all the food into the mustard space. Then she took out the perception symbol and stuck it on her forehead, waiting quietly. I don't know how many minutes have passed. Li Xijing suddenly felt different. I can't tell what's different. It's as if she has another body, but there is something between them. Li Xijing tried to close her eyes, trying to empty herself and feel the other body. Gradually, she could feel the heartbeat of this body and some movements. She was like an outsider, sensing all this, and this feeling was wonderful. This should be Chu Wenyu's body. He was still wearing the bulletproof vest that he had traded. Outside the bulletproof vest was a raincoat. Of course, the body belonged to Chu Wenyu, but it was Wu Aigua who controlled the actions of this body. She could feel that he opened the car door and got out of the car. Chu Wenyu held something in his hand, and then squatted in front of the tire. What is he doing? Li Xijing couldn't help but frown and tried to feel it. It felt rough, and it was wrapped around the tire. Is this a rope? Chu Wenyu's next move confirmed Li Xijing's guess. He took the other end of the rope and tied it around his waist. So, this is to avoid repeating the experience of Wu Aigua's friend? While Li Xijing was thinking, a bright light suddenly appeared in her eyes. Hey! Did she open her eyes accidentally? No, she didn't open her eyes. This was Chu Wenyu's perception. She saw the light through Chu Wenyu's eyes, and this light came from a turned-on flashlight. In the dark world, the light of the flashlight was very weak, but conspicuous. An ordinary flashlight can only illuminate a few inches of space in front of the eyes. And these few inches of light, like their hopes, are weak but real. Chu Wenyu took the flashlight and swept around. Only then did Li Xijing realize that his vehicle was parked at the edge of the building. This location is very convenient for the next exploration. After confirming the environment, Chu Wenyu held a flashlight in one hand and a pistol in the other hand and walked slowly. After a few steps, he had walked out of the flat ground and came to the road corroded by acid rain. He walked forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and his feet occasionally brought up water splashes. Although the journey was slow, it was also very safe. After walking forward for a few minutes, Li Sijing felt a tightness around her waist. It seemed that the rope was not long enough, so she could only walk to the end. Chu Wenyu's body paused for a moment in the acid rain. Perhaps Wu Aiguo was thinking about how to explore next. Without thinking for long, he turned around and started walking back. Is this the end of the exploration? It won't be so anticlimactic, right? Fortunately, after returning to the edge of the intersection of the flat land and the road, Chu Wenyu's body stopped. Li Sijing was thinking in her heart. What would she do next? She would try to mobilize her emotions to see if she would attract unknown creatures. Obviously, her thinking direction was not wrong, because Wu Aiguo was doing so. Li Sijing could feel that some emotions were surging in Chu Wenyu's body. Some were like happiness, some were like anger, and some were helpless. In short, this feeling was like a hodgepodge, and I didn't know how to describe it. Is this not yet proficient in the body? Or is there no way to mobilize emotions? Fortunately, at a certain moment, I don't know if it was a breakthrough, but the emotions were suddenly mobilized. The next situation will be much better. Li Sijing could feel an emotion called fear surging in her heart, because she was deeply perceiving everything. When this fear suddenly appeared, Li Sijing's heart was trembling. This surging emotion gave Li Sijing a feeling. It felt that this was not the emotion mobilized by Wu Aiguo. It was the original emotion suppressed by this body. Could it be that Wu Aiguo couldn't mobilize emotions in a short period of time, so he let go of the control of Chu Wenyu's body? Li Sijing frowned while thinking, resisting this fear in her heart. Just when she was thinking whether to open her eyes and not to perceive deeply, suddenly, something happened. The body dodged quickly, but there was still a pain on the back of her hand. At this moment, the fear that had surged in the body disappeared. Obviously, this body was controlled by Wu Aiguo again. Looking forward, at this moment, the unknown creature also appeared in front of everyone. The creature that suddenly appeared and attacked him suddenly appeared in the light of the flashlight. However, this creature that appeared in front of everyone was very surprising and contrary to common sense. Chapter 318: The Weirdness of Unidentified Creatures. In the dark night, the light of an ordinary flashlight cannot reach very far. Under the orange-yellow fan-shaped light, the continuously falling acid rain all looks crystal clear. Strings of acid rain fall down, just like strings of pearls strung together. And under such beautiful light, a creature that is not very good-looking appears. This creature has no wings, but floats in the air, level with Chu Wenyu's eyes. It has small eyes, level with the side of the head, upright oval ears, and a retractable short nose. The mouth under the nose is open, and there is a fat tongue inside. From the head, it can be seen that this is a beast-like creature. However, except for the head, the body behind it is not so clear. The reason for this is not just because the flashlight can't reach far. It is also because their bodies are blurrier the further back they go. If its head is said, it can be seen very clearly. The body in the middle can only be seen in outline. And at the end, even the outline is not clear. How can this image look so weird? Watching the acid rain falling through its body, it did not cause any damage to it. This seems to confirm the speculation. The moment they saw this creature, Chu Wenyu's body and Li Sijing were shocked at the same time. They were shocked and did not notice. The body of this creature seemed to become more illusory. However, next, Chu Wenyu's body, which was controlled by Wu Aiguo, reacted very quickly. He was seen retreating while raising his pistol and shooting. Bang! A loud noise appeared in the silent rainy night, which immediately alarmed many people. However, the lesson in the dark night made the people in the car dare not get out rashly. Only some brave people secretly lifted the car curtains and looked at the place where the sound came from. However, this loud noise that alarmed many people did not bring the desired result. I saw the bullet shot out from the muzzle and pass through the body of the creature in front of me. Then it hit the far away, in the dark night where the flashlight could not reach. This bullet passed through the eyebrows of this creature. There was a small hole in the place where it was penetrated, and some light red blood flowed out. However, this small hole was completely healed within a few seconds. Only blood was left, proving that the bullet just now had indeed injured it. Even the bullet couldn't hurt it? Is it really an illusory trick? I saw that its body became more illusory than when I first saw it. But if it is illusory, how can it hurt Chu Wenyu's body? The burning pain on the back of my hand just now can't be faked at all. I can only sense everything to get Li Sijing. And there is time to think about these unknown problems. Wu Aigua, who controls Chu Wenyu's body, does not have this free time. He did not retract the pistol he was holding, and was about to fire the second shot. The illusory creature in front of him suddenly opened his mouth. The originally fat tongue in the mouth suddenly shot out, and then continued to extend forward. The tongue, which was originally as wide as the palm of the hand, became gradually slender as it continued to stretch. When the tongue came in front of Chu Wenyu, it had become thinner than a finger. Although I don't know the specific power of this tongue, but it can be used as a means of attack. It is definitely better not to be hit. While retreating to avoid the tongue's attack, Chu Wenyu raised his gun and shot again, facing the bullets that attacked again. The illusory creature had no intention of dodging. However, what shocked everyone was that the first bullet made the creature bleed, but the second bullet hit it. But there was no sign of bleeding. Is the power of the bullet degraded? Or has the defense of this creature increased? No matter which possibility it is not good news for them. Next, there is an endless fight. Chu Wenyu dodged the tongue shot by this creature while looking for gaps to shoot. Although the bullet shot could not cause much damage to the opponent, it is better than nothing. At the beginning, I was a little flustered and my side face was swept by the tongue. The burning feeling was exactly the same as the pain on the back of the hand. It seemed that the first attack was also caused by the creature's tongue attack. Fortunately, with the continuous fighting, the creature's fighting method was roughly understood. Although the subsequent battles were still mainly evasive, there were no more scars on the body. Li Sijing, who was sensing this battle, felt that she had gained a lot. Wu Aigua's combat experience was indeed very rich, which was a great inspiration to her. Unfortunately, Li Sijing, who was constantly enriching her combat experience, found that the opponent was gradually retreating. Chu Wenyu dodged the attack and retreated in a roundabout way, and finally came to his car. That's right. 1 hour. Li Sijing, who was immersed in the battle, realized that the puppet talisman only worked for 1 hour. Chu Wenyu, who lost the control of the puppet talisman, probably couldn't do it as easily as he did now. It has been almost 50 minutes since Chu Wenyu got off the car. No wonder he wanted to retreat. Of course, even if there is no time limit, Li Sijing estimated that this battle would not last long. After all, such a long battle is a test of physical strength for anyone. But for this unknown creature, it seems not to be the case. It has been fighting for a long time, and has been shot more than 10 times. But now there is no trace at all. This can't help but make everyone who can sense the current situation feel anxious. Is this creature really invincible? So, can you really go out at night? As time came to 8:20, Chu Wenyu led the creature to rush to the back of the car. But he opened the car door and got back in the car. The creature's movements were very fast. The tongue followed Chu Wenyu's figure and came to the car door. Chu Wenyu probably didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast. He put his hand on the car door, ready to close it. But the other party's tongue was already rushing inside. Is it going to flip over? Just when everyone was worried, the tongue that was about to touch the face suddenly stopped. Then, with a bang, the car door was closed, isolating the long tongue. The unknown creature that was isolated outside did not leave immediately with the closing of the car door. Instead, it kept wandering outside the car door. Chu Wenyu, who was sitting in the car, was still pounding with his heart, which made Li Sijing very nervous. However, she was thinking, what happened just now? Why did the tongue of that creature suddenly stop? Is it because of the car? Obviously, there are more people who have this idea than Li Sijing, such as Wu Aigua. He has controlled Chu Wenyu's body and started to make some risky attempts. He carefully opened the car door a little bit, and the sound of rain dripping was immediately transmitted into the car. But the scary long tongue did not enter the car together, looking at the creature that was still outside the car door, constantly turning around. With the previous verification, Chu Wenyu directly opened all the car doors this time. Then, it was a very magical scene. After opening the car door, the creature could obviously see Chu Wenyu, but it couldn't get into the car, and even its tongue couldn't get in. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between the inside and outside of the car. This reminded Li Sijing of the transparent barrier on the road. It was similar to this situation, although I still wanted to try more tests. But as time approached an hour, the puppet talisman's validity period was not long. Finally, 1 minute before the puppet talisman expired, Chu Wenyu closed the car door. Chapter 319 Gift Giving. It was 8:30, and the perception symbol was invalid. From Chu Wenyu's vision, back to her own vision, Li Xijing couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. She rubbed her eyes, and it took a long time for her to come back to her senses from that magical perception. Before she had time to think about it, her stomach had started to growl. Before, the perception was all on Chu Wenyu, and she didn't feel anything. Now that the perception is back, the feeling of hunger immediately came into her mind. Fortunately, dinner had been prepared and put into the mustard space. Now you can take it out directly from the mustard space and eat it, so you don't have to spend time making it. While eating dinner, Li Xijing was thinking about what happened in the dark just now, thinking about that unknown creature that looked like a ghost. After the exploration just now, although I can't say that I fully understand it, but at least a few points can be confirmed. First, this creature will be attracted by the strong emotions of humans. Secondly, this creature uses its tongue as a weapon, and its attack power is very strong. And it can resist physical attacks. At least a pistol cannot cause much damage to it. Finally, the most important thing is that their vehicles can completely isolate this creature. Unfortunately, the time is too short, and it is not enough for them to study how to deal with this creature. Of course, this information is just the result of her perception as an outsider. I don't know if Wu Aigua, as the manipulator, has more information, Li Xijing wanted to ask. But thinking that the other party had just experienced a big battle, he must need time to sort out and rest. Let's wait a little longer. After finishing her meal and packing up, Li Xijing came to do her own things. First, the peanuts harvested before, and the soybeans harvested before the exchange meeting. At that time, in order to rush, they were directly pulled up by the roots, and the pods were not picked from the vines. Now we need to pick the peanuts and soybeans from the vines. Put them on the top of the closet dryer and dry them. After this is done, there is also her destroyed bed. Because the car repair card was used, the traces of acid rain corrosion on the bed have long disappeared. It's a pity that the quilt soaked in acid rain on it can't be saved. Li Xijing can only take out the other two quilts in the compression bag. It's a bit hot to use the 10-jean quilt as a cushion and the 3-jean down quilt as a cover. But there is nothing to do. 2 pillows. One is damaged. She can only take the other pillow on the driver's seat to the bed as a pillow. In short, today's thunderbolt really caused her heavy losses. After dealing with these, Li Xijing was still full of energy. She also exercised on the spinning bike for more than half an hour. In short, when she finished washing up, it was already 10 o'clock. She sat on a chair, shelling peanuts and soybeans while opening the blue screen. The first thing Li Xijing clicked on was the World Channel. She was still more concerned about her ranking on the 3 lists. Of course, she still ranked first on the comfort list. On the popularity list, she also ranked first with the RV as the hot spot. As for the second place, it was the warrior who walked into the acid rain. As expected, she dropped to 5th place on the battle power list. As for the first place, it was a little unexpected. It was Wu Aigua, who was originally ranked 2nd. Thinking of the gunshots before dark, Li Xijing could understand it again. In short, there are less than 2 hours before the end of the ranking list. In the meantime, if nothing major happens, there should be no change in this list. After that, Li Xijing came to the trading area again, restocked those daily necessities that have been in a long-term supply. And the batch of oranges that were hung up in the morning had already been sold out. As for the oranges picked in the afternoon, they were still placed in the mustard space, and there was no time to deal with them. Now, take out the first one and taste how it tastes. Well, the oranges now are still a little sour. But compared with the first orange, the taste is much better, and it is still good to eat. There are a total of 58 kilograms of oranges in this batch, and Li Xijing decided not to sell them for the time being. Wu Aigua, Zhou Qinghuan, and Lu Yizhou each sent 10 kilograms of oranges. Sending these 10 kilograms of oranges was considered a mutual exchange. And these 3 people were big guys. And after tasting them, they could take care of her business. This time would be considered very late on weekdays. But today, Li Xijing believed that few people would rest. After all, in 2 hours, the world would be switched, and everyone was waiting. So, there was no such thing as disturbing rest. Li Xijing sent the things directly, and sent a message. The general idea was that the orange trees planted were ripe, and some were sent for everyone to taste. Given the relationship between them, there was no mutual rejection. The three of them accepted the 10 kilograms of oranges without hesitation. Of course, what followed was a return gift. Zhou Qinghuan's return gift was 5 kilograms of apples. Louis Zhou's return gift was 5 kilograms of beef. Wu Aigua's return gift was 5 jin of mutton. Li Xijing naturally accepted the first two return gifts. As for Wu Aigua's return gift, Li Xijing did not click to accept it. Chapter 320 Buy one get one free news. It is human nature to exchange gifts. It is natural to receive gifts in return after giving gifts. If a gift is given, but is not willing to be taken back, then there is only one situation. You need help from others. Just like Li Xijing now. She accepted the gifts from the other two people very neatly. As for Wu Aigua, she replied, I told you to try it. What do you want in return? After accepting her things, she asked questions more confidently. Li Xijing did not do those empty words and asked directly. I just want to know. Did Brother Wu have any unexpected discoveries when he used the puppet talisman just now? How could Wu Aigua, who was opposite, not understand what Li Xijing meant? So he joked, of course there are unexpected discoveries, but your bribe is not enough. As a manipulator, he did have unexpected discoveries. Li Xijing was immediately happy and joked, you speak first. I will see the value of the reward after I hear the message. Wu Aigua did not hesitate and sent the message immediately. You should have discovered the unknown creature you met today. Pistols or other physical attacks cannot cause fatal damage to it. Li Xijing saw it and quickly replied, I know. Because its body is illusory. And I can probably guess how to completely get rid of it. Wu Aigua sent this message immediately, which made Li Xijing a little stunned. She originally just wanted to know the details. But I didn't expect to get such a big intelligence. I was so surprised that I sent a message immediately. Really? Tell me. Tell me. When I was fighting with that unknown creature, I found an interesting pattern. The degree of illusion of this creature is controllable, and can be controlled by humans. The degree of illusion can be controlled by humans? Seeing these two keywords, Li Xijing suddenly had some guesses in his mind. The thing that attracted the unknown creature. Are you talking about emotions? It seems that your brain is turning very fast. Wu Aigua praised immediately. When a person's emotions are relatively mild, the body of this creature will be very illusory. When a person's emotions are very strong, the body of this creature will gradually become full. When a person's emotions are strong to a certain extent, this creature may become a physical entity. Seeing this information, Li Xijing suddenly had his own guesses in his mind. It's not afraid of physical attacks when it's virtual, but it can't avoid it when it becomes real. Wu Aigua confirmed this view. Yes, that's what I guessed. Li Xijing was naturally happy that there was a way to crack the original unsolvable existence. However, she was excited, but suddenly thought of another question. The attack power of this unidentified creature will also change with the switch between virtual and real. Right? You guessed it. Wu Aigua's news confirmed her guess. When it is virtual, the attack power can be ignored. But when it becomes real, the attack power increases exponentially. As expected, Li Xijing knew that the matter about this unknown creature was not so easy to solve. If you want to kill it, you must make it materialize. If it is materialized, the power of the attack will increase, and the danger will naturally increase. In this way, it is easy to cause a bad situation. After the other party materialized, he was killed by the other party before he had time to kill him. Of course, there are good and bad things. And this matter can also be thought of from another angle. For example, let it always remain virtual, so that although it cannot be attacked, it cannot attack itself either. However, there is a big difficulty in maintaining this state. That is emotion. Who can guarantee that they can always control emotions? However, when it comes to controlling emotions, Li Xijing suddenly thought of something. The first day she came to this acid rain world, she signed in to get the item. One of the emotion controllers of joy. Anger, sadness and fear is joy. Of course, I still don't understand what the sign-in system gives her this thing for. Now, I suddenly understand Xingyao's thoughtfulness. It seems that this thing is worth her to study carefully. Of course, it's not time to study now. After all, the chat with Wu Aigua has not ended yet. During the time when Li Xijing was thinking, Wu Aigua did not continue to send messages. I think this is the only thing he found about this unknown creature. Of course, this alone is very useful information for Li Xijing. For those who want to understand the night, the value of this news is self-evident. Now that the news was in hand, Li Sijing naturally had to arrange for the reward that Wu Aigua had mentioned before. Wu Aigua was probably joking when he said that. But Li Sijing would not take away the fruits of others' labor, as a matter of course. She gave away 30 kilograms of the 58 kilograms of oranges in her hand. And there were 28 kilograms left. Li Sijing was going to give all the 28 kilograms of oranges to Wu Aigua. Anyway, oranges can be kept for a while. As for herself, she was about to harvest new oranges, so she didn't have to worry about not having anything to eat. However, giving away oranges alone seemed a bit monotonous. After thinking about it, she stood up and went to the freezer behind the car. She took out all the dumplings stuffed with leeks and ostrich that she had made last time. There weren't many dumplings with this stuffing. After she ate them once last time, she only had about 40 left in her hand. Since Wu Aigua likes to eat, give him the rest as a reward. Send the oranges and dumplings to Wu Aigua. Add 2 words. Reward? Wu Aigua immediately replied. Just kidding. You really said something. This news is worth the price. Li Sijing replied. Take it. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed to ask you for news next time. Wu Aigua said a few polite words, and finally accepted it when he saw that Li Sijing was sincere. However, after accepting the things, he sent another message back. It's embarrassing to take so many things from you. So I will give you another message. The place attacked by unknown creatures will lose consciousness within half an hour and gradually necrotize. 2 photos came with the message. Chapter 321 The Acid Rain World Ends. Li Sijing felt it was worth it to exchange oranges and dumplings for news about unknown creatures. But she didn't expect that there was a buy one get one free offer. And the news was so important. After seeing the 2 photos Wu Aigua sent, Li Sijing felt terrified. She remembered that Chu Wenyu's body was attacked twice by unknown creatures when she sensed it before. Once on the back of the hand and once on the cheek. The 2 photos sent were close-ups of the 2 attacked parts. It can be clearly seen in the photos that the flesh and blood have been completely removed from the places touched by the unknown creatures. The place where the flesh and blood were removed was sunken, and even the bones could be clearly seen. Li Sijing, who had killed many people, still felt a little horrible when she saw this scene. Are the consequences of being attacked by unknown creatures so serious? If you are not careful, you will be entangled by unknown creatures and attacked continuously? Will all the flesh and blood in your body be necrotic? What a terrible scene that would be. Thinking of this, Li Sijing suddenly felt. Exploring the night requires more caution. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be disfigured like Chu Wenyu. However, as the person involved, Chu Wenyu probably thinks that this disfigurement is worth it. Right? After all, he was risking his life for so many supplies. Now that his life is saved, he is lucky. However, at this time, Li Sijing is still quite fortunate. I can only get this unexpected news if I can afford to spend a lot of money. Li Sijing estimated that Wu Aigua was not prepared to release the second news. After all, everyone hopes that they can keep some cards in their hands. Even the kind-hearted Wu Aigua. He will help others only when he ensures his own safety. Otherwise he would not be alive now. However, he probably didn't expect that Li Sijing would give so much reward. That's why he finally sent the photo. Regarding the photo, Li Sijing didn't know how many people in the area had seen it. However, she would definitely not spread it, which was a respect for Wu Aigua. She already knew about the difficulty of unknown creatures in the dark. Fortunately, she knew the situation, was prepared, and had an emotional controller. Even if she met those unknown creatures, she was not without the power to fight. Seeing that the time was about to reach 11 o'clock, the thinking about this matter naturally had to come to an end. Li Sijing put away all the peeled peanuts and soybeans. After 2 days of planting, there are 2100 g of shell peanuts. As for soybeans, there are more, 2400 g. When I have time tomorrow, I can start to extract oil. As for the shells, there are still many uses, such as fuel or feed. However, if it is used as fuel, it has already passed through the extremely cold world, and the probability of cold temperatures is not high. If it is used as feed, tools and a lot of time are needed. The most important thing is that she only has 1 hen, and 100 g of rice husks a day is enough. She still has 1400 g of rice husks in her hand, enough for her to feed 2 worlds. So, in the end, she threw all these husks into the decomposition toilet and decomposed them into nutrient soil. After cleaning up all these, Li Sijing came to the planting pot. The oranges on the orange tree will be ripe in a few minutes. and the garlic planted in another planting pot can be harvested. She chose to plant garlic cloves at that time, in addition to the fact that she had run out of garlic. The main reason is that the maturity time of garlic can be stuck now. The harvested garlic per square meter is about 3 gene, and it is still placed under the dryer in the wardrobe to let it dry. As for the empty planting pot, it is natural to plant sugarcane again. After one planting pot was processed, she came to deal with another planting pot. This fourth crop of oranges is a little more than the last time. A total of 66 gene. Still peel one and taste it. The oranges this time tasted very similar to the oranges she usually ate. After thinking about it, Li Sijing did not put the oranges this time on the trading area. She planned to wait until she went to the insect plague world to figure out the situation, and then set the price. After handling the things in the 2 planters, Li Sijing went directly back to the bedroom. Lying on the newly made bed, she couldn't help but sigh. Originally, I thought that I had enough time today and wanted to watch 2 more movies. As a result, I have been busy until now, and I don't even have time to watch a movie. This last remaining time is less than an hour. Li Sijing is ready to watch the regional channel to kill time. In the 7 days of each world, the most lively time is the period before the transmission. Those who survive the catastrophe will soon face new challenges. Alas, the worlds I've been through are more difficult than the last. I'm about to go to a new world. I'm scared. I just took stock of my experiences in this world and found that I've been living off my past resources. The handshake above. I'm the same. Alas, after going through a world, I found that I didn't make any money. I feel like a failure. The next world is a plague of insects. It will probably be even more difficult. I don't know if it will be more difficult, but I know that I'm afraid of insects. It's already this time. And you're still afraid of insects? You're so hypocritical. What's wrong with being afraid of insects? You're so hypocritical. Your whole family is hypocritical. Fear is instinctive. But in the face of life threats, I believe that most people can overcome it. I can't overcome it. I'm scared just thinking about it. Woohoo! I feel like I can't make it through the next world. What should I do? When I heard the name of the plague of insects, I replaced all my supplies with insect repellent incense. Sister upstairs, you are so brave. I wanted to do the same thing, but unfortunately I didn't make up my mind. Now I regret it so much. I just hope to be teleported to the next world as soon as possible. It's too humid around here. Hey, I want to pray that the next world will not have other problems besides the insect plague. Am I the only one who is looking forward to the RV? Hee. The materials are ready. I have gathered all the other basic materials. As for the metal materials, I can only go to the insect plague world. Don't worry. If there is no acid rain, the price of metal materials will definitely fall. Hey, the current real-time population in the area is only 3011. Don't worry. Although this number is small, I believe that other areas must have fewer than us. Of course, the area code 369 has existed since I came to this world. I believe it will continue to exist. I believe it too. Chapter 322 7 Car Parts Drawings. When there was only 1 minute left before 12 o'clock. As usual, Li Sijing turned off all the lights, sat on the bed, and waited quietly. At a certain moment, the entire body of the RV shook slightly. Li Sijing knew that the transmission had ended, and she was already in the insect plague world. After realizing that the transmission was over, Li Sijing immediately turned on the blue screen. I saw that the acidity of the acid rain, which had risen to 160 points, had completely disappeared after the time. However, the temperature that followed was not much different from the previous world. It seems that there is no need to make any adjustments in daily wear. Without waiting for Li Sijing to check other content, the prompt sound of the game has already sounded in my ears. The acid rain disaster has ended. Congratulations to the player for winning the first place in the comfort list, the first place in the popularity list, and the 5th place in the combat power list. The rewards have been distributed to the World Channel. Please pay attention to the players. The rewards for the ranking list were delivered as soon as she came here. The only pity is that she didn't get the first place in the 3 rankings this time, so she couldn't achieve the hidden achievement. However, with her ranking this time, she could get 7 car parts, which was not bad. Li Sijing quickly opened the World Channel, then clicked into the ranking list to collect her rewards. There were a total of 7 car parts drawings. After Li Sijing clicked, they were all collected into the production page. However, before she could check carefully, the game prompt sound rang again. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the acid rain disaster. The game will reward all players with an upgrade of off-road vehicles to RVs. Please prepare the basic materials and go to the manufacturing area to upgrade the vehicle. In addition, due to the rapid decrease in the number of players in each area, the game will merge at 7 o'clock, which will take 3 minutes. Please do not get off the car during this period. The expected vehicle upgrade has come again. Li Sijing hurriedly opened the manufacturing area, and as expected, a car upgrade blueprint appeared inside. Car upgrade, upgrade from off-road vehicle to RV. Materials required for manufacturing, metal * 300, plastic * 300, rubber * 300, glass * 300, cloth * 300, wood * 300. After reading the content clearly, Li Sijing was greatly relieved. It was expected that the basic materials required for car upgrades would increase. But she was not sure which kind of change rule it was. Whether it was 1 to 2, 2 to 3, or 1 to 2, 2 to 4. The difference was huge. Fortunately, the worst result did not occur. Otherwise, even she couldn't guarantee that she could build several mustard seed spaces. This time, Li Sijing was probably silent for too long. Xingyao, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but jump out and speak. Ding! It is detected that the host has duplicate drawings, and the replacement mechanism is activated. The replacement has been successful. Then, the car upgrade drawings in her eyes flashed non-stop. When Li Sijing blinked, the drawings had changed their content. Mustard seed space, after being placed, it can form a 1 cubic meter space. The time in this space is stagnant, and living things cannot be stored. Mustard space can be fused. Materials required for construction, metal * 3000, plastic * 3000, rubber * 3000, glass * 3000, cloth * 3000, wood * 3000. Sure enough, the amount of basic materials needed to upgrade the vehicle will be 10 times higher when making a mustard space. Although, I had expected this situation in my heart. But when it really appeared in front of me, Li Sijing still couldn't help but choked in her heart. Fortunately, the required 18,000 units of basic materials. In the last world, she used the price difference between basic materials to collect 15,000 units. As for the difference of more than 2,000 units of metal, she just needs to work hard these days. After reading the content of this drawing, Li Sijing continued to read it. The following row of 7 drawings are all what she just got. RV folding table, a table that can be folded against the car wall. A space-saving tool. Materials required for construction, wood * 5, metal * 3, rubber * 2. Folding table? This blueprint is quite good. It seems that her folding table can be retired. She got up from the bed and went to the activity area to put away the empty folding table. After clicking to make, a table that fits the style of the RV very well suddenly appeared in front of her. The table is rectangular and measures 1 meter * 0.6 meters. The whole table is dark gray. One end is connected to the car body, and the other end is suspended in the air. Li Sijing supported it with both hands, pressed down hard, and tried to bear the weight. The result naturally made her very satisfied. Since it is called a folding table, this table can naturally be folded and put away. The 1 meter long table board can be folded directly in half. Then, the folded tabletop was pushed down and immediately attached to the car body, which really saved a lot of space. Not bad. Not bad. In this way, when the table is not in use, the space in the activity area is larger. Next, Li Sijing checked the second drawing. RV rotating driver seat, after construction. The driver's seat can have a 360-degree rotation function. Materials required for construction, metal * 5, rubber * 3, plastic * 2. What can I say about this drawing? It's a bit useless. You know, why does the driver's seat of the RV need to be rotatable? When there are too many people in the RV, the driver's seat can be rotated to save a position. But does Li Sijing need this function? She is the only one in the RV. She used too many seats before. She also used the car modification card to remove all the extra seats. So, this drawing is not only useless to her, but also to anyone in the area. It seems that this drawing can only be put away as part of the synthetic accessory upgrade card. Li Sijing's disappointment suddenly disappeared when she saw the third blueprint. RV hood exhaust fan, After turning it on, it can remove all the fumes within 1 second and replace the air in the car with fresh air. Materials required for construction: metal *10, cloth *3, rubber *2. It turned out to be a hood exhaust fan. This was the blueprint she was still talking about 2 days ago. And she got it today. With this blueprint, she can cook as she pleases in the future. After clicking to install, Lee Sejing looked at the fourth blueprint again. Chapter 323 RV External Mechanical Arm. RV Disco Lights. After loading, it can have a dance hall-like atmosphere, allowing you to experience the fun of disco in the RV. Materials required for construction: plastic *10, metal *3, rubber *2. The originally good mood suddenly became a joke because of this drawing. Disco lights? Is this something that should appear in a survival game? In this dangerous world, let her turn on the lights and disco in the RV alone? This terrible and weird scene. She really can't imagine. It seems that this drawing can only be put in the bottom of the box. RV kitchen additional partition. The partition can be stored on one side when not in use, and can be used as an extended countertop when in use. Materials required for construction: plastic *10, metal *2. Well, this fifth drawing is much more normal. Kitchen additional partition. This thing just happened to be used by Lee Sejing. The RV kitchen is good in every way, except that it is a little small. Even the place for cutting vegetables has to be placed above the sink, which is very inconvenient. After clicking to make, a half-meter long partition is immediately connected to the side of the sink. This thing is somewhat similar to a folding table. When in use, it can be lifted up, and when not in use, it can be flipped over the sink. With this partition, it is equivalent to extending her half-meter space. In this way, when cooking in the future, you don't have to be so cramped. RV thickened seats. After using, all seats in the RV can be made softer and more comfortable. Materials required for construction: cloth *10, rubber *5. Lee Sejing was not so fond of the penultimate blueprint. The seats of the RV were originally quite comfortable. She didn't sleep on them, so there was no need to thicken them again. Speaking of this blueprint, she looked very familiar. After careful thinking, she remembered it. When Louis Zhou traded the cruise control blueprint before, he seemed to have taken out this blueprint. Unfortunately, blueprints traded with others cannot be counted as duplicate blueprints. It seems that this blueprint will be put in the bottom of the box again. As for the last blueprint, Lee Sejing couldn't help but feel happy when she saw the name. Finally, she waited for it. RV awning. She had opened this blueprint from the intermediate resource box before. So, ding. It is detected that the host has a duplicate blueprint in his hand, and the replacement mechanism is activated. You can choose to replace it randomly or autonomously. Sure enough, the prompt she expected finally sounded. Without hesitation, Lee Sejing naturally chose to replace it autonomously. As for what accessory she wanted to replace, she had also considered it a long time ago. That was a function she was looking forward to, facing the dazzling drawings of various accessories in her mind. Although Lee Sejing was very tempted, she still stuck to her original choice. The time to choose the drawings was limited, so she spoke directly and stated her requirements. Xingyao, is there a kind of accessory drawing that allows me to get the resource box outside without getting off the car? If her RV could have this function. In the last acid rain world, she didn't need to get off the car at all, which could save a lot of trouble. Taking resource boxes on a daily basis can save her time. Taking points treasure chests during competitions can save her time. Originally, she wanted to get this kind of blueprint when she first crossed the acid rain world. However, she didn't expect that she won the first place in the 3 lists and triggered the synthesis of the accessory upgrade card. This also led to her losing the opportunity to replace the blueprint without getting the car accessories. Just now, when she looked down at these blueprints one by one, she was still muttering in her heart. 7 blueprints. Don't let a single blueprint be repeated. Fortunately, her luck did not fall to the bottom this time. The last blueprint finally appeared repeated. In this way, she naturally would not miss this opportunity. As Lee Sejing's voice fell, the picture in her mind flashed. There were originally countless blueprints for accessories, and suddenly only one was left. RV External Mechanical Arm. A 3-meter long mechanical arm can be installed outside the RV, on the left and right sides. Materials required for construction: metal *100, rubber *10, plastic *10. This It's actually a mechanical arm. A sci-fi blueprint? I don't know if this external mechanical arm can be used as a means of attack. Of course, even if it can't attack, just taking the resource box in exchange for this blueprint is very worthwhile. The only thing that makes Li Sijing a little bit grumbling is probably the basic materials needed for construction. Metal materials alone require 100 units. This is almost the blueprint that Li Sijing has seen. Except for the mustard space and the car upgrade card. That requires the most construction materials. I hope it's worth it. In short, among the 7 drawings, 1 drawing was replaced with a mechanical arm, and 3 drawings were used. The remaining 3 drawings are useless, and can only be put away first. In addition to the 3 drawings she exchanged with Lu Yizhou, Li Sijing has accumulated 6 useless drawings. As for the mechanical arm drawings, Li Sijing did not make them immediately after getting them, although she was very anxious and wanted to see the mechanical arm. But now it's dark, and large beasts and unknown creatures are lurking outside. Let's wait until tomorrow, after dawn. As for now, of course, she wants to sleep well. When Li Sijing lay on the bed, the time has come. More than 0:30. Today's day can be said to be colorful and thrilling. Lying on the bed, covered with a hot duvet, she suddenly felt sleepy. Without even struggling, Li Sijing immediately fell into a dream. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Li Sijing opened her eyes. She knew that the area was being merged. Unfortunately, she had experienced 2 mergers, and was not prepared to continue checking. You know, there are many things waiting for her to do in the morning. As for the merger, it would not be too late for her to check after the excitement in the area calmed down at noon. After getting dressed and making the bed, the first thing Li Sijing did was to deal with the things in the planting pots. First, harvest the sugarcane and plant potatoes. These 3 small potatoes have been out of the resource box for a long time. The planting pots were not upgraded before, and there was no chance to plant them. Now the planting pots have been upgraded to advanced planting pots. Just plant a crop of potatoes to try. Anyway, it only takes 2.5 hours from planting to maturity. Just after planting the potatoes, the reminder of the game merge sounded. The merge has been completed. Among the several areas merged this time, the 369 area has the largest number of people. So this area still uses this area code. Due to the regional fusion, the ranking function is temporarily closed. It will be opened again on the 6th day of the insect plague. Please stay tuned. Sure enough, in this merge, their area still has the largest number of people. The area code 369 can still be used. Seeing that the merge has been completed, the vehicle can also move forward. Li Sijing hurriedly ordered Shinkong to start the RV and drive forward along the road. As for herself, she continued to harvest the fruits on the orange tree. This batch of oranges is a circle larger than the first fruit, and a total of 74 kilograms of oranges were harvested. As for the taste, it is not clear. Li Sijing has not washed yet, so she didn't taste it first. Chapter 324: A Brand New World. The fruits in the planting pots have been harvested. Li Sijing took out a still warm egg from the breeding cage. With harvest, there is naturally a price to pay. Li Sijing took out 100 g of rice husks and sprinkled them inside. This is the food for the hen for a day. By the way, she has had this hen for several days. When she first got the hen, she was thinking about saving more eggs and waiting for some time to make dumplings. However, she can get 1 egg every day, but she occasionally uses eggs in her daily life. In short, so far, including this egg in her hand, she has only saved 2. It's still a long way to make dumplings. After all the animals and plants that need to be taken care of are taken care of, Li Sijing clicked on the manufacturing page and prepared to start manufacturing the long-awaited external robotic arm. As soon as she clicked on manufacturing, she received a system prompt. Host, please choose the placement location. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Placement location? Unchangeable? If so, you need to think about this location carefully. First of all, you must choose one side, left or right. It is worth noting that there were 2 shelves, one large and one small, on the right side of the RV, above the co-pilot seat. So, Li Sijing could only choose the position on the left side of the driver's seat. Secondly, one thing is certain: the main purpose of this mechanical arm, it is to help her take the resource box on the road. So, when placing it, you must consider the length of the mechanical arm and the distance between it and the ground. The height of the RV is 2 meters, and the length of the mechanical arm is 3 meters. If so, her mechanical arm can be installed on the roof. However, she will definitely not make such a stupid decision. In the end, Li Sijing installed the mechanical arm on the left side of the RV, below the bulletproof glass window. The place where the mechanical arm interfaces with the RV is about 1 meter and 2 meters above the ground. After the installation, Li Sijing immediately came to the driving area, sat in the driver's seat, and looked out carefully. This 3-meter-long mechanical arm has not started working yet. Now it is extending from under the window to the roof. And finally all the arms are placed on the roof. Li Sijing, who is sitting in the driver's seat, can't see the full picture of the mechanical arm for the time being. However, just the mechanical arm exposed in front of her is already very eye-catching. This mechanical arm is as thick as Li Sijing's thigh, connected one by one. The surface is very round and covered with metal, which looks full of technology. After seeing enough of the mechanical arm outside, Li Sijing finally turned her attention to the driving area. There was an additional handle that could be shaken. This thing was not there originally, and it should have appeared with the mechanical arm just now. Li Sijing originally wanted to try it out in practice. However, when she put her hand on it, she realized that the RV was still moving. A speed of 100 kilometers per hour is already considered a high speed. At such a fast speed, trying to operate the mechanical arm is a somewhat dangerous behavior. For her own safety, Li Sijing thought, forget it. When she encounters a resource box later, she will have plenty of opportunities to operate it. Careful, Li Sijing finally came to the spinning bike. Even if she has changed to a new world, she must not fall behind in daily exercise. The originally humid environment in the activity area has long disappeared with the change of the world. There is no mist attached to the glass all the time. While exercising on the spinning bike, Li Sijing looked at the world outside the window through the glass. This insect-infested world is brand new and completely different from the previous 3 worlds. What comes into view are the towering trees, one after another. The trees are tens of meters high, with the crowns next to the crowns, and the treetops are almost invisible. And under these tall trees are vines taller than people, and green grass with jagged edges. On this land, like a primeval forest, a road tens of meters wide is like a piece of green paper with an inconspicuous stroke on it. The originally tall RV was set off very small on this wide road. And this wide road, in the endless green, also looked so inconspicuous. Li Sijing, who was in it, suddenly had a sense of being surrounded and oppressed. The sun, which had not been seen for a long time, was hanging high in the sky. Li Sijing felt that this seemingly bright environment was not as good as the rainy world in the previous world. However, the world and the environment cannot tolerate their own choices, in order not to affect their mood. After roughly looking at the environment, Li Sijing retracted his sight and concentrated on his own exercise. Anyway, whether it is a large beast or an insect plague, it will not appear now. According to the convention of the previous few worlds, after 10 o'clock, the insect plague will officially start. After only exercising for more than 10 minutes, Shinkong's voice sounded, and then the RV began to slow down slowly. It turned out that the time was already 7:30, and she encountered the first resource box in the insect plague world. Don't stop, Shinkong. Slow down at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, Li Sijing said while quickly getting off the spinning bike and sitting in the driving area. Through the windshield, the resource box on the road is already clear at a glance. It is a low-level white resource box. As the RV gradually descended to the speed that Li Sijing just said, her hand was already on the control handle, trying to operate the mechanical arm. The operation of the mechanical arm is not very difficult. At least, after Li Sijing fumbled twice, it has been successfully lowered from the roof of the car. The entire mechanical arm taken down from the roof looks very spectacular. At the front of the mechanical arm, there is a palm with only 3 fingers. Although it only has 3 fingers, it looks very flexible under Li Sijing's operation. At this time, the distance between the RV and the resource box is getting closer and closer. When the 2 sides pass by, Li Sijing tried to operate the mechanical arm to grab the resource box. Unfortunately, I don't know if it was a step slower or a problem of strength. The flexible palm passed by the white resource box. Stop! At this moment, Li Sijing immediately spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, the RV had already braked urgently. Because she didn't wear a seat belt and because of inertia, Li Sijing leaned forward a little. Fortunately, The speed of the RV had dropped a lot. Otherwise she would have flown out. Li Sijing sat up straight again, and quickly leaned on the window to look back. She saw the white resource box on the side of the rear of the RV. There was a gap of 3 or 4 meters between them, and the mechanical arm obviously couldn't reach it. Helplessly, Li Sijing could only manually operate the RV to move backward. Finally, after parking at a suitable location, she operated the mechanical arm and grabbed the resource box. The mechanical arm bent and handed the resource box in through the open car window. Chapter 325 Operating the Robotic Arm. After taking back the resource box, the RV continued to move forward. Li Sijing returned to the spinning bike and continued to exercise for a while. She calculated the time. After exercising and washing up, it was already 8 o'clock. Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat early. This time, she saw the resource box in the distance without Shinkong's reminder. She still ordered Shinkong to slow down and told it to form a routine in the future. With the previous experience, she was obviously much more skilled in picking up the resource box this time. Although she also picked up the empty one, she quickly operated the second time. Finally, she picked up the resource box without stopping. After that, Li Sijing began to prepare breakfast for herself. In the last world, she didn't gain much in terms of food, so the first breakfast in this world was nothing new. Take out 30 beef and celery dumplings from the freezer and cook them in the pot. It still takes some time to cook the frozen dumplings thoroughly. Li Sijing prepared the dipping sauce for the dumplings, but the dumplings were not yet cooked. So, she took advantage of her free time to peel an orange she picked in the morning and tasted it. Not to mention, this taste is infinitely close to the taste of an excellent orange. The only flaw is that the orange is a little small. Of course, this is also a common phenomenon when fruit trees bear fruit in the first few crops. When the years come, the fruits will naturally be much larger. In a few minutes, the dumplings can be served. She unfolded the newly acquired folding table, put the dumplings on it, and took out a bottle of real fruit. When Li Sijing sat at the table and prepared to eat breakfast, she started to speak as usual. Xingyao. Sign in. After she finished speaking, she started to eat breakfast. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the emotion controller. One of the joy, anger, sadness and fear. Anger. As for the items obtained by signing in, Li Sijing had already guessed it last week. However, unlike last week, she had not yet realized the importance of the items. Today, Li Sijing was very happy to get anger, one of the 4 emotions in the emotion controller again. In 2 weeks, she can collect the 4 emotions. And with a complete emotion controller, she naturally does not have to fear the night that everyone fears. Li Sijing is very much looking forward to the arrival of that day. Signing in did not delay much time. Li Sijing, who was eating breakfast, was ready to open the regional channel to check. It was almost 8:30, which was not early for others. Most people had turned off the blue screen and were concentrating on driving forward. Therefore, the originally lively regional channel was much quieter at this time. However, this did not affect Li Sijing. She just kept flipping through everyone's chat records. She kept flipping to an hour ago, when the area was just merged at 7 o'clock, and then slowly looked down. 10,000 people spoke in an hour. There must be at least 100,000 messages. Fortunately, there are many useless or repeated messages in these contents. After ignoring those messages, Li Sijing kept flipping down. There was nothing to say about the initial chat messages. The people in the 369 districts celebrated with each other, and the area code was used again. After that, people from all districts began to speak. Complaints, bragging, popular science, and credit seeking. In short, all kinds of chat content. All kinds of things. Of course, through these messy chats, Li Sijing also collected some useful information. First of all, this merger, including 369, is a merger of 5 districts. The area codes of other districts have 2 digits, but also 4 digits. If each area code represents the initial 10,000 people, and these area codes are arranged in numerical order, Li Sijing, whose thoughts are constantly diverging, can't help but think of a question. In this game, how many people were teleported in the beginning? And after experiencing 3 worlds, how many people are still alive? Of course, this question did not occupy Li Sijing's thoughts too much. It's not that she got the answer in a short time, but she didn't want to think deeply. Soon, She put her thoughts on the many chat records in the area. Through these messy information, Li Sijing also roughly understood the original bosses in each area. At least, she was familiar with the appearance of the people on the leaderboard in each area. This ensures that she will have some impression of those people when she meets them later. In addition to the noteworthy people in each area, Li Sijing also roughly checked the prices of various commodities in the area. The price of metals, which were originally high, has fallen drastically. The prices of other materials have also changed. However, because it is not yet 10 o'clock, the specific form of the insect plague has not been understood. Therefore, the prices of various materials have not stabilized. Because of this situation, Li Sijing had to postpone the items that she wanted to hang in the trading area. Before Li Sijing finished her breakfast, the voice of the starry sky sounded again. Although she was disturbed from eating breakfast, Li Sijing was not unhappy in her heart, and even had some expectations. After all, she was in the mood to operate the mechanical arm and pick up the resource box. The 2 dumplings left in the bowl were not taken care of, and Li Sijing got up quickly. Sitting in the driver's seat quickly, Li Sijing began to operate the mechanical arm. The situation this time was much better than the second time. It was very smooth, and it was picked up at once, without wasting any time in the middle. And this is the correct way to open the mechanical arm. In this way, she can finally get out of the complicated process of getting off the car, taking the resource box, and getting on the car. After successfully getting the resource box back, the remaining dumplings were still warm when Li Sijing came back. She ate the last few dumplings in 2 bites, and then cleaned up the dishes and table. She had not stopped all morning, so she put away the folding table and sat on the chair. She held an apple in her hand, eating it while waiting for 9 o'clock to come. Chapter 326 Oil Pressing. Insect-infested world. First day. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Sijing, who had eaten an apple and rested for a while, sat in the driver's seat again. She encountered the 4th resource box of the day, which was still low level. This time, Li Sijing became more and more proficient in operating the mechanical arm. Although it was not yet handy, it was also very easy. All 4 low-level resource boxes were stored in the mustard space. Li Sijing did not mean to open them now. After all, she still wanted to save them and synthesize intermediate resource boxes. One morning, 2 hours passed just like that. Next, Li Sijing prepared to do some serious work. She moved out the oil press that she had exchanged with others using a transmission card. She also took out the peanuts and soybeans that she had sorted out last night. Li Sijing had not much vegetable oil left in her hands. She mostly consumed lard that she had boiled before. Let's not talk about the bad things about eating too much lard. The most important thing is that as time goes by, there is not much lard left in her hand. In short, the oil pressing is imminent. Putting the oil press in front of her, Li Sijing studied it carefully. This oil press has a funnel on it, which is where the material is added. Below, there is an oil outlet and a slag guide pipe. It takes 10 minutes to press 1 pound of peanuts or 1 pound of soybeans, and consumes 1 unit of gasoline. From this point of view, it is another big consumer of gasoline. Of course, this oil press also has its advantages. That is, it is very simple and convenient. Just put the ingredients into the funnel above, press the switch, and then wait. No one needs to watch all the time. Li Sijing first put all 2100 g of peanuts into the funnel, and then pressed the start button. According to the time calculation, it will take more than 40 minutes to squeeze all the peanuts. During this period, she can do other things. But what to do? In the last world, she was used to a busy life. Now she is suddenly idle, and she is really a little uncomfortable. After thinking about it, she moved out the stone mill again, took out the rice, and started grinding. Yesterday, she only ground 2 kilograms of rice, and was delayed by various things. And the more than 1 kilogram of rice is enough for her to eat 2 or 3 meals, or take advantage of the time to grind more. While grinding rice, Li Sijing also asked Shinkong to turn on the music to pass the time. Life without natural disasters is indeed the most leisurely time, just like a trip with surprises at all times. However, this leisurely time only lasted less than an hour. When it was less than 10 minutes before 9:30, Li Sijing stopped what she was doing. She slowly came to the planting pot on the shoe cabinet beside her. The potatoes planted in the morning had a growth time of 2.4 hours. Now, they are ripe and can be harvested. The potatoes were buried in the soil to avoid missing them. Li Sijing directly put on labor protection gloves and turned over a square meter of land. The potato seeds planted were not big, so the harvested potatoes would naturally not be big either. Each potato was about the size of a child's fist. A total of 5 kilograms of potatoes were harvested from 1 square meter of land. Although it is not as good as high-quality rice, it is much more than peanuts and soybeans, and it is a high-yield crop. After 5 kilograms of potatoes were put into the jiezi space, Li Sijing took out corn seeds and scattered them in the planting pot. The growth time of corn is about 150 days, which is much longer than potatoes. According to the 1,000-fold time acceleration in the advanced planting pot, it takes 3.6 hours. In other words, it will take until 1 p.m. to mature. By the way, potatoes and corn have been planted. It would be even more perfect to get sweet potato seeds someday. After the crops in the planting pot were processed, the time finally came to 9:30. Li Sijing met the low-level resource box again. With a mechanical arm, she naturally did not need to stop the car. Operating the mechanical arm, she easily took the resource box back to the car. Li Sijing, who returned to the activity area, started grinding rice again, because she was just killing time. She was not very anxious. After grinding for a while, she took a break when her hands were sore. It was not hard at all. At 9:50, the oil press, which had been running for a long time, finally stopped. Li Sijing stood up quickly and walked over to check. The several kilograms of peanuts originally placed in the funnel had all disappeared. Instead, there was a very clear vegetable oil with a special aroma below. There was also a small pile of very moist oil residue next to it. 2100 g of peanuts consumed 4.2 units of gasoline. A total of 0.42 liters of peanut oil were squeezed out. This oil yield is about 40%, which is pretty good. As for the oil residue, there are a little more than 2 kilograms. Li Sijing directly put the squeezed peanut oil on the kitchen stove for daily use. As for the oil residue, she was reluctant to throw it into the toilet to decompose. The oil residue has many uses. For example, it can be used as fertilizer, feed, or even made into cakes and eaten by yourself. Moreover, no matter how to use the seal, the method is very simple, and there are not too many steps. As for what to choose to do, Li Sijing has not thought about it for a while. She first put these oil residues into the jiezi space, and then talk about it later. Then, she also poured 2400 g of soybeans in her hand into the funnel of the oil press, and then pressed the start button. Let the oil press run by itself. And Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat again, quietly waiting for 10 o'clock to come. Chapter 327 Sudden Poison. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, Li Sijing hadn't waited for the change of natural disasters, but she met the resource box first. The 6th resource box today was still a white low-level resource box. She skillfully operated the mechanical arm and picked up the resource box. But most of her thoughts were not on this. Without even looking at it, she waved her hand and put the resource box handed in from the window into the jiezi space. And her eyes were looking at a certain place outside through the open car window. With her perfect eagle-eye vision, she could see it clearly. Under the tall trees outside the highway a few meters away, there were many more flying dots. Most of these dots were black, but there were also some colorful ones. Following these dots, they flew from under the trees to the highway. Even without the eagle-eye skill book, ordinary eyesight could see clearly that those dots were small flying insects. In the vast world, these extra small flying insects did not look very conspicuous. However, what caught Li Sijing's attention were not only the flying insects in the air, but also the ground. On the dark road, various insects that were difficult to see with the naked eye were busy moving around. As far as Li Sijing could recognize, there were ants, centipedes, beetles, mole crickets, caterpillars, cockroaches. There were also some strange-looking ones that Li Sijing had never seen before, let alone named. In short, at the moment when 10 o'clock arrived, there were suddenly many more small lives in the world that was originally only human beings. And Li Sijing, who had upgraded his hearing to perfection. What I heard was no longer just the sound of the wind and the rustling of leaves. There were more tiny calls of insects, the sound of moving forward, and the sound of wings flapping. Even the tip of my nose could occasionally smell some different strange smells. Fortunately, the natural disaster had just begun, and there were not too many small insects outside. The impact on Li Sijing's hearing and sense of smell was not too serious. Just as Li Sijing carefully observed the various insects outside, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the originally noisy, but subtle sounds in my ears, covering everything. Moreover, this sound was getting louder and louder from far to near. Li Sijing looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a green-headed fly passing by his eyes, and quickly flew in from the open car window. How could this be? Li Sijing immediately wanted to reach out and close the car window, ready to close the window and hit the fly. However, before she could take her hand back, she suddenly felt a pain on the back of her hand. It was like being bitten by a mosquito. Mosquito? Li Sijing looked over immediately, and sure enough, there was a colorful mosquito lying on the back of her hand. This mosquito was a little smaller than the usual black mosquitoes. It was lying on the back of Li Sijing's hand, sucking blood greedily, sucking its belly bulging, and was reluctant to leave. The most annoying flies and mosquitoes appeared together. Li Sijing directly slapped the back of her hand. With her current physical fitness, she would naturally not let this mosquito escape after sucking her blood. When Li Sijing took her hand away, there was indeed a flattened mosquito and blood underneath. Before she could wipe the blood off the back of her hand, Li Sijing hurriedly closed the car window, because she had seen large groups of flying insects rushing towards her car window. She might be able to deal with a fly, but so many tiny insects entered the RV. Even if they could be eliminated, she couldn't guarantee that there would be no fish that slipped through the net. In short, Li Sijing finally breathed a sigh of relief by isolating the flying insects as quickly as possible. Next, it was the fly that had become a turtle in the jar in the RV. Don't say that a fly doesn't matter. Just this one fly can disturb your sweet dreams. What's more, is it an insect? It is a mother with countless eggs. Imagine that in a few days, countless flies will appear in her RV. And Li Sijing's scalp numbs. Click on the manufacturing page. Find the electric mosquito swatter blueprint obtained from the previous unboxing, and click to manufacture. A racket smaller than a badminton racket appeared in her hand. Press the switch, and the blue circuit flashed on it, which looked very intimidating. In such a large RV, it is a big problem to find a fly that is not much bigger than a soybean. But this is not a difficult task for Li Sijing. She looked back from the front of the car little by little, not missing any corner. Finally, she found its trace on the kitchen stove. Li Sijing, who was holding a weapon, naturally solved it easily. She took a tissue, carefully wrapped the body of the fly, and threw it into the toilet. Putting down the electric mosquito swatter, Li Sijing sat on the chair and thought about the problem. The natural disaster has already appeared. These insects that appeared do not seem to be fatal now. But the large number and small number make people very annoyed and irritated. If you don't want to be disturbed, you can only close the doors and windows. But there is a problem that cannot be avoided. Everyone has to get off the car to get the resource box. Even Li Sijing, who has a mechanical arm, must open the car window to get the resource box handed in. Looking outside the car, there are always small flying insects lingering around the RV. Li Sijing felt that even if she was faster, a large number of insects would come in if she closed the car window in 5 seconds. Every time she opened the window, she used an electric mosquito swatter? She would be exhausted at this time. Of course, she still had the mosquito and fly stickers, mosquito coils, and mosquito nets she got from the previous unpacking. But these are only temporary solutions. In the end, Li Sijing, who couldn't think of any effective solution, thought helplessly about mosquito-repellent incense. This natural disaster has just begun, and it is really a waste to use mosquito-repellent incense directly. However, there is no other effective way, so she can only use mosquito-repellent incense. After all, it is really a torture to let all of Li Sijing's supplies and herself be surrounded by flying insects. While Li Sijing was thinking seriously, the itching on the back of her hand became more and more severe. By the way, she had prescribed a bottle of floral water before, which was just right for rubbing to relieve the itching. Anyone who has been sucked by a mosquito knows that the place where the mosquito bites will feel itchy for a period of time. It is a bit difficult to resist this feeling of itching. And if you can't resist it, if you scratch it with your hand, a small red bump will appear. After being bitten by a mosquito, Li Sijing could also feel the itch on the back of her hand. However, she had been pressing it down, and when she killed the flies later, it was just the right time to divert her senses. And now this itch not only did not gradually weaken, but it gradually increased. She took out the floral water from the Jiezi space and dripped a few drops on the wound on the back of her hand. When she wiped it gently, Li Sijing found a big problem. She didn't scratch it, but a big red bump had appeared on the back of her hand. And this red bump was still swollen and looked a little scary. As the floral water was wiped, the itchiness on the wound gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a slight tingling sensation. The feeling before and after this is not like what would happen after being bitten by an ordinary mosquito. Could it be poisonous? At this time, Li Sijing couldn't help but think of the invulnerability to all poisons she got when she signed in the last world. She was still thinking that useless things would never appear in survival games. She had always suspected that something related to toxins would appear in the insect plague world. So, in this situation, she immediately thought of toxins. Chapter 328 Burning Incense. After realizing that she was probably poisoned, Li Sijing immediately opened the blue screen, because she remembered that when acid rain appeared in the last world, it was also silent. But in fact, it was displayed on the blue screen. I think the toxins of this insect plague are the same. Clicking on the blue screen, Li Sijing looked behind the time. And sure enough, a few words appeared in the blank space behind the time. Toxin, 1 point. After being bitten by a mosquito, 1 point of toxin appeared on her body. I just don't know what the specific manifestations are after being poisoned. It has been more than 10 minutes since she was bitten by a mosquito. But she has no other symptoms on her body except the stinging of the wound. Or, is it because the toxins have accumulated too much that other symptoms will appear? I think things that can be called toxins must not be underestimated. However, she has invulnerable to all poisons in her hand, so she doesn't have to worry too much. Invulnerable to all poisons can remove 1 point of toxins in 1 hour. At that time, I didn't know how much this 1 point of toxin was. Now I understand. That is, if you are bitten by a mosquito, you have to get rid of it in an hour. If you calculate it this way, you still have to try to avoid these insects from entering the RV. After all, although the pain of the wound is slight, it continues and makes people feel irritated. It seems that this insect repellent incense must be lit, although it feels a bit wasteful to light it now. But life is the most important thing, and there is nothing wrong with being cautious. Besides, the insect repellent incense in her hand is enough for her to support her until the 5th day of the competition. So, Li Sijing took out the insect repellent incense and the incense relay incense burner from the mustard seed space. After thinking about it, Li Sijing directly separated 10 insect repellent incense sticks and inserted them into the incense relay incense burner. As for the relay time on the incense burner, it is 1 hour. In other words, there will be an interval of 1 hour from the lighting of the first insect repellent incense stick to the lighting of the second insect repellent incense stick. 10 insect repellent incense sticks are enough to burn for 10 hours. It takes about 10 minutes for an insect repellent incense stick to burn out, but the effective time is 1 hour. Although the effect will gradually weaken later, it can't be wasted. As the relay time was set successfully, Li Sijing found that the insect repellent incense in this incense burner has already self-ignited without her even lighting it. The effective range of insect repellent incense is a circle with a radius of 5 meters. The length of the RV is 5 meters, and the total length is 6 meters. So this incense burner, placed anywhere in the car, can cover the entire RV. Holding the incense burner, Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat again. She lit the incense burner with insect repellent incense and held it in her hand, looking out the window without blinking. Then, she saw a very magical scene. The flying insects that had always been around the RV. Suddenly, as if they had encountered some natural enemy, they all moved away from the RV. The small flying insects by the car window flew directly out of the road. In addition to these flying insects in the sky, even the insects crawling on the ground that Li Sijing didn't pay much attention to also moved away. Li Sijing was very satisfied with the effect of this insect repellent incense. Seeing that there was no insect left by the car, she quickly opened the window next to the driver's seat. Although there is a ventilation system in the car, even if the window is not opened, there will be no stuffiness. But if the situation allows, Li Sijing still prefers to open the window. The insect repellent incense is still burning, and Li Sijing looked at the time again. It is about 10 minutes before the next resource box at 10:30. She will not stay in the driver's seat all the time. After getting up, she put the incense burner on the folding table. Li Sijing thought about it, and decided to make some soup for herself while she had time. She has been in the survival world for more than 20 days. But she doesn't seem to have had soup yet. Right? Take out the corn that she exchanged with others in the last world. There are also fresh wild boar ribs that were previously placed in the freezer. Finally, there are scallions, ginger, cooking wine, and dried mushrooms. Finally, of course, it is the casserole that was opened from the resource box before. If you don't use a casserole to make soup, it always feels a little less flavorful. The dried mushrooms are soaked in water. When blanching the ribs, add scallions, ginger and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. Anyway, when Li Sijing put the casserole of mushroom, corn and pork rib soup on the stove, it was already 10 minutes later, and the reminder of the resource box in the starry sky sounded. Li Sijing hurried to the driving area, and just after sitting in the driver's seat, she saw the resource box not far away. Without wasting time, she picked up the resource box and handed it in through the car window. And she was relieved. Li Sijing, who put away the resource box, looked at the situation outside the window and couldn't help frowning slightly. She found that there were sporadic flying insects in the vacuum area around the RV. Even on the ground, there were gradually appearing small insects. Not many. Li Sijing couldn't help but look back at the incense burner on the folding table. Sure enough, the first insect repellent incense in the incense burner had been completely burned out at some point. The insect repellent incense burned out, and the effect was weakening. So these flying insects would approach the RV again? As time goes by, there should be more and more insects approaching the RV. Right? After thinking about it, Li Sijing finally closed the car window. Just in case, she unpacked the mosquito coils she had unpacked before and took out a plate to light. The effect is definitely not as good as the insect repellent incense, but it's better than nothing. After these were dealt with, Li Sijing went to the kitchen again. The pork rib soup had been boiling for a while, and she quickly turned down the fire and let it simmer. After that, she continued to sit in the chair and grind the rice. While moving her hands, Li Sijing also turned on the blue screen. Originally, she was going to wait until noon, when prices were probably stable, to sort out the trading area. But now, because of the problem of poisonous insects, she decided to bring this matter forward. You know, she had drawn a blueprint for an electric mosquito swatter in the last world. Having tried it herself, she naturally understood how well this thing fits in with this insect-infested world. I think it will definitely be very popular. As for the price, the first trading item is naturally the metal material that she lacks the most now. After coming to this world, the price of the originally sky-high metal has now dropped a lot. Li Sijing roughly checked the area and found that, among the 6 basic materials, wood is still the cheapest. In the last world, a large amount of metal materials were consumed. This also made the price of metal slightly higher than other basic materials. 1 unit of metal can be exchanged for 2 units of glass, rubber, cloth, plastic, or 4 units of wood. This price is still fluctuating now, but I think it should be completely stable at night. In the end, Li Sijing priced her electric mosquito swatter at 10 units of metal. After all, this electric mosquito swatter cannot be charged, and can only be used for 24 hours. Chapter 329 Symptoms. After marking the price of the electric mosquito swatter, and hanging it in the trading area, Li Sijing opened the regional channel again, ready to shout. I just don't know if there are still people in the area at this time. As a result, when I opened the regional channel, I found that it was quite lively, and the discussions were all about insect plagues and toxins. Ah, these insects are so annoying. Oh my god. I was bitten by an unknown insect, and it hurts so much now. I was bitten by a mosquito twice, and applying floral water didn't work. The pain continued. It should be because all small insects contain toxins. By the way, how can this toxin be eliminated? Just now, when I got off the car to get a resource box, I was surrounded by insects and bitten more than 10 times. Now I feel dizzy. I also feel dizzy. I didn't close the window in time just now, and the flying insects entered the car and were bitten many times. Is it possible that the toxins have accumulated too much? Besides the pain of the wound, will there be other symptoms? It should be toxins. If the accumulation exceeds 10 points, dizziness will occur. How do you know? When the toxins accumulate to 10 points, dizziness will occur. What about after that? 20 points? 30 points? Now I just want to know how to remove this toxin. Like insect repellent incense, I think that toxins cannot be accumulated too much. This also depends on me. I have insect repellent incense. At that time, the basic materials in my hand were all used to block acid rain. so I could only exchange a box of mosquito coils. I also exchanged a box of mosquito coils. But unfortunately, the effect was not good after lighting it. It's not bad. Mosquito coils are mainly used to kill mosquitoes. They don't have a very obvious suppressing effect on other insects. My toxins have accumulated to more than 20 points. And now I have a swollen brain. Ah! Does a new symptom really appear every time the toxins exceed 10 points? Dizziness and swollen brain should be considered as one symptom? No. These are two symptoms. And they are very obvious. Because I also have them. Oh my god. It's too scary. How can I get rid of these symptoms? It's terrible. My toxins have accumulated to 18 points. What should I do? Wow. There are so many insects in my car now. I can't kill them all. What should I do? I came across a resource box. What do you think? Should I go down and get it? Yeah. I saw it too. But I didn't dare to get off. If you see a resource box, why don't you get off the car to get it? I have a way. You can light an insect repellent incense after you see a resource box. Then quickly get off the car to get the resource box. And then put out the insect repellent incense after returning to the car. This way, it won't be wasted. An insect repellent incense can be used for a long time. The above. Your method is good. But first, I need an insect repellent incense. Yeah. Thank you above. I will try it now. By the way, does anyone have a fly swatter or any other tool? I want to buy one too. My hands are swollen from swatting insects. Seeing this, Li Sijing quickly posted the information about her electric mosquito swatter. Li Sijing was still very famous in the original area. But because of the merger of several regions, many people still know him now. Fortunately, this electric mosquito swatter is exactly what everyone needs at this stage. The message she sent was not ignored by everyone. After sending the message, Li Sijing returned to the trading area again. Sure enough, the number of transactions on the electric mosquito swatter hanging in the trading area has begun to jump. In just 10 minutes, Li Sijing replenished the stock twice in a row, which met everyone's needs. 100 electric mosquitoes were auctioned off, allowing her to earn 1,000 units of metal materials. The number of metal materials in her hands has increased to more than 1,300 units. After that, the speed slowed down completely. After all, most people at this time did not pay attention to the trading area channel and the trading area. I think that when it is lunchtime or after dark, there will be another wave of trading volume. Looking at the time, it was only a few minutes away from 11 o'clock. Li Sijing quickly turned off the blue screen and sat in the driver's seat again. Through the car window, she could see easily. There were many more insects outside the car than what she saw just now. There were only half as many as before the insect repellent incense was lit. The wound on the back of her hand from the mosquito bite no longer hurt. However, the pain that lasted for nearly an hour made her feel a little scared. It takes an hour for the invulnerable to all poisons to expel toxins. As for the duration of the pain, why didn't it last for an hour? Li Sijing guessed that it should be related to the self-healing skill she had mastered before. She had mastered the self-healing skill for more than a week. But because every hour, only 5% of the injury can be restored. In daily life, some minor bumps and bruises can't see much effect. But I didn't expect that it would show its power in the world of insect plague. Moreover, Li Sijing knew that the effect of self-healing skills would be better as time went on. After all, there was only 1 point of toxin in her body now. 5% can only reduce the time of expelling toxins for a few minutes in an hour. But in the later stage, if she accumulates 10 points or 20 points of toxins like others, the time that can be reduced is more than just a few minutes. Thinking of this, Li Sijing's mood improved a lot. As 11 o'clock came, Li Sijing had already seen the resource box in front of the road. One hand touched the operating lever, and the other hand was on the car window, ready to open at any time. When the RV slowed down, quickly grab the resource box. Then, as fast as possible, open the car window. Take the resource box into the car, and then close the car window. The first time was not very skilled. It took about 10 seconds from opening the car window to closing it. And during these 10 seconds, Li Sijing, who had eagle eyes, had seen dozens of flying insects entering the car from outside. So, Li Sijing, who had put away the resource box, had to pick up the electric mosquito swatter again. He started the sweep from the front to the back of the car. It took almost 10 minutes, and finally eliminated the flying insects that could be seen in the car. As for whether there are any fish that have escaped the net in the corner, there must be. After all, there are so many things and supplies in the RV, which has created a lot of blind spots. There is no other way. So we could only wait for them to come out and then eliminate them. Chapter 3: 30 Giant Cockroaches. After Li Sijing got rid of all the visible bugs that flew into the RV from outside the car, she came to the oil press again. The 2400 g soybeans that were poured into the funnel before had already been squeezed into soybean oil. However, there were obviously more soybeans than peanuts. How come the oil squeezed out was so much less than peanut oil? Li Sijing stared at the bright soybean oil under the machine and looked at it carefully. Only then did he know the capacity, which was 0.24 liters in total. This capacity was almost half less than that of peanut oil. Li Sijing couldn't help but calculate, and found that the oil yield of soybeans was only 20%. Surprisingly, it was only half of that of peanuts, which was a bit uneconomical. It seems that next time, I can grow more peanuts to squeeze oil. As for soybeans, of course they have to be planted. After all, they can also be used to squeeze soy milk. In other words, when I have the tools, I can make tofu to eat. There is only a little soybean oil squeezed out, but there is a lot of bean dregs. Put it all together, it is a full 3 pounds and more. Put it all together, wipe the oil press clean, and put it under the shelf. After that, Li Sijing sat down, resting and eating snacks while staring at the incense burner. She was waiting for the second insect repellent incense to be lit. There were more and more insects coming from the outside of the car, and gradually they showed the trend at the beginning. Obviously, the effect of the first insect repellent incense was almost dissipated, and Li Sijing was ready to take advantage of the second insect repellent incense to drive away all the surrounding insects. Just get off the car and get rid of the big beast today. After all, she wants the 100 points on the battle power list and meet. In this world, there are trees and grass taller than people on both sides of the road. As a result, she has not seen what the big beasts outside the road look like until now. According to the usual style of the survival game before, those big beasts must not be transformed from insects. That would be a real mental attack. While Li Sijing was thinking about it, there were 9 insect repellent incense sticks in the incense burner. One of them ignited without fire, and a little white smoke floated. It seems that an hour has passed, and the second insect repellent incense has begun to burn. An insect repellent incense was lit, and the white smoke that rose was only a wisp. And as it rose, it gradually dissipated in the air. And as this invisible breath slowly dissipated, the insects surrounding the RV outside scattered visibly. Li Sijing could even see some panic in her expression. When all the insects on the road had hidden on the side of the road, Li Sijing knew that the time had come. She asked Shinkong to drive the RV and park it on the side of the road. After all, there was only one insect repellent incense stick. She had to protect the RV and herself, so she couldn't stay too far away. The area around the RV became a vacuum zone without insects. Li Sijing naturally opened the door without any worries. After getting off the car, she casually placed the incense burner on the ground in front of the RV. When sitting in the RV, Li Sijing only felt that the trees on the side of the road were tall, and the grass was lush. However, when she really came to the side of the road, she found out these trees were thicker than she thought, and these green grasses were taller than she thought. Each tree on the side of the road was so thick that 2 people could not hug it. And the lush green grass was wider than her arms, and taller than her, more than a head. This height must be 2 meters. Standing on the side of the road, Li Sijing once again felt her insignificance. She was like a normal person who broke into the land of giants. So unsociable. Of course, Li Sijing did not sigh for long. After all, the insect repellent incense had a limited burning time. She had to get rid of the large beast before the insect repellent incense burned out. And she couldn't waste time. Li Sijing waved her hand and took out a pistol full of bullets from the mustard seed space. The grass and trees outside the road were lush, and Li Sijing had a perfect eagle-eye skill. For a while, there was no way to find the large beast. However, this problem was not difficult for her. Li Sijing raised her hand, crossed the invisible transparent barrier, and slowly stretched it out to the outside of the road. According to her previous habit, she was prepared to stretch it out for 3 seconds and then retract it. In this way, even large wild animals far away from the road would be attracted by her breath. However, this time, her hand was stretched out of the barrier for less than 3 seconds, but it was suddenly retracted. Just because, at the moment when her hand stretched out of the barrier, the space outside the road, which was originally only grass and trees, was instantly filled with tiny insects. Those densely packed, flying insects. No one knew where they came from. Among them, there are not only insects that can fly, there are also those insects that have no wings and can only crawl on the ground. They also look for footholds and jump into the air. At that moment, they all pounced on Li Sijing's outstretched hand. Li Sijing reacted very quickly and retracted her hand. But there are still insects that landed on the back of her hand and fingers at that moment. The only thing that can still make people feel at ease is that the transparent road barrier still has protective power. When Li Sijing retracted her hand from outside the barrier, originally, the insects that fell on her hand were isolated outside. Those insects that were isolated outside the barrier danced all over the sky, like black rain, looking very scary. But Li Sijing's attention was not on it. Although she retracted her hand in time, she was still bitten by the insects that fell on her hand. Even without looking closely, Li Sijing could feel it. There were 4 or 5 places on her hand, and she felt itchy and tingling. However, before she could take a closer look at the wound on her hand, there was movement outside the highway. Chapter 331 Toxic Juice. Outside the highway, there are towering trees. Under the trees, the nearly 2-meter-high grass blocked all sights. In the originally silent woods, there was a rustling sound, and this sound was moving rapidly towards the side of the highway from far away. Li Sijing, who heard the sound, immediately guessed this should be the sound of a large beast approaching, and immediately became alert. When the grass in front of Li Sijing began to shake, she did not hesitate at all, and immediately aimed and fired at the place where the sound came from. However, what Li Sijing did not expect was, this bullet made a puff sound, and it obviously hit the real place. Don't get me wrong, it didn't hit the large beast, but the wide grass. The powerful bullet hit the grass leaves, but did not penetrate. A leaf of grass actually blocked the bullet? This was something Li Sijing had never expected. And so much grass blocked her way. That is to say, before the large beast showed up, there was no way to hurt it. This situation was really disadvantageous for Li Sijing. Fortunately, Li Sijing had been tempered for a long time in the survival game. Even if she encountered such a sudden change, she could still stay stable, because there were many insects outside the road. Li Sijing had no intention of going out. She stood there, holding a pistol, quietly waiting for the large beast to show up. Li Sijing didn't wait too long. The large beast stepped on the wide grass and revealed its true face. The moment it appeared, Li Sijing knew that her previous guess was correct. The large beasts in this world are indeed giant bugs. This is a bug that is almost as tall as the grass. The body of the bug is flat and dark brown. Compared with the huge body, its head looks a little small. The 6 thick legs are about 1 meter long. Each leg has barbs thicker than Li Sijing's fingers, which look very ferocious. There are 2 whip-like tentacles on the head, and a pair of compound eyes staring at Li Sijing. Looking at the outside of this bug, Li Sijing felt very familiar. She imagined that this large beast would be reduced countless times. This is Xiqiang? Isn't this just a cockroach that has been magnified countless times? This dog game has really started to cause mental trauma. A cockroach that has been magnified so much and so big is really physically uncomfortable for people to see. Of course, Li Sijing did not slack off because of these. She really raised her pistol and attacked with all her strength. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired continuously as if they were free. And this cockroach didn't care about the bullets that landed on it. After all, the size difference between a bullet the size of a little finger and this giant cockroach is too big. The giant cockroach was constantly rushing forward, trying to rush into the road. However, the transparent road barrier blocked all its attacks. Fortunately, Li Sijing didn't rashly walk out of the road barrier. Otherwise, with the power displayed by this giant cockroach, Li Sijing estimated that he would really flip over. Next, it was a protracted battle. The giant cockroach could not pass through the road barrier, so there was no way to attack Li Sijing. The pistol in Li Sijing's hand had limited power. However, a protracted battle was not what Li Sijing wanted. First of all, the burning time of the insect repellent incense was limited, and she had to end the battle before it burned out. On the other hand, if she delayed too long, she was afraid that the cockroach would leave halfway. In order to end the battle as quickly as possible, every shot of Li Sijing was aimed at the head of the cockroach. The bullet broke the shell of the cockroach, and the juice inside splashed out and scattered everywhere. However, after firing more than a dozen shots, Li Xijing's hands were a little sore from the recoil of the pistol. The head of the cockroach was almost beaten into a sieve, but it was still full of energy, attacking the road barrier without a trace of fatigue. Li Xijing couldn't help gritting her teeth. This cockroach. It's really a cockroach. After several consecutive shots, the cockroach still didn't change. Thinking of the tenacious vitality of cockroaches, Li Xijing felt that she should give up. However, there seemed to be a voice in her heart saying, "Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." This was not a fantasy that she was unwilling to give up. But her sixth sense was touched. Could it be that there was a turning point later? Then, this turning point really came. And it came so quickly. At a certain moment, Li Xijing was about to pull the trigger and fire an unknown number of shots. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration, and the angle of the pistol tilted a little bit. Then, Li Xijing saw that the bullet deviated from its original trajectory. Originally, she was going to hit the mantis right out with this bullet, but because of the angle just now, it deviated a little to the side. Just as it was about to miss, the cockroach trembled for some reason. With a bang, the bullet hit the junction between the cockroach's head and body. This junction had been hit by many bullets and had many holes. The last shot was probably hit at the only support point. In an instant, half of the cockroach's head drooped down. Even the originally fierce movement trembled and slowed down a lot. What's more, the cockroach's footsteps were slightly retreating, and it was obvious that it wanted to leave. However, it had come to this point, and Li Xijing naturally didn't want it to escape. She raised the pistol, aimed at the gap in the cockroach's head, and kept shooting. Finally, the giant cockroach fell on the lush green grass. Motionless, he fired a few more shots at the cockroach's corpse. Seeing that there was really no movement, Li Xijing was relieved. It was finally over. It took 2 sixth sense triggers to get rid of the cockroach. She was really lucky today. After the battle, Li Xijing finally had time to think about other problems. For example, within the range of the insect-repellent incense, why can the insects outside the barrier still attack her? Is it because the insect-repellent incense is ineffective against the insects outside the barrier? No. It shouldn't be like this. After all, these insects on the road should all come from outside the barrier. Then there is only one situation left. The insect-repellent incense, like large wild animals, cannot pass through the road barrier. This also explains why no insects attacked her on the road. But after she stretched her hand out of the barrier, she immediately attracted so many insects. In this way, she has to be more careful when hunting large wild animals in the future. Otherwise, the wound on her hand would not be just an isolated case. Another question is how to deal with the body of this large cockroach. This cockroach is definitely not edible, but it should be thrown into the decomposition toilet. However, Li Xijing finally gave up this decision, because she saw some small details that she ignored during the fierce battle outside the road. I saw the mantis juice that was hit by bullets and then splashed out. It fell on the ground and turned black. It fell on the grass and corroded holes in the grass. The grass leaves that can block bullets can't block the juice in the mantis body. Chapter 332 Possible Famine. Since being bitten by insects, toxins will appear in the body. Then, Li Xijing had already thought that those insects had toxins in their bodies. However, what she didn't expect was that, when these insects grow larger, the toxins in their bodies will also increase. The toxins displayed by the giant cockroach in front of her are obviously not in a normal state. If all insects have such strong toxins in their bodies, then can those who were bitten still live until now? Originally, Li Xijing didn't care that insect meat couldn't be eaten or that there were toxins in their bodies. After all, no matter what toxins, they can be decomposed by decomposing toilets. Unfortunately, Li Xijing had considered before that decomposing toilets are not afraid of toxins. But she didn't consider whether the knife she used to decompose could withstand toxins. Don't let the tangdao be corroded by these toxins before the body is cut up. What's more, she herself can't withstand such toxins. If you get a little bit of it by mistake, it will be more trouble than gain. In short, because of these various reasons, Li Xijing finally gave up this huge cockroach corpse. After saying so much, it only took a moment to think. And she spent a lot of time to kill the giant cockroach before. Now, the bugs that were originally hesitating a few meters away are already a little restless. Watching a few scattered bugs gradually approaching her, Li Xijing did not hesitate. turned around and went back to the RV. Came to the door and picked up the incense burner on the ground. I saw that the second insect repellent incense on it had burned out at some point. After closing the car door, the RV drove forward again. Lee Sijing, who was sitting in the seat, could have a good rest. She also had time to carefully check her left hand that was bitten by insects. I saw 3 red bumps on the back of her left hand. Among the 5 fingers, only the index finger and the middle finger were spared. On the other 3 fingers, the thumb and the little finger were bitten once each. The ring finger was even worse, with 2 bumps. Even the palm of the hand was bitten, and a red bump appeared. A hand stretched out of the barrier, and it was bitten 8 times in less than 3 seconds. It was unbelievable. I opened the blue screen and saw that the number of toxins behind the time had indeed turned into 8. Fortunately, the number did not exceed 10. Otherwise, it would have triggered dizziness, which would have been even worse. 8 points of poison. If you rely on immunity to all poisons, it will take 8 hours to completely recover. Even if you add her self-healing skill, it will take more than 6 hours. The itchy and painful feeling is really uncomfortable. Lee Sijing hurriedly applied some floral water to herself to relieve the itching. As for the stinging caused by the poison, there is no way to get rid of it, so you can only endure it. After treating the wound, Lee Sijing was thinking about another problem. Now it can be confirmed that the large beasts in this world are also inedible. Then, the price of food. The original high price will not only not drop, but will continue to rise. Even Lee Sijing couldn't help but think about it. Thinking further, in the 3rd acid rain world, large beasts cannot be eaten because of acid rain. In the 4th insect plague world, large beasts cannot be eaten because of toxins. What about the 5th world? What about the 6th world? Thinking of the terrible things that might happen, Lee Sijing couldn't help but tremble in her heart. The sudden sense of crisis in her heart made her start to take stock of her assets. By the way, she only had 200 or 300 kilograms of meat in her hand. It seems that she has to save some food in the future. Fortunately, her planting pot has been upgraded to a high level. In terms of ordinary food, she should not be short of it for the time being. While thinking about these messy things in her mind, the reminder of the starry sky sounded again. It seems that I have encountered the 9th resource box of the day. Still quickly went to the driving area, sat in the driver's seat, and made preparations. Because just now, when hunting large beasts, some time was wasted. So, when she got this resource box, the time had come, more than 11:40. Also because it has been a while since the insect repellent incense burned out. This time, she closed the window much faster than last time. Still, some bugs flew in from the window. She used the electric mosquito swatter again to kill the visible bugs. At this time, the pork rib soup in the kitchen, which had been simmering for a long time, was already cooked. In the RV, the aroma of the pork rib soup had already spread to every corner. It made Lee Sijing, who had been busy all the time, drool. Her stomach was already rebellious, and Lee Sijing was not going to delay. So she made lunch. In the morning, she stopped and took a break, and only ground 2 kilograms of rice. 300 g of rice husks were still put together with the previous ones. As for the 700 g of rice, 200 g was washed and then cooked in a rice cooker. The remaining rice was put into the mustard space and placed together with other rice. At noon, there was corn and pork rib soup, so there was no need to cook vegetables. However, corn and pork rib soup didn't seem to go well with rice. Or, how about preparing some pickles? Thinking of this, Lee Sijing began to look through her inventory again. She put all kinds of fruits and vegetables that were easy to spoil in the mustard space. After a careful inspection, I found that there were really a few fresh vegetables in it. A handful of amaranth that I had exchanged with others before, and more than 10 pounds of leeks that I had harvested before. Oh! There were 500 g of edamame. This seemed to be open from a resource box in the last world. I almost forgot about it when I put it in the mustard space. Otherwise, let's make some cold edamame for lunch today. Make it spicy, just right for rice. Anyway, there is no shortage of chili now. Thinking of this, Lee Sijing's saliva overflowed even more. Quickly took out the scissors and cut off both ends of the edamame, so that it would be easier to taste. Afterwards, when adding chili, garlic, chopped green onion, and various seasonings, he was not stingy. After the edamame was cold, The rice in the rice cooker was still a few minutes away from being cooked, and Li Sijing couldn't wait to taste several edamame. Don't say it. The taste is very good with rice. Chapter 333 The 10th Symptom, Death. Insect Plague World. First day. 12:14 noon. Li Sijing encountered the 10th resource box of the day, which was still low level. At this time, it had been a long time since the second insect repellent incense burned out. There were only 6 minutes left before the third insect repellent incense was lit. In short, it was the time when the insect repellent incense was at its weakest. Outside the RV at this time, there were flying insects everywhere, without any scruples. Looking at the various insects dancing outside the car, Li Sijing couldn't help but sigh. The time wasted just now in order to hunt large beasts was really a big problem. The effect of the insect repellent incense and the time of encountering the resource box did not match. In the current situation outside, if she opened the car window, it is estimated that she just didn't want to stay in the RV. 1 second. Hundreds of insects flew in from the car window, which was no joke. So, after thinking again and again, Li Sijing finally stopped the RV. She decided to wait for a few minutes until the third insect repellent incense was lit. Although doing so would delay her for a few minutes, it would save her a lot of trouble later. When the RV stopped on the road, Li Sijing found that the insects outside were even crazier, probably because they didn't have to chase the RV and run forward all the time. This gave them more energy to besiege the RV itself. Li Sijing could even see small flying insects constantly hitting the car window glass. The hardness of bulletproof glass is naturally harder than these insects. So, you can see that the moment the bug hits, its body is broken, leaving only a piece of dirty blood. But even so, there are still countless bugs rushing up. As time goes by, the dirty blood on the glass becomes more and more, even blocking the view. However, what Li Sijing pays more attention to is another phenomenon. I saw that as the dirty blood at a certain point on the glass becomes more and more, there are traces of corrosion on the hard bulletproof glass. Although it is only a little bit invisible to the naked eye, Li Sijing, who has eagle eyes, can see it very clearly. And, as time goes by, this little bit is constantly expanding. So, can the toxins carried by these bugs also cause damage to vehicles? This can't help but remind Li Sijing of the acid rain in the last world. Of course, the toxins of these bugs are definitely not as strong as acid rain. However, little by little, a lot can't be stopped. This is only the first day. Who knows how many bugs will appear later? Li Sijing was staring at the bugs outside the car window. At a certain moment, these flying bugs in the air suddenly seemed to have met their natural enemies. They kept retreating and moved away in an instant. These flying bugs, because they have wings, can quickly leave the range of the insect repellent incense. And those crawling bugs on the ground, eventually paralyzed in place because they were not fast enough. I don't know if they are dead or temporarily incapable of action. It seems that the time has come, and the insect repellent incense is lit. Li Sijing turned around and looked at the incense burner. And it was true. Since the bugs outside the car were completely away, Li Sijing took action. The RV continued to move forward, and Li Sijing got the 10th low-level resource box of the day. 10 low-level resource boxes can be synthesized into a mid-level resource box. However, before that, Li Sijing decided to eat lunch first. The rice in the rice cooker had already tripped. Corn and pork rib soup, cold edamame, rice, and real fruit grains were her lunch today. After all were served on the table, she ate while turning on the blue screen. However, before she could do anything next, suddenly, the sound of a survival game came from the sky. Dear players, since some players in this area have died due to excessive accumulation of toxins, the following tips are specially issued. In the insect plague world, all bugs carry toxins. After being bitten, it will accumulate in the player's body, and 1 point of toxin will be automatically eliminated every 24 hours. Please note that when toxins accumulate to a certain level, various negative symptoms will appear. 10 points of dizziness, 20 points of brain swelling, 30 points of coughing, 40 points of vomiting, 50 points of fever, 60 points of weakness, 70 points of coughing up blood, 80 points of loss of 5 senses, 90 points of breathing difficulties, 100 points of death. Note, in addition to the needs of the human body, every additional 100 g of food eaten can eliminate 1 point of toxins. The voice of the survival game has fallen, but Li Sijing's heart has been stirred. The information contained in the notification of just a few words made her think carefully. The most eye-catching thing, of course, is the various negative symptoms listed just now. It turns out that dizziness and brain swelling are only the mildest symptoms. Accumulating 100 points of toxins will lead to direct death. Of course, accumulating toxins to 90, or even 80, is also very dangerous. In short, none of the 10 symptoms are easy to deal with. The most important thing is that some people have died because of accumulated toxins. The human body can only eliminate 1 point of toxins in 24 hours. As for the method of eliminating toxins in the body given by the survival game, in Li Sijing's view, it is another big pit. Using food to eliminate toxins in the body is like drinking poison to quench thirst. No matter what kind. 1 caddy of food can eliminate 5 points of toxins. So, as the toxins in everyone's body increase, it is necessary to use more food to eliminate toxins in the body. And on the road, large wild animals cannot eat. And there is no income. This situation of only consumption and no replenishment. How long can the existing food in everyone's hands last? Then, famine is bound to follow. This kind of famine is not the same level as the mild famine in the previous world. Imagining the series of consequences that will happen after this, Li Sijing's face can't help but become more serious. Sure enough, in the survival game, one world will be more difficult than another. From this moment on, the prices of various foods in the trading area will probably soar directly. Right? Originally fragrant pork rib soup, cold edamame for rice. Li Sijing was eating at this time, and she was a little tasteless. She was absent-minded, putting food into her mouth, but her eyes were always fixed on the blue screen. Following Li Sijing, she opened the trading area. The first thing she discovered was that the electric mosquito swatters that were hung in the trading area were sold out. It seemed that as noon came, everyone stopped to eat lunch. Naturally, they all had some free time to visit the trading area. However, after Li Sijing replenished the stock, she found a problem. The electric mosquito auction was not as popular as she expected. When she carefully checked the trading area, she found that someone was competing with her for business. The person competing for business was an acquaintance, Zhou Qinghuan. As for what she was selling, it was a breathable bee-proof suit. The bee-proof suit is a kind of hooded clothes worn by people who harvest honey. If you can only choose one between the bee-proof suit and the electric mosquito swatter, everyone knows how to choose. Chapter 334, Buying Food. In the trading area, because of Zhou Qinghuan's bee-proof clothes, Li Sijing's electric mosquito swatter business was not as popular as expected. Although Li Sijing was a little disappointed, she was not angry. After all, she had expected this situation. There will always be other people who get the blueprints to deal with insect plagues. It is impossible for her to take all the advantages. What's more, this person is Zhou Qinghuan, a good friend of hers. Not only was Li Sijing not angry, she was also ready to buy herself a bee-proof clothes. After all, this bee-proof clothes is really a must-have in the world of insect plagues. Wearing this bee-proof clothes, she can get off the car without any scruples. No longer need to calculate the time. Must be sure to light the insect repellent incense before daring to get off the car. Of course, the only concern is that I don't know how the defense of this bee-proof clothes is. She has seen the corrosiveness of those little insects and the toxins they carry in their bodies. However, it is impossible to know by guessing. We still need to get a bee-proof suit first. However, Li Sijing did not go to Zhou Qinghuan for a bee-proof suit. Instead, she planned to trade directly in the trading area. The price of the bee-proof suit is 15 units of metal, which is 5 units higher than the electric mosquito swatter. However, considering its function, this price is not expensive. Li Sijing spent 15 units of metal, and a black bee-proof suit appeared on the table. She did not look at it carefully, and waved her hand to put it into the mustard space. Then she continued to walk around the trading area. There was a lot of information in the trading area, and Li Sijing focused on basic materials and food transactions. After a morning, the exchange rate of basic materials has been basically determined. In this way, Li Sijing can start purchasing metal materials with confidence. As for the price of food, it was slightly lower when she first came to this world. But with the notification just now, the price immediately soared unreasonably. The entire trading area is full of food transactions. As long as there is a food transaction, the price is not too outrageous, and there are a lot of people rushing to buy it. In short, after walking around the trading area, Li Sijing felt that many people in the area were no longer rational. It seems that only enough food can soothe their uneasiness. However, this is a good opportunity for Li Sijing. You know, she still has more than 100 kilograms of oranges in her hand. Although oranges, as fruits, cannot be used as food to fill the stomach, they can supplement vitamins. The most important thing is that it is completely okay to use oranges as food needed to expel toxins. While people in the area are now blindly scrambling for food, they can just get rid of them all. As for the price, 1 pound of food can be exchanged for 10 units of wood, or 5 units of cloth, plastic, rubber, glass, or 2.5 units of metal. The type of food has nothing to do with it. Nowadays, any kind of edible food has this price. Li Sijing naturally followed the crowd. She directly marked the price of oranges as 2.5 units of metal per pound. She had no shortage of other basic materials, so she naturally didn't need to exchange them. Compared with the 100 kilograms she sold before, this price has almost doubled by 10 times. But even so, Li Sijing found that the 50 kilograms of oranges she just put on the trading area were sold out in less than a minute. Moreover, people kept asking if there were any more oranges. So Li Sijing put 50 kilograms of oranges on the shelf again, and they were sold out again in 1 minute. The last 40 kilograms of oranges were put on the shelf again, and they were sold out again in more than 2 minutes. The meal was not finished yet. Less than 5 minutes. Li Sijing had saved 2 batches of 140 kilograms of oranges in her hands, and they were all sold out. And these 140 kilograms of oranges were exchanged for a total of 350 units of metal. In addition, dozens of electric mosquito swatters were sold during this period. The amount of metal materials in Li Sijing's hands finally broke through the 2,000 mark. According to this situation, it should take less than 2 days for her to create a mustard seed space again. Things in the trading area had been almost dealt with. Li Sijing's lunch was almost finished, and there were only a few corns left on the table. She used chopsticks to stick the corn cobs, chewing them while opening the regional channel. Li Sijing was ready to find out what everyone thought about the game notification just now. The regional channel at this time was obviously the most lively moment. Ah, these bugs are so annoying. They are everywhere. Yes, my car is almost a nest of bugs. Oh my god. I'm going to collapse because of these bugs. I just fried a piece of meat, but a bug stood on it. Do you think I should eat it or not? Advice from someone who has been through it. Cut off the parts that the bugs have touched before eating. Otherwise, I didn't take it seriously at first, and let the bugs fly into the car. Now I can't get them out even if I want to. What do you think? If I upgrade my car now, will all the bugs in the car disappear? I know. You upstairs. Try it and share it with us. I have gathered all the materials to upgrade the car, but I am hesitating whether to upgrade the car. I think it's better not to upgrade the car for the time being. I agree. Who knows what will happen in the future? I still have to keep some basic materials in my hands to feel more at ease. Alas, when it's extremely cold, I miss the extreme heat. When it's acid rain, I miss the extreme cold. And now I miss the acid rain world again. The key is that the bugs are too annoying and the toxins are too scary. The idea of eating food to expel toxins seems like a trap to me, even though we know it's a trap. Is there any way to resist? By the way, has anyone tried to expel toxins by eating food? Will your stomach burst if you eat too much? I don't think so. Everyone. I'm already having trouble breathing. What should I do? The person upstairs. Eat quickly. It's cooking. It'll take a long time. And I don't know if I can hold on until then. What are you cooking? Eat everything you can eat first. That's right. Don't let the meat get cooked, or you'll die. That would be funny. From this point of view, the food we eat next time should still be mainly ready to eat. Oh, I didn't even think of this. And the food we change is all meat. Chapter 335 Battery Storage Drawings. After reading everyone's chat messages in the area, Li Sijing couldn't help but think. It seems that she also has to find time to make some cooked food and prepare it in the mustard space. Although Li Sijing feels that the probability of the toxins in her body exceeding 2 digits is very low, it's just in case. Sure enough, these people in the area are still useful. When there are more people, everyone looks at the problem from different angles. For Li Sijing, it is a check for deficiencies and fills in the gaps. Several sections of corn have been eaten long ago. Seeing the distance, there is not much time left to meet the next resource box. Li Sijing hurriedly got up. Wash the pots and bowls first. and cleaned up the table. Finally, he sat in the driver's seat. And the time was exactly 12:50. Less than a minute after sitting down, Li Sijing saw the resource box on the road in the distance through the flying insects. With the previous 10 experiences, he used the mechanical arm to pick up the resource box. For her, it was already easy. Even the speed of opening the window to get the resource box was much faster than before. Even though the insect repellent incense had burned out, it had been 20 minutes, and the insects were still flying outside. But this time, only a dozen insects flew in with the window open. After extinguishing these flying insects, it was already 1 o'clock. The corn planted before has now entered the harvest period. 9 seeds, 9 corn plants, each with 2 corn cobs. Each corn cob should weigh about 200 g. Of course, if it is dried, it will definitely be much lighter. In short, if you only count the corn kernels after drying, the final weight should be about 3 or 4 pounds. This harvest is a little worse than potatoes, but it is also considered high yield. After the corn was harvested, Li Sijing thought about what to plant next. If she followed her original idea, she would naturally plant high-yield potatoes and store more food. But the chat in the area just now reminded her. Nowadays, the best-selling food is the kind that can be eaten at any time. Not this kind that needs to be processed. What can be eaten at any time without processing? Fruit. It is delicious, convenient, and does not take up space. As for the difficulty in storage, this is the only disadvantage. For the current situation, it is nothing, and she has only 2 kinds of fruits that can be harvested in a short time: cherry tomatoes and strawberries. For Li Sijing herself, she prefers to eat strawberries. However, cherry tomatoes have a higher yield, a shorter ripening time, and can be stored for a longer time. So, she finally planted cherry tomatoes. The ripening time of cherry tomatoes is the same as corn, about 5 months. It takes 3.6 hours after acceleration. That is, it matures after 4:30. After dealing with all these things, Li Sijing finally had time to look at her resource box. Sitting on the chair, she waved her hand, and 10 white resource boxes suddenly appeared on the desktop. Looking at the pile of resource boxes, Li Sijing clicked on the synthesis without hesitation. Then, she gently opened it, and the intermediate resource box appeared in front of her. Tomato flavor pan large potato chips 108 g. RV battery storage drawing. RV bathroom pressure shower drawing. Seedless red grape 200 g. Raw coconut juice 1000 milliliters. 180 tissue paper *10. There were still 2 drawings. No suspense. However, this first drawing gave Li Sijing a big surprise. RV battery storage. After installation, it can store batteries for vehicles and expand the capacity by 1 kilowatt-hour. Materials required for construction: metal *10, rubber *5, plastic *2, glass *1. It turned out to be a battery storage drawing, expanding the capacity by 1 kilowatt-hour. You know, the battery storage capacity on her vehicle is only 1 kilowatt-hour. This drawing is equivalent to doubling the capacity of her battery storage. With her daily driving distance, I don't know how much electricity she can generate. But because of the limited capacity of the battery storage, she lives a tight life. Now, she is much more relaxed in terms of electricity use. In fact, the solar panel also comes with a battery storage of 1 kilowatt-hour. But that is for backup, and she is not going to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Now there are 2 kilowatt-hour of electricity, which is more than enough to deal with various expenses after dark. Even if I just keep watching movies, I don't have to worry about it. I happily clicked on the Make button and looked at the blueprint, which flashed and disappeared. And except for this surprising blueprint, the other blueprint is useless. RV bathroom pressure shower head. After installation, increase the water pressure to make the water flow from the shower head larger. Materials required for manufacturing: metal *10, plastic *2, rubber *1. Bathroom shower head? Li Sijing, who was already in the bathroom and had taken a shower, thought. The water flow from the shower head on her RV was not small, and this blueprint was naturally useless. Save it, and synthesize the accessory upgrade card later. In addition to the blueprints, this intermediate resource box also opened some other items. A bunch of red grapes, each as big as a thumb, looked very tempting. Unfortunately, these were seedless red grapes, so there was no way to keep the seeds for planting, so they were stored in the mustard space. a large bottle of coconut juice, which Li Sijing, who had already drunk the Real fruit grains, naturally couldn't drink, so she put it away first. 10 packs of tissue paper, all of which were also put away. It just so happened that when she first crossed over, there were only a few packs of tissue paper left. She was also planning to find a chance to exchange some with others. Now it seems that she doesn't need it. Finally, there was a bag of potato chips. This was also the only snack she had opened in the past few days. In general, this intermediate resource box can open the battery blueprint, so it is not a loss. In fact, in addition to the previous 10 low-level resource boxes, Li Sijing also had a low-level resource box that she had just obtained. However, she did not open it now, but planned to save more. According to today's driving speed, maybe she can synthesize the second intermediate resource box. Looking at the time, there is not much time left before meeting the next resource box. Li Sijing decided to wait and take a nap after getting the next resource box. It's just that the driving speed is fast today, and the interval between each resource box is too short. There is definitely no way to lie on the bed and rest, eating fruits and digesting food. It was 1:20 in a short while. The fourth insect repellent incense was lit, and the insects outside the car disappeared in an instant. In this case, Li Sijing naturally didn't need to close the car window in a hurry. After she got the 12th low-level resource box today, she slowly closed the car window. It was a sharp contrast with the last time. The resource box was put into the mustard space. Li Sijing adjusted the backrest of the driver's seat, then took out a blanket, put it on her stomach, and closed her eyes for a nap. Chapter 336 Ants. During the first lunch break in the insect-infested world, Li Sijing did not sleep very comfortably. The main reason was the wounds on her hands from insect bites. The pain in these wounds was not very serious. It felt like someone was holding a needle and stabbing you from time to time. There was no skin break and no bleeding. But the pain was real. And this pain was caused by insect bites and would not disappear until the toxin disappeared. In short, during the nap, Li Sijing was tortured by these not very serious but continuous pains and did not sleep well. During the usual lunch break, she did not want to get up for an hour. And today's lunch break lasted less than half an hour. At 1:50 p.m., Li Sijing was prompted by Shinkong and woke up by the sound of the resource box. So she decided not to sleep. She first quickly operated the mechanical arm to pick up the resource box and set it in. Then she picked up the electric mosquito swatter to kill the flying insects. After killing the bugs, she sat in the activity area to check her condition. Of the 8 places on her hands that were bitten by bugs, 3 red bumps have now disappeared. This is a little faster than expected. But after thinking about it carefully, Li Sijing understood. This should be attributed to the apple she ate after dinner. Li Sijing estimated that the toxins in her body would definitely be eliminated before dark. From this point of view, the speed is actually a bit slow. But before the adverse symptoms appear, she will not use food to remove toxins on purpose. Thinking about this, Li Sijing couldn't help but reach out and touch her neck. There was a feeling of discomfort on the right side of her neck. Could it be that the collar of her clothes was caught? However, she brushed off the collar and touched the uncomfortable place with her fingers. The touch from her fingertips made Li Sijing's face change drastically. She quickly got up, went to the bathroom, and looked in the mirror. I saw a red bump on the right side of her neck, which was exactly the same as the one on the back of her hand. Was it bitten while sleeping? Otherwise, how could she not have any impression? After thinking about it, Li Sijing quickly opened the blue screen. The number of toxins behind the time was 6 points. Sure enough, this red bump was bitten by a bug at some point. Sitting back in the chair, Li Sijing took out the floral water and wiped her neck. It could appear beside her and bite her while she was sleeping. It was obviously a bug inside the RV. Li Sijing couldn't help turning her head and looking around. As expected, no insects were seen in the air. They were probably hiding in a corner that she saw. However, Li Sijing also came to a conclusion from this. Insect repellent incense is not lethal. It is really just an insect repellent. And those insects that cannot leave the effective range quickly, they will be temporarily unable to move, or simply faint. In this way, the insects hiding in the corners of her RV are hidden dangers. When she falls asleep at night, she will be bitten by insects and lose blood like crazy. However, after thinking again and again, Li Sijing did not think of an effective way. After all, such a small flying insect wants to be in such a large RV. It was too easy to find a hiding place that would not be discovered. She was thinking randomly while eating snacks and fruits. When Li Xijing finished eating, she finally found a solution. Since it was impossible to get rid of the bugs in the car from the outside, then she could create a bug-free space for herself from the inside. Li Xijing remembered that she had opened a mosquito net in her last world. She quickly found a mosquito net covered with dust in the corner of the shelf. She shook it open, and saw that it was a 1.2-meter single mosquito net. Although it was slightly wider than her bed, it didn't have much impact. While there was still some time, she quickly hung the mosquito net on the bed. Then, Li Xijing didn't have much rest time. At 2:20, the 5th insect repellent incense was lit, and the resource box appeared. Li Xijing, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but smile at the resource box on the road. After encountering 13 low-level resource boxes, she finally encountered an intermediate resource box. The insects outside had been scattered because of the burning of insect repellent incense. Under this fresh sky, seeing the blue resource box really makes people happy. The RV slowly stopped in front of the intermediate resource box. Li Xijing opened the window next to the driver's seat to the maximum. She also took out a pistol from the mustard space, checked whether the ammunition was sufficient, and then turned on the safety. Finally, she held the pistol in her left hand and leaned out of the car. Her right hand held the operating lever of the mechanical arm. The mechanical arm, under Li Xijing's operation, slowly moved forward. By the way, if she doesn't get off the car, she doesn't know if she can trigger this intermediate resource box. When the mechanical arm reaches the intermediate resource box within 3 steps, white mist fills the air. Li Xijing, who saw this, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that from now on, she can really realize her wish of not getting off the car. At this time, the diffuse white mist has gradually disappeared. The red figure hidden inside, about 1 meter high, is revealed. On the oval head, there are 2 tentacles as thick as a baby's arm, the chewing mouth parts like scissors, and a pair of terrifying compound eyes. The 6 arched feet are about 1 meter long and have sharp barbs on them. The head, chest, and abdomen are segmented. Compared with the abdomen, its body looks very slender. The fat abdomen almost occupies half of the length of the body. The moment she saw this figure, without thinking, Li Xijing immediately knew what kind of animal it was. Ant. Chapter 337 Detoxification Pills. An ant that has been magnified countless times. When the ant is small, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Even if many ants gather together, it won't cause pressure on people. But looking at this huge ant, Li Xijing felt. The enlarged body and ferocious appearance made her feel quite physically uncomfortable. As we all know, the speed of ants is very fast, and the speed of the ant that has been magnified countless times is not decreased, but has become faster. Before the white mist completely dissipated, the giant ant could not wait to crawl towards the RV. And Li Xijing's reaction was also very quick. She operated the mechanical arm with her right hand, trying to stop the giant ant from moving forward. With the other hand, she raised her pistol and aimed. The mechanical arm's obstruction did not cause much impact on the giant ant. It was very flexible, bypassing the arm, and then continued to move forward. The distance between the RV and the intermediate resource box is not far apart. Seeing that the giant ant was almost at the edge of the RV, Li Xijing's pistol finally started shooting. At such a close distance, it was natural that he would not miss the target. Under normal circumstances, the bullet should have hit the giant ant's head. However, Li Xijing, who had a sense of combat, suddenly had an idea in his mind. The weakness of this ant was actually at the connection between the body, the connection between the head and the chest, and the connection between the chest and the abdomen. So, at the moment of firing, Li Xijing slightly pressed down the muzzle of the gun. With a bang, the bullet finally hit the giant ant at the connection between the head and the chest. An unexpected situation occurred. After being hit by the bullet, the hideous head of the ant, it actually fell directly from the body. It was just like watching a horror movie. When the head fell from the body, it was very light, without any blood. Even after the head fell, the 6 legs of the giant ant, still carrying the body, passing over the head, quickly moved forward, until the inertia disappeared. The forward step stopped. When seeing the giant ant, the fascinating appearance, Li Xijing thought it would be very fierce. As a result, it was solved so easily. It's really a bit unreal. Of course, Li Xijing is still very self-aware. This battle, it is obvious that the combat consciousness has made a contribution. if she follows common sense and shoots the ant's head. But there is no way to end the battle so quickly. Congratulations to the player. Kill a small beast ant and get 1 detoxification pill. As the sound of the game disappeared, the ant corpse in front of the RV also disappeared instantly. Then, a thumb-sized pill like chocolate appeared. Detoxification pill? Is it the effect she thought it was? Just as she was about to operate it, the mechanical arm picked up the pill, but found a serious problem. This pill is too small, and the mechanical arm is too big to pick it up. It seems that even if the battle is over, she still can't escape and get off the car. With a helpless sigh, Li Sijing could only close the car window and open the door. Stepping on the ground, the different touch made her frown. There were more bugs on the ground than she expected. There were more than twice as many as before. When Li Sijing got out of the car to kill large beasts, these bugs were motionless on the ground because of the insect repellent fragrance. She stepped on it and killed dozens of bugs. If not 100? She bent down to pick up the pills on the ground, but she could see them with her peripheral vision. The tall tires of the RV were stained with dense, colorful bug corpses. Even if Li Sijing didn't have intensive phobia, she felt a little nauseous at this time. This world is really challenging everyone's bottom line all the time. Frowning, ignoring the sticky feeling under her feet, Li Sijing took a few steps forward, picked up the intermediate resource box, and then quickly returned to the car. The RV continued to move forward, but she tiptoed and carefully took off her shoes. Li Sijing went to the bathroom barefoot with her shoes in her hand. Because the few steps she took outside the car, the soles of her shoes were already covered with bug corpses. She didn't want these disgusting things to get into her car. Wearing rubber gloves, she first used toilet paper to roughly wipe the insect corpses. Then, she used wet wipes to wipe the juice on them. Finally, she used clean water and a brush to clean the soles. After the shoes were completely washed, they could be seen clearly. On the soles, there were densely packed small pits of different sizes, all of which were traces of corrosion. As expected, it was just as she expected, which made Li Sijing think of the tires she had just seen. She was still worried that the car glass would be corroded by the insect corpses. Now that I think about it, the first thing that can't hold up should be the tires. After all, the tires of the fast-moving RV are constantly crushing bugs. As she just saw, there are obvious signs of corrosion on the tires. Moreover, as time goes by, the number of bugs in this world is obviously increasing. In Li Sijing's opinion, there is no problem for the RV to survive a day. But what about after that? Of course, it is too early to think about these things now. Li Sijing put the pair of shoes with corroded soles on the shoe rack. She herself changed into sandals. After all, the large beasts today have been dealt with. The intermediate resource box has also been encountered. She couldn't think of anything else that required her to get off the car. Li Sijing, wearing sandals, sat in the activity area. With a wave of her hand, she took out the harvest just now from the mustard space. She first looked at the pills that looked like Maltesers. Detoxification pills. After taking 1 point of toxins can be immediately expelled from the body. The effect was as she guessed. It seems that after detoxification with food, another detoxification method has emerged. After thinking for a while, Li Sijing waved her hand and put the pill back into the mustard space. Such a good thing should be used on the blade. If it is taken now, it will be a bit of a waste. Then, she turned her eyes to the intermediate resource box beside her. There is no need to keep this thing. Just open it. 1 towel. Oil tank expansion drawing. RV color modification drawing. Nordic large carpet 1.2 m asterisk 1.6 m. Chive soda crackers 25G asterisk 20. Tianjin small twist 10G asterisk 25. The 2 blueprints that came out this time were from old acquaintances. One was a fuel tank expansion blueprint, which could be used directly by clicking on it. The capacity of the fuel tank increased from 190 units to 200 units. I don't know what the maximum capacity of the RVS fuel tank is. After that, can it continue to expand? As for the second one, the RV color transformation? That is to say, after using it, the RV color can be changed at will. Is it useful? It's so fancy. So save it. In other words, with this blueprint, she has already accumulated 8 useless blueprints. With 2 more, she can synthesize and upgrade the accessories. As for what accessories to upgrade, she has already thought about it. In addition to the 2 blueprints, a contrasting carpet was also opened. She was still talking about it before. But she didn't expect that it would really come out. The carpet was directly laid in the activity area to cover the ground corroded by acid rain. In addition to the carpet, a towel was also opened and put away. The small twisted dough sticks, each the size of a thumb, were all put into the snack cabinet. As for the chive soda crackers, this thing is really not Li Sijing's cup. Unless there is really nothing to eat. She doesn't want to eat this thing. 20 packs. A total of 1 kilogram. When the time comes, put it in the trading area and sell it to others. Chapter 338 Unchanged Toxin Value. After packing up the supplies, Li Sijing sat in her seat for a while. Until 3 o'clock. She met the 15th resource box of the day. Use the mechanical arm to collect the resource box. Then use the electric mosquito swatter to kill the insects that fly into the car. After this series of processes, she ran to the planting pot again. I saw that the orange tree was already full of orange-yellow fruits. 8 hours have passed. But it has been harvested again. This crop of oranges is a little more than the last harvest. A full 80 kilograms of oranges were all collected by Li Sijing into the mustard space. At this time, everyone is fighting for survival. It's not a good time to sell things. So she puts them away and waits until the evening. After that, Li Sijing started the daily compulsory course. Driving. By the way, this is the first time she has driven for a long time after the vehicle was upgraded to an RV. Not to mention, driving a big car like an RV is somewhat different from driving other vehicles. Even though Li Sijing is proficient in racing driver skills, it took him some time to explore and get familiar with it before he could master it completely. At the beginning, the speed was still a little slow. After getting familiar with it, the driving speed was finally able to catch up with Shinkong. However, after driving the RV, Li Sijing became more convinced that these bugs were really annoying. On the windshield, countless bug corpses blocked the view. The wiper just wiped it a second ago, leaving only some residual marks. However, the next second, more bugs hit the windshield. Some of these bugs hit it on purpose. Some were forced to lose their lives because Li Sijing drove too fast. In short, the flying insects in the sky hit the bodies on the windshield. They blocked Li Sijing's sight all the time. Moreover, in this environment, people feel an inexplicable irritability for no reason. Li Sijing estimated that if it were not for the existence of insect-repellent incense, it made her sure that the environment without insects would come soon. She would go crazy if she stayed in such an environment for a long time. Of course, in order to stabilize her emotions, she also turned on the stereo. The good music finally gave her some comfort. Watching the insects, they disappeared from many to few, then from nothing to few, from few to many, and finally disappeared again. When the sky, which had been quiet for a while, appeared again, the irritating insects. Li Sijing was ready to end this driving trip. She returned the driving rights to the starry sky, and slumped in the driver's seat, closing her eyes to rest. In the past, she would drive for 2 hours every time. However, today, she only lasted for an hour and a half. Moreover, even though she was half an hour less, Li Sijing felt much more tired than before. Mainly, the environmental factors had a big impact on her. And Li Sijing was so tired after driving for such a short time. She couldn't imagine what it would be like for other people in the area to drive from morning to night. In terms of driving persistence, Li Sijing was very sure that she couldn't compare with anyone in the area, even if she had been consciously training herself. But this kind of exercise seemed so insignificant in front of other people's desperate survival. At 4:41, Li Sijing encountered the 18th resource box of the day. When driving to get the resource box, it is still inevitable that bugs fly in. What's more, Li Sijing was bitten by a bug on the back of her hand again. However, she is much calmer now than at the beginning. After all, this is not an isolated case. She has been bitten twice while driving. As time goes by, the number of bugs continues to increase. And this situation is inevitable. After closing the car window, Li Sijing first took the electric mosquito swatter. Kill all the visible bugs that just flew in from outside the car. Then, he sat in the activity area and applied floral water to his wounds. Li Sijing's body originally had 6 points of toxins. And after a period of time, there should be only about 3 points left. As a result, he was bitten 3 times in one afternoon. And 3 more toxins were added. Li Sijing couldn't help but clicked on the blue screen to check. Sure enough, the number behind the toxin is still 6 points. Without any change. Haha. after 2 or 3 hours. This number has not changed. Which is also pretty fucked up. The only thing that makes Li Xijing feel lucky is that the toxin has not exceeded 10 points. At least, she has not experienced the dizziness symptoms mentioned by others, while forcing herself to ignore the continuous stinging sensation from the wound. Li Xijing came to the planting pot. The oranges on the orange tree had been harvested more than an hour ago, and the cherry tomatoes planted in another planting pot can also be harvested at this time. I saw bunches of red fruits on it, which looked fruitful. The cherry tomatoes, which were 10 times smaller, looked like real rubies. However, these cherry tomatoes were densely packed and small, so it was very troublesome to harvest them. If I loosened my hands, I was afraid that they would fall through my fingers. And if I tightened my hands, I was afraid that the skin would be broken. In short, I harvested many kinds of crops, and cherry tomatoes were the most troublesome one so far. It took Li Xijing more than 10 minutes to finally pull all the fruits off. As for the harvest, a full 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes. This yield can't even be compared with potatoes. So, after the harvest, Li Xijing planted cherry tomatoes in the planting pot again. Although this thing is a bit troublesome to harvest, the yield is fragrant. It's just a hassle. She doesn't need that little time. After harvesting the cherry tomatoes, Li Xijing washed a plate for herself and put it on the table. Then, she put the rest into the mustard space. After dark, she put them on the shelves with oranges for sale. Not to mention, the cherry tomatoes she grew herself tasted just as good as the ones she got from the boxes. She sat down and ate the cherry tomatoes while taking a rest, until Li Xijing came across the 19th resource box of the day. Chapter 339 Screen Window Drawing. The time when I encountered the resource box this time was 5:13. This time, how to say it? It was the time when there were the most bugs outside the car. The next insect repellent incense would not be lit for 7 minutes. Looking at the crazy insects outside, Li Xijing couldn't help but calculate in her heart. At the speed of the starry sky, she would encounter a resource box every half an hour. Even if she opened the window to get the resource box now, before dark, she could only encounter 3 more resource boxes. But if she waited for 7 minutes, waited for the next insect repellent incense to be lit before opening the window, in the following time, she could still encounter 3 resource boxes. So, of course, she had to wait. So, Li Xijing parked the car next to the resource box for the second time and waited quietly. At 5:20, as the insect repellent incense was lit, the bugs outside the car disappeared instantly. After collecting the resource box, the RV moved forward again, and there was still more than an hour before dark. Naturally, Li Xijing would not be idle like this forever. I said before that, just in case, I should make some cooked food and put it in the mustard space. Now is the right time. Because time is limited, and because the ingredients are limited, Li Xijing made 2 dishes, and they are both very simple and quick. The most important thing is that she cooked big pot dishes this time. The amount of one pot can be eaten for 3 or 4 meals. 5 caddies of beef, plus 1 caddy of soaked mushrooms, half a caddy of millet peppers, onions, ginger, garlic, etc. This big pot of stir-fried beef can be eaten for 3 or 5 meals without any problem. As for the second dish, it is also meat. 5 caddies of braised wild boar meat, half a caddy of chili peppers, and 1 caddy of leeks as a side dish. It was also a full pot, smelling fragrant. Of course, when frying these 2 dishes, Li Xijing also turned the multifunction pot over, cracked the only 2 eggs, and used whole wheat bread as bread crumbs. Fry the fish fillet in the multifunction pot. Under the control of skilled cooking skills, Li Xijing was able to handle it with ease even if both sides were on fire. In the end, when the 2 pots of dishes were fried, 4 pieces of fish fillet were also fried. The last 2 pieces of fish fillet were fried in the multifunction pot. Li Xijing began to clean up the kitchen. At this time, the time was already 6:50, and there were only 10 minutes left before dark. Li Xijing met the last resource box of the day. The RV had slowly stopped, ending today's journey. Li Xijing hurried and cleaned up the kitchen quickly. She hurriedly turned the fish fillet over, and went to the driving area to get the resource box. Finally, she closed the blackout curtain and turned on the lights in the activity area before dark. At this time, the fish fillet in the multi-purpose pot was already fried. The 2 pots of vegetables and 6 fish fillets were all put into the mustard space. After cleaning the pot, Li Sijing washed the rice and cooked it. When she was cooking just now, she forgot to cook the rice. Otherwise, she could have dinner now. Let the rice cook. And Li Sijing counted the harvest today. Today, she drove a total of 1,100 kilometers and consumed 110 units of gasoline. Add to that the consumption when pressing oil and the consumption of other machines. She only has 360 units of gasoline left. Of course, after consuming so much, the harvest is also great. Li Sijing encountered a total of 22 resource boxes today, one of which is an intermediate resource box. Excluding the resource boxes that have been synthesized and opened, she now has 11 low-level resource boxes left. As usual, Li Sijing wants to synthesize 10 of these low-level resource boxes into an intermediate resource box. After all, the materials opened in the low-level resource box are of limited use to her. Moreover, they are all things that she can get by spending materials. The drawings in the intermediate resource box are different. Even now, no one is willing to take out the practical drawings. After Li Sijing clicked on the synthesis, the 11 low-level resource boxes that were originally piled up like a small mountain, in an instant, they became 2 resource boxes, one large and one small. Open it directly. Mineral water 550 milliliters. Mineral water 5 liters. Fly swatter 1. Rags 3. Metal asterisk 5. Rubber asterisk 5. Orleans chicken wing root 100G. RV screen drawing. Bathroom door mirror drawing. Salted egg yolk egg roll 30G asterisk 10. White sugar 250G. Crispy broad bean 250G. The first thing that caught Li Sijing's eyes was still 2 drawings. RV screen drawing, after use. Screens will appear in all places where windows can be opened on the RV. Materials required for construction, 1 window metal asterisk 10. Rubber asterisk 2. This picture is great. It is a perfect match with the insect-infested world today. After using it, she can open the window at any time and breathe fresh air. Although there is a ventilation system, she still prefers the feeling of opening the window for ventilation. No need to say. Just click to use. As for the second blueprint, it is a bit dramatic. Bathroom door mirror, after use. The bathroom door can have the effect of a floor-to-ceiling mirror. Materials required for construction, glass asterisk 10. Metal asterisk 2. Rubber asterisk 2. That is to say, can the bathroom door be turned into a mirror that can reflect people? As a girl, Li Sijing also wants a mirror that can reflect her whole body. But if this mirror is exchanged for a blueprint, she is still unwilling. After all, there is already a large mirror on the washstand in the bathroom. In short, Li Sijing finally did not click to use this blueprint. She decided to save it up. And she already is 9. When she saves another blueprint, she can synthesize the accessory upgrade card. In addition to these 2 blueprints, the remaining supplies are nothing new. Half a caddy of crispy broad beans, placed in the snack cabinet. Half a caddy of white sugar, collected together with the previous ones. By the way, there is still about 100G of sugar left from her previous opening. It seems that she can make some desserts when she has time. You know, the microwave oven she opened before has never been used. As for the 10 small packages of salted egg yolk egg rolls, and 1 package of Orleans chicken wings, they are also placed in the snack cabinet. By the way, the snacks in her snack cabinet have finally increased a little. The 3 rags came just in time. You know, she only had 1 rag left to deal with acid rain before. As for this, the green fly swatter, compared with the electric mosquito swatter, it seems to be useless. Finally, there are 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 large and 1 small. Add 5 liters of mineral water to the water tank. The small bottle of mineral water is placed in the locker for daily drinking. After 2 days of consumption, the original 50 liters of mineral water has only more than 30 liters left, because the low-level resource boxes have been synthesized into intermediate resource boxes. She rarely opens low-level resource boxes, so naturally there is no water source to replenish. The remaining mineral water will definitely not last until the end of this world. She is still thinking about when to change gasoline. She is also looking for anyone in the trading area to trade mineral water. It is not an extremely hot world now, and mineral water is not a scarce thing. I think it should be possible to exchange it with some supplies. After sorting out all these supplies and returning them to their respective positions, the rice in the rice cooker has also tripped. I have cooked so many dishes before, so I naturally don't need to cook anymore. 2 dishes, half of the same, were put together to make 1 dish. Chapter 340 Anorexia. Insect-infested world. First day. 7:30 p.m. On the folding table in the activity area, there were stir-fried beef, stir-fried braised pork, a platter of 2 dishes and rice. Li Sijing took it again. And today she opened it to get coconut milk, and poured herself a large glass. After that, she sat down and began to enjoy today's dinner. When eating, Li Sijing always likes to find other things to eat with her meal. And this time is no exception. She clicked on the blue screen. And the first thing she saw was the value of toxins in her body now. The previous 6 points of toxins, after more than 2 hours, should have been left with 3 points. However, when cooking before, she accidentally got bitten twice. One was behind the neck, and the other was at the ankle. Although the wound had been smeared with floral water, the stinging and toxins were real. So now, the value of toxins in Li Sijing's body is 5 points. And this situation is already good for her. In the face of reality, Li Sijing's current goal has been lowered a lot. As long as the toxins in the body do not exceed 10 points, and no adverse symptoms occur, it is already good. After she finishes eating and washing, she will go to bed early. At that time, with a mosquito net, she does not believe that those insects can still bite her. Then, Li Sijing clicked on the trading area. In the trading area, various daily necessities were sold more or less. She quickly replenished the goods without looking carefully. The main focus was still on the electric mosquito swatter. What surprised Li Sijing was that after an afternoon, all 50 electric mosquito swatters hung in the trading area have been sold out. This situation is probably because everyone has a deeper understanding of the power that insects can cause. Li Sijing hurriedly restocked. After that, she hung the cherry tomatoes and oranges harvested today in the trading area. There was no change in the price, which was still 2.5 units of metal per kilogram. And the popularity of these 2 fruits was also within Li Sijing's expectations. After all, they have been fermented for an afternoon. Everyone should know the importance of instant food. In short, 80 kilograms of oranges and 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes. All were sold in no more than 5 minutes. And these 90 kilograms of fruit also brought Li Sijing 225 units of metal. In addition to the 500 units of metal obtained from selling the electric mosquito swatter, the amount of metal in Li Sijing's hands has now become 2,733 units. There is only 267 units away from the goal of 3,000 units. It seems that she will be able to create her own third mustard seed space tomorrow. To be honest, the 2 cubic meters of mustard seed space is already a bit crowded. Li Sijing is still eager to increase the mustard seed space. She hopes that one day her mustard seed space will be able to expand to accommodate all her supplies. By that time, all the supplies will be carried with her in the mustard seed space. She doesn't have to move her feet to get any supplies she wants. That kind of life will definitely be more comfortable. Right? Of course. It's just a fantasy now. But she will work harder in this direction. After all the things in the trading area were dealt with, Li Sijing opened the regional channel again. She was going to see what everyone in the area was like now, looking at the food just cooked in the pot. I don't want to eat it at all. Why? Your cooking skills are too bad? Even if it's very bad. After going through 3 worlds, you should have practiced it. Me too. Now I want to vomit when I see food. Ah? Do you think I will get anorexia after this world is over? No. What are you talking about specifically? Why don't I understand? Why don't you want to eat? I can't get a word in either. Did I miss some important information? The people above. You can't understand it. That's because you haven't been bitten by insects a few more times. They have too many toxins in their bodies. And they eat food to remove toxins. Hey. In order to remove toxins, I spent an afternoon. Time. Ate 2 kilograms of bread. And now I want to vomit when I see bread. I feel thirsty after eating too much bread. And I drink a lot of water. Right? The most important thing is that if you eat too much food, your stomach will not swell, and it can remove toxins. But if you drink too much water, you will just go to the toilet. In one afternoon, I went to the toilet more than 10 times, wasting water and time. The people upstairs? You guys are talking like a chain. Are you connected to each other? No. I think they are just talking about their own experiences separately. Yes. Because this process is experienced by hundreds of people in the area. I am really too naive. When I heard the notice at noon, I thought that as long as I stocked up enough food, I could pass through this world. Ridiculous. Alas, Sufficient food is not enough. I think what is more important is a strong will. What will? The will to eat as much as you can? As a foodie, it has always been my dream to eat without getting full. But that refers to gourmet food. Bread, biscuits, meat without seasoning. I just want to say that these have nothing to do with gourmet food. In the past, I was full of expectations for every meal. But now I feel sick when I sit at the table. I just want to interject. Are all the people above the big guys? They only complain about feeling sick after eating too much food. But no one complains about not having enough food? There are too many Versailles people above the upstairs, making me embarrassed to speak. Today, a quarter of the food I stockpiled was consumed in one day. Who will? Save me. There is a shortage of food everywhere. In the trading area, if there is anyone selling food, they will sell out within 5 minutes. Is a new round of famine coming? It's terrible. Everyone is paying attention to food. But is there no one paying attention to vehicles? Vehicles? What's wrong? I found signs of corrosion on the outside of the car. Oh my God. No. I used up all the car repair cards in my hand in the last world. I only have one card left. I don't know if it's enough. Damn. This world is too difficult. It's only the first day. And all kinds of difficulties have already appeared. Each world is more difficult than the last one. So won't I have to die at the beginning of the next world?